However, at that moment, a streak of light suddenly burst into the ruins from outside, so fast that even the Peng King didn't react in time. Following that, the terrifying Peng King was directly dragged out. Bang! The streak of light turned out to be a person, who grabbed the Peng King by the tail and, after dragging it out of the ruins, swung it violently. The Peng King was thrown far away, crashing into a towering peak tens of thousands of miles away. The mountain peak exploded instantly, with rocks rolling down, and the Peng King fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater and causing the ground to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. No way! Did he really come back to kill? Inside the entrance of the ruins, the divine beast was instantly terrified. It saw a streak of light appear, and then the Peng King vanished. The answer was obvious. The person the Peng King had been hunting had returned and dragged the Peng King away. That's too terrifying. It was so frightened that it was on the verge of panic. What kind of speed was that? So fast that it couldn't react at all. Even the Peng King hadn't reacted in time, otherwise, it wouldn't have been forcibly dragged away. Oh, you think I fled in panic, huh? You know nothing. I was just cherishing the ruins, afraid of damaging the flowers and plants inside. After all, this is an ancient ruin, very precious. A young voice echoed in the divine beast's ears, and then it saw the streak of light return. In the next instant, it lost its balance as its tail was grabbed by a tremendous force, and it was forcibly dragged out of the ruins, thrown tens of thousands of miles away, landing heavily beside the Peng King, its entire body on the verge of collapse. Who is this person? Too fierce. Which senior has come into the ruins? Many cultivators and beings witnessed this scene, their hearts almost stopping in fright. That person had actually returned to drag the Peng King out of the ruins. My goodness, that was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. Unfortunately, that person's speed was too fast, and they couldn't see anything, not even what he looked like. Run, run, hurry, run. They came to their senses and hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the ruins. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity. If they missed it, they didn't know if they could escape from the ruins. Meanwhile, Xing grabbed the dragon horse by its dragon horns and sped forward with true extreme speed, arriving tens of thousands of miles away at the Peng King and the divine beast in an instant. Brother, can we discuss something? Next time, can we grab a different horn? Look, this one is more than half a head taller than the other one because of you. The dragon horse cried. It was too miserable. When Xing had taken it out of the ruins earlier, he had grabbed this horn, and now he was grabbing the same one again, almost as if it had been completely pulled out. Xing looked at the dragon horse's two horns, one taller than the other, and stroked his chin, saying, "Indeed, quite asymmetrical. Next time, I'll grab the other horn." Brother, can we discuss this again? Next time, let's not grab the horn, okay? I'll carry you, alright? The dragon horse thought it would be better not to grab the horn again. It was really painful. You're pushing your luck. Xing tapped the dragon horse on the head. The Peng King was dazed and saw stars, but it quickly recovered, its eyes brimming with boundless fury. What status did it have? Its lineage was immense. Its ancestors were the invincible golden-winged Peng, one of the top 50 great fiends. Although it didn't have pure golden-winged Peng blood, just a trace was enough to make it powerful, allowing it to hold a position even in the depths of the ruins. Yet, it had been forcibly dragged out of the ruins by a mere insect in its eyes and thrown away. How could it not be furious? It was filled with surging killing intent. This little dragon horse dares to betray me. You will suffer a more miserable death. It glared at the dragon horse, its killing intent even stronger. It hated betrayal the most. The dragon horse had sided with Xing, making it even angrier. Peng King, no, it's not like that. The dragon horse's face instantly changed, and it hurriedly tried to explain, only to find Xing smiling at it. Oh, not like that. Then what is it like? Xing asked the dragon horse with a smile. The dragon horse was terrified and forced itself to swallow the explanation. Li Xing was right beside it. It didn't dare to explain. If it angered Li Xing would just slap it to death. Even if the Peng King wanted to save it, it couldn't. Moreover, the Peng King was already furious. It wouldn't save it. It was impossible. It had no way out now. It could only side with Li Xing. It couldn't return to the Peng King's side. Thinking of this, it decided to be bold and said to the Peng King, "Hey, you little bird, you're so funny. What do you mean by betrayal? Your horse lord has never been submissive to you. Don't flatter yourself, thinking you're so great. To tell you the truth, you're nothing." After saying that, its entire body trembled lightly, which was the result of its extreme control. Otherwise, it would have collapsed to the ground. It hoped inwardly that it had bet on the right person, that Li Xing could deal with the Peng King. Otherwise, it would be in trouble. The Peng King would definitely grind it to ashes and leave it with no burial place. Little bird? Nothing? The Peng King's face turned green when it heard this. Damn! You little horse, have you forgotten how you knelt before me, crying snot and tears, begging me not to kill you? It said coldly. Back then, the dragon horse had offended it in the ruins. It had intended to kill the dragon horse outright, but the dragon horse was so good at flattery that it made the Peng King happy, so it spared the dragon horse and took it as a subordinate. Now, the dragon horse dared to call it a little bird. It regretted deeply that it should have killed the dragon horse then. But it didn't matter. It wasn't too late. It could still kill the dragon horse and make it pay a heavy price for what it had said. You know nothing. Your horse lord was just a true man who can endure humiliation and rise to greatness. The dragon horse scolded, revenge may be delayed, but not denied. Your horse lord was forced by circumstances to submit to you on the surface. In fact, your horse lord was thinking of revenge every moment. Now, the opportunity has come, and it's your time to pay the price. As it spoke, it raised its head proudly and continued, This is my true elder brother, whom I admire from the bottom of my heart and am willing to follow. Well said, truly touching. Li Xing looked at the dragon horse, moved, and clapped for it. But, have you ever considered that I might not be able to defeat it? I'm not confident. Li Xing said. Ah. The dragon horse couldn't hold it together and collapsed to the ground, its face pale. If you can't defeat it, why did you come back? The dragon horse cried on the spot. It had been completely fooled by Li Xing. Peng King, Peng brother, can I take back what I said earlier? It sobbed to the Peng King. Take back your ass. The Peng King roared and charged forward. Chapter 74. Truly filthy. Even holy water can't cleanse it. The Peng King spread its wings, golden light dazzling, its body like metal cast, flowing with a metallic sheen, lunging forward with overwhelming ferocity. It was too massive, with wings spanning several hundred zhang. Nearby mountains were directly split in half, and a terrifying hurricane appeared, sweeping across the heavens and earth, instantly shattering everything in its vicinity. The dragon horse was nearly scared out of its wits, trembling uncontrollably, wanting to flee but finding it couldn't muster any strength, completely paralyzed by fear. Boom! Li Xing stomped the ground, causing it to collapse, leaping high to engage in fierce combat with the Peng King. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Li Xing's flesh and blood fists were comparable to divine iron and diamond. The Peng King's wings slashed like two heavenly blades, unstoppable, but Li Xing's fists blocked them all, and even some feathers fell from the Peng King's wings. The Peng King was at a disadvantage. Its eyes flashed with astonishment, feeling incredulous. What kind of freak was this human, whose flesh and blood fists could be so hard? Boom, boom, boom. Li Xing continued to throw powerful punches, each one terrifying, like a storm, fiercely pounding towards the Peng King. The Peng King was forced into a passive position, retreating step by step, with large amounts of feathers falling, almost going bald. The dragon horse was stunned. Li Xing was truly formidable, using his flesh and blood body to clash with the Peng King and even gaining the upper hand, driving the Peng King back. For a moment, it couldn't tell who was human and who was beast. The Peng King, with a trace of golden-winged Peng blood, could be called a half-blood beast, invincible in close combat, a strength not to be compared with humans. Yet, everything was reversed now. Xing, a human, had turned the human weakness in close combat into a strength, dominating the Peng King, truly beyond its expectations. No, this can't be his pure physical strength. He must have channeled divine power into his fists and contained it, creating the illusion of pure physical strength. It thought to itself, unwilling to believe that humans could achieve such a terrifying level of physical training in this era. Brother horse, our relationship inside the ruins wasn't bad, right? Later, you must speak well of me. So this big brother will take me in, don't kill me. At this moment, the divine-level beast thrown out by Xing ran to the dragon horse, speaking earnestly to it. Seeing the Peng King being dominated, it feared that the Peng King might not be Xing's opponent, leading to its own demise. It wanted the dragon horse to speak on its behalf. I haven't lost yet. The Peng King noticed the divine-level beast's actions, furious. The battle had just begun, far from determining a winner. This divine-level beast thought it was doomed, betraying it right in front of it. It was infuriated. Swish. Several golden feathers fell from its body, flying at high speed towards the divine-level beast. Splash. Blood splattered. The divine-level beast was instantly killed, its head and soul shredded by the golden feathers. The dragon horse was beside it, blood splashing onto its face, causing it to jump up in fright and hurriedly move away. The Peng King was truly ruthless. You're going to die too. The Peng King snorted coldly, its killing intent even stronger towards the dragon horse, sending several golden feathers towards it. Big brother, save me. The dragon horse was terrified, urgently calling for Xing's help. It couldn't withstand the attack. The golden feathers would kill it instantly. Bold, you dare touch my people. No, my horse. Xing shouted, launching a fierce attack, his fists like hammers, terrifying, forcing the Peng King to focus. The golden feathers aimed at the dragon horse, losing control and falling to the ground. The dragon horse immediately relaxed. It seemed Xing's earlier claim of possibly not being able to defeat the Peng King was just a ruse. I'll let you be arrogant, but your grandpa horse isn't afraid of you. Watch how you die at my big brother's hands. The dragon horse shouted at the Peng King, then sat on the fallen golden feathers, humiliating the Peng King. The Peng King's liver and lungs were about to explode with rage. It had never wanted to kill, or rather, kill a horse, so much. Boom. It unleashed a secret technique, blocking Xing and seizing the opportunity to control the golden feathers again, aiming to kill the dragon horse. Ouch! My butt. It hurts. It hurts. The dragon horse cried out, in agony. The golden feathers under its butt suddenly activated, piercing into it. Several golden feathers, extremely terrifying, continued to pierce upwards, causing it to shudder and sweat profusely, unable to stop them, aiming to pierce from its butt to its head. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Xing broke through the secret technique the Peng King had unleashed, applying pressure, causing the Peng King to lose focus again, the golden feathers losing power and being forced out by the dragon horse immediately. I say, horse, don't sit on anything. That stuff is so dirty. You don't fear dirtying your butt. Xing laughed, speaking to the dragon horse. Right? Big brother is right. This stuff is too dirty. It's contaminated my butt. The dragon horse stomped on the golden feathers on the ground with its hooves, clang, clang, clang. Then, turning its back, it heard the sound of splish splash, yellow water flowing from between its legs, pouring over the golden feathers. So dirty. Let my holy water cleanse it. The dragon horse muttered. Alas, this stuff is beyond redemption. Even my holy water can't cleanse it. You. Arg. The Peng King roared, its eyes red, directly breaking down from the dragon horse's actions. I swear, I will tear you both into pieces. It bellowed with overwhelming rage, murderous intent soaring, causing a series of terrifying explosions around it, all mountains instantly exploding, rivers drying up, the earth trembling, the void rumbling incessantly, distorting. It emitted terrifying radiant light, its horrifying aura fully erupting. This moment, it unleashed all its power. The terrifying strength of a fully fledged divine king, fully revealed. What's with the fuss? Do I have to give you face? Xing shouted coldly, unafraid of the horrifying aura the Peng King emitted. After a few exchanges, do you really think you're something? Xing's expression was cold. Don't be ridiculous, you're just a little bird. Watch me break your wings and send you on your way. He shone brilliantly, unleashing all his power, charging towards the Peng King. Hashtag Chapter 75. Killing the Peng King and preparing to roast Peng meat. Xing's eyes were cold, and his entire body emanated a dazzling treasure glow. Previously, although his flesh could also emit a faint treasure glow, it was not as brilliant as this. This was a manifestation of his body reaching an extremely strong state. Rumble. Xing launched relentless and terrifying attacks, more ferocious than beasts. The Peng King unleashed several great divine techniques in succession, but they were all rendered useless by Xing's overwhelming power. It coughed up blood and suffered severe blows. Xing had kept his word. Its wings were indeed broken, hanging limp and bloody. Damn it! It roared in anger, never expecting to be in such a state. With its battle prowess at the level of a great divine king, it should have been sweeping through all cultivators and creatures outside. How could it be beaten so badly by a cultivator from outside? It had been to the outside of the ruins before, finding the environment extremely harsh, with a severe lack of high-grade cultivation substances, making it difficult to ascend to the divine level. How could Xing be so strong? It completely exceeded its expectations. Great Peng's Sky Struggle Technique. It roared, activating the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng within its body and unleashing an ancient technique from this bloodline. Instantly, its aura soared, its broken wings restored to their original state, and boundless golden light erupted, more dazzling and brilliant than the divine sun in the 9 heavens. The Great Peng's Sky Struggle Technique could contend with the heavens. It was an extremely terrifying ancient divine technique, the ultimate move of the golden-winged Great Peng, capable of hunting beasts several times stronger than itself. Kill. The Peng King swooped down, its golden light dazzling, its strength increasing by more than a large margin. It flapped its wings, instantly closing in on Xing. One wing slashing across the sky with terrifying force, splitting the earth and forming a deep abyss. This time, you will die without a burial place. Its voice was cold, full of confidence. With the Great Peng's Sky Struggle Technique, it would surely be invincible, capable of easily slaying great divine kings. Even against divine emperors above the level of divine kings, it would undoubtedly possess the strength to fight. Xing could not possibly be its match. Everything was about to come to an end. What are you thinking? Naive. Xing shouted coldly, "Today, I'm going to have roasted chicken wings." He charged forward, clashing with the Peng King. His body continuously emitted a treasure glow, still ferociously powerful. Even with the Great Peng's Sky Struggle Technique, the Peng King was no match for him. The gap was too great. He was too terrifying. As soon as he collided with the Peng King, his hands tore open its chest, exposing the chilling white bones within, and countless blood-stained feathers fell to the ground. Ah! The Peng King howled in pain, feeling a heart-wrenching agony. How could this be? It couldn't believe it. Even with the Great Peng's Sky Struggle Technique, it was not Xing's opponent. Puff, puff, puff. Xing attacked fiercely, giving the Peng King no chance. He grabbed its head and beat it, and finally, amid splattering blood, he shattered the Peng King's head. Then, the Peng King's body fell to the ground with a thud. "Supreme Pure Chapter, it's your time to shine," he said in his mind, having already communicated with the Supreme Pure Chapter, letting it unleash transcendent level power to obliterate the Peng King's soul. The Peng King was a great divine king-level beast, and its soul was also very strong. He couldn't possibly take the Peng King's soul with the purple gold gourd. So, before coming to the Peng King, he had already arranged this with the Supreme Pure Chapter. Sure, no problem. I'll obliterate its soul right away. The Supreme Pure Chapter responded, unleashing transcendent level power. A terrifying soul light instantly flew out from Li Xing's forehead. The Peng King's soul, emerging from the splattered blood, tried to escape, but was immediately pierced by the soul light, exploding like a blooming firework, completely dead. Such terrifying soul power. The dragon horse gasped, thinking to itself, as I expected, his realm is unfathomably deep, above the divine emperor level. Such terrifying soul power indicated that Li Xing's realm was extremely high. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly possess such powerful soul power. After all, only Dao cultivators could cultivate their souls to such a powerful level. This made the dragon horse even more certain that Li Xing's cultivation realm was extremely high. Not that his physical strength was strong, but his cultivation realm was lacking. The truth was that Li Xing's cultivation realm was high, and he had restrained various divine powers, not allowing them to leak out at all. Time for roasted chicken wings. Li Xing smiled, putting the Peng King's body away into a storage magical artifact. This was a great divine king level beast, and roasting it should be quite delicious, beneficial for cultivation as well. He naturally wouldn't waste it. He also didn't waste the body of the divine level beast, putting it away as well. The Peng King's feathers had only crushed the head of the divine level beast, leaving its body intact. Let's go. He leaped onto the dragon horse, riding it away from the area, to meet up with Little White Fox and the others. The dragon horse galloped swiftly through the forest, its divine radiance overflowing. Although it wasn't as fast as Li Xing, it was still a divine level beast, and its speed was quite decent. In no time, they reunited with Little White Fox, Nine-Tailed Color Fox, and White Fox Emperor. Li Xing. Seeing Li Xing return, Little White Fox excitedly jumped into his arms. Ever since Li Xing left, she had been worried about him, even though he said there would be no problem. She still couldn't let go of her concern, afraid that something might happen to him. Now that Li Xing had returned safely, her heart finally settled. I told you not to worry, just a little bird. Easily dealt with. Li Xing stroked Little White Fox's head and smiled lightly. Killed it? The Nine-Tailed Color Fox shuddered, her eyes flashing with strong surprise. A great divine king-level beast. Li Xing killed it just like that? My goodness, that's too terrifying. Even among the top talents she knew, there weren't many who could kill a great divine king-level beast, a handful at most, rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such talents all had extremely frightening backgrounds, with legacies that could not be traced back, extraordinary bloodlines, and unimaginable cultivation resources. Li Xing could compare to such a peerless genius, truly beyond her expectations, something she never thought possible. Yes, killed it. Later, I'll treat you to roasted chicken wings. Li Xing smiled, taking out the Peng King's body. Its flesh still contained astonishing divine essence, akin to a fleshly treasure medicine. My goodness! Son-in-law, you're too fierce. Seeing the Peng King's corpse, the Nine-Tailed Color Fox and White Fox Emperor's hearts both raced violently, greatly shocked. A great divine king-level beast, dead like this, and from Li Xing's words, it seemed they would roast and eat it later? The Nine-Tailed Color Fox was somewhat less shocked, but the White Fox Emperor was beyond stunned. Roasting and eating a great divine king-level beast, it had never even dared to dream of such a thing before. It dared to block the exit of the ruins. It brought this upon itself, deserving to die. Li Xing began to prepare the Peng King's body for roasting. He and Little White Fox would be parting ways with the Nine-Tailed Color Fox and White Fox Emperor, and he wanted to treat them to a meal of roasted peng meat before they left. Do I get a share? The dragon horse's eyes lit up, excited and eager to have a taste of the peng meat. You're a horse, a herbivore. What meat are you eating? Li Xing rolled his eyes. No, I'm a dragon horse with dragon in my name, not a herbivore. I eat meat 3 times a day. I don't even smell grass or leaves. The dragon horse quickly explained. Chapter 76, Yellow card warning. Are you not wanting to make it in the art of forging? As Li Xing was dealing with the pong meat, the little white fox was busy starting a fire. She knew Li Xing's culinary skills were excellent, and she was eagerly anticipating this pong meat barbecue. Don't start the fire like that. The pong meat won't taste good if you do, Li Xing called out to the little white fox, taking out a fruit tree. It was a peach tree, thriving with lush branches and leaves, and covered in crystal-clear peaches. As soon as Li Xing took it out, the refreshing peach fragrance filled the air. Li Xing picked all the peaches off the tree and set them aside. For grilling, you need fruit with charcoal. That's how the meat becomes aromatic and delicious. In the past, we didn't have this condition, so we just grilled it casually. Now that we have the means, we should use top-grade fruit with charcoal for grilling. Li Xing chuckled, intending to make charcoal from this peach tree for grilling the pong meat. What is fruit with charcoal? Are you going to use this peach tree for grilling? The nine-tailed colorful fox didn't know what fruit with charcoal was, but she roughly understood Li Xing's meaning. Li Xing was going to use this peach tree for grilling. Goodness, this was a medicinal peach tree of the king level, and it was clearly not an ordinary medicinal king level tree, but a top-tier medicinal king, its value unimaginably high. Even beings above the divine level could benefit greatly from it and would treasure it, not daring to waste it easily. Yet, Li Xing was about to chop it up and use it as firewood? That was too wasteful. Yes. Li Xing smiled casually, not thinking much of it. He had many more such top-tier medicinal king trees in his possession, so it wasn't particularly precious. Moreover, he had the system. The system worked diligently, cultivating artifacts, spiritual medicines, and other items to enhance their grades. In the future, he would obtain even more top-tier medicinal kings. Perhaps even treasures beyond the level of top-tier medicinal kings. Then, he began to make fruit with charcoal, disassembling the peach tree and burning it to produce charcoal. The leaves of the peach tree were carefully collected by the little white fox. These were all good things. A single leaf could cause a stir in the entire northern region if auctioned outside. Medicinal kings were rare, let alone top-tier medicinal kings. Their value was truly unimaginable. What a waste. The dragon horse watched the top-tier medicinal king peach tree being turned into charcoal, feeling a pang of heartache. Although the tree wasn't its own, it still felt a deep sense of regret. A top-tier medicinal king tree, gone just like that. What a waste of a precious resource. After the charcoal was prepared, Li Xing resumed handling the pong meat. He cut it into square pieces and marinated it with his homemade seasonings. During the marination period, Li Xing didn't idle. He took out a piece of divine metal, intending to forge a barbecue stand with it. This divine metal was reddish all over, about the size of a head, with a faint phoenix pattern within. It was divine metal Li Xing had obtained from the Peng King storage artifact. As a fully grown divine king-level beast, the Peng King had spent a long time in the depths of the ruins and had quite a collection, with many good items inside. Is this Crimson Phoenix divine metal? The nine-tailed colorful fox looked at the divine metal in Li Xing's hand, examining it closely before exclaiming in surprise. Crimson Phoenix divine metal, is it very powerful? The little white fox asked, puzzled, as she had never heard of this name. Crimson Phoenix divine metal is a divine level ore, and it's the top tier or among divine level ores. It's extremely rare throughout history, and its value is incalculable. The nine-tailed colorful fox explained. To put it simply, if a sesame seed-sized piece of Crimson Phoenix divine metal is added to forging, it can create a superior divine artifact with boundless power. And forging an entire piece of Crimson Phoenix divine metal would result in an unparalleled divine artifact. She continued excitedly, an unparalleled divine artifact, do you know what that means? It's even stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts, a supreme treasure. God, divine king, divine emperor, divine sovereign, divine god. The Crimson Phoenix divine metal had already reached the pinnacle among divine-level materials, with no other divine-level material comparable to it. So powerful. The little white fox was almost shocked to the point of dropping her jaw. She hadn't expected the divine metal in Li Xing's hand to have such a significant background, capable of forging an unparalleled divine artifact, even stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts. My goodness! The White Fox Emperor's breathing also became rapid, equally surprised by the extraordinary nature of the divine metal in Li Xing's hand. I didn't expect this divine metal to have such a significant background. Li Xing was also somewhat surprised. It seemed the Peng King had some fortune in the ruins to obtain such a large piece of remarkable ore. We've struck it rich. The nine-tailed colorful fox excitedly told Li Xing. In the future, when your cultivation level is high enough and you have the ability to refine this Crimson Phoenix divine metal, you can forge it into an unparalleled divine artifact. Then, you can sweep through all enemies and become a lord-level existence. At this moment, Li Xing remained silent, communicating with his forging art in his mind. The Qingxin sect scripture hall also had forging techniques, which he had studied and learned. His forging art had been diligently cultivating day and night. He had originally thought this was just an ordinary divine metal, and with a slight leap in his forging art, he should be able to refine this divine metal for forging. But now it seemed it might be difficult. This was divine-level ore, and a top-tier one at that. With his current forging art level, even with a leap in ability, it might be hard to refine the Crimson Phoenix divine metal for forging. A super leap in ability might also be insufficient. After all, his current forging art could only forge below divine artifacts, and the divine god level was still too far away. Forging art, how is it? Do you have a way? I urgently need a barbecue stand and need to refine this Crimson Phoenix divine metal to forge a barbecue stand, he said in his mind. To be frank, this is really difficult to achieve. The forging art's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. What are you doing, forging art? The master, who is invincible in the world, unparalleled in intelligence, and handsome beyond words, asks you to do something, and you dare to say you can't do it? Don't you want to make it anymore? Before Li Xing could speak, he heard the voice of the Supreme Clear Chapter, reprimanding the forging art. Impressive. This Supreme Clear Chapter is quite eloquent. Li Xing praised the Supreme Clear Chapter in his mind. In front of the master, there is nothing that cannot be done. Don't you understand this? Forging art, it seems you really don't want to make it anymore. Following that, the voice of the minor saint body also rang out, reprimanding the forging art. Yellow card warning, forging art, this is your first warning. If it happens again, you will receive a red card warning and be eliminated and replaced. The system's voice also sounded, issuing a yellow card warning to the forging art. I'm sorry, I'll think of a way. Please, the master, who is invincible in the world, unparalleled in intelligence, and handsome beyond words, don't be angry. The forging art's voice even carried a hint of crying. It's okay, don't feel pressured. It's fine if you can't complete it, Li Xing said with a smile in his mind. Thank you, the master, who is invincible in the world, unparalleled in intelligence, and handsome beyond words, for your comfort. Master, rest assured, I will definitely complete it, and live up to your expectations. The forging art's voice sounded. It was determined to complete this task, just to live up to Li Xing's expectations of it. Chapter 77. Modesty. I only know a little. Forging a barbecue grill, the most challenging part was melting the Qi Feng Shanjin, a top-tier divine ore. Its hardness was beyond question. Even ordinary deities couldn't melt it. Even top-tier deities found it difficult to melt Qi Feng Shanjin. Borrowing fire. I need the essence fire of the heavens and earth. The art of forging erupted, truly astonishing, achieving an extraordinary burst. Li Xing suddenly felt capable of summoning a formidable flame from the heavens and earth. The essence fire of the heavens and earth, comparable to sacred fire for forging, can melt Qi Feng Shanjin, but its use is limited to 1 hour. The voice of the forging art explained, indicating that the essence fire wasn't easy to borrow and could only be sustained for an hour. Great! I knew you could do it. Li Xing enthusiastically praised the forging art in his mind. Its first use had achieved an extraordinary burst, even better than a transcendent burst, truly worthy of his admiration. Thank you, Master, for your praise. I will continue to work hard and strive for greater achievements. The forging art's voice expressed its joy. Meanwhile, the little white fox, seeing Li Xing staring at the Qifeng Shunjin without speaking, couldn't help but say, "You're not thinking of melting the Qifeng Shunjin, are you?" "Yes, why not?" Li Xing smiled. With an hour, he had plenty of time to forge the Qifeng Shunjin into a barbecue grill. "No way!" The nine-tailed rainbow fox exclaimed in shock. "Son-in-law, did I not explain clearly? This is Qifeng Shunjin, a top-tier divine ore. Even supreme deities can't do anything with it." "It's fine." Li Xing chuckled. "I have many hidden skills. Close combat invincibility is just one of them. I also know how to forge." As he spoke, he raised a hand and opened his palm. With a thought, he summoned the essence fire of the heavens and earth. In an instant, a flame appeared in his palm. Though small, the flame was extremely intimidating, radiating intense heat that made the little white fox and others feel as if they were on the sun of the 9 heavens, being roasted. They immediately broke into a sweat, unable to withstand the heat, and quickly moved away. Only then did they feel better. Otherwise, they felt they might be roasted alive instantly. "Sorry, my fault?" Li Xing gently smiled, controlling the heat from the essence fire, making it more contained and no longer radiating outward. "It's okay, come back," he called out, and the little white fox and others, feeling the heat had subsided, returned to his side. "Is this the essence fire of the heavens and earth?" It's said that skilled forgers can borrow this fire to forge, and it is comparable to sacred fire, capable of melting sacred artifacts. The nine-tailed rainbow fox stared at the flame in Li Xing's palm, full of amazement. She was indeed extraordinary, with a broad knowledge. Not only could she recognize Qifeng Shunjin, but she could also recognize the essence fire of the heavens and earth. Under normal circumstances, ordinary beings wouldn't be able to recognize Qifeng Shunjin or the essence fire of the heavens and earth. Both were too far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. "Are you a forging master?" The little white fox exclaimed in disbelief. Li Xing was too amazing. Not only was his combat power unparalleled, but he was also skilled in forging, a master-level existence. Goodness, what kind of prodigy is Li Xing? Modesty, it's not that exaggerated. "I only know a little." Li Xing smiled, very humble. "Only know a little?" The nine-tailed rainbow fox's face twitched. To be able to summon the essence fire of the heavens and earth for personal use, if that's only knowing a little, then no one would dare to claim they know forging. He must be an old monster who has reincarnated. It seems he hasn't just reincarnated once. He must have reincarnated many times. The flesh training era was just the beginning. Inside the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor thought to himself, reincarnating from the flesh training era to now, Li Xing couldn't possibly have such astonishing forging skills or summon the essence fire of the heavens and earth. It seems Li Xing is an experienced reincarnator, having reincarnated many times. "Son-in-law, are you planning to melt this Qifeng Shunjin to forge a weapon? Have you decided what kind of weapon to forge? I think forging a long sword would be better," the White Fox Emperor excitedly suggested, offering advice, unaware that Li Xing planned to forge a barbecue grill from the Qifeng Shunjin, a sword that spans thousands of miles, cutting down all evil in the world. He continued, "I think a long sword suits your son-in-law's temperament. He could become a peerless sword immortal, traveling the world with a sword." "No." The little white fox shook her head, disagreeing with her father's suggestion. "I think forging a hammer would be better. Just imagine, smashing enemies to pieces with one blow. How mighty and awe-inspiring that would be, perfectly suiting Li Xing's temperament." She continued, "Li Xing often punches enemies to death, extremely mighty. With a divine hammer forged from Qifeng Shunjin, he would be even more mighty. Just the sight of it would scare enemies to death. So, a hammer is better. Forge a spear, both handsome and brave." The nine-tailed rainbow fox also joined in, expressing her idea. Then the three of them started arguing, each thinking their suggestion was the best and urging Li Xing to forge according to their suggestions. "Stop, hold on. What's all this about?" Who said I was going to forge a weapon with this Qifeng Shunjin? Li Xing was full of helplessness. He never said he would forge a weapon with the Qifeng Shunjin. Ah, not forging a weapon. Then what are you forging? The little white fox asked. A barbecue grill. With fruit charcoal, of course. We need a matching barbecue grill. Li Xing replied. What? The dragon horse's eyes widened, almost falling to its knees. Such a rare and extraordinary Qifeng Shunjin. Li Xing wanted to use it to make a barbecue grill. Goodness, it's too wasteful. Is this for real? Son-in-law, don't scare us. The nine-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox emperor looked strange. Using Qifeng Shunjin to make a barbecue grill, only Li Xing could think of such a thing. It's too much of a waste. It's true. Otherwise, why would I bring it out now? I'm going to use it to make a barbecue grill. Li Xing said. As for forging a weapon, this Qifeng Shunjin isn't qualified. If I really intended to forge a weapon, it would at least be a peerless sacred artifact. To be honest, he really didn't look down on this Qifeng Shunjin. With such a good and extraordinary system, would he lack rare materials in the future? Impossible. Even if he said it would be a peerless sacred artifact, that was still low. He actually wanted to say a peerless imperial artifact. But he thought about it and decided that saying a peerless imperial artifact would be too high profile. So he chose to be modest and said a peerless sacred artifact. After hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the little white fox, the nine-tailed rainbow fox, the white fox emperor, and the dragon horse were incredibly varied. A peerless sacred artifact, the tone was almost too high. But then they thought about it. Was it really just a boast? Maybe not. Li Xing was too extraordinary and mysterious, so young yet possessing such terrifying combat power and forging skills. A peerless sacred artifact might not be an exaggeration, but something that could truly be achieved. Qifeng Shunjin probably never dreamed it would one day be forged into a barbecue grill, the nine-tailed rainbow fox murmured. Chapter 78. Oops, I lifted a stone only to drop it on my own foot. With limited time, Li Xing did not waste any more time and began to smelt the Crimson Phoenix Divine Gold. Under the scorching of the heavenly essence flame, the Crimson Phoenix Divine Gold was quickly melted, and Li Xing started shaping it into a barbecue grill. Next, he took out a piece of mystic silver, melted it, and shaped it into skewers for threading the meat. This is a supreme divine, or among the divine materials. It can be used to forge peerless divine artifacts. The nine-tailed rainbow fox recognized the origin of this mystic silver, which was equally extraordinary and rare. The mystic silver must have never dreamed that one day it would be shaped into skewers for threading meat. The little white fox mimicked the tone of the nine-tailed rainbow fox and said so. Compared to before, the fact that the mystic silver was now shaped into skewers by Li Xing no longer surprised them much. After all, Li Xing's earlier creation of a barbecue grill from the Crimson Phoenix Divine Gold had already shocked them greatly. Xiaoqi, you guys start threading the meat? After finishing the skewers, Li Xing looked at the pong meat, which had already been marinated. I'll make some peach juice for you to drink. He personally squeezed the juice and added some seasoning, turning the peaches into juice to be consumed while eating barbecue. By this time, the little white fox and the others had also threaded a lot of meat skewers. Li Xing placed the fruitwood charcoal into the barbecue grill and started grilling. He placed the threaded meat skewers on the grill and soon, the skewers began to sizzle and drip oil. The aroma of the fruitwood mixed with the grilled meat was incredibly fragrant. When Li Xing sprinkled his homemade barbecue seasoning onto the skewers, the aroma was simply divine. The little white fox and the others could not hold back their saliva, their eyes fixed on the skewers, all wanting to pounce on them and start eating immediately. Don't rush, it's not done yet, it still needs a bit more time. Li Xing chuckled lightly. As his culinary skills continued to improve, his barbecue technique became even more refined. Not to exaggerate, if he were to return to Blue Planet and set up a barbecue stall, he would definitely outdo all the restaurants. The line of people waiting to buy barbecue would probably circle the entire Blue Planet. Barbecue Mastery, Divine King Level Barbecue. Your culinary skills have greatly increased, advancing from mortal level to divine level. capable of cooking divine food and brewing divine wine. Oh, grilling Peng meat actually increased his culinary level? This was something Xing hadn't expected. Previously at the mortal level, the dishes and beverages he made were ordinary, without any beneficial effects, merely satisfying the taste buds and filling the stomach. Now that he had reached the divine level, with the divine prefix, Xing thought that the dishes and beverages he made should no longer be just simple, satisfying the taste buds and filling the stomach. Indeed, as his culinary skills reached the divine level, he noticed a certain special Tao rhythm flowing on the Peng meat as he grilled it, fully releasing the essence of the meat. What was happening? The little white fox and the others were completely stunned, frozen in place. They observed the changes in the Peng meat. As Xing flipped the skewers, a special Tao rhythm flowed on the meat, making the already extraordinary meat even more extraordinary. They had no doubt that the Peng meat grilled by Xing could rival divine pills, possessing extraordinary effects, benefiting those who consumed it greatly. There are 3,000 great Tao, each leading to the heavens. Is this the Tao of cooking? Within the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor was somewhat surprised, not expecting Xing to possess such profound culinary skills. In history, there were indeed such cases, and she had even seen it in ancient times. Someone had entered the Tao through cooking, ascending to the highest ranks, achieving the position of an unparalleled great emperor, and was respectfully referred to as the cooking emperor. The dishes he made were astonishing, comparable to imperial medicines. In the ancient times, many powerful beings longed to eat the cooking emperor's dishes. Unfortunately, very few had the honor to taste the cooking emperor's dishes, literally countable on one hand. She herself did not have that privilege, never tasting the cooking emperor's dishes, which remained a regret in her heart. Because the cooking emperor was too extraordinary, the dishes he made could benefit even great emperors greatly. Consuming them not only increased lifespan significantly, but also inspired numerous insights, greatly aiding in cultivation. Could this guy's one of his past lives be that cooking emperor? She couldn't help but think so. After all, those who entered the Tao through cooking were extremely rare, few in the annals of history, quite rare and peculiar. However, regardless of whether Xing was that ancient cooking emperor or not, it confirmed for her that Xing was a reincarnator. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all that Xing possessed. Being a reincarnated old monster is too terrifying. The red-clothed demon emperor took a deep breath in her heart, more determined not to reveal herself. If she were to be exposed and known by Xing, this old monster, who knows what would happen to her? Fortunately, the jade bead was mysterious and extraordinary, possessing inexplicable power. Xing probably hadn't discovered her existence yet. All right, come and eat. Xing took down the grilled skewers and handed them to the little white fox and the others, a total of over 30 skewers, enough for them to eat for a while. He then placed newly threaded skewers on the barbecue grill and continued grilling. The taste has indeed changed. Delicious, really delicious. Xing took a bite and immediately praised it. Grilling with fruit with charcoal and a barbecue grill was indeed much better than simply roasting over a fire, with no comparison at all, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. It's too fragrant. How can it be so delicious? The little white fox, the nine-tailed rainbow fox, and the white fox emperor, after taking a bite, were completely conquered by the taste of the grilled meat. They were left with a mouthful of fragrance, never having tasted such a delicacy before. For a moment, all they could think about was eating. Everything else was thrown to the back of their minds. Brother Xing, elder brother, give me a skewer. The dragon horse was so anxious that it stomped its hooves, its saliva flowing all over the ground, begging Xing for a skewer. I am a carnivorous beast by nature, never eat vegetables. I can't go without meat. Even when drinking water, I must soak a piece of meat in it. It kept saying this, just to get some grilled meat. The taste of the grilled meat was simply too divine. It had aroused its appetite, making it feel like a starving ghost, now only wanting to eat the grilled meat. Don't worry, there's enough for you. Since you followed me, I won't mistreat you. Li Xing handed the dragon horse a few skewers, which it immediately started devouring, so fragrant. It was worth all the flattering words. To be able to eat such delicious grilled meat, everything was worth it. Is it really that delicious? They must be inexperienced, never having tasted good food. Inside the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor looked at the little white fox and the other's frantic eating and disdainfully curled her lips. However, to be fair, the aroma of the grilled meat was truly enticing. Even she couldn't help but feel tempted to rush out and take a bite. What kind of seasoning is that to make the grilled meat so delicious? She really couldn't stand it, her inner restlessness growing stronger. I can't go out. But she also knew very well that she absolutely couldn't go out. Once she did, she would encounter big trouble. She began chanting the demon emperor scripture in her heart, solidifying her Tao heart, dispelling the temptation brought by the grilled meat. Even a demon emperor couldn't resist such temptation. One can imagine how incredibly delicious the peng meat grilled by Li Xing was. Don't just eat meat, have some peach juice to relieve the grease. Li Xing smiled, handing the previously made peach juice to the little white fox, letting them pour and drink. Oh, don't give any to the dragon horse, it doesn't drink plain water. He added. Ah. The dragon horse's face immediately turned green. That was peach juice made from top-tier medicinal peach fruits, of unknown value. Drinking a cup could bring about tremendous benefits. And now it wasn't qualified to drink it? It really regretted it, regretting to the point of wanting to slap itself a few times. Why did it have to express its love for meat, even refusing to drink plain water? Now, it had lifted a stone only to drop it on its own foot. Chapter 79. Li Xing. I seem to have forgotten something. Brother, I was wrong. After careful consideration, I think a balanced diet is better. Eating only one type of food can lead to significant problems. Longma quickly changed his tune. Take me for example. Brother, look at me now, tall and mighty. But the real Longma is far from this. The real Longma should be even taller, larger, and more majestic. I've been searching for the answer as to why I can't match the real Longma, and now, I've finally found it. He spoke with an extremely solemn expression. I believe it must be related to my overly biased diet. The real Longma should eat both meat and vegetables, while I only eat meat and avoid vegetables, causing severe imbalance. Brother, let me have a sip of peach juice. I want to start correcting my biased eating habits from now on and eat a balanced diet. Little White Fox couldn't help but burst out laughing with a pfft. This Longma really knows how to talk, just to get some peach juice. Even bringing up biased eating habits. Let's just say, as a divine beast, does your growth really have anything to do with biased eating? Shouldn't you be more suspicious of your breed and bloodline, given that you're different from the real Longma? All right, give it a cup, Li Xing said with a smile, knowing Longma's little scheme, and instructed Little White Fox to pour a cup for Longma. He didn't drink the peach juice, even though it was beneficial for cultivation, but he didn't lack that benefit. Moreover, matters concerning cultivation were not what he should consider. That was the system's job. His most important task was to live freely, happily, and joyfully, following his heart. He took out a jug of wine and took a big gulp. Compared to peach juice, he preferred wine. Unfortunately, this was just ordinary wine, unable to make him drunk, so he could only enjoy the taste. Looks like I need to advance the plan for brewing divine wine, he muttered to himself. Drinking without getting drunk was no fun. The purpose of drinking was to enjoy the exhilaration brought by drunkenness. He decided he needed to speed up the brewing of divine wine so he could get thoroughly drunk. On the other side, as Little White Fox and the others ate grilled meat and drank peach juice, they all benefited greatly. Their life essence surged crazily, increasing their lifespan, including Longma. The benefits from the peng meat were immense, and coupled with the peach juice, the benefits doubled. I feel even the life essence of a god king isn't as abundant as mine. Longma's heart raced wildly, filled with excitement. The more abundant the life essence, the more significant the growth in all aspects. It even felt as if the god king realm was within its grasp, something easily attainable. Before this, it truly didn't know when it would be able to step into the God King realm. The realms above the divine realm were incredibly difficult to improve, akin to ascending to the heavens. After all, the divine realm was already extraordinary, vastly different from previous realms. Little White Fox glowed with auspicious light, with sounds of various breakthroughs. Her realm was too low, and the benefits from the pong meat and peach juice directly manifested in her. She broke through from her original life will realm 5th level, all the way to the cave void realm. And this was far from over. It was just the beginning. When she returned to cultivate, her realm would further improve, breaking through from the cave void to the Dao realm without any problem. Nine-tailed Color Fox and White Fox Emperor also gained immense benefits. The White Fox Emperor's body also emitted sounds of breakthroughs, but only 2, rising from the original Dao 6th level to the Dao 8th level. Incredible! Even though it only improved by 2 levels, the White Fox Emperor was greatly shocked. It had taken a century to go from the Dao 5th level to the Dao 6th level. Now, just by eating some pong meat and drinking peach juice, it had broken through 2 levels. How could it not be shocked? Moreover, it felt an astonishingly vast amount of power accumulating within it. Once it absorbed this power, breaking through the Dao realm barrier and entering the Nirvana realm would be no problem. It could even advance several levels within the Nirvana realm. The nine-tailed Color Fox didn't break through in realm, but her inner shock was even greater than Little White Fox, White Fox Emperor, and Long Ma. My injuries, they've healed a bit? She exclaimed in disbelief, repeatedly checking her internal condition, confirming that her injuries had indeed healed somewhat. This surprised her greatly. She had suffered severe injuries, difficult to heal, affecting her life essence, with residual forces lingering on her life essence. Injuries to the life essence were inherently hard to heal, and ordinary treasures were useless, let alone residual forces remaining on it. This time, she and the White Fox Emperor entered the ruins at the White Fox Emperor's insistence, hoping to gain some blessings in the ruins to heal her injuries. Of course, they hadn't told Little White Fox about this, fearing she would worry. Her current lack of strength was also related to her injuries. Before the injury, her strength was formidable, above the divine realm. The pong meat and peach juice would bring her great benefits, but she hadn't expected such a significant benefit that it could heal her injuries. This was truly unexpected. She knew it was due to the pong meat. Peach juice alone wouldn't have such an effect. The pong meat had a special Dao rhythm flowing through it, effective against the residual forces on her life essence, capable of eliminating them. Although the residual forces eliminated were limited, only a tiny bit, it still surprised her immensely. She was astonished. Was Li Xing so powerful that even grilling pong meat could turn it into a supreme treasure? It was truly terrifying. Mother, what injuries? Little White Fox heard Nine-tailed Color Fox's words and quickly asked. Old injuries, nothing serious. Nine-tailed Color Fox still didn't reveal the cause of the injuries, even though Li Xing's display was so astonishing. However, if they really clashed with those beings, there would be no chance of victory. Those beings were true behemoths, too terrifying. She didn't want to say it early, making Little White Fox live in fear every day. Injured? Auntie? Then eat more grilled meat, Li Xing said with concern, handing over freshly grilled meat skewers. Nine-tailed Color Fox took them and ate some, but the residual forces on her life essence were too formidable. This time, the pong meat didn't work, unable to eliminate those forces. Good son-in-law, when you get stronger and your culinary skills improve, you must come find me and cook some more delicious food for me, she told Li Xing. No problem. Li Xing agreed. They ate and drank, ending in laughter and joy, then bid farewell and went their separate ways. Nine-tailed Color Fox and the White Fox Emperor returned to the White Fox territory, while Li Xing held Little White Fox and rode Long Ma back to the Clear Heart sect. I seem to have forgotten something. On the way, Li Xing touched his nose, feeling like he had forgotten something. Oh well, it probably wasn't anything important, or I wouldn't have forgotten it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Ruins. In the territory of the Rhinoceros King. Yes, that's right. Give Tiger Lord a good leg massage. Serve Tiger Lord well, and I won't mistreat you." The giant tiger sat on the rhinoceros king's throne, looking very satisfied, directing a beast to massage its legs. At this moment, the rhinoceros king returned. When it saw the giant tiger sitting on its throne, its entire face darkened, its expression turning livid with anger. Completed the task my big brother assigned you?" The giant tiger glanced casually at the angry rhinoceros king, not taking it seriously. "What are you looking at? What kind of expression is that? Want to eat me? Don't forget, my big brother said he would come back for me. If you dare to mess with me, my big brother will tear you apart." It shouted at Rhinoceros King. Indeed, the big brother it mentioned was Xing. Back then, Xing wrote it to find Rhinoceros King, and then went to save the sect leader, saying that the location of the sect leader was too dangerous, so he didn't take it along. After the matter was settled, he said he would come back for it. It didn't know that Xing had already left the ruins and thought Xing was still in the ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to show off in front of Rhinoceros King. "Who are you pulling that cow face for? Come here. My other leg hasn't been massaged yet. You come and massage my other leg?" It shouted again, ordering Rhinoceros King to massage its other leg, its expression full of pride. Before, it often suffered under Rhinoceros King's oppression, but now, it could finally get its revenge. Chapter 80. A group of powerhouses beyond the God Kings appear. The Rhinoceros King was so angry that his nose was askew. This damn giant tiger, not only sitting on its throne and showing off in front of it, but also demanding it to massage its legs. Truly, it was too much. "All right, let me massage your legs for you, brother tiger." With a smile, it approached the giant tiger. That's more like it." The giant tiger said with a smile. "When my big brother returns, I will put in a good word for you in front of him. Thank you in advance, brother tiger." The Rhinoceros King smiled and walked over to the giant tiger, genuinely massaging its legs. "Is the strength all right?" it asked with a light smile. It's okay. I must say, the Rhinoceros King is indeed the Rhinoceros King. The massage is really good, truly incomparable to other beasts." The giant tiger was enjoying it, then added, "You can increase the strength a bit, it's a little light?" "Got it." The Rhinoceros King grinned and swung its hoof forward. There was a crack, and the giant tiger's expression changed instantly. "Ah!" The giant tiger screamed in pain, feeling it in its heart and lungs, shouting, "Rhinoceros King, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? You've broken my entire leg." It hugged its leg and cried in pain, asking the Rhinoceros King to increase the strength, only to find that the Rhinoceros King had broken its leg in one strike. "Get lost. Is this a place you can sit?" The Rhinoceros King snorted coldly, kicking the giant tiger off its throne with a hoof and seating itself. The giant tiger was knocked to the ground, in pain and grimacing. "Rhinoceros King, are you crazy? Don't you know how much my big brother loves me? You dare treat me like this. When my big brother returns, he definitely won't let you off lightly." It said bitterly to the Rhinoceros King. "Your big brother? Your big brother has long forgotten you. Already left the ruins." The Rhinoceros King said disdainfully. The giant tiger had been staying here, not going out, unaware of the outside situation. It was different. Earlier, after it, the White Elephant King and the Black Ape King sent the sect leader out of the ruins. A great upheaval occurred in the depths, with numerous beasts hunting the cultivators and creatures inside. Following that, the Phoenix King emerged from the depths, hunting a certain human. Although it didn't see who that person was, it vaguely felt it was Xing, because it saw the little white fox. The little white fox was riding on a dragon horse, and later, when that person caught up, he took the dragon horse and the little white fox with him, leaving the ruins. This person was very likely Xing. It also saw that this person returned and finally dragged the Phoenix King, who was guarding the exit of the ruins, out of the ruins. After that, it stayed at the exit of the ruins, wanting to see who would ultimately prevail. If the Phoenix King could return, it would obviously mean the Phoenix King had won, and if the Phoenix King didn't return, it was probably killed by Xing, who won. It waited for a long time, until now it returned, and didn't see the Phoenix King return, indicating that the Phoenix King was likely already killed by Li Xing. Li Xing also didn't return, probably left. Hearing the Rhinoceros King say Li Xing had left, long forgotten it, the giant tiger's expression changed instantly. It shouted, "Impossible! My big brother said when he left that he thought I was pretty good, and that he would come back to find me." However, although it said it confidently, deep down it wasn't sure. Li Xing should really be gone. Otherwise, even if the Rhinoceros King had 100 guts, it wouldn't dare treat it like this. What are you thinking? If that person really valued you, he would have come back long ago. Since he hasn't returned, it means he never put you in his heart. The Rhinoceros King looked disdainfully at the giant tiger and said, "Actually, it's normal to think about it. How terrifying is that person? Even the Phoenix King is not his match. How could he value you? This little tiger cub. Stop daydreaming. The Phoenix King is not a match?" The giant tiger trembled all over, not expecting Li Xing to be so terrifying. It knew the Phoenix King, a king in the depths with unfathomable strength, extremely terrifying. But, my big brother said he would come back to find me, it said through gritted teeth, still feeling Li Xing would come back to find it. Haven't you any self-awareness yet? The Phoenix King is not a match. How strong must that person be? What are you? That person would put you in his heart. The Rhinoceros King sneered, "Get over here quickly, massage my legs well, serve me well, and I might spare your life, otherwise, I'll skin you alive now." The giant tiger was full of reluctance, but after thinking about it, the situation might really be as the Rhinoceros King said. After all, if even the Phoenix King was not Li Xing's opponent, there was really nothing it could do to be valued by that person. "Brother Bull, don't be angry. I'll massage your legs for you right away." It was very sensible, immediately showing a smiling face, massaging the Rhinoceros King's legs. At this moment, a beast rushed in hurriedly, telling the Rhinoceros King, "I was asked to deliver a message. The person said if the little tiger wants to follow him, ask you to send the little tiger out of the ruins." What? The Rhinoceros King's face turned green on the spot. It didn't need to think to know who this person was. Definitely Li Xing. This surprised it greatly, never expecting Li Xing to still remember the giant tiger. "Brother Tiger, Lord Tiger, I was wrong. Please forgive me, your greatness." It smiled, immediately apologizing to the giant tiger. "You little calf, I said my big brother definitely wouldn't forget me." The giant tiger said with great satisfaction, "Nonsense. If you were really so sure, you wouldn't have massaged my legs later." The Rhinoceros King cursed in its heart. However, it didn't dare say these things face to face. Yes, it was me who didn't have the foresight, too presumptuous." It continued, "Please forgive me." Forgiveness? Just saying it with your mouth is enough? My leg is broken because of you. The giant tiger glanced at the Rhinoceros King and said, "What do you think my big brother would think if he saw my broken leg?" "Brother Tiger, Lord Tiger, I'll treat your leg right away." The Rhinoceros King was so scared that it quickly held the giant tiger's broken leg, wanting to treat it. "Just treating the leg is enough? What about my injured soul?" The giant tiger glanced at the cold spirit grass outside the cave and said, "I think giving me that cold spirit grass, my injured soul should be healed." Damn it, this black-hearted tiger, isn't it just a broken leg, a minor injury, nothing at all, just wants to extort its cold spirit grass? The Rhinoceros King cursed inwardly, even more regretful. If it had known this, it would have endured it, not just sitting on its throne, showing off in front of it, asking it to massage its legs. It could have endured it. Now it's good. It got extorted by the black-hearted tiger, guarding the cold spirit grass for so long. Had to hand it over. "All right, here you go, as long as you can calm down." It dug up the entire cold spirit grass, along with the soil, handing it to the giant tiger. Although the cold spirit grass was good, life was more important. It was afraid that Li Xing would know it had broken the giant tiger's leg and directly kill it. "All right, my leg injury doesn't need you to treat it anymore." The giant tiger smiled and took the cold spirit grass, its broken leg glowing, instantly restored. "Let's go. find my big brother." It left with the Rhinoceros King, quickly leaving the ruins and arriving outside, seeing Li Xing. "Big brother." The giant tiger ran over excitedly, never expecting such a powerful figure as Li Xing to still remember it. "Good." Li Xing patted the giant tiger's head, feeling a bit ashamed in his heart. He really had forgotten the giant tiger, but on the way, he remembered the giant tiger. So, he specially returned, caught a beast, asking it to deliver a message for him. He had no other qualities, but he would certainly fulfill his words. Then, he walked over to the Rhinoceros King and said, "You did well, protecting the sect leader before, and then protecting the little tiger. You have great merit. The rhinoceros horn is returned to you, and I'll give you a medicinal king as a reward." He returned the rhinoceros horn he had taken from the Rhinoceros King, and also took out a medicinal king, handing it to the Rhinoceros King. Thank you. The Rhinoceros King repeatedly expressed its gratitude, its excitement beyond words. "Let's go." He mounted the dragon horse, holding the little white fox, ready to leave with the giant tiger. Just then, he saw a terrifying figure in the high sky, flying rapidly and entering the ruins. "Who is that?" Li Xing's expression changed slightly. This figure was extremely terrifying. He felt it was even stronger than the Peng King. Were there such terrifying and formidable experts in Yin state? The answer was yes, and there were not just one, because he saw several more terrifying figures flying across the high sky, all of them extremely formidable, entering the ruins. These were a group of terrifying powerhouses beyond the God Kings. Chapter 81. Chu Yin. Am not the type to leave empty-handed. A group of powerhouses surpassing even the gods swiftly stormed into the ruins, much to Li Xing's surprise. The strongest figures from the central powerful sects, who had not yet transcended the divine realm but were still in the Nirvana stage, now faced a formidable force of 7 or 8 individuals who had surpassed the level of gods. This revelation left Li Xing astonished. Where did they come from? What were their backgrounds? Li Xing narrowed his eyes, realizing that Yin province was far more complex than he had imagined, harboring hidden forces that far surpassed those on the surface. Boom! A massive explosion echoed from within the ruins, suggesting a fierce battle. Even those outside, like Li Xing, could feel the terrifying power fluctuations. "Brother, why don't we go in and fish in troubled waters?" The giant tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grinned. "Fish your head." Li Xing knocked the tiger on the head and said, "Let's go." He had no intention of getting involved in the chaos within. Yin province was far from simple, and more terrifying forces might emerge later. Venturing into the ruins now was not fishing but likely courting death. "Are you leaving too?" he asked the Rhinoceros King. "I think I'll stay." The Rhinoceros King shook his head, unwilling to leave the prime environment within the ruins for the inferior outside. "All right," Li Xing didn't press, understanding that everyone had their own path. He cradled the white fox, mounted the dragon horse, and left with the giant tiger, heading back to the Qingxin sect. The Rhinoceros King returned to the ruins. Indeed, a fierce battle had erupted inside. The terrifying group of powerhouses had plunged deep into the ruins, seemingly in a race for something. Ancient and prehistoric beasts awakened and clashed with these formidable beings. The depths were in complete chaos, though the periphery remained relatively calm, allowing the Rhinoceros King to find a hiding spot. In Yin province, the central, southern, western, northern, and eastern regions saw frenzied escapes from the ruins. These powerful beings had inadvertently lifted the siege for them. Although the Peng King was dead, his subordinates remained unaware and continued to carry out his orders, hunting down the 5 regional cultivators and creatures. Without the intervention of these powerful beings, the 5 regions' cultivators would have been doomed, wiped out by the Peng King's subordinates. The arrival of these powerful beings caused the Peng King's subordinates to tremble in fear and flee, providing an opportunity for the 5 regions' cultivators to escape the ruins. Soon, a large number of cultivators and creatures emerged from the ruins. Only after putting significant distance between themselves and the ruins did they finally relax and feel safe. However, their faces were grim, each more distressed than the last. Ah, it's too tragic. Not only did we gain nothing from this trip, but we were also hunted down and nearly couldn't escape. My senior brothers and sisters are all dead. They cried out, their escape bringing no joy, only profound grief. Let's go. Never coming back. Many cultivators and creatures, heartbroken, left, vowing never to return to the ruins. Yet, some remained, unwilling to leave. Just like that? It's too unfair. A girl muttered, refusing to leave empty-handed. She was never one to suffer losses, and this time, she had suffered greatly. To return empty-handed was unbearable. She was a stunning beauty, with delicate features and a voluptuous figure, an undeniable beauty. Unfortunately, she now looked disheveled, covered in grime and blood, her hair a mess, losing much of her previous allure. I must take something back. I, Chu Yin, am not the type to leave empty-handed. She clenched her teeth, recalling her previous attempt to recruit Li Xing to join her in the ruins, hoping he would clear the path for her, which he had refused. Of course, she later found others to take his place, and not just one, but several, rotating in shifts. This was her specialty. The grime and blood on her were not hers, but those who had cleared the path and risked their lives for her. Unaware, they had all been duped, fighting for her, shielding her, allowing her to escape first. Decided, I'll raid some northern sects before returning. She thought to herself. The ruins were no longer an option, so how could she avoid returning empty-handed and gain something? She set her sights on the northern cultivation sections. After all, she was not from the north, so there were no qualms about raiding them. With this in mind, she glowed with energy, quickly tidied herself up, changed into clean clothes, and regained her stunning appearance. Let's go, find a few young men to join me. She smiled brilliantly, young but shrewd, planning to recruit some strong young men as her enforcers for the raid. Soon, she succeeded, finding several powerful young men who, swayed by her persuasion, agreed to target the northern sects. We won't touch the major sects, just the first-rate ones. We'll take and run, no trouble, Chu Yin said with a smile. Moreover, they've been in the ruins and must have suffered casualties. This is the perfect time, not to be missed. Her beauty and eloquence made it hard for the young men to resist, and they all agreed to join her in the operation. These were elites from the other 4 regions, with high cultivation levels, capable of handling the northern first-rate sects. In fact, Chu Yin was not alone in this thinking. Many from the other 4 regions also harbored similar intentions, unwilling to leave empty-handed and seeking to compensate for their losses. The northern major sects are too troublesome to deal with. Better to target the first-rate ones. These first-rate sects, though not on par with the major ones, still have decent heritage and foundations. They, too, focus their attention on the northern first-rate sections. After all, the major sects in the north were not easy targets, so opting for the next best, the first-rate sects, seemed more feasible. Naturally, those daring to harbor such thoughts were no weaklings, all powerful figures with significant reputations in their respective regions. Let's move. Many won't be content with leaving empty-handed and will target the northern sections. We can't let others beat us to it. Don't blame us for being ruthless. The ruins were too dangerous, and we gained nothing but suffered heavy losses. We must compensate. Yes, blame the north for being unlucky, with the ruins appearing there. They sneered, each taking action, heading towards the northern first-rate sects. The first-rate sects, though not the top, have been around for a while, with rich heritage and foundations. There might even be unexpected treasures. Some might have been overlooked. They were all eager, anticipating the opening of the northern first-rate sects treasuries and the potential for unexpected gains. They were even a bit excited about it. Chapter 82. Sister Mayan, don't believe him. He's starting to act up again. The 4 factions' strong warriors were excited with a hint of anticipation, unaware that they were about to face an empty treasury. because Li Xing had already emptied the treasuries of the top northern sects. At the ruins, many cultivators and creatures had escaped. There was a particularly miserable young girl. Half her body was mangled, her flesh and blood a mess, her face unrecognizable. But judging from her figure and demeanor, she was definitely extraordinary. If her face could be seen, she would certainly be an extremely stunning beauty. After escaping the ruins, she did not stop for a moment, quickly leaving the area. Her current state was too wretched, and she did not want anyone to see her in such a miserable condition. It had to be said, she was very strong. Despite such severe injuries, she remained resilient, not uttering a single word of pain, and stubbornly supported her heavily injured body to quickly distance herself from the ruins, stopping only in a secluded, uninhabited area. She took out a pill, swallowed it, and sat down to heal. In no time, her complexion gradually reddened, her breath strengthened, and she opened her eyes. You who watched me die without helping, you are doing very well. I won't let this go, she said coldly, thinking of Li Xing. This despicable man, who clearly had the ability to save her, chose to ignore her and leave. She would not forget this and would definitely find Li Xing to make him pay the price. Indeed, she was none other than the celestial maiden of the central region, Shangan Leu. Under the siege of 3 ancient beasts, she managed to survive by sheer luck, not perishing at their hands. She believed Li Xing had also escaped. Regardless of Li Xing's background, she would find him and make him pay. Then, she closed her eyes again, continuing to refine the medicinal power for healing. Her injuries were too severe, not easily healed, and required time. On the other hand, Li Xing and his group returned to the Xianxia sect in no time. This was only possible for them. Other cultivators and creatures from the 4 factions could not have reached the Xianxia sect so quickly. After all, the Xianxia sect was not close to the ruins and required some time to travel. But the dragon horse was a divine beast, and when it ran at full speed, its speed was quite considerable. Only the giant tiger was too slow and couldn't keep up. However, Li Xing later simply grabbed the tiger's tail, perfectly solving the problem. The giant tiger cried all the way. It was too damn painful. Its tail was almost torn off. Had it known it would go through all this, it would have reconsidered and not followed Li Xing so readily. Greetings, sect master. As soon as they reached the gate, Li Xing saw the sect master. The sect master was in a hurry, just returning. His cultivation level was not high, so his speed was not fast, and the journey took a long time. The sect master was startled when he saw the dragon horse. He felt a divine pressure from the dragon horse. Was it a divine beast? It's my mount from the ruins, Li Xing said, jumping off the dragon horse. He instructed the dragon horse, conceal your divine radiance. Don't be so ostentatious. It was better to stay low-key, especially given the complexity of the northern region. Yes, boss. The dragon horse was very obedient, quickly concealing its divine radiance and even hiding its dragon horns, turning into an ordinary white horse. A mount? The sect master's heart pounded violently. He knew Li Xing was powerful, but he never imagined Li Xing could be so powerful as to take a divine beast as a mount. Even the top talents of the central region couldn't achieve this. Divine beasts, not to mention those top talents, even the strongest figures in the central region probably couldn't subdue one. He had never heard of any divine-level powerhouses in the central region. This is outright invincibility. He couldn't help but exclaim, who in the entire Yin state can be your match if you can subdue a divine beast? The highest known cultivation level in the Yin state was only around the 8th nirvana, far from the divine realm. Not yet invincible, Li Xing shook his head. The waters of Yin state are deep. There are extremely terrifying hidden forces. He recounted the group of powerful figures he had seen, with the lowest being above the level of a divine king. What? The sect master's body trembled, his pupils contracting sharply. There are such terrifying hidden forces? He had never even heard of them before, thinking that the prosperous forces in the central region were already at the pinnacle. He never imagined there were forces in Yin state far surpassing those prosperous forces. So, it's better to stay low-key. Otherwise, one small mistake could lead to big trouble, Li Xing said. Yes, low-key, definitely not high-profile. The waters of Yin's state are indeed deep. The sect master couldn't help but express such a sentiment, the shock to his heart unimaginable. Sect master, you are back. This is wonderful. The disciples guarding the gate saw the sect master and were thrilled. They had thought the sect master had died in the ruins, but unexpectedly, he had returned. Yes, it's good. The sect master entered the Xianxia sect, looking at the familiar place, his heart filled with excitement. He had thought he would never return, but unexpectedly, he came back unharmed. Thank you, thank you. He thanked Li Xing again. Without Li Xing, he would certainly not have returned and would have died in the ruins. It's nothing, sect master, you're too polite. Li Xing smiled. Rescuing the sect master is the duty of every Xianxia sect disciple. It's all part of the job. The news of the sect master and Li Xing's return quickly spread throughout the Xianxia sect. Elder Shi and other elders, along with disciples like Mayan, all rushed to this place. Sect master, it's good to see you're safe. Elder Shi and the other elders surrounded him, their eyes filled with tears. They had deep feelings for the sect master, and seeing him return safely, they were overjoyed. Li Xing, seeing you unharmed, I'm relieved. Mayan walked up to Li Xing, letting out a long sigh of relief. After Li Xing left, she had been worried about him, afraid something would happen to him in the ruins, which were not a safe place, too terrifying and dangerous. Who said I'm fine? It hurts, it hurts. I'm heavily injured, just enduring it. You should support me quickly. I can hardly stand. Li Xing groaned in pain, his body seeming to collapse. Are you injured? Where are you hurt? Mayan was startled and quickly supported Li Xing, checking his body to see where he was injured. Li Xing leaned into Mayan's embrace, saying, It hurts everywhere. There's not a single good spot on my body. Are you that seriously injured? Mayan was full of concern, carefully supporting Li Xing. I'll take you to rest. No need, this is fine. Li Xing directly refused. Going back to rest meant lying in bed, which was not as good as being in Mayan's embrace. Biffed, Sister Mayan, don't believe his nonsense. He's fine, full of energy, not a single injury. The little white fox disdainfully said, directly exposing Li Xing. Li Xing, back from the ruins, was acting up again. Chapter 83. I want the peach blossom fairy, not the split-mouth woman and the rotting corpse. You're not serious. Mu Yan's face turned red with embarrassment as she pushed Li Xing away. How could she have forgotten? Li Xing was the least serious of them all. Thud. Li Xing tapped the little white fox on the head and said angrily, Shao Qi, you've got some nerve, daring to undermine me. Then, he picked up the little white fox and said, Let's go home. No need to change identities. I'll restore your beauty. With that, he gave the little white fox a series of punches, using his Return Your Beauty fist to restore the little white fox's original appearance. Ouch! It hurts. Li Xing, you're inhuman. You're taking revenge on me. The little white fox wailed, tears streaming down its face. This time, it hurt especially badly. Don't bully the white fox, sister. Mu Yan snatched the little white fox from Li Xing's hands and hugged it, saying with concern, You must have suffered a lot being with this bad man. Yes. This bad man always bullies me. The little white fox cried out, accusing Li Xing of all sorts of misdeeds. It was so pitiful that even Li Xing was stunned. You ungrateful wretch. When you were eating grilled meat and drinking peach juice, why didn't you say anything then? Li Xing gritted his teeth. This little white fox was too good at acting. When had he ever mistreated it? It wasn't as bad as the little white fox made it out to be. All right, there's still plenty of pong meat and peach juice left. You can forget about eating them from now on. He snorted, thinking he couldn't handle the little white fox. No. As expected, the little white fox, being a foodie, immediately stopped crying and jumped from Mu Yan's arms into Li Xing's. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Xingij treats me the best. Apart from my parents, Xing is the best to me in the world. The little white fox's voice changed, becoming very soft and coquettish, making Li Xing's skin crawl. Speak properly. Li Xing reprimanded the little white fox, which finally returned to normal. Elder Shi walked over, looking at Li Xing with a mixture of emotions. I never expected you to really succeed in bringing back the sect leader. How fortunate is Qingxin's sect to have a disciple like you. Don't say that. I'm also fortunate to be a disciple of Qingxin's sect. Li Xing smiled lightly, bidding farewell to the sect leader and Elder Shi and the other elders before returning to his Xing Peak cave dwelling. This journey had tired him out. It's still so comfortable on my rocking chair. He lay on the rocking chair, basking in the sun, feeling incredibly relaxed. This was the rocking chair he had specially brought to his Xing Peak cave dwelling when he moved. It was placed outside the cave. During his time away, he missed this rocking chair the most. You rest well. I'll go and cultivate. Mu Yin also returned with Li Xing but did not disturb him. She knew that the journey to the ruins must not have been easy, and Li Xing must have suffered a lot. Then, she entered the cave dwelling, sat on a cushion, and began to cultivate. I should start cultivating too. After lying on the rocking chair and soaking up some sun, Li Xing opened his eyes. The system is so good. I can't be so lazy. I need to work hard and share some of the system's cultivation burden. He thought to himself, System, I'm very good, right? I know how to care for you. Was this a change of heart? System. But soon, the system realized it had thought too much. Li Xing took out the jade bead and said with a smile, Come on, use illusions to confuse me. I want to temper my Tao heart. What's going on? The red-clothed demon emperor inside the jade bead was confused. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching. This time be smart and don't rashly shatter the illusions. Wait until I enjoy them before shattering them. Li Xing thought to himself, recalling the last time he was deeply immersed in the illusions. It was a paradise of peach blossoms, with ethereal and enchanting fairies. Unfortunately, those fairies had just thrown themselves at him when the supreme chapter of Tai Ching shattered the illusions. At that time, he had thought that when he had the chance, he would definitely immerse himself in the illusions again. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching was speechless. So this was what he meant by cultivation. It wanted to ask, was this pure cultivation? Was it really not just about indulging in the illusions of those ethereal and enchanting fairies? On the other side, the red-clothed demon emperor, although not knowing what Li Xing wanted to do, still cooperated and used her power to create a series of illusions. Tempered Tao heart, right? Fear is the hardest to overcome, so I'll help you create terrifying illusions to temper your Tao heart. The red-clothed demon emperor thought to herself, thinking that Li Xing really wanted to temper his Tao heart and was considerate enough to consider it for him. There was no way around it. After all, she was in Li Xing's hands, and if she didn't satisfy him, she would suffer endlessly. At the same time, Li Xing was thinking about meeting those enchanting fairies again, his face unable to hide his smile. Who would have thought that there were no enchanting fairies, only various terrifying scenes? It was like he had arrived in the underworld, a place filled with a sinister atmosphere and the screams of ghosts. Then, he saw all kinds of terrifying monsters, including a split-mouthed woman with yellow teeth, a rotting corpse dripping with black blood, and skeletons, which were incredibly frightening. Stop! He quickly called for a halt, summoning the supreme chapter of Tai Ching in his mind to shatter these terrifying illusions. With a bang, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching exerted its power and shattered the illusions. Please, have some sense. Shatter as many of these illusions as possible, not a moment's delay. Li Xing thought to himself, addressing the supreme chapter of Tai Ching. Then, he looked at the jade bead in his hand and said angrily, You're tricking me? I wanted the peach blossom fairy. What did you give me? A split-mouthed woman with yellow teeth, a rotting corpse, and various skeletons. Do you call this confusion? Who would have such a heavy taste and be infatuated with these? Damn it. Inside the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor almost cursed out loud. She was furious, her heart, liver, and lungs aching. This damn old lecher, she thought he really wanted to temper his Dao heart, only to find out he just wanted to create illusions to enjoy the service of the Peach Blossom Fairy. She had never seen such a person before. Don't wait for me to recover. When I recover, I will definitely teach you how to behave, she thought angrily in her heart. No matter how many times Li Xing had been reincarnated, she was an ancient demon emperor who had reigned supreme in the ancient times, and with the mysterious jade bead in her possession, she was certainly not inferior to Li Xing. When she regained her peak, she had the confidence to suppress Li Xing. Remember, don't make this mistake again. Come on, let the Peach Blossom Fairy from last time appear again to confuse me, Li Xing said to the jade bead. The red-clothed demon emperor was furious, really wanting to give Li Xing a slap. The dignified ancient demon emperor, the mysterious and extraordinary jade bead, was actually being used by Li Xing for such things. Oh, she had never seen anyone more unreliable than Li Xing. All right, I've taken note of all this. Now you're laughing so happily, but in the future, I'll make you cry so painfully. She gnashed her teeth, but she didn't dare not to do it. After all, the jade bead was in Li Xing's hands. Then, she was about to recreate the Peach Blossom Fairy illusions. Just then, someone came running over. Li Xing, something's happened. The sect leader wants you to come over. Yuanjin arrived, sent by the sect leader to notify Li Xing. Just when I wanted to enjoy myself a bit. Li Xing felt a headache, but he still stood up from the rocking chair and put away the jade bead. What happened? He asked. A group of young people have arrived at the mountain gate. The sect leader thinks they are up to no good, so he sent me to inform you and ask you to come and take a look, Yuanjin said quickly. Let's go. Li Xing did not hesitate and quickly left the cave dwelling with Yuanjin, heading towards the mountain gate. The sect leader was experienced and should not have misjudged the situation. These young people probably were up to no good. Chapter 84. Hey, everyone get up, we're robbing. Li Xing and Yuanjin quickly arrived at the mountain gate, where the sect leader and the elders were already gathered. The competition for the ruins was too dangerous. We barely escaped from within the ruins and are completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. A beautiful young woman stood at the forefront, saying, "The world of cultivation is one family. We happened to pass by your sect and wonder if we could rest here for a while and recover?" Li Xing looked at this beautiful young woman, his eyebrows slightly raised. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. It's her. At this moment, Mu Yin arrived with the little white fox in his arms. Mu Yin had heard Yuanjin's words and hurriedly ended his cultivation to rush over with the little white fox. The voice came from the little white fox, who recognized the beautiful young woman. You know her? Li Xing was surprised. No way. You don't remember her? That's really unforgivable. You're always so lewd and improper. How could you forget? The little white fox said in some surprise. What do you mean? What do you mean by me being lewd and improper? Li Xing glared at the little white fox, who quickly changed the subject, revealing the identity of the beautiful young woman. She's the one who wanted to form a team with us before entering the ruins. Back then, I even said that not only are beautiful women trouble, but handsome men can be trouble too. So it's her. Li Xing remembered. The beautiful young woman was named Chu Yin, who had introduced herself and wanted to travel with him into the ruins, but he had refused. Do you know her? Should we let them in? The sect leader approached Li Xing and whispered. He was unsure of Chu Yan's intentions, but felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He wanted Li Xing to make the decision. Guests are guests, and it's not right to turn them away. We can't lose the demeanor of Qingxin sect and be seen as petty, Li Xing said. Let them in and see what they want to do. Was it really just to rest? He was skeptical and didn't quite believe it. All right. The sect leader nodded and had the elders open the sect's protective array. With Li Xing around, he had nothing to fear. Whatever Chu Yin and her companions planned, it wouldn't succeed in front of Li Xing. Thank you, sect leader. Chu Yin smiled lightly, a genuinely beautiful smile. The sect leader had opened the protective array, allowing them to enter, saving them a lot of effort. Then, They stepped onto the steps and entered Xing's sect through the mountain gate. Chu Yin didn't recognize Li Xing and the little white fox. At that time, Li Xing was Li Jiudao, and the little white fox was a small earth dog. You all seem to be outstanding young talents from various regions. Observing your auras, they are extraordinary, even stronger than mine, the sect leader said, leading Chu Yin and her companions to the main hall, trying to probe their depths. Not really. We can't be considered talents, just average at best. Chu Yin smiled lightly, sitting on the chairs in the main hall. She was tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything. This wasn't something good, so there was no need to leave a name. Doing so would only leave behind hidden dangers and troubles. Naturally. However, not everyone was as tight-lipped as Chu Yin. Among them, a young man said, I am from the eastern region, Hanyu. My peers in the east can't compare to me, and even some veteran experts can't. He didn't care about Xing's sect, daring to leave his name and not fearing any retribution from Xing's sect later. A first-rate force, what was there to be afraid of? The Han clan behind him was a flourishing great clan in the east. If Xing's sect dared to come knocking later, he would make sure they wouldn't return. I'm from the west, Yu Ming. South, Yin Kingdom, Yin Shtong. Central region, Tianshan sect, Wang Ji. The others spoke up one by one, their expressions proud, directly revealing their identities, unconcerned about any retribution from Xing's sect. The forces behind them, except for Tianshan sect in the central region, were all flourishing great forces in their respective regions. Tianshan sect in the central region, although not a flourishing great sect, was definitely not weak either, with strength comparable to the flourishing great forces in the other regions. The sect leader's body trembled slightly, knowing the situation in various regions and aware that the young people's forces were all flourishing great forces, far surpassing Xing's sect. However, he quickly regained his composure, with no fear or worry. If it were before, he would have been terrified, but now, he wasn't afraid at all. Even without Li Xing's intervention, the dragon horse that Li Xing had taken as a mount could sweep through these forces. What was there to be afraid of? You all look extraordinary, and I knew you weren't simple. Indeed, each of you has a remarkable background, he said with a smile, instructing someone to serve tea immediately. You know that, then? Hanyu sat in his chair, looking at the sect leader, and said, No need for tea. We don't have much time and won't stay long. We still have other places to go. Right, take us to your treasury. Yin Xiong continued, We suffered great losses in the ruins and have almost nothing left. We want to take some things from your treasury. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Take us to the treasury. We'll take what we need and leave. Hope you don't be unreasonable. Wang Ji from Tianshan sect said indifferently. They didn't plan to just rob Xing's sect. They also intended to rob other first-rate forces. Xing's sect was just the beginning. Later, they would visit other first-rate forces. Upon hearing this, the sect leader understood everything. These guys were here to rob Xing's sect. Li Xing also understood. He smiled and said, Are you all here to rob? Rob? That's not a nice word. We're just borrowing. After all, the journey back is long, and we need to prepare some things. Chu Yin smiled, looking completely like a sweet girl, but she was far from sweet. Her thoughts were more numerous and vicious than anyone else's. Those who were with her didn't end well. They were all tools she used, and their ends were very tragic. I thought you were guests, but it turns out you're my colleagues. Li Xing said with a bright smile. These guys actually tried to rob him? Unbeknownst to them, he was the master of robbery, having previously emptied the treasuries of first-rate forces in the north. Colleagues? What do you mean? Chu Yin and the others were a bit confused, not understanding the meaning of Li Xing's words. How did they become Li Xing's colleagues? Oh, colleagues mean we do the same kind of work. Li Xing's smile grew even brighter. Hey, everyone get up, we're robbing. He shouted loudly. Chapter 85. Where to escape? Watch me, galloping like a flying swallow. Asterisk asterisk. Hey, everyone, get up. We're robbing you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin and the others were momentarily stunned. What the heck? Li Xing wanted to rob them, a group of young elites? Then, They couldn't help but burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably. Even Chu Yin was laughing, her laughter like swaying flowers, unable to stop. In terms of their individual strength, they could easily sweep through an entire top-tier force, let alone when they were together. Where did this little lunatic come from, spouting nonsense? Headmaster, are you sure you don't want to rein him in? Yuming chuckled and looked at the headmaster, saying, we just want to take a stroll through your treasury. We don't want to see bloodshed. Do you understand? Unexpectedly, the headmaster completely ignored Yuming's words. He shouted loudly, take this seriously. We're robbing here. These are all lunatics. Completely insane. Yuming and the others' faces darkened. Even the headmaster was acting like this? Had they stumbled into a den of lunatics? Do they doubt our identities and strength? Xianxia sneered, saying, fine, then let us show you our power. He directly attacked, striking towards the headmaster with a flaming palm, the intense heat suddenly overwhelming them. I think it's you who doubt my intention to rob. Xing moved with lightning speed, grabbing Xianxia's wrist, unafraid of the raging flames on Xianxia's palm, and threw him out of the hall. Huh. Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others' expressions changed, their eyes flickering with astonishment. This disciple of Qingxin's sect seemed far from simple, much to their surprise. Boom. Except for Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others all moved, unleashing their full strength towards Xing. They were indeed extraordinary, worthy of their titles as young elites. Their cultivation levels were exceptionally high, the lowest among them at the second level of the Tao, while Wang Ji from the Tianshan sect in the central region was even more formidable, possessing the third level of the Tao. It should be noted that the strength of the headmasters of top-tier forces like Qingxin sect was only around the first level of the Tao. However, they were unfortunate to encounter Xing. In front of Xing, they were like chicks, the disparity in strength immense. Xing moved like a streak of light, swiftly passing through them. Then, all of them were thrown out by Xing. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, no longer as composed as before. Xing was too fierce. Even Wang Ji, with his third-level strength, had no chance to retaliate, effortlessly thrown out by Xing with the force of a sweeping autumn wind. This far exceeded her expectations. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. She hastily said, in fact, I'm not familiar with them, just met them recently. They wanted to raid Qingxin sect, not me. I really just wanted to borrow, and once I return to my clan, I will repay double. Xing wouldn't believe her. He smiled and said, don't worry, you don't need to be afraid. My hands never hit women. Hearing Xing's words, Chu Yin slightly relaxed. But before she could fully exhale, she felt a sharp pain, something kicking her chest bone, throwing her out of the hall. Bang! She landed heavily outside. Her entire chest bone fractured, spitting out a large mouthful of blood that stained the ground. You said you don't hit women. Chu Yin was furious. Xing was truly untrustworthy, saying he wouldn't hit women and then delivering such a heavy blow to her. Are your ears not working? I said my hands don't hit women. I didn't say my feet don't hit women. Xing walked out of the hall with a smile. Go! Hurry, escape! Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others didn't hesitate, quickly taking to the skies, trying to flee Qingxin sect. Xing was too terrifying, far beyond their ability to handle. Where to escape? Watch me, galloping like a flying swallow. Dragon Horse arrived, instantly catching up to Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others, shouting, watch me stomp, stomp, stomp. No, watch me trample, trample, trample. With one hoof after another, it trampled Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others from the sky. What kind of beast was this? Truly infuriating. It trampled them, specifically targeting their faces. Chu Yin, Wang Ji, and the others were all enraged, each with a large hoof print on their faces. I rely on my face to make a living. Chu Yin was even more on the verge of madness. Her face was her most precious asset. It was largely due to her beautiful face that she could rally others to work and fight for her. Unfortunately, her face wasn't spared. Dragon Horse didn't give her any special treatment, stomping on her face just the same. What made it even more unbearable was that Dragon Horse showed her extra care. While others got one hoof, she received at least 5 or 6, her entire face swollen into a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Sorry, seeing such a smooth face, I couldn't resist stepping on it a few more times. Dragon Horse said awkwardly, I've never stepped on such a smooth face before. I thought the feeling would be great. Indeed, the feeling was really good, very satisfying. Chu Yin was about to explode. Was there such a reason? At the moment, her mind was filled with recipes. Roasted horse leg, steamed horse hoof, whole horse feast, and so on. Robbery, men to the left, women to the right, hand over all the good stuff. Li Xing arrived, thoroughly robbing Chu Yin and the others. Chu Yin and the others were in tears. They had stumbled into a den of bandits, robbed clean. Not even a single hair left. They couldn't have been more regretful. This was truly an inauspicious start. Their first target for robbery had turned out to be the ancestor of robbers, who had robbed them clean. Finally, Li Xing set his sights on Chu Yin. Chu Yin was terrified and quickly said, What do you want? Aren't you going to rob my virtue? She clutched her chest, her face pale. Well, if you want to rob my virtue, it's not impossible. But can we do it somewhere private? And can you be gentle? I'm afraid of pain. She knew she wasn't a match for Li Xing and feared further angering him, leading to her being killed. After speaking, she let go of her hands, no longer covering her chest. For her, life was more important. As long as she could live, she would do anything. Rob your virtue? Who would even look at you? Li Xing gave Chu Yin a disdainful look, directly taking off the earrings from her ears. Almost missed it. Almost tarnished my reputation. These are also a pair of spiritual artifacts. As the ancestor of robbers, if he couldn't rob them clean, it would truly ruin his reputation. You. Chu Yin gritted her teeth. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself and all for this? Was she worth less than a pair of earrings? Oh heavens! If she had the strength, she would have torn Li Xing into pieces. Chapter 86. Elder Feng, Feng Wuxin, Ancestor Feng. After the robbery, Li Xing instructed the sect leader to collect all the items. As the young elites from various regions, Chu Yin and the others still had some valuable possessions on them. However, Li Xing now completely disdained these items. Our Qingxin sect is a harmonious and friendly sect. We dislike violence the most, do you understand? Li Xing looked at Chu Yin and the others and said, A harmonious and friendly sect? Goodness, how could Li Xing even say that with a straight face? There was nothing harmonious or friendly about this place. Chu Yin and the others all complained inwardly, but no one dared to say it out loud. Understood. We passed by Qingxin sect and rested here. These items are our gratitude for allowing us to rest and adjust. Chu Yin was quick-witted and immediately understood Li Xing's meaning. Understood. Don't go back and spread rumors, calling for revenge or anything. If that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless and resuming my old ways, robbing you all over again. Li Xing said, Next time, it won't be just robbing items, but robbing your lives. Remember, your so-called backgrounds mean nothing to me. Don't seek your own doom. Then, Li Xing let Chu Yin and the others go. He didn't want to escalate the matter, pushing Qingxin's sect into the limelight, which could easily lead to trouble. If it were just him, he definitely wouldn't let Chu Yin and the others off so easily. At the very least, he would detain them all, forcing the factions behind them to pay ransom to redeem their people. All right, sect leader, I'm going to cultivate. Li Xing smiled at the sect leader, indicating that with this matter settled, he should continue his cultivation. The fairies in Peach Blossom Valley were still waiting for him. Li Xing, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. The sect leader called out to Li Xing, saying, I'll take you to meet someone. Who? Li Xing was a bit puzzled. You'll understand when you see them. Okay. Li Xing replied, and followed the sect leader away from the area. The sect leader led Li Xing all the way to the Dharma Hall, then further to a small courtyard behind the Dharma Hall. Elder Feng? Li Xing was surprised. not expecting the sect leader to bring him to meet Elder Feng. Elder Feng was said to be a senior elder of Qingxin sect, but later encountered an accident outside, destroying his cultivation base and leaving him unable to continue his path, so he stayed in the Dharma Hall, responsible for cleaning. Ancestor. The sect leader actually bowed deeply to Elder Feng and called him Ancestor, stunning Li Xing. Ancestor? Li Xing never imagined that the Elder Feng who cleaned in the Dharma Hall was actually an ancestor-level figure. This was too unexpected. No need to be puzzled. The ancestor will explain everything to you. You two talk. I'll be on guard outside. The sect leader told Li Xing, then bowed again to Elder Feng and left the courtyard, standing guard outside. Haha, boy. Do you have many questions? Don't worry. I'll tell you everything. Elder Feng smiled, then looked at Li Xing with a complex expression. I never expected that the Qingxin sect I founded would produce a disciple like you, capable of subduing a divine beast as a mount. What? Li Xing widened his eyes. Qingxin sect was actually founded by Elder Feng? This was the ancestor of Qingxin sect? Yes, I am the founder of Qingxin sect, Feng Wuxin. Elder Feng revealed his name. When he said his name, there was clearly great excitement in his tone. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last said his name. After a long time, he managed to suppress this excitement and calmly recounted everything. 1,600 years ago, I founded Qingxin sect. Back then, I had grand ambitions, wanting to turn Qingxin sect into a prosperous great sect, so that I, as a discarded disciple, would have the qualification to return to my sect. Discarded disciple? Yes, I was a discarded disciple, a failed student, unable to meet the sect's requirements, and eventually expelled from the sect. Elder Feng's calm heart began to stir again as he recounted these past events. My sect was Taiqing sect. He said, Taiqing sect, a true sect of inheritance, passed down through several eras. I was fortunate to become an outer disciple of Taiqing sect. Passed down through several eras. Li Xing took a deep breath, seeing that Taiqing sect was indeed extremely terrifying. The prosperous great sects of the north, although they had a long heritage, were only contemporary, not even passing down from the previous era, the ancient era. The central region was rich in talent and spirit, far surpassing the four regions, but he had never heard of any forces that had passed down from the previous era. All were contemporary inheritances. Taiqing sect was a sect of inheritance through several eras, truly beyond his expectations. In that case, the Taiqing Supreme Chapter should come from Taiqing sect. Li Xing pondered, thinking to himself, no wonder the Taiqing Supreme Chapter is so powerful. It has such a great origin. Taiqing sect is indeed formidable. Even at my peak, I had to be wary of it. This ancient sect has a heritage too long, not easily shaken. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor said in his heart, Taiqing sect is very strict. Its disciples are all elites among elites. Outer disciples are not considered true disciples of Taiqing sect. Those who fail the assessment are expelled. Elder Feng continued, I failed the assessment, unable to become a true disciple of Taiqing sect, and was expelled from Taiqing sect? At that time, his dream was to become a true disciple of Taiqing sect. He swore he would become a true disciple of Taiqing sect. However, in the end, he failed, completely collapsing, heartbroken. But, at that time, our outer sect elder was very kind to me. He told me that after failing the assessment, there was another path. If one could achieve it, one could still become a true disciple of Taiqing sect. He said, that was to achieve something remarkable outside. If recognized by Taiqing sect, one could become a true disciple of Taiqing sect. Therefore, he founded Qingxin sect, wanting to turn Qingxin sect into a prosperous great sect, in order to gain recognition from Taiqing sect. To turn a sect into a prosperous great sect, how could it be that easy? I thought too simply, even with all my efforts, I failed to turn Qingxin sect into a prosperous great sect. Elder Feng sighed, those prosperous great sects all have deep roots. I had nothing, only myself. Everything was too difficult in the end. I only managed to turn Qingxin sect into a first-rate force. Old man, no, ancestor, don't be like that. To build a first-rate force is already very impressive. Li Xing sincerely said. Building a first-rate force alone was indeed not easy. Elder Feng was still worthy of recognition. Chapter 87. Innate Dao Bone, tragically cut short before it could shine. Is it impressive? Uncle Feng let out a bitter laugh, saying, How impressive is it? Not at all. Later, I went back and found the outer sect elder, only to realize that all my efforts were in vain. He sighed and continued, I had thought that if I could make the Qingxin sect flourish in the northern region, I would gain recognition from the Taiqing sect. Little did I know, these were just my own delusions. The outer sect elder informed him that even if he could make the Qingxin sect a flourishing sect in the northern region, it would not be enough to gain recognition from the Taiqing sect. Such achievements were too low. Even if the Qingxin sect could become a flourishing sect in the central region, or even the entire Yinzhou, it would still not be enough. The Taiqing sect looked down on such achievements and would not recognize him. At that time, I was utterly disheartened, completely losing hope. How could there be any hope? Even a flourishing sect within the entire Yinzhou would not be recognized. He couldn't even make the Qingxin sect flourish in the northern region. I gave up, living in a daze for a long time, but I still couldn't let go of my unfulfilled dreams. After all, my dream was to become a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Uncle Feng continued, but I was well aware that on my own, I could never gain recognition from the Taiqing sect. It was far too difficult to achieve. He explained that to gain recognition from the Taiqing sect, one had to at least make a name for themselves in a region. A region was vast, with the smallest containing 9 states and larger regions containing 18. The Yinzhou they were in now was part of the smallest region, the Dongling domain, which consisted of 9 states, with Yinzhou being the smallest. So difficult? Li Xing was astonished, never expecting the requirements of the Taiqing sect to be so high. Not even fame within a state was enough. One needed fame within an entire region. That's how it is when you can't pass the assessment. Uncle Feng's face was filled with helplessness. I couldn't even make a name for myself in a state, let alone a region. I saw no hope, yet I couldn't give up. So, I placed my hopes on the disciples of the Qingxin sect. He thought that if he could find an exceptionally talented disciple, nurture them, and send them to the Taiqing sect to become a formal disciple, and if this disciple could later shine brightly, perhaps he could also claim some credit and gain recognition from the Taiqing sect. Over the long years, I made this my top priority, traveling far and wide, day and night, in search of such an extraordinary disciple. He even put his own cultivation on hold. Finally, he found one, a disciple with extraordinary talent. It was in a small village where the people lived as ordinary folk, with no practitioners. Uncle Feng recounted, when I arrived, the village was being massacred by bandits. By the time I got there, it was too late. The village was drenched in blood, and most of the villagers had been killed by the bandits. He detested such evil deeds and immediately took action, killing all the bandits and saving the remaining villagers. It was then that he discovered Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe was only 6 years old at the time. I immediately saw his extraordinary nature. His physique and soul were so pure, untainted by any dust. I had never seen such purity in both body and soul. At that moment, he realized that Zhao Zhe might be the extraordinary disciple he had been searching for. I was right. Uncle Feng said, I brought Zhao Zhe back to the Qingxin sect, thoroughly examined his body, and consulted various ancient records. Finally, I understood what kind of physique Zhao Zhe possessed. Innate Dao Bone, one of the most suitable physiques for cultivation, a legend that had appeared very few times throughout history. Those who possessed such a physique had, without exception, all become unimaginably great figures. I was overjoyed, seeing hope for gaining recognition from the Taiqing sect. If I could send Zhao Zhe to the Taiqing sect, I would surely gain their recognition. After all, once Zhao Zhe grew up, he would surely astonish everyone and walk the highest paths. He said, I didn't dare to delay, nor did I dare to teach Zhao Zhe haphazardly, fearing I might ruin him. I immediately sent Zhao Zhe to the Taiqing sect. At this point, his aged eyes, somewhat clouded, even welled up with tears of excitement. However, later, the excitement in his eyes faded, replaced by a heart-wrenching pain. You don't know how excited I was when I sent Zhao Zhe to the Taiching sect for testing and assessment. Uncle Feng said. I waited outside the Taiching sect, my face filled with uncontrollable smiles. Innate Daobone. It was as if I could already see the elders of the Taiching sect praising me, as if I had already gained recognition and become a member of the Taiching sect. At this point, the pain in his eyes became even more evident, his eyes moistening. In the end, he couldn't hold back and broke down in loud sobs. I harmed Zhao Zhe. He cried loudly, clearly having broken down, unable to control his emotions. Master Ancestor, don't be like this. What exactly happened afterwards? Li Xing felt heartbroken and tried to comfort Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng finally stopped crying but still couldn't stop his sobs. I waited outside, hoping for good news to come from within, but what I got instead was Zhao Zhe's body. A cold, lifeless body. A disfigured, unrecognizable body. Uncle Feng couldn't control himself and cried loudly again. When Zhao Zhe was sent in, he was lively and well, but when he was brought out, he was a bloody corpse. He still remembered clearly, unable to forget the sight of Zhao Zhe's body. Zhao Zhe had been completely dissected from behind, and all his bones had been dug out. I was on the verge of madness at that time. Such a good child, only 6 years old, was taken away like this, being dissected alive and having his bones dug out. Uncle Feng cried. I couldn't accept it, going mad and trying to storm the Taiching sect to demand an explanation. The Taiching sect was not so easily breached. He nearly died, severely injured by the sect's guards. Fortunately, the outer sect elder who had been kind to him saved him. That outer sect elder told him that the incident had already occurred and could not be reversed, urging him not to pursue it further, or else he would only meet a tragic end. How could I not pursue it? How could I give up? It was all because of me that Zhao Zhe died tragically. I was the one who killed him. Uncle Feng cried. I had thought the Taiching sect was a sacred place for cultivation, where Zhao Zhe would receive the best guidance and resources. Who knew? The Taiching sect was not a sacred place at all, but a hell, a pit of fire. I had sent Zhao Zhe into hell, into the pit of fire with my own hands. He cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down his aged face. Even after a long time, he couldn't forget, couldn't let go of these memories. Such a good child, with the innate Daobone, should have shone brightly throughout his life, but was tragically cut short before he could even bloom. He would never forget these, never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Chapter 88. Rest assured, Ancestor, this vengeance will be avenged. What the hell is this? Not only Feng Laobua, who experienced it firsthand, but even Li Xing, who only heard about it, was so enraged that his fury soared to the heavens, and his killing intent surged. A 6-year-old child, how could they bring themselves to do such a thing? Too damn hateful and despicable. Feng Laobua choked up several times, unable to speak. But in the end, he said, later, I still took Zhao Zhe's body away because I knew that the outer sect elder was right. Causing a ruckus outside the Taiching sect would be of no use, and I wouldn't be able to avenge Zhao Zhe, only leading to my own demise. He brought Zhao Zhe's body back to Qingxin sect and gave him a grand burial. This incident became a thorn in his heart, a thorn that could never be removed unless he avenged Zhao Zhe. I know that with my abilities, avenging Zhao Zhe is like hitting a stone with an egg, but I will never give up. I must avenge Zhao Zhe. He swore in his heart that for the rest of his life, he would live not for anything else, but solely to avenge Zhao Zhe. Vengeance. We must definitely avenge this. It's too damn infuriating. A 6-year-old child. How could they be so ruthless? Are they even human? Li Xing was furious, never having been so angry before. Damn it. He was determined to find the culprit and tear them apart. Inside the jade pendant, the red-robed demon emperor was also extremely angry. Such methods were too ruthless. Even she couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent upon hearing about it. This was only because her power was gone. If she still had her power, she would have stormed the Taiching sect to demand an explanation. Even if the Taiching sect was an ancient and unshakable heritage, she would have charged in to find the real murderer. Taiching sect, with such high prestige, but still can't filter out the scum and degenerates. The red-robed demon emperor sneered coldly in her heart. After returning, I was unusually calm, knowing how difficult it would be to avenge the death. I trained day and night, just to become stronger, but unfortunately, cultivation isn't just about effort. Feng Laobua sighed heavily, saying, I am the best example. Day and night, I train like a madman, yet my progress was minimal, and I've only undergone nirvana 3 times so far. Only having undergone nirvana 3 times, his strength was too low. Before the colossal Taiching sect, he was as insignificant as a speck of dust, seeing no hope of avenging the death. But it's okay. If I can't do it, there's my disciple and the generations to come. This is an unforgotten blood feud that must be avenged. Feng Laobua looked at Li Xing and said, That's why I called you here. Li Xing gave him hope of avenging the death, and he hoped Li Xing could help him. Time spares no one, and it's the most ruthless. The lifespan given by undergoing nirvana 3 times is limited, and I've reached my limit with not much time left. I hope you remember this, and when you have the strength in the future, find the real murderer who killed Zhao Zhe and avenge him. He said solemnly to Li Xing, Rest assured, ancestor, I've remembered this vengeance. In the future, the real murderer will have to pay with blood. Li Xing said firmly, I believe you can do it. After all, how old are you? Yet you can suppress a divine-level demon beast. Not many disciples in the Taiching sect at your age can do that. Feng Laobua said with deep emotion. He was well aware that Li Xing must possess some great secrets, otherwise, there was no way Li Xing could be so freakishly talented. But he didn't ask Li Xing about these secrets. If these secrets could be told to him, Li Xing would tell him without him asking. If they couldn't, even if he asked, Li Xing wouldn't tell him. In that case, it was best not to ask. No one likes others probing into their own secrets. I believe this vengeance won't take long to avenge. Li Xing sneered, extremely confident. What of the ancient and long-standing Taiching sect? With such a great system, avenging the death was definitely not a pipe dream, nor would it take a long time. Moreover, I will let the ancestor witness that moment with me. Li Xing took out several medicinal kings and handed them to Feng Laobua, saying, These should extend the ancestor's lifespan and keep him away from the limit of life. The medicinal kings were astonishing in their effects, capable of enhancing the life essence. After refining these medicinal kings, it wouldn't make Feng Laobua return to his youth, but it would definitely pull him out of his old age, no longer worrying about the limit of life. This is too precious. Li Xing directly taking out several medicinal kings truly shocked Feng Laobua. To be honest, he had never seen so many medicinal kings in his life. However, he still shook his head repeatedly, refusing, Keep these medicinal kings for yourself. You need them more than I do. They can help you better cultivate. Giving them all to me would be too wasteful. I only need a few leaves to maintain my own lifespan. He was clear about his own situation. No matter how much he cultivated, the achievements would be limited. He really didn't want to waste such precious medicinal kings and wanted Li Xing to keep them for himself. It's fine. I don't need these medicinal kings. Li Xing forcefully stuffed the medicinal kings into Feng Laobua's hands, saying, The ancestors shouldn't think it's wasteful. They must all be refined. If not all are refined, I won't agree. Feng Laobua looked at the medicinal kings forcefully stuffed into his hands and heard Li Xing's domineering yet gentle words. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. I am truly ashamed. As a disciple of Qingxin's sect, I haven't helped you much, yet I have received such a great favor from you. Moreover, even Xiaotian was saved by you. I really feel guilty. He said guiltily. Xiaotian was the sect leader, whose full name was Qin Xiaotian. Ancestor, don't say that. Li Xing smiled and said, The ancestor has helped me a lot, allowing me to learn a great scripture, the Supreme Chapter of Taiching. The Supreme Chapter of Taiching was stored in the 9th floor of the Scripture Hall, a place only the sect leader could enter. He couldn't enter it at that time. However, just as he was about to leave, the restrictions on the 9th floor suddenly disappeared, and the tightly closed doors opened. He didn't understand why the restrictions on the 9th floor had disappeared at that time. Now, he understood. It must have been Ancestor Feng who removed the power of the restrictions on the 9th floor. It proves that I didn't misjudge you. Feng Laobua admitted. It was indeed him who removed the power of the restrictions on the 9th floor. At that time, he already knew that Li Xing had cultivated the Qingxin technique and the sword control technique to the 9th level, thinking that Li Xing was a talented individual, so he let Li Xing enter the 9th floor. However, what he never expected was that Li Xing was not just a talented individual. He was a freakishly talented genius, stunning the world. Meanwhile, the other 4 factions of cultivators and living beings also arrived at the northern first-rate forces that were about to be looted. Come on, open your treasuries and let us see what collections you have. It should be quite impressive, right? They laughed, each more expectant than the last. The treasuries of first-rate forces should be quite good, and there might even be some unexpected surprises. They laughed very happily. Chapter 89. Fellow Sufferers, Truly Pitiable. The other 4 factions of powerful individuals were exceptionally strong, far beyond the capabilities of the northern first-rate forces, and they easily broke through. It never ends. Why are we always being plundered? The head of the Golden Light sect wailed in despair. It had been too unbearably miserable lately. Just a short while ago, they had been plundered by Li Xing, and now, mere days later, another group of bandits had arrived, intent on plundering them again. There's truly nothing left for you to plunder. He sobbed. The sect's treasury had been completely emptied by Li Xing. Not even a single hair remained. He didn't even dare to enter the treasury anymore, as seeing the barren space made his heart ache and he struggled to breathe. Once, the treasury was filled with treasures and precious items. Get out of the way, stop whining here. A middle-aged man shouted, slapping the head of the Golden Light sect across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a split lip. He hailed from the east, from the Golden Gate sect, one of the eastern region's most prestigious sects. The treasury really is empty. The head of the Golden Light sect continued to sob. Enough nonsense, lead the way, or I'll cut off your head right now. The middle-aged man coldly commanded, refusing to believe the head of the Golden Light sect's words, and began to beat him, forcing him to lead the way. The head of the Golden Light sect was beaten to a pulp and could only lead the middle-aged man to the treasury. The treasury was located within a mountain, a cave. You dare tell me this is your treasury? The middle-aged man's expression changed, his aura filled with murderous intent. Damn it! How dare the head of the Golden Light sect deceive him like this? His anger was instantly ignited. In front of them, there was no sign of a treasury, not even a door, just a large hole. Looking inside, it was completely empty, not even a single hair remained, the ground riddled with holes and large pits. Could this really be the treasury of a sect? He couldn't hold back anymore, grabbing the head of the Golden Light sect and beating him savagely. This damned man, deceiving others in such a way, was infuriating. His heart, liver, and lungs were about to explode with anger. The head of the Golden Light sect was beaten to a bruised and swollen state, his entire body in tatters. He was truly innocent. This was indeed the Golden Light sect's treasury. However, the entrance to the treasury had been taken away by Li Xing, and all the treasures inside had been plundered by Li Xing. I'm not lying. You can search the souls of any disciple or elder of the Golden Light sect. This is indeed our treasury. The head of the Golden Light sect shouted loudly, unable to endure any longer. If this continued, his life would be at stake. If it's false, I'll make your Golden Light sect bleed rivers. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, grabbing several Golden Light sect elders and disciples to search their souls. It really is the treasury. The middle-aged man was full of disbelief, thinking he had been deceived, but it turned out that someone had gotten there first. That person was Li Xing, from the Pure Heart sect, who had plundered the Golden Light sect clean long ago. He learned about these events from the souls of the Golden Light sect elders and disciples. We are in such a wretched state. Look at what our treasury has been reduced to. Not even the door is left. The head of the Golden Light sect sobbed bitterly, not feigning, but genuinely heartbroken and sorrowful. Ah, I misjudged you. You truly are very pitiful. The middle-aged man felt that the head of the Golden Light sect was too pitiful, having their own treasury plundered so thoroughly and then suffering his brutal beating. He couldn't help but pat the head of the Golden Light sect on the shoulder sympathetically. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. I'll be heading to the Pure Heart sect next, and I promise to plunder it even cleaner. He continued, preparing to head to the Pure Heart sect. Thank you for understanding. The head of the Golden Light sect shed tears, the middle-aged man finally realizing how miserable he was. All right, I'm leaving. The middle-aged man departed, heading towards the Pure Heart sect. Similar scenes unfolded across the northern first-rate forces, as the four factions found no gains. All the northern first-rate forces' treasuries were empty. This is encountering a plundering ancestor. Damn it, too clean, truly digging to the roots, plucking feathers from geese, leaving not a blade of grass. A model for our generation. We must learn well. Plundering should be done this thoroughly. The four factions looked at the treasuries of the first-rate forces, each filled with deep thoughts. Then, they all set off, their target all being the Pure Heart sect. At the Golden Light sect, finally left. The head of the Golden Light sect finally relaxed after the middle-aged man's departure. But before he could fully relax, a Golden Light sect elder came running frantically. Head, it's bad. Another group of plunderers has arrived. The Golden Light sect elder shouted. What? Another group? The Golden Light sect elder was instantly dumbfounded, sitting down on the ground. This truly never ends? Bang, bang, bang. This group was more aggressive. Unlike the middle-aged man who only struck once, this group fought their way in, beating anyone they encountered along the way. Soon, they arrived at the head of the Golden Light sect. Without a word, they started beating the head of the Golden Light sect, nearly taking his life, until he was coughing up blood that eventually ran dry. What are you doing? The head of the Golden Light sect wailed. Are you here to plunder or to take my life? This round of beating almost cost him his life. He truly suspected that these people were not here to plunder, but to take his life, as they were so ruthless. Of course, we're here to plunder, and to vent some anger. The group threw the head of the Golden Light sect to the side. A young man among them said angrily. They were all young, members of the Chu Yin group. Having been plundered clean by Li Xing, they grew increasingly resentful. Later, they arrived at the Golden Light sect, thinking that not every first-rate force could have a monstrous freak like Li Xing. They planned to plunder the Golden Light sect to make up for their losses. There's nothing left for you to plunder. The head of the Golden Light sect sobbed. This is our Golden Light sect's treasury. It's already empty. He quickly presented his soul memory to prove he was not lying, that everything he said was true. After viewing the head of the Golden Light sect's soul memory, Chu Yin and the others instantly felt a sense of empathy. They too had been plundered so miserably by Li Xing. Fellow sufferers. Yin Xiong from the southern Yin kingdom even embraced the head of the Golden Light sect and wept. They were all victims. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who left the Golden Light sect quickly made his way to the Pure Heart sect. The Golden Light sect was not far from the Pure Heart sect, and with his high cultivation level of the 5th stage of the Tao, he arrived in no time. Hey, everyone stay put. Plunderers are here. He pulled out a large blade, openly declaring his intentions. Chapter 90. Middle-aged people's understanding ability is truly cosmic. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the Qingxin sect, holding a large saber and pointing it directly at the sect. He made no attempt to hide his intentions, for there was no need. After all, those inside were his peers. All were bandits, so there was no point in playing tricks. The disciples guarding the sect gate witnessed this scene and quickly returned to the sect to inform the sect leader. Without hesitation, the sect leader swiftly arrived at Elder Feng's courtyard, where Li Xing was still chatting with Elder Feng. What, another bandit? Li Xing was taken aback. What was going on? It seemed like wave after wave, never ending. Quick, invite him in. He's here to offer treasures. Li Xing then smiled and, together with the sect leader, hurried to the sect gate. Are you here to rob us? Welcome, welcome. Please, come in. Li Xing said with a beaming smile to the middle-aged man. What the hell? He was here to rob them. Yet they were so enthusiastic. The middle-aged man hadn't expected Li Xing to be so welcoming, making him feel like a long-lost friend rather than a robber. Are you trying to play the emotional card? He chuckled. Don't joke around. I'm a bandit without emotions. Even if you're so enthusiastic, I won't change my mind. I'm still here to rob.
No.
Li Xing shook his head. Once, a sage of ancient times said a famous quote. If you can't resist, it's better to lie down and enjoy it. I've laid my cards on the table, compromised, and given up resisting. If you're here to rob, please come in. He spoke with great ease. So that's how it is. The middle-aged man immediately laughed. This sage of ancient times truly lived a clear and transparent life, seeing through the true essence of life. It's hard not to admire him. May I ask which ancient sage could utter such a profound truth? Oh, this ancient sage was named Li Daojio. Daojio. Indeed an extraordinary name for a sage. 9 is the ultimate number, and with the word Dao, doesn't it mean the ultimate of Dao? What a magnificent name with great ambition. The middle-aged man praised without reservation. Li Xing really knows how to deceive. Mu Yin and the White Fox were also present. Hearing Li Xing mention the name Li Daojio, the White Fox couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking to herself. She had also thought there really was such an ancient sage. But when the name Li Daojio came out, she immediately understood. Li Xing was deceiving the middle-aged man. The so-called ancient sage was likely Li Xing himself. Li Daojio. Wasn't that just Li Xing's alias in the ruins, Li Jiudao, with the last 2 words swapped around? If you can't resist, it's better to lie down and enjoy it. Not bad. Really not bad. All right, out of respect for this ancient sage, I'll leave some things for you and won't take everything. The middle-aged man laughed and strode into the Qingxin sect. He was extremely confident, not worrying about any tricks. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were futile and could not succeed. He possessed such absolute power. With his strength at the level of Dao 5, he could crush any schemes and tricks, needing no concern. That would be great. Thank you. Li Xing smiled and led the middle-aged man into the Qingxin sect, bringing him to the sect square. Then, he stopped. He drew a large saber and pointed it at the middle-aged man, saying, "Stay where you are. Don't move. I'm robbing you." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. What was Li Xing doing? He looked at Li Xing. "Young man, do you understand the saber? The saber is a weapon for killing, not for pointing at people. Should I demonstrate for you? So you understand the meaning of the saber is a weapon for killing?" "Oh, a weapon for killing. Got it?" Li Xing's figure disappeared, reappearing next to the middle-aged man in an instant, with the saber already resting on the middle-aged man's neck. Is this right? Not pointing with the saber, but resting it on the neck. Li Xing said with a smile. The middle-aged man was startled by Li Xing's speed. His eyes filled with disbelief. How could Li Xing be so fast? It was as if he had teleported. He hadn't seen how Li Xing had done it, nor had he sensed anything beforehand. In an instant, he realized he had underestimated Li Xing. Li Xing was far from as simple as he had thought, with terrifyingly powerful strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to track Li Xing's movements, nor would he have allowed Li Xing to place the saber on his neck so easily. Damn, he had been tricked. This was a ruthless character who pretended to be weak to catch the strong off guard. The middle-aged man cursed inwardly, feeling very bitter. He was renowned throughout the eastern region, yet today he might fall into the hands of a young man like Li Xing. To be honest, He was very unwilling, not wanting to be controlled like this. A thunderous sound erupted as his internal power fully erupted, his entire body glowing brilliantly, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at him. He threw a punch, aiming straight for Li Xing's heart, his movements faster than lightning. Bang! He succeeded, landing a punch on Li Xing's heart, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, he showed an expression of unbearable pain. "My hand!" He instantly cried, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It was unbearably painful. His fist had struck something like divine iron, shattering all the bones in his hand. "You know, we were talking so well, why not continue like that? Why did you have to make trouble for yourself?" Li Xing said, shaking his head. "Talking well? How dare you say that? You had a saber on my neck, and that's called talking well? And what do you mean he had to make trouble for himself?" The middle-aged man cursed inwardly, wanting to say, "If you hadn't put a saber on my neck, who would have made trouble for themselves?" However, he dared not say any of this out loud. He had clearly recognized Li Xing's terror, far beyond what he could handle. If Li Xing wanted to, he could easily kill him. "Brother, I was wrong. Come, let's continue talking nicely," he hurriedly said, actively placing Li Xing's saber back on his neck. There was no choice. Since he wasn't a match for Li Xing, he had to follow Li Xing's way of talking nicely. "Get lost? Who's your brother? I'm still young. Don't make me sound old," Li Xing shouted. "All right, hurry up and hand over everything you have." "Sure, no problem." The middle-aged man cooperated quite well, as his life was in Li Xing's hands. Without hesitation, he quickly took out all his valuables and handed them over. "Don't hold back. If I find out you're hiding something valuable, I'll chop you up on the spot." "Understood, understood," the middle-aged man quickly replied. He thought of the pitiful state of the Golden Light sect's treasury and dared not hold back. Li Xing was clearly a master at looting, as evidenced by the fact that the Golden Light sect had been stripped clean. Holding back in front of such a master of looting was a sure way to die. He didn't want to die. Then, he took off his clothes, quickly stripping down to just his underwear. And he still didn't stop, actually preparing to take off his underwear. What the hell are you doing? Public indecency." Li Xing was in a hurry, kicking the middle-aged man away, almost blasting him to pieces. "Damn!" Luckily, he reacted quickly and kicked the middle-aged man away before he could take off his underwear. If he had really seen the middle-aged man's well, his eyes would have been ruined and needed to be gouged out. I was just following your slogan, not holding back," the middle-aged man said with a wronged expression, tears streaming down his face. "I didn't tell you to hold back, but I didn't say to strip naked either. Wait, you don't think your body is a treasure, do you? And you want to offer it to me?" Li Xing said with a strange expression, his body trembling. Damn, the middle-aged man didn't have some abnormal fetish, did he? "No, it's not," the middle-aged man said through tears. "My underwear is a treasure, woven from heavenly silkworm threads. It's impervious to blades and spears, and resistant to water and fire. So I thought about taking off my underwear and handing it over." "Get lost. Who the would want your underwear? Damn. Especially not your disgusting second-hand underwear from a middle-aged man like you." Li Xing felt extremely unlucky and spat several times in succession. The middle-aged man's understanding ability was truly cosmic. He actually wanted to hand over his second-hand underwear? Damn it, even new ones he wouldn't want. ## Chapter 91. Go Rob, Qingxin sect is eagerly awaiting. Li Xing raised his blade, instructing the middle-aged man to quickly put on his clothes. The sight of the slightly plump, greasy middle-aged man naked was truly eye-searing, making it impossible to look directly. "Don't spread rumors after you leave, understand?" Li Xing shouted at the middle-aged man, inquiring about his identity and background. He warned that if the middle-aged man dared to spread rumors, Li Xing would hunt him down and kill him. Despite being a young man, Li Xing was fierce and powerful. The middle-aged man realized that Li Xing was no simple character, likely guided by a powerful figure behind the scenes. He nodded repeatedly, assuring he would not spread any rumors. Then, he quickly fled, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Just after leaving Xianxia sect, not far away, he encountered a powerful figure from the eastern region. This eastern powerhouse, also from a flourishing eastern sect, was no weaker than him. "Oh, fellow cultivator, have you just come from Xianxia sect?" the eastern powerhouse asked. He felt a bad premonition. Could it be that this middle-aged man also had the intention to rob Xianxia sect? If so, his trip would be in vain. Being as strong as the middle-aged man, he could sweep through Xianxia sect. If he wanted to rob it, Xianxia sect would surely be empty, with nothing left. "Yes, I have," the middle-aged man nodded, asking, "Are you also going to Xianxia sect?" "Since I've come to the northern region, I should interact with the northern cultivators," the eastern powerhouse smiled, saying, "I was just preparing to visit Xianxia sect." Interact? A fifth-tier powerhouse coming to interact with a first-rate force? What a joke. The middle-aged man didn't believe the interaction story. This eastern powerhouse likely had the same intention as him, to rob Xianxia sect. "Oh, I see. Go ahead, Xianxia sect is very hospitable," the middle-aged man smiled, saying, "Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you for now." He bid farewell to the eastern powerhouse and left. Very hospitable? The eastern powerhouse was puzzled, unsure if the middle-aged man had robbed Xianxia sect. He muttered to himself, "I'd better go and take a look at Xianxia sect." Then, he headed towards Xianxia sect. Inside Xianxia sect, another visitor? Seems like another tough one. Xing received a report from the gatekeeper. He laughed, saying, "What's going on today? So many people are lining up to get robbed." He immediately went to the gate and met the eastern powerhouse. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Please, come in," he greeted warmly. Seeing this scene, the eastern powerhouse inwardly laughed. It seemed the middle-aged man hadn't robbed Xianxia sect. There must be some other reason he came. Otherwise, how could the people of Xianxia sect be so happy? He entered Xianxia sect. "I'm short on time and don't want to waste it. I came to Xianxia sect for one thing, to visit your treasury," he said with a casual smile, stating his purpose. "Oh, I see." Xing smiled, stopping and looking at the eastern powerhouse, saying, "Raise your hands, be honest. This is a robbery." "What? Robbing him?" The eastern powerhouse doubted he had heard wrong. The small first-rate force of Xianxia sect trying to rob him? "Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense," he said, finding it amusing. However, soon he couldn't laugh anymore, being overpowered and beaten by Xing, his face bruised and swollen. "Sorry, I never eat randomly and I never talk nonsense," Xing said, robbing the eastern powerhouse clean. He then warned the eastern powerhouse to leave. He also learned that this eastern powerhouse, having gone to Lihua sect and found nothing, knew Xing had robbed Lihua sect's treasury, hence came to Xianxia sect. It seems these eastern powerhouses, having suffered in the ruins, want to rob northern forces to make up for it. Xing mused. The previous middle-aged man and Chu Yin likely came for the same reason. More eastern powerhouses might come to Xianxia sect. If that's the case, that's great. Xing grinned, instructing the Xianxia sect disciples, "When more come, warmly welcome them in. They're here to gift treasures." "Got it. No problem." The Xianxia sect disciples, having seen Xing's strength, were very confident in him and agreed. Not long after, another eastern powerhouse arrived. "I'm here for one thing. Your treasury. I hope you cooperate. Don't force me to draw my blade and spill blood here," the powerhouse said coldly and arrogantly. He was straightforward, not bothering with pretenses, stating his intent right away. "Oh, I see. Please come in. We've prepared tea. Please feel free to rob. If you get tired, you can rest and have some tea." The gatekeeper greeted warmly. The script's off. The cold and arrogant powerhouse was bewildered, unable to maintain his icy expression. What's going on? He was robbing, yet they were so welcoming? Was there a mistake? However, he didn't care. He thought the Xianxia sect disciples knew they couldn't handle him and were thus hoping he wouldn't kill them. Well, after all, They're a first-rate force. They can sense my aura above the 5th tier, he thought, then strode into Qingshin's sect. However, as soon as he entered, a punch met him, knocking him down. Be honest, this is a robbery. Familiar words came from Li Xing, making the powerhouse furious. What the hell? He was here to rob, yet he was being robbed? Had he walked into a den of bandits? He wouldn't submit and immediately counterattacked, but it was futile. He was knocked down again and robbed clean by Li Xing. Scram. Li Xing warned the powerhouse, then let him leave. Afterwards, he called over Longma, saying, "You stay here. Come one, rob one. Remember, rob them clean. Don't tarnish my reputation." What good reputation was that? Why the need for such a reminder? Xiao Baihu was also there, feeling quite disdainful in her heart. Don't worry, Brother Xing. I'll live up to your expectations and won't tarnish your reputation. Longma vowed, with me, Mata Fian, around, I'll strip them clean, not even leaving their underwear. Dong. Li Xing tapped Longma's head, rolling his eyes. Don't talk about underwear, it's disgusting. Mentioning underwear reminded him of the middle-aged man, making him feel nauseous. Do your job well. I'm going to cultivate. Longma was a divine beast. With him here, there would be no issues. Li Xing left, returning to his cave. He lay on a rocking chair, leisurely taking out a jade bead. All right, let's continue cultivating. Remember, I want the peach blossom fairy, not some cracked-mouthed woman or rotting corpse, he said to the jade bead with a smile. Ugh, you old lecher. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor felt extremely disgusted. She actually had to serve Li Xing, this old pervert? She was too damn uncomfortable. Chapter 92. The Winter of Cultivation, the Sorrow of the Present Age. Though it was distressing, the work had to be done. The red-robed demon emperor, with tears in his eyes, once again conjured the illusion of the peach blossom fairy. When Li Xing saw the beautiful and enchanting peach blossom fairy, a smile immediately appeared on his face. As the saying goes, heroes can't resist the charms of a beauty. A beauty is a hero's Achilles heel. All right, come on, let me today challenge my own weakness, Li Xing said with a smile, then went to play with the peach blossom fairy. I poke. The fairy's chin music is really long and white. Ah, no. The fairy's legs sound really good, he mumbled. Indeed. A weakness is a weakness, not so easy to overcome. I still have to keep trying. What the hell? The fairy's chin music is long and white. The fairy's legs sound good. This, Li Xing. His mind is full of the fairy's legs. He probably didn't listen to a single note of the music. The red-robed demon emperor kept looking down on him in his heart. The 4 factions' strong warriors kept arriving at the Pure Heart sect, even colliding with each other several times, all entering the Pure Heart sect together. Their goal was unanimous, to loot. Unfortunately, none of them were spared, all falling under the dragon horses, flying swallow with hooves, being looted clean by the dragon horse. The dragon horse adhered to the idea of blue being superior to blue, looting so thoroughly that a middle-aged female warrior, who had refined her hair into a spiritual weapon with a single strand capable of defeating all enemies. Then, she was shorn clean by the dragon horse, all taken away. This middle-aged female warrior's head was as smooth as a monk's, the sunlight reflecting off it, dazzlingly bright. She cried out, "Had I known this, I would never have refined my hair into a spiritual weapon. It's too tragic, not a single hair left, reduced to a complete bald head. I don't know when it will grow back." This storm gradually came to an end. The looted warriors from various factions were all warned. The dragon horse, though not revealing its divine strength, showed an unfathomable depth. The warriors from the factions dared not speak out, nor think of revenge, all slinking back. The ruins were in constant turmoil. The mysterious strong warriors who entered the ruins were truly terrifying, almost breaking through the ruins, with terrifying power fluctuations continuously emanating from within, greatly affecting the outside of the ruins. Outside the ruins, mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and there were originally cultivators and living beings guarding outside the ruins, hoping to take advantage of the chaos, But after continuous, terrifying power fluctuations from within the ruins, they completely gave up, no longer daring to stay. The power fluctuations from within the ruins were too terrifying. Some cultivators and living beings were just caught in them and were instantly killed, beyond any salvation. That was a top-tier warrior from the central region who had undergone 5 rebirths, with a formidable reputation. Yet without any ability to resist, he was instantly killed, truly scaring all the cultivators and living beings. After several days, these mysterious strong warriors came out of the ruins. They were covered in blood, obviously not in good condition, having suffered inside the ruins. Damn it! Why are those beasts inside so fierce? We failed. We didn't get the sacred medicine? That's not a complete sacred medicine. It's severely incomplete. Even if we got it, it wouldn't help much. Alright, let's go. This ruin isn't as powerful as we thought. The so-called sacred medicine, sacred weapons, sacred pills, etc., are all severely incomplete. We don't need to risk our lives here. They quickly exchanged words among themselves, then left the ruins. The environment of the present age is getting worse and worse. The essence of the world is rapidly declining. The Tao and Fa are becoming vague. The order and rules are no longer complete. Could it be that we are truly heading towards a winter of cultivation, stepping into an era of decline? It's lamentable. If not for the state of the present age, why would we need to sleep and not emerge? Where in the world wouldn't echo with my name? Alas, it's all just wishful thinking. We've lost the opportunity to soar across the world. On the road, they exchanged words again, full of sorrow. How powerful they were. They should have dominated all directions, leaving an indelible reputation. But due to the harsh conditions of the present age, they had to lie low, not daring to move around or act recklessly. The environment was too poor. It was very likely to usher in a winter of cultivation. Stepping into an era of decline, they chose to lie low, not daring to act rashly, all to preserve their strength, hoping to survive this winter of cultivation. This ruin is disappointing. No complete sacred medicine. It can't help the ancestor. Could it be that we have to watch the ancestor pass away? A warrior said with a dim expression. They came out this time, fighting fiercely in the ruins, all for their ancestor who was nearing the end of his lifespan. Time is ruthless, cutting down all strong warriors. Their ancestor was no exception. His life was about to end, about to dissipate in the world. They wanted to seize the complete sacred medicine to extend the ancestor's life, but unfortunately, there was no complete sacred medicine inside the ruins. The incomplete sacred medicine was of little help to the ancestor. It couldn't extend the ancestor's life. Don't worry, there's another way. The ancestor still has hope. Another warrior said. That path. I know, the dim-looking warrior sighed heavily. That path is too dangerous. The chance of success is too slim, almost impossible. Even with a slim hope, we must try. Enough said, let's go back first. The outside environment is really too poor. It makes me very uncomfortable. Then, they all tore through the void, their figures all disappearing. Several days passed, and Shangan Leu finished her healing, opening her eyes. Her eyes were radiant, full of vitality, her injuries completely healed, no longer showing any weakness. I'm going to break through. She smiled. Her smile incredibly beautiful, more beautiful than 100 flowers in full bloom. Previously, inside the ruins, she was attacked by 3 beasts who had undergone 4 rebirths, almost dying. But such a life-and-death situation also brought her great benefits, giving her a certain realization, breaking through the barrier of 4 rebirths, about to achieve the 5th rebirth. Then, without hesitation, she officially began the 5th rebirth. In an instant, incomparably dazzling light shone from her body. She seemed to be enveloped in flames, dazzling and eye-catching. Rebirth was a process of qualitative change. During the 5th rebirth, she was soaring in all aspects. Before the rebirth was even completely over, she had far surpassed her past. Next, after 2 full days and nights, she completely finished the 5th rebirth, her movements filled with boundless power. 19 years old, 5th rebirth, who else can be so powerful? I should be the first person in the central region, she said proudly, her expression full of pride and satisfaction. At the age of 19, she had never heard of anyone who could achieve the 5th rebirth at such an age. This was definitely something worth being proud and satisfied about. That person, I believe you are also not dead, escaped from the ruins? She put away her smile, her expression turning cold. You chose to not save me, right? You should pay the price for that, she said coldly, her eyes full of coldness. She couldn't forget Li Xing's refusal to save her. She wanted Li Xing to pay the price. Then, she left the place, starting to inquire about Li Xing's whereabouts. Chapter 93. Girl, you're pure moral blackmail. Gongsun Liu knew very little about Li Xing, not even his name. However, she wasn't completely clueless. The White Fox King of the North, she sneered, clearly remembering that Li Xing had been accompanied by 2 foxes at the time. She had some impression of these 2 foxes, having seen them in the ruins where someone had referred to one of them as the White Fox King, a supreme demon king in the north. Start with the White Fox King. She quickly made her decision to seek out the White Fox King. Li Xing had managed to escape from the ruins with the White Fox King, indicating a close relationship. She believed she could find a way through the White Fox King to locate Li Xing. Finding Li Xing was difficult, but the White Fox King was well known in the north. She easily gathered information about the White Fox King's territory. Without delay, she swiftly headed towards the White Fox King's domain. The distance to the White Fox King's territory was considerable, but for her, it was nothing. Having undergone 5 reincarnations, she could travel at incredible speeds. In no time, she arrived at the White Fox King's domain. It was deep within a mountain range, far from human habitation, in a secluded location. Most demon tribes lived in such remote areas, as humans and demons were often at odds, with humans being the current rulers of the land, leaving demons with no choice but to settle in less desirable places. Gongsun Liu arrived, her delicate face as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes radiating an icy chill, her body exuding a dense aura of hostility. Without uttering a word, she directly attacked. Having undergone 5 reincarnations, she possessed unparalleled power. The protective array of the White Fox tribe crumbled like paper in her hands, shattered with a mere gesture. The gates of the White Fox tribe were reduced to ruins. She stepped over the shattered gates, walking into the territory of the White Fox tribe. Who are you? What do you want? The members of the White Fox tribe were alarmed, and a large number of them rushed to the gates. Gongsun Liu's expression remained cold, still not speaking. With a single step, she unleashed terrifying power, sending all the White Fox tribe members flying, their mouths spewing blood, severely injured. Deep within the territory, could it be that they've come to hunt us down? Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox and the White Fox King were together. Her face was ashen. Sensing the terrifying power surge from the territory, she was terrified, her entire body uncontrollably trembling. If it were they who had come, then everything was truly over, and she and the White Fox King were doomed. Don't scare yourself, let's go out and take a look first, the White Fox King calmly said, and they quickly flew out. It's her. As soon as they emerged from the depths, they saw Gongsun Liu and recognized her at a glance. As long as it's not them, there's still hope. Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't them, there was still room for negotiation. If it were them, there would be no room at all. Gongsun Liu also saw the White Fox King and Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox. Indeed, it was these 2 foxes. She hadn't made a mistake. Why such a big temper, miss? Has my White Fox tribe offended you? The White Fox King stepped forward and asked, What do you think? Have you forgotten so quickly what happened in the ruins? Gongsun Liu's expression was cold. You didn't expect it, did you? I survived and didn't die under the siege of the demon beasts in the ruins. Miss, you're wrong to say that. It's as if we wished for your death. We have no grievances with you, so why would we wish for your death? The White Fox King shook his head. Laughable, now that I've come knocking, you put on this act. Gongsun Liu sneered. You did wish for my death otherwise, Why didn't you save me when you had the ability to do so? Miss, if you put it that way, it's even more incorrect. The White Fox King said, Miss, you should be well aware of the situation in the depths of the ruins. It was incredibly chaotic and dangerous, with several divine-level demon beasts appearing, and even the Peng King eventually emerged. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't be busy saving their own life? Who would go out of their way to save others? Just excuses. Gongsun Liu's expression remained cold, unmoved, despite the White Fox King's truthful words. It would have been a simple act of kindness for you to lend a hand, and I could have escaped. But you were unwilling to do even that, she said coldly, unable to forget the scene at the time. She had locked eyes with Li Xing, who had been so indifferent, refusing to save her. She was determined to make Li Xing pay for it. Miss, if you continue to say that, then you're pure moral blackmail. The White Fox King said, Miss, you were in dire straits, surrounded by 3 demon beasts, severely injured. Suppose we had saved you at the time. Wouldn't we have had to take you with us while escaping? The depths of the ruins were incredibly dangerous. We could barely protect ourselves. With you, a severely injured miss, it would have been even harder to protect ourselves and escape. He continued, if we had saved you and didn't take you with us while escaping, wouldn't you have resented us, hating us for not taking you with us? Judging by your current state, whether we saved you or not, we wouldn't end up in a good situation. Unless we died with you in the ruins, you would find a way to resent us. He looked at Gongsun Liu and continued, Miss, to put it bluntly, don't live so self-centered, thinking the world revolves around you. The world doesn't work that way. After pausing, he asked Gongsun Liu, moreover, did you call for help at the time? If you didn't, how would we have known you needed our help? Miss, you are an unparalleled genius from the central region. Without calling for help, we thought you had some hidden cards or means to handle the demon beasts on your own. Or perhaps you wanted to use this as a means of self-cultivation, to rebound from the bottom, to force out your own potential through life and death battles. He said with deep meaning, Miss, in the end, it was your pride that harmed you. If you had called out for help at the time, would the situation have been the same? It wouldn't have been. Being in a desperate situation and still so proud, thinking that others saving you was a given. That was Gongsun Liu's biggest problem. If at that time, Gongsun Liu had shouted for help, he believed Li Xing wouldn't have ignored it and would have come to her aid. Unfortunately, Gongsun Liu was too proud. Even in a desperate situation, her eyes full of arrogance. Not to mention Li Xing, even he wouldn't have saved someone like that. Was Gongsun Liu really treating herself like a fairy, thinking that men would lose their minds at the sight of her, abandoning all dignity to fawn and flatter her? Although Gongsun Liu was indeed very beautiful, like a fairy stepping out of a scroll, many men might have lost their minds and dignity upon seeing her. But, unfortunately, not all men in the world are like that. He wasn't, and Li Xing certainly wasn't. So, after all that, it's my fault? Gongsun Liu's face grew even colder, as if covered in frost. She admitted that what the White Fox King said was all correct, but she just couldn't swallow this grievance. From a young age, she had never experienced such treatment, being so coldly treated and left to die. Who is that person? What is his name? Where is he from? And where is he now? I hope you can tell me everything, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite and forcibly searching your souls. She said coldly, even if you talk until the sky breaks, that person must pay the price. There's no escaping it. She couldn't swallow this grievance. It was suffocating her, and she had to find that person and vent this resentment. Chapter 94. Sorry, I didn't recognize you with all those clothes on. Was this person not going to reason at all? The White Fox Emperor was helpless. How had he encountered someone like Shangan Leu? If he had known what kind of person Shangan Leu was, he wouldn't have saved her in the first place. They should have given her another stab. Don't search my soul. I'll tell you everything, he hurriedly said, trying to placate Shangan Leu. If he were forcibly searched, his soul would suffer significant damage, and everything about Li Xing would be exposed. His name is Li Judao. I don't know where he comes from, what his identity is, or where he is now," he quickly said, giving Li Xing's alias and not revealing his true information. "Then let's search your soul," Shangan Leu sneered, unsatisfied with the answer. How could she be satisfied with just a name? "No, although I know very little about him, I can contact him," the White Fox Emperor said. "Back then, we were also in danger in the ruins. Fortunately, he was passing by, and we called for his help, which he provided." Was he still mocking her? Mocking her for not calling for help at that time? Shangan Leu coldly rebuked, "Don't waste words, get to the point." "All right, to the point," the White Fox Emperor quickly said. "To repay his life-saving grace, although he said it wasn't necessary, I still forced him to leave behind a communication device for future contact and to repay his kindness. I can contact him and have him come here." Of course, these were all lies, but not entirely false. The communication device was real. It was given to him by Li Xing for their convenience. "All right, contact him and have him come here. Don't play tricks or speak nonsense. Otherwise, I'll make your entire White Fox clan bleed rivers," Shangan Leu warned. "I dare not." The White Fox Emperor quickly took out the communication device and began contacting Li Xing. "Showdown, have you left the north? If not, come to our clan. Your uncle and aunt have thought it over and decided to give you a farewell feast. After all, you saved our lives, and we have nothing else to repay you. Before you leave the north, we can at least give you a farewell feast as our gratitude." The White Fox Emperor said, "Please do come." Everything would be safe once Li Xing arrived. Li Xing could even deal with a divine king-level Peng King, let alone Shangan Leu. He was waiting for Li Xing to arrive. In the Qingxin sect, Li Xing was originally in front of his cave, holding the little white fox and lying in a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Later, his communication device lit up, and before he could speak, the White Fox Emperor said those words. He instantly jolted up from the rocking chair. He realized something was wrong with the White Fox Emperor. Otherwise, why would the White Fox Emperor mention the name Li Judao, ask if he had left the north, and propose a farewell feast? "I haven't left the north yet. I'm still here," he quickly replied. "Since uncle and aunt insist, I'll come to the clan. Wait for me, uncle and aunt." Then, he ended the communication. "Something's wrong with my parents," the little white fox said anxiously, also sensing the problem. "Could it be that the group of creatures my mother feared has come to our door?" "Don't panic." Li Xing was calm. "It shouldn't be," he analyzed. "If it were those creatures, they wouldn't give uncle and aunt the chance to contact me. But they contacted me and insisted I come, which means the person is after me. Also, uncle called me Li Judao, which means that person doesn't know my real identity. It must be someone who entered the ruins. After all, the name Li Judao was only used in the ruins. No matter who this person is, if they dare to harm uncle and aunt, I will make them suffer miserably." Li Xing's voice was cold. He called the dragon horse, mounted it, held the little white fox, and left the Qingxin sect, heading towards the White Fox clan's territory. On the way, he transformed into the appearance of Li Judao and used the face-changing fist to turn the little white fox into a one-eared mutt. "In the White Fox clan's territory. You were the one who lectured me earlier, and now this is what you do. How laughable," Shangan Leu said disdainfully, looking at the White Fox Emperor. "For the sake of your life, you sold your savior. You have no right to lecture me. Describing you as despicable and shameless is putting it mildly. I'm not as bad as you say. If it were just me, you could kill me, and I wouldn't betray Li Judao. Unfortunately, my entire clan's lives are in your hands, which forced me to do this against my will. I hope you keep your promise and spare my clan in the end," the White Fox Emperor said. "Don't worry, I'm not one to kill innocents. My target is only Li Judao, not your clan," Shangan Leu said. "All right, prepare a chair for me. I'll wait here for him. Also, clean up the gate. Don't let him spot any flaws before he even enters." The gate had been blown up by her, and if it wasn't cleaned up, Li Xing would surely suspect something. The dragon horse galloped swiftly, and in no time, It arrived at the White Fox clan's territory. The gate had been repaired and looked normal. Li Xing, holding the little white fox, jumped off the dragon horse and entered the clan's territory. Please come in. Your uncle and aunt have been busy for a long time, preparing many delicacies. This time, we must give you a proper farewell feast. The White Fox Emperor and Nine-Tailed Color Fox said with a smile as they welcomed Li Xing and the others inside. Seeing that the White Fox Emperor and Nine-Tailed Color Fox were safe, both Li Xing and the little white fox breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that would be too kind. Li Xing smiled, no longer worried. People from the ruins he had limited contact with, none of whom were formidable enough to threaten him. As long as the White Fox Emperor and Nine-Tailed Color Fox were safe, that was all that mattered. What kind of delicacies are there? I love to eat. To be honest, I came here for the food. He smiled and asked, and as they conversed, they reached the clan square. You really came for the feast? On the square, Shangan Leu sat on a high platform, looking down at Li Xing. Li Jiudao, do you remember me? It was Shangan Leu. Now Li Xing felt even more at ease. Dealing with Shangan Leu, he didn't even need to use his minor saintly body to overpower her. Sorry, I don't remember. Who are you? He shook his head. Pretend. How could you not remember? Don't play dumb with me. Shangan Leu snapped, refusing to believe that Li Xing could have forgotten her. Oh, I remember now. You're that girl surrounded by 3 ruins beasts, right? You were so pathetic then, with your hair all messy and covered in blood, your clothes torn, exposing a lot of skin. Li Xing looked at Shangan Leu again and again. Sorry, with all those clothes on, I didn't recognize you at first. If you were like before, exposing a lot of skin, I could recognize you without even looking at your face. Li Xing said, after all, your figure is quite memorable. You. After hearing these words, Shangan Leu's anger flared. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Chapter 94. Sorry, I didn't recognize you with all those clothes on. Was she really not going to reason with him? The White Fox Emperor was helpless. How had he run into someone like Shangan Leu? If he had known Shangan Leu was like this, he wouldn't have saved her in the first place. They should have given her another stab. Don't search my soul, I'll tell you everything, he quickly said, trying to placate Shangan Leu. If forced to undergo a soul search, he would suffer severe damage to his soul, and all information about Li Xing would be exposed. His name is Li Jiudao. I don't know where he's from, what his identity is, or where he is now, he hastily said, giving Li Xing's alias and not revealing his true identity. Then we'll just search your soul, Shangan Leu sneered, dissatisfied with the answer. How could she be satisfied with just a name? No, although I know little about him, I can contact him, the White Fox Emperor said. Back then, we were also in danger in the ruins. He happened to pass by, and we called out for help. He came to our rescue. Was he still mocking her? Mocking her for not calling out for help at the time? Shangan Leu coldly rebuked. Don't waste my time with nonsense, get to the point. All right, to the point, the White Fox Emperor quickly said. To repay his life-saving grace, although he said it wasn't necessary, I still forced him to take a communication artifact, so we could contact him in the future to repay our debt. I can contact him and have him come here. Of course, all this was a fabrication, but not entirely false. The communication artifact was real. It was given to him by Li Xing for their convenience. All right, contact him. Have him come here. Don't play any tricks or lie, or I'll make your entire White Fox clan bleed, Shangan Leu warned. I wouldn't dare. The White Fox Emperor quickly took out the communication artifact and began contacting Li Xing. Showdown, have you left the northern region? If not, come to our clan. Your uncle and I have thought it over and decided we must see you off. After all, you saved our lives, and we have nothing else to repay you. Hosting a farewell feast for you before you leave the northern region is the least we can do. The White Fox Emperor said, please do come. Everything would be safe once Li Xing arrived. Li Xing could even handle a divine king-level Peng King, let alone Shangan Leu. He awaited Li Xing's arrival. In the Qingxin sect, Li Xing was originally in his cave dwelling, holding the little white fox and leisurely sunbathing in a rocking chair. Then, his communication artifact lit up. Before he could speak, the White Fox Emperor said those words. He immediately sat up, realizing something was wrong with the White Fox Emperor. Otherwise, why would the White Fox Emperor mention the name Li Jiudao, ask if he had left the northern region, and propose a farewell feast? I haven't left the northern region yet. I'm still here, he quickly replied. Since uncle and aunt are so insistent, I'll come to the clan. Wait for me, uncle and aunt. Then, he ended the communication. Something's wrong with my parents, the little white fox said anxiously, also sensing the problem. Could it be that the creatures my mother feared have come? Don't panic. Li Xing was calm. It shouldn't be them. He analyzed. If it were those creatures, they wouldn't give uncle and aunt the chance to contact me. But they did contact me and insisted I come, which means the person is after me. Also, uncle referred to me as Li Jiudao, which means that person doesn't know my true identity. They must be someone from the ruins. After all, the name Li Jiudao was only used in the ruins. No matter who this person is, if they dare to harm uncle and aunt, I will make them suffer. Li Xing's voice was cold as he summoned the dragon horse, mounted it, and carried the little white fox, leaving the Qingxin sect and heading towards the White Fox clan's territory. On the way, he transformed into the appearance of Li Jiudao and used the face-changing fist to turn the little white fox into a one-eared mutt. At the White Fox clan's territory. You're really something, lecturing me earlier with all that talk. It's laughable, Shangan Leu said disdainfully, looking at the White Fox Emperor. For the sake of your own life, you've sold out your savior. You have no right to lecture me. Calling you despicable is putting it mildly. I'm not as shameless as you say. If it were just me, you could kill me, and I wouldn't betray Li Jiudao. But my entire clan's lives are in your hands, so I had to act against my will. I hope you keep your word and spare my clan in the end, the White Fox Emperor said. Don't worry, I'm not a mindless killer. My target is only Li Jiudao, not you. Shangan Leu said, all right, prepare a chair for me. I'll wait here for him. Also, tidy up the gate. Don't let him spot any flaws before he enters. The gate had been blown up by her, and if it wasn't fixed, Li Xing would definitely suspect something. The dragon horse galloped swiftly, and it didn't take long to reach the White Fox clan's territory. The gate had been repaired and looked normal. Li Xing, holding the little white fox, jumped off the dragon horse and entered the territory. Please come in. Your uncle and I have been busy for a long time, preparing many delicacies. This time, we must give you a proper farewell feast. The White Fox Emperor and nine-tailed color fox Xiaoja welcomed Li Xing and the little white fox in. Seeing the White Fox Emperor and nine-tailed color fox were safe, both Li Xing and the little white fox breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's too kind of you. Li Xing smiled, no longer worried. The people from the ruins he had contact with were limited and not particularly dangerous. As long as the White Fox Emperor and nine-tailed color fox were safe, that was enough. What kind of delicacies are there? I love to eat. To be honest, that's why I came. He Xiaoja asked, and as they spoke, they arrived at the clan's square. You really came to eat? On the square, Shangan Leu sat on a high platform, looking down at Li Xing. Li Jiudao, do you remember me? It was Shangan Leu. Now Li Xing was even more at ease. He could handle Shangan Leu easily without needing to surpass his small saint physique. Sorry, I don't remember. Who are you? He alto said. Pretend. How could you not remember? Don't play dumb with me. Shangan Leu lung hura, not believing Li Xing would forget her. Oh, I remember now. You're that little girl surrounded by 3 ruins beasts. Back then, you were so pathetic. Your hair was a mess. Your face and body were covered in blood. Your clothes were torn, and a lot of your skin was exposed. Li Xing looked at Shangan Leu again and again. Sorry, you're so covered up now, I didn't recognize you at first glance. If you were like before, with a lot of skin exposed, I wouldn't need to see your face to recognize you. After all, your figure is quite memorable. Li Xing said, you have a great figure that left a deep impression on me. You. When these words came out, Shangan Leu immediately became murderous, her beautiful eyes shooting fire. Li Xing was truly Gaithura. Chapter 95. This woman truly knows no limits to her self-destruction. Shangan Leu was seething with anger, having never been so teased before. Moreover, she couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Did Li Xing see anything back then? Her situation was indeed dire, barely clothed, and it was highly likely that Li Xing had seen her entire body. Go to hell. She instantly charged forward, mentally sentencing Li Xing to death. There was no way he could survive. Why don't you make your move now, flying horse? Li Xing patted the dragon horse, instructing it to act. At present, Shangan Leu wasn't worth his effort. All right. The dragon horse howled. The fairy of the peach blossom spring belongs to the boss, while the demoness of hell is mine. Flying horse, watch me make my entrance. It leaped high, charging forward. What did it mean by demoness of hell? Shangan Leu's beautiful eyes were ablaze with fury. The damn beast was just like its master, Li Xing, truly deserving of death. Simultaneously, she was enraged by Li Xing's action of sending his mount to fight her. What did it mean? Was it that he completely disregarded her? You will all die without a burial place. Her expression was cold, her voice chilling. Li Xing dared to look down on her so much. She absolutely would make him pay the price, a death without a whole body. Boom. Her entire body glowed brilliantly, her power after 5 rebirths fully erupting. She wanted to show her dominant side, making Li Xing understand how insignificant he was. Unfortunately, her power after 5 rebirths was truly not enough. The dragon horse broke through all her attacks and strength, arriving above her. Owl, owl. Here comes flying horse. The dragon horse even imitated the howl of a wolf, its hooves stomping fiercely onto Shangan Leu's face. Bang, bang, bang. Shangan Leu was stomped badly, her entire face instantly swollen like a pig's head, her cheekbones even broken, blood spewing out continuously from her mouth. She fell to the ground, her bones almost dislocated, pain spreading throughout her body. However, compared to this pain, she was more concerned about the dragon horse's strength. How could it be so strong? She couldn't believe it, feeling like she had seen a ghost. Her power after 5 rebirths was so insignificant before the dragon horse, not even a hint of resistance. At this moment, her heart was icy cold, fear spreading instantly. If the mount was this strong, how powerful must Li Xing be? She instantly realized that she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Li Xing was likely to have undergone 7 or 8 rebirths. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, the dragon horse charged again, howling. Such a smooth face, much better than the last one. Let me enjoy it. Watch me. Flying horse. Its hooves stomped fiercely again on Shangan Leu's face. Shangan Leu's entire face was almost stomped to pieces. She was truly about to explode with anger. The beast was indeed a beast. How could it bear to stomp on her beautiful face? How many young talents longed to be close to her, to taste her charm, but couldn't? Ah, you all must die. None of you will escape. Before coming here, I just finished communicating with an elder of my sect. The elder knows I'm at the White Fox clan. If something happens to me here, you all won't escape the pursuit of my sect, the heavenly Yanjiao. She almost frenziedly roared. Regarding this, she wasn't lying. Just before coming to the White Fox clan, she had contacted an elder of her sect. This time entering the ruins, it wasn't just her. Many elders of the sect had also gone. Of course, they didn't act together in the ruins. The sect elders were operating deeper in the ruins. She had a communication artifact to contact the sect elders, but this artifact was damaged during her battle with 3 ancient beasts in the ruins, rendering it unable to communicate. If not for that, when she was besieged by the 3 ancient beasts, she could have asked for help from the sect elders and wouldn't have been so miserable. Later, after escaping the ruins, healing her injuries, and completing her 5th rebirth, she repaired the damaged communication artifact. She contacted the sect elder, reported her safety, and briefly mentioned her plan to go to the White Fox clan. Unexpectedly, Such a safety report action brought her a guarantee. After all, if she hadn't contacted the sect elder, even if she died here, the sect wouldn't know who was responsible. And with the sect elder knowing, she wouldn't be in trouble. If Li Xing dared to kill her, he would inevitably bear the wrath of the heavenly Yanjiao. Li Xing, though strong, couldn't afford to ignore this. The heavenly Yanjiao wasn't some small sect. It was a long-established, prestigious sect in the central region, far beyond what Li Xing could single-handedly challenge. Halt, Mata Fei Yin, Li Xing called out, stopping the dragon horse. If what Shangan Leu said was true, the situation had just become much more complicated. Simply dealing with her wouldn't suffice. He would also need to handle the heavenly Yanjia. Otherwise, the White Fox clan would surely face further trouble. Realizing your mistake now? Shangan Leu, seeing Li Xing halt the dragon horse, assumed he was afraid. She sneered as she got up from the ground. She looked at Li Xing and said, "Kneel down and apologize, and cut off this wretched horse's hooves. Only then will I consider forgiving your previous actions." In truth, she had no intention of letting Li Xing and the dragon horse off the hook. In her mind, she had already condemned them to death. However, she didn't dare say that outright, fearing it might push Li Xing into a desperate move. After all, even a cornered dog might jump over a wall. If she insisted on not letting them go and vowed to kill them, Li Xing might take drastic measures and kill her right there. So, she opted for a less definitive stance, leaving Li Xing some room to maneuver. Oh, is that so? Li Xing looked at Shangan Leu. This woman wanted him to kneel and apologize? Heh, she truly was pushing her luck to the extreme. Kneeling and apologizing seems insincere. How about you take a knife and slash me a dozen times to vent your anger? Otherwise, I'd feel too guilty, unable to make up for what I've done, he said with a smile. And just cutting off its hooves isn't enough. Let's dismember the horse. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Humans, after all, were deathly afraid. Shangan Leu sneered inwardly. Did Li Xing think that by doing this, he could erase the hatred in her heart? Impossible. Even if she slashed Li Xing a dozen times and dismembered the dragon horse, it wouldn't quench her hatred. After all, even if she did that, Li Xing and the horse wouldn't die. Only by completely killing them could she truly vent her hatred. All right, let's do as you say, she said, still not revealing her true intentions. She couldn't reveal her true intentions. If she said she absolutely had to kill Li Xing and the dragon horse, Li Xing wouldn't let her go and would definitely fight her to the death. Because there would be no other way out. Li Xing was strong, but he had to consider the consequences. The heavenly Yanjiao wasn't some minor sect. It was a long-established, prosperous sect in the central region, not something Li Xing alone could confront. Flying horse, stop. At this time, Li Xing called off the dragon horse. If what Shangan Leu said was true, the situation had indeed become significantly more complicated. Simply dealing with Shangan Leu alone was not sufficient. He would also need to address the heavenly Yanjiao behind her. Otherwise, the White Fox clan would undoubtedly face trouble again. No fear, huh? Seeing Li Xing call off the dragon horse, Shangan Leu thought Li Xing was afraid. She coldly laughed and got up from the ground. She looked at Li Xing and said, "You, kneel down and apologize, and cut off all the hooves of this damn horse, and I can let bygones be bygones, forgive your previous actions." In fact, she had no intention of letting Li Xing and the dragon horse off the hook. In her heart, she had already sentenced Li Xing and the dragon horse to death. However, she didn't dare to say that now, fearing it would push Li Xing too far. After all, even a cornered dog would jump over a wall. If she said she absolutely wouldn't let Li Xing and the dragon horse off and would kill them, Li Xing might take the risk and kill her here. So, she opted for the next best thing, not saying it so definitively, leaving Li Xing some leeway. Oh, is that so? Li Xing looked at Shangan Leu. This woman wanted him to kneel down and apologize? Hee. This woman truly knew no limits to her self-destruction. Kneeling down and apologizing is so insincere. How about you cut me a dozen times with a knife? Properly vent your anger. Otherwise, I really can't feel at ease. Afraid I can't compensate you enough. He chuckled and said, and just cutting off its hooves won't suffice. Let's dismember it. Otherwise, I really can't feel at ease. People, after all, are very afraid of death. Shangan Leu coldly laughed in her heart. Li Xing wanted to dispel her hatred like this? How could it be possible? Even if she cut Li Xing a dozen times and dismembered the dragon horse, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in her heart. After all, even if she did that, Li Xing and the dragon horse wouldn't die. Only by completely killing Li Xing and the dragon horse could she dispel the hatred in her heart. All right, let's do it your way. She spoke, still not revealing her true thoughts. She couldn't reveal her true thoughts. If she said she absolutely had to kill Li Xing and the dragon horse, Li Xing wouldn't let her go and would definitely fight to the death, because there would be no way out. Chapter 96. A family doesn't speak two languages, no need to be polite. After Shangan Leu finished speaking, she drew a large saber and prepared to slash Li Xing more than a dozen times to dismember the dragon horse. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Li Xing burst into laughter at this moment. You're quite amusing, aren't you? A little sunshine and you bloom. A little flood and you overflow. A little dye and you open a dye house. A ladder and you dare to climb to the heavens. Li Xing laughed, and Shangan Leu was actually preparing to slash him more than a dozen times and dismember the dragon horse? This was hilarious. Shangan Leu's expression changed. What did Li Xing mean by his previous words? Was he just playing with her? Do you think I'm lying to you? I haven't communicated with the elders of the sect. They don't know I'm here. She sneered. If you think that, you're looking for death. With that, she took out a communication device and quickly contacted an elder of the sect, saying, Elder, come quickly. Something has happened to me. What happened? What's wrong? The voice of an elder from the Tianyin sect came through the communication device. Someone is trying to kill me, right here in the territory of the White Fox clan. Shangan Leu quickly replied. Who has the audacity? Leu, hand the communication device to that person. The elder of the Tianyin sect said. Here, an elder of our sect wants to speak with you. Shangan Leu sneered and handed the communication device to Li Xing. In fact, Li Xing could have destroyed the communication device when Shangan Leu took it out, preventing her from contacting the elders of her sect. However, he did not do so. He just wanted to have a good talk with the Tianyin sect. Elder on the other side, hello? He took the communication device and said with a smile, I don't care who you are or what your background is. If you dare to touch a single hair on Leu, the Tianyin sect will make sure you can't get away with it. The cold threat from the elder of the Tianyin sect came through the communication device. Oh, I haven't touched a single hair on her. I just had my horse groom her face. Well, it looks much better now. Her face is rounder than before. What do you mean? The voice of the elder of the Tianyin sect, full of murderous intent, came through. Although he didn't understand Li Xing's meaning, he realized something was wrong. Shangan Leu had probably suffered greatly. Blame me, I was too poetic. It's normal you didn't understand. The meaning is that Shangan Leu's face was too ugly, so I had my horse, with its hooves, give her a facelift. It's probably stepped on her face until it's as round as a pig's head, perfectly matching her temperament. What did you say? On the other end of the communication device, the elder of the Tianyin sect was furious. Shangan Leu was an incredibly talented individual, a key cultivation target for their Tianyin sect. Yet, she had been trampled on by a horse's hoof and turned into a pig-faced? In an instant, his killing intent surged to an unprecedented level. Don't touch her again. Everything can be negotiated. If anything happens to her again, the Tianyin sect will fight you to the death. He suppressed his anger and didn't dare to be too harsh with his words, fearing that it would push Li Xing to kill Shangan Leu. At the same time, these elders quickly took action and headed towards the territory of the White Fox clan. Fortunately, they hadn't left the northern region yet, so they should be able to reach the territory of the White Fox clan quickly. Don't rush over, prepare some things. This woman has made me very unhappy. If the things are not good or not enough, you can prepare to collect her corpse. Li Xing said, knowing that the elders of the Tianyin sect were probably on their way. Don't worry, the things will definitely satisfy you. Just wait for us. The elder of the Tianyin sect quickly replied, and then ended the communication. Seeing this, the little white fox was delighted. She knew that Li Xing was back to his old tricks, about to start extortion and blackmail. The dragon horse's eyes also gleamed. After the previous robbery and extortion in the Qingxin sect, it had also grown fond of this activity. I can learn some more things again, it said excitedly in its heart. The master was about to make his move again. This time, it had to watch and learn well. These were skills that would benefit it for a lifetime. Let's go, wait for them outside. There will be a fight soon. We don't want to damage our territory again. Li Xing took Shangan Leu outside the territory and waited for the elders of the Tianyin sect to arrive. Thank you. The White Fox Emperor beside him solemnly thanked Li Xing. He was very clear that extortion and blackmail were secondary. Li Xing's main goal was to completely eliminate the threat from the Tianyin sect, ensuring that their White Fox clan had no more worries. Only by subduing and terrifying the Tianyin sect would they dare not to harbor any more thoughts. Otherwise, the Tianyin sect would never let it go and would find them again. Li Xing wanted to eliminate all potential troubles. We're family, no need to be so polite. Besides, the cause of this incident is on me. I have to handle it properly. Li Xing smiled. This was madness. Beside him, Shangan Leu sneered coldly in her heart. Was Li Xing planning to confront the entire Tianyin sect by himself? This was truly courting death. She was waiting to see how Li Xing would die. The Tianyin sect, with its long-standing heritage, would not fall into the hands of a young man like Li Xing. This was absolutely impossible. It was well known that their ancestor of the Tianyin sect was still alive. That was a powerhouse who had undergone 9 cycles of rebirth, infinitely close to the divine realm. He had long ceased to venture outside and had been in seclusion for a long time. He was no longer active in the outside world, leading others to mistakenly believe that he had died. Even some disciples within the sect were unaware that the ancestor was still alive, as he had not appeared for a very long time. His last appearance was 100 years ago. She had also thought the ancestor was no longer alive, but later, she was summoned by the ancestor and saw him. The ancestor was not only alive but also in excellent condition, with a spirit more vigorous than that of a middle-aged man. She vaguely felt that the ancestor might have broken through the barrier of 9 cycles of rebirth and truly touched the divine realm, becoming a demigod or even higher. Therefore, she believed that Li Xing's attempt to confront the entire Tianyin sect by himself was a huge joke, impossible to achieve. Not long after, the elders of the Tianyin sect arrived. Their realms of strength were all very high, with the lowest having undergone 5 cycles of rebirth and the majority having undergone 6. The Tianyin sect in the central region was truly powerful. Even among the major sects, there were distinctions of strength, and the Tianyin sect could rank in the top 3 among the major sects. We're here. Have you prepared the things? Li Xing sat on a rock, swinging his leg, and asked with a smile. 6 elders of the Tianyin sect had come. They saw this scene, and their gazes grew colder one by one. You really intend to extort us? One elder sneered. This was truly the audacity of youth, unaware of death. A mere youngster dared to extort the Tianyin sect? This was madness. Less nonsense. Did you bring the things? Li Xing said impatiently. We brought them, and not a few. All rare treasures. The elder sneered again. However, I wonder if you have the life to take them. His expression was cold, and killing intent radiated from him. In fact, they had not prepared any items at all. Chapter 97. My name is a bit long. Kill. The 6 elders of the Tianyin sect moved in unison, decisive and straightforward, without much verbal exchange, their actions speaking louder than words. As one of the top 3 sects in the central region and boasting some of the most powerful figures in the area, how could they easily compromise and pay a ransom? It was out of the question. They never intended to come for a ransom in the first place. Li Xing moved with the speed of lightning, his velocity unimaginable, as if he had transformed into a streak of light. darting past the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect. In the blink of an eye, all 6 elders were knocked to the ground by Xing, spitting blood and staining the earth red, rendered incapable of further combat. What? Shangan Leu's face turned ashen at the sight, her body faltering, nearly collapsing to the ground. She couldn't believe it, her mind overwhelmed with shock. How could Xing be so strong? The 6 elders, each having undergone at least 5, and more likely 6, rebirths, were now like helpless chicks before Xing, so weak it was almost laughable. Her soul trembled. Could it be that her earlier suspicions were correct, that Xing had truly undergone 7, or even 8 rebirths? Earlier, during her battle with the dragon horse, she was effortlessly subdued by it. At that time, she thought that as a mount, the dragon horse was already so powerful. Xing must be even stronger, possibly having undergone 7 or 8 rebirths. But soon, she dismissed the idea as improbable. How could Xing, so young, have undergone more than 7 or 8 rebirths at his age? Even the ancient geniuses recorded in the Central Region's annals had not achieved such a feat at his age. She believed Xing had undergone 6 rebirths, likely in the later stages of the 6th rebirth, and could not have broken through the barrier of the 7th rebirth. Yet now, she had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. All 6 elders had long since achieved 5 or 6 rebirths, their strength stable and formidable. To defeat them so effortlessly, Xing must have undergone at least 7 rebirths. She was devastated, her spirit crushed. Originally, she thought herself a prodigy, capable of surpassing all her peers, even those of middle-aged and older generations. She was destined to be a once-in-a-millennium genius. But now, that conviction crumbled before Xing. She was nowhere near as talented, the gap so vast that she couldn't even touch Xing's shadow. Who exactly are you? What is your background? The 6 elders of the Tianyin sect were utterly horrified, never expecting to be defeated by such a young man. This was too strong. In the instant of his attack, not a trace of spiritual energy was leaked, as if he relied purely on physical strength. Goodness, how powerful, how high his cultivation must be, to achieve such control that not a shred of spiritual energy escaped during his strikes. At the very least, they couldn't do it. No matter how they tried to control their spiritual energy, once they attacked, there would always be a fluctuation, as their internal energy would boil and inevitably leak out. In an instant, Xing's strength and cultivation level soared several notches in their minds. They believed Xing had likely achieved 9 rebirths. In their estimation, only someone who had undergone 9 rebirths could have such mastery over spiritual energy. Thinking of this, they were overwhelmed with awe. At this age, appearing to be no more than 20, he had achieved 9 rebirths. Their hearts pounded violently, like drums, unable to calm down, filled with shock. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a feat. This was simply too monstrous and freakish. My name is a bit long. Are you sure you want to know it? Xing smiled. A bit long? What did that mean? The 6 elders looked at each other, puzzled, but still nodded, wanting to know who Xing really was. All right, listen carefully. Xing cleared his throat, coughed once. My name is Li omniscient omnipotent, humanoid beast invincible in close combat peerless in Tao, matchless genius, lone cultivator, 9 paths. Upon hearing Xing's self-introduction, the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles. Damn. So the reason the name was a bit long was this. They wanted to say, those middle adjectives were completely unnecessary. A simple name, Li Jiudao, was embellished with so many adjectives. This man had set a new standard for conceit in their eyes. However, they did glean some useful information. A lone cultivator. Was this person just a lone cultivator? But how could that be possible? A lone cultivator could reach this level of cultivation? They refused to believe it. Even ancient sects with long-standing legacies, pouring all their resources into cultivation, would struggle to reach such heights, let alone a lone cultivator lacking resources. Xing must have another identity, one he was hiding from them. Young friend, more friends mean more paths, more enemies mean more walls. Our Tianyin sect is no small faction. If we become allies, you will surely benefit. If we become foes, your future may not be so bright. One elder said, I suggest we let bygones be bygones, as if nothing happened. Rest assured, we will compensate as needed. You think it can just be forgotten? Li Xing sneered, not intending to let it go. If it weren't for the communication artifact he left for the White Fox Queen, preventing her from contacting him, who knows how Shangan Leu would have mistreated the White Fox Queen and the nine-tailed Rainbow Fox. Moreover, the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect came with murderous intent. If he weren't strong enough to suppress them, what would have happened if they had succeeded? The outcome would have been disastrous. This matter won't be easily forgotten. At the very least, you'll have to bring your treasury here, he said coldly. A mere Tianyin sect, even if it ranked among the top 3 in the central region, what did it matter? He had slain divine beast-level creatures before. What did he have to fear from the Tianyin sect? You. Don't push your luck, young friend. The 6 elders of the Tianyin sect gritted their teeth in anger. Bring their treasury? How dare Li Xing suggest such a thing? They would never agree. Relying on you to bring the treasury is unrealistic. Who knows if you'd hide some? All right, I'll take a trip there myself. Li Xing leaped onto the dragon horse, signaling the little white fox to jump into his arms, ready to pay a visit to the Tianyin sect. Lead the way, he shouted at Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect, daring to provoke him and then expecting to walk away unscathed? Impossible. Anyone who dared to provoke him should be prepared for their treasury to be emptied. That was the bare minimum. Chapter 98. We are just ordinary friends, not close friends. Departure for the central region. Li Xing didn't care how far the central region was from the north. If anyone provoked him and made him angry, it was a certainty that the treasury would be looted, no matter how far away it was. The dragon horse was deeply impressed. Look, this is the true master of looting, so professional. No matter how far it is, he will go. There are still many things it needs to learn. The central region is indeed very far from the north. Even with Li Xing's current abilities, running at full speed without rest, it would still take several days to reach the central region. However, Li Xing had no intention of traveling all the way to the central region on foot. That would be far too slow. In the north, there is an ancient city with an ancient teleportation array that can teleport between the 5 regions. Similarly, the other 4 regions also have such ancient teleportation arrays for teleporting between the 5 regions. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for the practitioners and creatures of the 5 regions to communicate. After some time, they arrived in front of this ancient city, Saibei City. 6 elders of the Tianyin sect and Shangan Leu were tied together by Li Xing with ropes. They were all in a miserable state, each having suffered greatly. They were dragged along the way. The 6 elders of the Tianyin sect were relatively okay, but Shangan Leu was truly on the verge of a mental breakdown. She was a beauty of the central region, her fame ranking among the top in the central region. Not to say she was the number 1 beauty, but she was definitely among the top 10 beauties of the central region. And what did she encounter? Being treated like livestock by Li Xing, tied up and dragged along the way. She didn't doubt her own beauty, but rather thought that Li Xing might be abnormal, having some special preferences, such as liking men. If Li Xing liked women, how could he treat her like this? This guy, he's really hard to figure out. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor said to himself, also a bit surprised. Li Xing, this old lecher, whenever he had free time, would ask her to create a fantasy of the peach blossom fairy for his enjoyment. Yet, he treated the beautiful Shangan Leu so indifferently, not caring at all. Li Xing's temperament was truly hard to fathom. As they approached Saibei City, Li Xing retracted the ropes. Entering the city with Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect tied up like this was too eye-catching. He didn't want to draw so much attention. Saibei City, with an extremely large area, is an ancient city with a long history, rumored to date back to ancient times. It has always been the number 1 city in the north throughout history. Its walls are already weathered, showing the ancient times, and even from a distance, one can feel the heavy sense of time and history, making one feel awe and reverence. The tall city gate, like a heavenly gate, sees practitioners and creatures coming and going constantly. Practitioners from the 5 regions are all present, but mostly from the other 4 regions, wanting to use the ancient teleportation array of Saibei City to return to their respective regions. Practitioners from the central region are also present, and there are quite a few. This time, the number of practitioners from the central region who entered the ruins was indeed not small. The Xianxia sect is indeed very prestigious in the central region. As Li Xing entered Saibei City with Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect, the practitioners from the central region they encountered all respectfully greeted the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect. Li Xing had already warned Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect, telling them not to speak out of turn or play any tricks, otherwise he would instantly kill them. Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect knew very well how powerful Li Xing was, and that he could indeed instantly kill them. They all dared not speak out of turn, and showed no signs of being under duress. Leu, I didn't expect to see you here. A young man's eyes lit up when he saw Shangan Leu. He quickly walked over and enthusiastically greeted Shangan Leu. Greetings, esteemed elders. He then greeted the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect, obviously recognizing Shangan Leu and the 6 elders. Qin Mian. Shangan Leu called out the young man's name, confirming that she knew him. Qin Mian. Qin Mian was her most ardent pursuer and the most likely person to be with her. This was not because she liked Qin Mian. On the contrary, she was very annoyed by Qin Mian. The reason she said Qin Mian was the most likely to be with her was because of Qin Mian's background. The Qin clan, the oldest clan in the central region, without a doubt, with a heritage that is too ancient to trace. It is rumored that the Qin clan might have been passed down from ancient times. Of course, these are just rumors, unverified, and no one can confirm whether the Qin clan was passed down from ancient times. However, the strength of the Qin clan is beyond any doubt. The Qin clan has always been the #1 clan in the central region, and its position has never been shaken. Throughout countless ages, other forces have come and gone, but the Qin clan has always held the top position. In the central region, no force dares to easily challenge the Qin clan, including their Xianxia sect, which is very wary and does not dare to provoke them. That's why she said that she was most likely to end up with Qin Mian. Qin Mian is the youngest son of the Qin clan's patriarch, deeply loved by the patriarch. In the end, she might be forced to marry Qin Mian under pressure. That's why she disliked Qin Mian, even to the point of loathing him. She didn't like this feeling of being forced. If not for this, she might have considered Qin Mian. Qin Mian's background was indeed good, and she would have liked to join the Qin clan. Who is this? At this moment, Qin Mian looked at Li Xing and asked Shangan Leu. He was slightly displeased. Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Xianxia sect were walking, while Li Xing was sitting on a horse, making Shangan Leu and the 6 elders look like Li Xing's followers and servants. Oh, he's a friend I made in the ruins. He wants to visit our Xianxia sect. Shangan Leu smiled casually, looking very natural, with no issues. Li Xing was too strong, and she truly didn't dare to act out of line, fearing that Li Xing would directly kill them. Otherwise, she would have definitely called for help from Qin Mian. A friend? Qin Mian's eyes changed slightly, revealing a hint of hostility. Could this be his rival in love? Li Xing observed all the changes in Qin Mian's eyes. From the initial displeasure to the current hostility. There are really no shortage of dogs everywhere. This is a standard dog. He thought to himself, amused. Qin Mian probably thought he had an interest in Shangan Leu, which was why he looked at him with displeasure and later hostility. Yes, we are just ordinary friends, not close friends. Don't overthink it, he said with a smile. Close friends? Why did this sound so awkward? Qin Mian's mood became even more unpleasant, and he looked at Li Xing even more unfavorably. He felt that Li Xing's use of the term close friends had some other implications. For a moment, he really wanted to give Li Xing a couple of punches. Chapter 99. Not Close Friends, just casual social acquaintances. Shangan Leu's face flushed red instantly. Deep? Interaction. This damn Li Xing. How can he say anything? She also heard the double meaning in his words and couldn't help but think of all sorts of scenarios. Li Xing was too wicked. His words were so improper. In Li Xing's arms, the little white fox just smiled without saying anything. She had long since gotten used to this. This was Li Xing, after all. If he were serious, that would be truly strange and unbelievable. Watch your words, friend. Qin Mian gave Li Xing a hostile look and said, some words and phrases can't be used carelessly, or it could lead to big trouble. Is this the lapdog ready to explode for his goddess? Li Xing couldn't help but laugh inwardly, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Qin Mian. Let's go, he said and rode forward. Qin Mian, we're leaving. Shangan Leu bid farewell to Qin Mian and immediately followed with the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect. She didn't dare to act rashly. Li Xing dared to go to their Tianyin sect, indicating he had no fear and must be holding some kind of trump card. If she called for help from Qin Mian and angered Li Xing, who knows what he might do. Wait for me. I also want to visit the Tianyin sect. Qin Mian quickly caught up, feeling that there was something unusual between Li Xing and Shangan Leu. He was afraid that Shangan Leu might really run away with Li Xing, so he decided to follow along and see. The ancient teleportation array in the northern city was located in the very center, with 5 high platforms engraved with ancient teleportation arrays, capable of teleporting within the 5 regions. There were many cultivators and living beings here, mostly from the other 4 regions. The ruins were too terrifying, making them see no hope of gaining any opportunities. Most of them chose to return. The ancient teleportation array was controlled by the number 1 sect of the north, the Xingyuan sect. There were many people from the Xingyuan sect stationed here, and teleportation was not free, requiring a certain payment. When Li Xing and the others arrived, the people from the Xingyuan sect immediately came to greet them. Of course, they were not here to welcome Li Xing but to welcome Shangan Leu, Qin Mian, and the others. Shangan Leu and the others were big shots, especially Qin Mian, the son of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in the central region, far beyond their comparison. They dared not neglect them in the slightest. As for the payment, they didn't even dare to collect it. Li Xing and the others stepped onto the teleportation array, leading to the central region. The people from the Xingyuan sect quickly activated the teleportation array, leading to the central region. After a burst of colorful light, their figures all disappeared from the place. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in an ancient city in the central region. Li Xing rode his dragon horse and left the city with Shangan Leu and the others. Qin Mian, watching Li Xing ride the dragon horse, felt more and more displeased. It felt as if they were really just attendants or servants. He was so angry. If he had brought his own mount, he wouldn't be in this situation where he seemed inferior. You, get down. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and said to Li Xing, is there any reason for a man to ride while a woman walks? Get down and let Leu ride. What a lapdog, always thinking for his goddess. Li Xing laughed and said, sorry, my legs aren't good, I don't like walking. Besides, my horse has a fiery temper. No one else can ride it except me. After saying that, he laughed again. However, thinking about it, it does look bad for me to ride while a woman walks. He said to Shangan Leu, come on. Why don't you get up too? Let's ride together. Otherwise, brother Qin Mian will get angry again. Qin Mian was about to explode. Li Xing was truly shameless, wanting to ride the same horse with Shangan Leu right in front of him. He even had murderous intent. Brother Qin Mian, don't misunderstand. Shangan Leu and I are really just ordinary social acquaintances, very pure. Li Xing said with a smile. Social acquaintances? Qin Mian's eyes were spitting fire. First, it was close friends, and now social acquaintances? The double meaning was even worse. He was furious. This damned Li Xing. How come he had so many dirty words? Shangan Leu's face flushed red. How could she withstand so many dirty words? If she could beat Li Xing, she really wanted to give him a few slashes to make him shut up. Shut up. Qin Mian couldn't hold back anymore and threw a punch towards Li Xing. As the son of the patriarch of the Qin clan and the most beloved son. When had he ever been so unhappy? Li Xing made him extremely uncomfortable, and he decided to teach Li Xing a lesson. Liu, hurry up and protect. Li Xing shouted, riding the dragon horse to dodge Qin Mian's attack. Shangwan Liu felt really bad inside, but she still stepped in and stopped Qin Mian. Liu, you? Why are you protecting him? Qin Mian was heartbroken. He never expected Shangwan Liu to actually protect Li Xing. Shangwan Liu was full of helplessness. She didn't want to protect Li Xing at all. She was purely forced. She wished she could kill Li Xing with a knife. Alas, who told you your strength isn't enough? She sighed in her heart. Qin Mian wasn't even her match, let alone Li Xing's. She had no choice but to follow Li Xing's orders. If Qin Mian were strong enough, she would have attacked Li Xing immediately. Brother Qin Mian, can't you see? Do you really need Liu to say it clearly? Don't do this. We are all people with status. If everything is said clearly, it will be embarrassing. Li Xing said with a smile, Brother Qin Mian, just leave. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. This will only make you look bad. In fact, he was deliberately provoking Qin Mian, forcing him to leave. He could see that if he didn't do this, Qin Mian wouldn't leave. He was going to raid the Tianyin sect. How could he let Qin Mian follow along? Even if Qin Mian went to the Tianyin sect, it wouldn't ruin his plans, but it would add unnecessary trouble. He didn't like so many troubles. You. Qin Mian gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred as he looked at Li Xing and then at Shangwan Liu. Fine, you are very good. Finally, he angrily flicked his sleeve and left in anger. Shangwan Liu really wanted to cry, and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect also felt very uncomfortable. Now, they had offended Qin Mian as well. Let's go. Li Xing smiled and said to Shangwan Liu, come on, let's ride together and gallop. Who would want to gallop with you? Shangwan Liu cursed inwardly, looking down on Li Xing completely. However, thinking that if she didn't get on the horse, Li Xing might tie her and the elders together again and drag them along. She felt a shiver and still walked towards Li Xing, ready to ride the horse with him. You really got on. Li Xing laughed and said, you still haven't changed your habit. A little sunshine and you bloom. A little dye and you dare to open a dye shop. Can you ride the dragon horse? Be glad you're not killed. After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned a whip, tying Shangwan Liu and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect together again. Damn Li Xing, Shangwan Liu was going crazy. She was teased by Li Xing again. This made her really angry and cold. Chapter 100. The nickname, Money Addict. Li Xing rode on the dragon horse, dragging Shangwan Liu and 6 elders of the Tianyin sect towards their destination. The dragon horse galloped swiftly, like a streak of light, taking them on a secluded route, not worrying about being seen. On the other side, Qin Mian grew angrier and angrier, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in his heart. In his mind, Shangwan Liu was his future wife, whom he had long since decided upon. Now, was she going to run off with Li Xing? No way. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to lose Shangwan Liu so easily. At the same time, he was extremely displeased with the way Shangwan Liu defended Li Xing. He was determined to give Li Xing a good thrashing. Trying to steal my wife. How many lives do you think you have? He sneered, call for people, and go directly to propose marriage. Then, he took out a communication device and contacted the elders of his clan. Soon, he got in touch with the elders. Bring more people, prepare rich gifts, I'm going to propose marriage. He instructed the elders. Initially, he didn't want to force Shangwan Liu, wanting to develop their relationship slowly, gaining her genuine approval, and then marrying her. But now, that clearly wasn't working. If they continued to develop slowly, Shangwan Liu would become Li Xing's wife. This time, he didn't care whether it was by force or whatever means. He had to marry Shangwan Liu. Understood. We'll be there soon. The voice of an elder from the Qin clan came from the communication device. Oh, and bring the green-eyed golden lion for me to ride while proposing. Qin Mian added, not forgetting the incident where Li Xing rode the dragon horse, making him feel inferior. He specifically instructed the elders to bring his mount. This mount was captured personally by his father, possessing the bloodline of a ferocious beast, very majestic and powerful, having undergone 7 rebirths, with formidable and extraordinary strength. If the green-eyed golden lion appeared before the horse Li Xing rode, that horse would undoubtedly be scared out of its wits, collapsing to the ground. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the Tianyin sect. After that, he ended the communication and quickly headed towards the Tianyin sect. The dragon horse galloped, its speed like lightning. In no time, they arrived at the Tianyin sect. Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect were all astonished. How powerful was this dragon horse? The ancient city was at least 100,000 miles away from the Tianyin sect, yet the dragon horse arrived so quickly. They felt that it couldn't have taken more than a stick of incense's time. The speed of the dragon horse truly shocked them. For a moment, they all felt very uneasy. Li Xing and the dragon horse might be even more formidable than they had imagined. Upon arriving at the Tianyin sect, Li Xing retracted the rope and released Shangan Leu and the 6 elders. Go ahead. He let Shangan Leu and the 6 elders walk in front, while he held the white fox and rode the dragon horse behind. Elders, senior sister. The Tianyin sect disciples guarding the gate saw the 6 elders and Shangan Leu and immediately went to greet them. Hurry! Don't let him in. The 6 elders, with Shangan Leu, quickly rushed into the Tianyin sect. Seeing this, the disciples guarding the gate also quickly returned to the gate and closed it. After the gate was closed, the 6 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Tianyin sect naturally had a protective array, which was also extremely extraordinary, more powerful than the protective arrays of other sections. Once the gate was closed, the protective array of the Tianyin sect would automatically activate, forming a protective barrier to prevent any outsiders from entering. Damn, we're finally safe. The suffering we endured on this journey, it really wasn't human. The 6 elders cursed, being dragged like livestock, truly suffering greatly. Dare to come to our Tianyin sect, we will make sure he never leaves. Shangan Leu gritted her teeth, almost breaking them, and said hatefully, Go find the sect master, in case he runs away again. Run? How could he? Unexpectedly, Li Xing's voice rang out behind them, saying, I, Li Jiudao, will never be a Li runner in my life. You can rest assured of that. Oh my god, a ghost. What's going on? The 6 elders and Shangan Leu, turning around and seeing Li Xing, were almost scared out of their wits. How did Li Xing get in? Their faces couldn't look any worse, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Li Xing was truly too unexpected. In fact, their attempt to keep Li Xing outside was just a joke. Their speed could not compare to that of the dragon horse. Absolutely not. The dragon horse, when running at full speed, was almost like traversing through space. The speed of a divine beast, absolutely extraordinary. Before the 6 elders and Shangan Leu even rushed into the Tianyin sect, the dragon horse had already charged in, and the 6 elders and Shangan Leu hadn't even noticed. With the gate closed and the protective array activated, the sect master and other elders of the Tianyin sect were immediately alarmed. They quickly arrived at the scene. Who are you? The sect master of the Tianyin sect, a tall, middle-aged man, exuded an aura of authority without even being angry, his eyes emitting a compelling light as he interrogated Li Xing. Me? I'm here to deliver someone to you. Li Xing chuckled, completely unafraid of the aura emanating from the sect master of the Tianyin sect, saying, Your 6 elders and Shangan Leu were all tied up by me. I'm here to collect the ransom. Then, he continued, These days, there aren't many people as good as me. Delivering the people to you personally and then collecting the ransom, I can truly be called a model in the industry. You should be secretly rejoicing and offering incense for encountering someone as good as me. After saying this, the expressions of the elders of the Tianyin sect became quite peculiar. A kidnapper? Here to collect ransom? Don't joke with them. This was like using a small knife to cut their buttocks, giving them a new perspective, a ridiculous spectacle. Since its founding, the Tianyin sect had never encountered such a situation. How dare you? The Tianyin sect is not a place for you to act out your clownish antics. The sect master of the Tianyin sect shouted coldly, "Capture him, chop him into mincemeat, and feed him to the dogs." A mere young man dared to be so brazen in their Tianyin sect. If they didn't kill him, where would the dignity of their Tianyin sect be? Wouldn't it be open season for everyone to act so brazenly in their Tianyin sect? Want to make a move? I wouldn't advise it. Li Xing said seriously, "I must warn you, if you make a move, it won't be resolved with just a treasury. The ransom will have to increase. My fee for making a move is very high, known as the money addict. Not resolved with just a treasury?" These words made even the sect master of the Tianyin sect's face twitch uncontrollably. The ransom this guy mentioned earlier was their treasury? What audacity! Kill him, chop him into mincemeat, and feed him to the dogs. He shouted. Understood. Kill. The elders of the Tianyin sect obeyed, quickly launching an attack on Li Xing. All right, since that's the case, I, the money addict, will have to make a move too. Li Xing leaped up, moving forward to meet the attack. Chapter 101. Overwhelming Dominance, Unmatched Might. As one of the top 3 flourishing sects, the power of the Tianyin sect was indeed formidable. 8 elders had joined the fray, all of whom had undergone the 7th nirvana and were not novices in that realm. They were at the peak of the 7th nirvana's later stage, their strength formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary 7th nirvana practitioners. Li Xing charged forward, his body enveloped in a faint luminous aura, a testament to his enhanced physical prowess. During this period, the lesser saint body had made significant progress. The various methods of cultivation were all diligent, but the lesser saint body consistently stood at the forefront, far ahead of the others. It was determined not to be surpassed and cultivated with a frenzy. Now, the lesser saint body had advanced from the middle stage to the later stage. The later stage of the lesser saint body was incredibly powerful. He had tested it by sparring with the dragon horse, leaving the dragon horse whimpering. He could easily subdue divine-level combatants. The cultivation speed of the supreme chapter of Tai Ching was also remarkable, ranking second only to the lesser saint body among the various methods. It was always striving to surpass the lesser saint body, cultivating with a relentless fervor. Li Xing's original realm was merely at the Dao 1 stage, but under the relentless cultivation of the supreme chapter of Tai Ching, his realm had skyrocketed, almost advancing 1 stage per day. Now, he had reached the Dao 9 stage. Boom, boom, boom. He charged towards the elders of the Tianyin sect, displaying unparalleled might. The elders of the Tianyin sect seemed like chicks before him, their divine techniques and great arts unable to harm him in the slightest. An elder of the Tianyin sect wielded a great saber, slashing towards him. With a single palm strike, Li Xing shattered the saber into dust. Blood splattered as he cut through the 8 elders of the Tianyin sect with unmatched ferocity. In no time, all 8 elders were knocked to the ground. What? The sect leader of the Tianyin sect was shocked, his pupils contracting sharply. 8 elders who had long since undergone the 7th nirvana were so easily dealt with by Li Xing? His scalp tingled, his mind in turmoil, unable to calm down. Li Xing dared to wreak havoc in the Tianyin sect, and the sect leader realized that Li Xing might not be simple. However, he never expected Li Xing to be so extraordinary, his strength so formidable. Young friend, let's stop and talk, the sect leader said, his expression peculiar, his heart unwilling but still lowering his status to converse with Li Xing. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Li Xing. Although Li Xing was strong, it was impossible for him to suppress the entire Tianyin sect. Their sect's ancestor was still alive. No matter how strong Li Xing was, he would inevitably fall short before their sect's ancestor. Others might not know, but he was well aware that their ancestor had ignited the divine fire within, truly attaining the divine status. The divine realm was the true transcendence, where everything would be vastly different. Without exaggeration, those below the divine realm were mere ants, unable to shake the divine realm. However, he was worried that Li Xing had other connections, perhaps from some ancient sect or clan, or backed by some eminent figure. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age, he didn't believe it was something Li Xing could achieve on his own. Therefore, he lowered his stance, wanting to have a conversation with Li Xing. Young friend? Li Xing chuckled. Sect leader, you change your tune quickly. However, my original intention remains unchanged. Your sect's treasury must be emptied. Young friend, don't push your luck. The sect leader of the Tianyin sect said coldly, my Tianyin sect is not as easy to manipulate as you think. If you don't know when to back down, you may have to pay with your blood today. Push my luck? When your people tried to kill me, why didn't they say that? Li Xing sneered, I haven't killed anyone yet. That's good enough. Don't waste my time with your nonsense. I don't have time to waste here. This was only because the White Fox clan had not suffered any casualties. If even one White Fox had died, he would not have been so lenient. He would have made Shangan Leu pay with blood. And anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The Tianyin sect leader's expression turned cold, not believing that Li Xing was truly here to collect ransom. He felt that this was an attempt by Li Xing's backers, or someone behind him to deal with their Tianyin sect. No matter what your backers or whoever is behind you intends to do to my Tianyin sect, let me make it clear. It will never succeed. He directly attacked, his powerful aura erupting. As the sect leader, his strength was even greater, having undergone the 8th nirvana, far surpassing those elders. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the heavens. He struck out with a great technique, commanding myriad thunders, and terrifying lightning appeared out of thin air, blasting towards Li Xing. Li Xing was fearless, charging out from the lightning. The terrifying lightning, capable of easily wiping out 7th nirvana experts, couldn't even harm a single hair on Li Xing's head. The sect leader summoned a bronze mirror, the sect's treasured artifact, a high-grade semi-divine artifact passed down from ancient times. The bronze mirror glowed, powerful laws erupting. He fully activated the power of the bronze mirror, and wisps of divine essence flowed from it. With a loud boom, the bronze mirror shot out a semi-divine light. Such an attack would even cause an 8th nirvana expert to perish in regret. Li Xing punched out, colliding with the semi-divine light. Instantly, boundless brilliance erupted, as if a divine sun had exploded, blindingly bright. He emerged unscathed from the dazzling brilliance, causing the sect leader of the Tianyin sect to twitch. Kill! The sect leader of the Tianyin sect didn't hesitate, quickly manipulating the bronze mirror, shooting out one semi-divine light after another. The scene was horrifying, with the entire Tianyin sect covered by these semi-divine lights. It's useless. Li Xing pounded with his fists. Nothing could withstand his fists. All the semi-divine lights were shattered by his fists, displaying his unmatched might. How is this possible? The sect leader of the Tianyin sect exclaimed, unable to believe what he was seeing. A young man around 20 years old, unscathed after withstanding so many semi-divine lights? If it weren't for his own experience, he wouldn't have believed it even if he were beaten to death. The elders of the Tianyin sect looked like they had seen a ghost. Li Xing's strength had completely shattered their perceptions. How strong is he exactly? Shangan Leu's face was pale, her eyes complex. She no longer dared to think about how strong Li Xing was. Compared to Li Xing, she was insignificant. Li Xing was like a divine sun in the sky, while she was just a firefly, the difference vast and incomparable. At this moment, she finally understood why Li Xing had ignored her in the ruins. Yes, with Li Xing's strength, how could he possibly pay attention to her? And she had acted so arrogantly then, not even pleading for help. It was no wonder Li Xing had ignored her. If only I had pleaded for help back then, things might have been different. She muttered to herself, filled with regret. But alas, the past could not be undone. At this time, Li Xing had reached the sect leader of the Tianyin sect. He struck down the bronze mirror in the sect leader's hand and began to beat him up. Alas! A heavy sigh echoed, and from the depths of the Tianyin sect, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, with divine radiance overwhelming the sky, far surpassing the semi-divine lights emitted by the bronze mirror. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect had emerged. Chapter 102. The waves of the Xianxia push the previous ones. Each generation surpasses the last. Deep within the Tianyin sect, divine light paved the way, extending all the way here, spectacular and astonishing. An old man with white hair, but a youthful face, stepped onto the divine path, walking towards them step by step, exuding an imposing presence. Ancestor, you are not dead. The elders of the Tianyin sect were first shocked, then became ecstatic. Initially, Xing had been beating the sect leader mercilessly, plunging them into despair, thinking that everything was over. Unexpectedly, the ancestor was not dead and was still alive. Moreover, the aura the ancestor exuded was unmistakably that of a divine being. How could they not be ecstatic, each one excited to the extreme? Kid, keep being arrogant, but you won't even find a place to cry next. You think you can control our Tianyin sect alone? Dream on. They laughed heartily, their expressions one of joy and pride. A divine ancestor, who could stand against that? Xing was doomed. What's with all the shouting? Long Ma, dragon horse, sneered, showing contempt. A mere divine old man trying to threaten Xing? How ridiculous. Even the divine king-level golden-winged Peng King had his feathers plucked by Xing and been roasted for food. How much more so this divine old man? Exactly. What's with all the shouting, you bunch of ignorant fools? Xiao Baihu, little white fox, rode on Long Ma's back, also full of disdain. Did they really think they had turned the tables? The elders of the Tianyin sect greatly underestimated Xing. Xing, give that old man a good beating. At his age, he still loves to show off, stepping onto the divine path to make an entrance. He has no sense of shame. She waved her little paw and shouted, looking very cute. What did you say? Do you want to die? A group of Tianyin sect elders approached with vicious expressions, daring to insult their ancestor. They couldn't stand it. Get lost. Your horse uncle is not someone to be trifled with. Long Ma struck out, knocking one down with a single hoof. These Tianyin sect elders were no match for it. What the heck? The Tianyin sect elders glared, feeling both aggrieved and miserable. They couldn't even handle a horse? At this moment, they felt their cultivation had all gone to waste. Otherwise, why would they be so weak, unable to even deal with Xing's mount? The environment of the world has greatly changed. The signs of a cultivation winter are already evident. I originally did not want to act, not wanting to expend too much. Who would have thought, you, such an ignorant thing, would appear? On the divine path, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect looked down at Xing. Having achieved the divine status, he could clearly sense the changes in the world. The environment deteriorated day by day. The substances for cultivation continuously decreased, and the traces of Tao and law gradually faded. This was clearly a sign of the coming cultivation winter. In the future, without surprises, it would usher in the era of the end of the law. At that time, cultivation would become extremely difficult, and the extraordinary would be hard to reappear. It was because of this that he had almost never come out, always cultivating and accumulating strength, hoping to survive this cultivation winter. In his view, the current era's strong figures not emerging, the extraordinary not manifesting, were all related to this. Sensing the arrival of the cultivation winter, all were in hiding, accumulating strength, not daring to waste it. What are you mumbling about? What cultivation winter? Xing heard the term cultivation winter for the first time. You don't even know the signs of the cultivation winter are already evident? The ancestor of the Tianyin sect was slightly surprised. He had thought Xing had some background or a high figure behind him, but now it seemed he had thought too much. If there were really a background or a high figure, how could Xing not know the signs of the cultivation winter? It seemed Xing had just been lucky to gain some opportunities and had thus become so strong. However, Xing's strength was also quite limited. At least he definitely hadn't ignited the divine fire within him to achieve the divine status. If Xing had ignited the divine fire and achieved the divine status, he wouldn't be unable to sense the changes in the world, nor would he be unaware of the signs of the cultivation winter. Understood. He revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, roughly guessing the truth. You gained some opportunities and your strength increased, then you became arrogant, thinking you were invincible in the world. No one was your match. He looked at Li Xing disdainfully and said, Indeed, if you only look at the surface, you do have invincible power. But how can everything be judged by the surface? There is light and there is darkness. The hidden aspects are beyond your imagination. He sneered and said, For example, me, who has always been in hiding, not appearing in the open. In his view, Li Xing had no background, just a lucky young man who had become strong after gaining opportunities, not someone to be wary of. Old man, you've been babbling on. Aren't you tired? Li Xing said, Old man, I'll warn you first. If you attack me, not even your Tianyin sect's underwear will be left. Ah, that's wrong. What underwear? He spat several times, mentioning underwear. He thought of that middle-aged man who had stripped naked, ready to offer his underwear, which disgusted him. Let me rephrase. If you attack, not even a brick with spiritual essence will be left in your Tianyin sect. He said again. Indeed, an ignorant young man, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and earth. Very well, today I will educate you. Let you understand that the world is not as simple as you think. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect shouted coldly and directly attacked, slapping towards Li Xing. He was indeed terrifying. His divine realm extraordinary, the palm he slapped out grew with the wind, the 5 fingers wrapped in divine light, like a 5-finger mountain, covering the sky and blotting out the sun, plunging the entire Tianyin sect into darkness. The ancestor is invincible. The ancestor, boundless power, invincible in attack, undefeated in battle. The ancestor, invincible in the world, eternal blessings, life and heaven in harmony. The entire Tianyin sect was in an uproar. Even a large number of disciples started chanting slogans, the ancestor not acting in vain, one action showing invincibility. This is nothing. I have restrained much of my power. Dealing with such an ignorant young man, it's not worth using all my strength, expending so much power. The ancestor smiled. Not to mention, the slogans the disciples chanted were quite catchy. Even he felt quite pleased, a bit caught up in it. Rumble. The ancestor's palm, slapped out, quickly pressed towards Li Xing, the void humming, twisting. A being reborn 9 times would also be unable to withstand it, would be completely shattered under this palm, completely extinguished, directly killed. You old man, really love to show off, huh? Li Xing sneered. The waves of the Xianxia push the previous ones. Each generation surpasses the last. Come, let me show you the power of the new wave. See how I can push you, the old wave, onto the beach. Then, he moved, leaping up from his original spot, like a war god, with invincible will reflected, charging forward. At this moment, his figure was extremely tall, seemingly comparable to the sky. Hashtag Chapter 103. Tremendous shock throughout the Heavenly Evolution sect. Li Xing demonstrates invincibility. Li Xing launched his attack, comparable to a war god, his entire body glowing brilliantly, exuding an invincible aura that was no less than, and even slightly stronger than, that of the Heavenly Evolution sect's ancestor. The members of the Heavenly Evolution sect were all in disbelief. Where did Li Xing get such invincible confidence? He was overestimating himself, actually daring to challenge a god. Boom. The ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect unleashed a terrifying attack, raising his hand to cast a divine technique, weaving formidable order laws into a net to ensnare Li Xing. This was the extraordinary power of the divine realm, the reason why beings below the divine realm could not challenge those above. The divine realm could harness the order laws of the world, unleashing unimaginable power. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Xing. Although Li Xing had not yet ascended to godhood, he had already reached the peak of the late-stage perfected saint body, making him incredibly strong. He charged forward, shattering the order law net with a single punch. The ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. What was happening? He clearly hadn't sensed any divine fluctuations or even spiritual energy from Li Xing, yet Li Xing had broken through his order law net. He was astonished, having never encountered such a situation before, and unable to comprehend how Li Xing had done it. However, he didn't have time to ponder further, as Li Xing was already upon him, moving so fast it was as if he were traveling through space, instantly reaching his side. Without hesitation, the ancestor unleashed his divine power, slashing at Li Xing with a palm strike. Li Xing sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack, and then delivered a horizontal kick to the ancestor's body. With a thunderous crash, the ancestor was sent flying, crashing into a grand hall and reducing it to rubble. He spat out blood continuously. The bones in the area where he was kicked all shattered, suffering a severe blow. How is this possible? His face turned pale, unable to believe what had happened. After igniting the divine fire within, one's entire being would transcend into the extraordinary, including the body, which would undergo a qualitative change, significantly enhancing physical strength and making it difficult to be injured. Yet, he had been kicked so hard that his divine bones shattered, suffering a severe blow. How could he believe that a young man in his 20s could slay a god? A collective intake of breath echoed through the Heavenly Evolution sect. Everyone was silent, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Li Xing. Their scalps tingled, their bodies trembled, and their souls quivered. Their god ancestor had been struck down and severely wounded from the start, which terrified them all. Shangan Leu's face lost all color. Oh my, what kind of person had she provoked? At this moment, her regret grew even deeper. Old man, you went on and on earlier, saying not to judge by appearances, yet you yourself judged by appearances, didn't you? Li Xing approached and began to pummel the ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect. The ancestor tried various forms of resistance, even summoning a true divine artifact, but it was all in vain. He couldn't withstand Li Xing's might. The divine artifact was knocked away, and he suffered severe blows. The ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect felt extremely frustrated. He had intended to educate Li Xing, but instead, he was being educated by Li Xing. He had told Li Xing not to judge by appearances, yet he himself had fallen into this trap. On the surface, Li Xing seemed inadequate, but in reality, Li Xing's strength far exceeded his imagination. He felt both aggrieved and humiliated. How could he have imagined that after ascending to godhood, he couldn't even defeat a young man in his 20s? In the end, he was beaten to the point of incapacitation, losing the ability to fight, and was tossed aside by Li Xing. All right, it's time for the harvest. Li Xing grinned, revealing his white teeth. The next phase was the looting, his favorite part. Key point, it's my learning moment. The dragon horse perked up, its eyes gleaming. There were still many aspects of Li Xing's looting skills that it needed to learn. The members of the Heavenly Evolution sect were in a daze, feeling as if they were in a dream that wasn't real. Their ancestor, a god, had been beaten so thoroughly that he had no defense left. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. What kind of monstrous prodigy had they encountered? Someone who had surpassed the divine realm at such a young age. Their previous understanding was completely shattered. Li Xing ordered the ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect to lead the way, with the first stop naturally being the sect's treasury. The ancestor dared not disobey. Li Xing clearly had the ability to slay a god, and while the treasury was important, his life was even more so. Soon, they arrived. The Heavenly Evolution sect's reserves were truly astonishing. The moment the treasury doors were opened, even Li Xing was slightly taken aback. There were so many treasures, and not a single one was ordinary. You guys are really rich. Li Xing grinned. The ancestor of the Heavenly Evolution sect sighed. How could they not be rich? Ever since he sensed the signs of the impending Shouxing Handong, he had instructed the sect leader to gather as many treasures as possible in preparation for the future Shouxing Handong. Alas, now it all served as a dowry for Li Xing, benefiting him. Next, Li Xing showcased his looting prowess, leaving no stone unturned, truly digging up every inch of the treasury. The ancestor watched with a bleeding heart. Even the ground had been treated, not ordinary soil, but soil he had excavated from an ancient ruin and buried in the treasury. Yet, it hadn't escaped Li Xing's keen eyes. Looting is an art. One must not be careless, there are many details, and one must be careful. As he looted, Li Xing spoke to the dragon horse. Although the dragon horse didn't understand what art meant, it nodded repeatedly, carefully memorizing everything. Apply what you've learned, dragon horse. Go, take care of the other places, and make sure to clean them out thoroughly. I'll check later. Li Xing told the dragon horse. Got it. Excitedly, the dragon horse departed to begin looting the other areas. Old man, tell me, what is this Xiuxing de Handong? Li Xing, holding the white fox, asked the ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect. Earlier, the ancestor's mention of the cultivation winter had piqued his interest, and he had not forgotten it. You really don't know about the waning era of cultivation? The ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect couldn't help but ask. Li Xing was so powerful. How could he not know about the changes in the world? He found it utterly inconceivable. Thud. Li Xing tapped the ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect on the head, saying, If I knew, why would I ask you? The ancestor was almost bursting with anger. After all, he was the ancestor of a sect, yet Li Xing was treating him like this? It was too humiliating. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Kill me. He couldn't bear the humiliation and shouted loudly, This is intolerable. You've gone too far. Oh, trying to play hard to get? Fine. Asking you is too troublesome. I'll just cut open your head, pull out your soul, and probe your memories. Li Xing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect immediately deflated. No, don't be angry. I just felt like saying something dramatic, just casually saying it. What's with a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated? A gentleman can be killed and humiliated. This is all tolerable. He said with a forced smile, It's all tolerable. All right, old man, you're quite cooperative, not bad. Li Xing patted the ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect on the shoulder and said, Then, tell me about the winter of cultivation. All right. The ancestor of the heavenly evolution sect nodded repeatedly, ready to reveal everything about the Xiuxing Handong. Meanwhile, Qin Mian arrived at the heavenly evolution sect. However, he did not enter directly. Entering directly would be too undignified and lack in momentum. He was waiting for the elders of the Qin clan and his beast, the golden-eyed lion. At that time, he would ride his golden-eyed lion in, fully displaying his grandeur. Riding a broken horse and thinking you're something special, impressive, ridiculous. I'll show you what a real mount looks like, he said coldly, still unable to forget the feeling of being inferior to Li Xing. Next, he would make Li Xing feel inferior to him. Chapter 104. Unlucky kid. Why do you have to come at this time? Qin Mian waited, knowing that it wouldn't be long before the elders of the Qin clan, accompanied by the golden-eyed lion, would arrive. Within the Tianyin sect, the ancestor revealed everything about the impending spiritual winter to Li Xing, without any concealment. He feared that Li Xing might actually split open his head, extract his soul, and directly probe his soul's memories. After listening, Li Xing fell silent. He hadn't expected this era to be so difficult, facing a spiritual winter and entering an age of declining magic. What's going on? I got such a great system, should have easily reached invincibility and eternal existence in the world, but it might just be a fleeting moment. He felt a bit down. If the spiritual winter arrived and the world entered an age of declining magic, what good would his system be? The essence of the world would dissipate, spiritual energy would vanish, and the traces of Tao and magic would be erased. No matter how diligent the system was in cultivation, without a source of power, it would be futile. His physical strength alone might not be affected. However, could his physical body withstand the erosion of endless time and remain eternal in the world? Achieving immortality? He felt it was unlikely. To withstand the erosion of endless time and enjoy eternal life, he believed he would still need the power of Tao and magic. No, this won't do. I must prepare more, make preparations to survive the spiritual winter. He thought to himself, feeling a sense of urgency. Previously, he had no sense of urgency at all. The system took care of cultivation automatically, and all he had to do was enjoy life. But now, he knew he couldn't continue like this. He couldn't just enjoy life. Otherwise, when the spiritual winter arrived and the age of declining magic came, he might not survive it. He needed to become stronger and more prepared before the spiritual winter arrived. Just as he was thinking about this, a disciple of the Xianxia sect reported that Qin Mian had arrived, and he came with a lot of elders from the Qin clan. What does he want? The ancestor of the Xianxia sect was puzzled, not understanding Qin Mian's intentions. However, he thought, this unlucky kid, why does he have to come at this time? The Xianxia sect was currently a pit of fire. Once you entered, it would be difficult to leave, at least not without being stripped clean. The master of looting was still here. He glanced at Li Xing, noticing that Li Xing was lost in thought and not paying attention to the situation. Then, he quickly told the disciple, "All right, let them go. Tell them we're not in a position to receive guests right now." He hoped that Qin Mian and his people would be sensible and leave, not insisting on jumping into the pit that was the Xianxia sect. As for expecting Qin Mian to rescue the Xianxia sect, he didn't even consider it. Li Xing was too powerful, effortlessly suppressing him. Moreover, he hadn't sensed any fluctuation of Tao and magic from Li Xing, which was almost impossible, yet Li Xing had managed it. He believed that Li Xing was likely a divine king, or even stronger. Otherwise, how could he not sense any fluctuation of Tao and magic during their battle? Li Xing's realm was far beyond his own. The idea of Li Xing relying purely on physical strength never crossed his mind. After all, the era of physical cultivators had long been lost in the river of time. There were no such terrifying physical cultivators anymore. The Qin clan was very powerful, rumored to be a remnant of the ancient era, with a history too long to trace, always being the #1 clan in the central region, unshakable. However, Li Xing was too enigmatic, making it impossible for him to see through. He felt that even the Qin clan might not be able to deal with Li Xing. Li Xing probably had even stronger cards up his sleeve. Moreover, even if the Qin clan could handle Li Xing, they would have to pay a huge price. With the signs of the spiritual winter already appearing, would the Qin clan be willing to expend so much? Especially for the Xianxia sect. He didn't think so. In this time of impending spiritual winter, the Qin clan wouldn't likely pay such a high price for the Xianxia sect. It was unrealistic to think otherwise. Outside the Xianxia sect, Qin Mian rode on the golden-eyed lion, with many elders of the Qin clan standing behind him, waiting for the Xianxia sect to come out and welcome him. What is a good mount? Qin Mian smiled, stroking the golden-eyed lion's head. Lion, after we go in, give it your best, especially when you see that horse. You must show your divine prowess, terrify that horse into paralysis and incontinence. Understood. Master, rest assured, Little Lion will definitely complete the task. The golden-eyed lion raised its head proudly, confident in its words. Good. Qin Mian nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Now, we just wait for the Xianxia sect to come out and welcome us. This was his prestige. He wanted that Li Xing to see his prestige. The Qin clan was unshakable, far beyond other factions. As the son of the Qin clan's leader and the most favored son, when he arrived at the Xianxia sect, even the sect master had to come out to greet him. He was not someone Li Xing could compare to. Not long after, a disciple of the Xianxia sect ran over. I'm sorry, young Master Qin Mian, but we are currently busy and not in a position to receive guests. Please return. The Xianxia sect disciple said with a forced smile. What? Not in a position to receive guests? Qin Mian's face, which was full of bright smiles, instantly lost all its expression, turning extremely gloomy. He had been waiting for the sect master of the Xianxia sect to come out and greet him, to show his prestige, but instead, he was denied entry and given a cold shoulder? Moreover, the sect master of the Tianyin sect didn't even show up, only sending a disciple to inform him? He felt deeply insulted, not being taken seriously by the Tianyin sect. What was the sect master of the Tianyin sect doing? Entertaining that Li Xing inside? Because he was entertaining Li Xing, he said they were not in a position to receive guests and didn't let him in? In an instant, his heart was filled with boundless anger. How dare you? Our young master has come, and you don't even welcome him, let alone let him in? Are you crazy? An elder of the Qin clan shouted angrily. The damn Tianyin sect was really getting out of hand, not putting their Qin clan in their eyes at all. He immediately became murderous. Enough with the nonsense, attack. I want to see if I can enter your Tianyin sect today. What urgent matters you have that you can't even let me in? Qin Mian's face was dark as he gave the order. The elders of the Qin clan obeyed, immediately charging forward. They were also filled with anger, smashing the gates of the Tianyin sect, creating a huge commotion. Let's go, lion. Qin Mian's expression was cold as he rode the golden-eyed lion into the Tianyin sect. Chapter 105. How dare you make Li Xing kneel? The mountain gate lay in ruins, the first time such a calamity had befallen the Tianyin sect since its founding. Never before had their sacred entrance been desecrated. Qin Mian rode in proudly on his golden-eyed lion, trailed by a group of Qin clan elders, all wearing grim expressions. The Qin clan was accustomed to being welcomed wherever they went, and this rebuff at the gates of the Tianyin sect had incensed them. They demanded satisfactory answers, or they would not rest. On the other side, the Tianyin sect's ancestor sensed the commotion at the mountain gate. With a mere extension of his divine sense, he knew what had transpired. Damn it, kid. I told you to leave, but you just had to force your way into my sect. He muttered curses in his heart. He had urged Qin Mian to leave for his own good. Yet Qin Mian not only failed to appreciate the gesture, but also smashed the sect's gate and barged in. Truly, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fine, come in then. Soon enough, you'll be crying for a place to weep. He silently mourned for Qin Mian and his entourage. Earlier, he had opposed their entry not because he wished them harm, but because he feared Qin Mian and his clan would meet with misfortune within the sect, leading the Qin clan to hold the Tianyin sect accountable. Such a scenario would only heap more misery upon an already beleaguered sect. Now that Qin Mian had forced his way in, there was no turning back. They could only leave it to fate. The mountain gate was smashed? Who's so violent and uncivilized? The noise of the broken gate reached Li Xing, snapping him out of his contemplation. He hadn't paid attention to the reports from the sect disciples and the ancestor. He had been pondering his future path. Though he still had no clear direction, he knew he could no longer live the leisurely life of the past. A sense of urgency had taken root in his heart. How despicable to smash someone else's gate. Li Xing patted the Tianyin sect ancestor's shoulder and said, "Rest assured, with someone as righteous as me around, I won't tolerate any troublemakers in your sect. I'll help you deal with this villain." Righteous? Villain? Why did those words sound so off to him? The Tianyin sect ancestor wanted to retort, "What kind of righteous person are you? You're the biggest villain here." Moreover, was he really helping them solve problems, or was he just planning another heist? Let's go, let's take a look. Li Xing and the Tianyin sect ancestor headed towards the mountain gate. Soon, they arrived. Upon seeing Qin Mian, Li Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He had wondered who it could be, only to find out it was Qin Mian, the devoted admirer. Indeed, devoted admirers tend to rationalize their actions, never giving up no matter how their goddess treats them. Earlier, Shangan Leu had already attacked Qin Mian, yet here he was, unwavering, back at the Tianyin sect. "Wan Hong, you're still alive." A Qin clan elder exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the Tianyin sect ancestor. He hadn't expected this. The Tianyin sect ancestor was an elder of the previous generation, much older than him. He had seen him in his youth. "Do you know him?" Qin Mian, riding the golden-eyed lion, raised an eyebrow. He didn't recognize the Tianyin sect ancestor and hadn't heard of him. The Tianyin sect ancestor had long withdrawn from public view. By the time Qin Mian was born, the ancestor had already faded into obscurity, rarely spoken of. I do. The Qin clan elder nodded. He's Wan Hong, the previous sect leader of the Tianyin sect, quite famous in the central region. I thought he had long since passed away, but it seems he hasn't. So, he's the ancestor of the Tianyin sect? Qin Mian's expression darkened, filled with displeasure. Damn it, he had been refused entry to the Tianyin sect, yet Li Xing had the ancestor escorting him? This was the greatest insult he had ever faced in his life. Yes. The Qin clan elder nodded. By current standards, Wan Hong was indeed an ancestor-level figure. Well, isn't that just perfect? Qin Mian's face grew grim, his eyes icy as he glared at the Tianyin sect ancestor. You refused me entry because you were entertaining this guy? Tianyin sect ancestor, I need a reasonable explanation. Is the Qin clan so beneath your notice that you can't even give us a proper welcome? Heavens! Qin Mian was actually upset over this? The Tianyin sect ancestor cursed inwardly. Qin Mian's petty nature was evident. He would likely never achieve greatness. Moreover, they weren't entertaining Li Xing. They were being plundered by him. He wanted to say, we didn't let you in for your own good, yet you insist on jumping into the fire pit. No, no such thing. We've always held the Qin clan in high regard. He hastily replied. However, he dared not say more. Li Xing was right beside him. He couldn't afford to speak out of turn and risk offending Li Xing. Refusing me entry while you accompany this guy inside. Is that how you show respect to the Qin clan? Qin Mian's voice was piercingly cold. Damn it, he was seething. The Tianyin sect ancestor was spouting lies without even thinking. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect, you've made me very unhappy, he said coldly from atop the golden-eyed lion, his aura menacing. Then, he glanced at Li Xing and added, this man makes me even more displeased. I don't like him standing. I want him to kneel before me. Tianyin sect ancestor, you handle it. Goodness, upon hearing Qin Mian's words, the Tianyin sect ancestor nearly collapsed in fear. Wanting Li Xing to kneel? How dare Qin Mian utter such words? Such words were forbidden. In a moment of panic, he couldn't even muster a single word. This could end in disaster. You want me to kneel? Li Xing looked at Qin Mian, his eyes growing cold. Qin Mian, still on the golden-eyed lion, looked down at Li Xing and said, aren't your legs not in good shape? I think kneeling would be more comfortable for you. And where's your lame horse? Call it out too. I think its legs could use a good kneeling. How dare Li Xing compete with him over his beloved? Kneeling was just the beginning. It wouldn't be the end. He wouldn't let Li Xing off easily. In his mind, Li Xing was already as good as dead. Was this a showdown between them? The Tianyin sect ancestor's legs turned to jelly. He wanted to say, Qin Mian, how many lives do you think you have to dare challenge Li Xing like this? Oh, is that so? Li Xing smiled and called out towards the Tianyin sect, little horse, someone's looking for you. This area wasn't within the Tianyin sect proper. The Tianyin sect occupied a vast expanse, and one had to travel a distance beyond the mountain gate to actually enter the sect. This was halfway between the gate and the sect proper. Oh woo, who's looking for me? The dragon horse howled as it galloped out from within the Tianyin sect. Hashtag Chapter 106. The mighty golden-eyed lion, unleashing its Yurin might. The dragon horse galloped over, its face beaming with joy, its mouth almost splitting from ear to ear. It had looted so much that it was ecstatic, raiding one palace after another, leaving no stone unturned. It even imitated Li Xing by prying up the floors of those palaces and digging 3 feet into the ground. The head of the heavenly Yanjiao trailed behind, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Damn it, this dragon horse was even more ruthless than Li Xing, plundering everything without distinction. For instance, the floors and the earth beneath them in the palaces were just ordinary materials, completely worthless. Yet they too fell victim to the dragon horse's plunder. In truth, this was mainly because the dragon horse was afraid of missing anything valuable and decided to take everything, intending to sort out the useless later. It's him. Upon arriving, the dragon horse spotted Qin Mian. It remembered Qin Mian well. The guy wasn't a good person, constantly taunting Li Xing both openly and subtly. The dragon horse had wanted to give Qin Mian a few good kicks back then. Yes, he's the one looking for you, calling you a broken horse with bad legs, suitable for kneeling. Li Xing said with a smile, relaying Qin Mian's words verbatim to the dragon horse. What? The dragon horse was instantly enraged, its eyes blazing with fury. Qin Mian was really pushing his luck, daring to order it to kneel? Lion, it's your time to shine. Qin Mian stroked the golden-eyed lion's head while seated on it, smiling. This broken horse is here. No problem making it kneel, right? Roar. The golden-eyed lion roared confidently. No problem. In front of me, it's just a weakling, can't even stand. Then, it released boundless ferocity, locking onto the dragon horse and exerting pressure in its direction. The dragon horse laughed immediately, understanding the golden-eyed lion's intention. This little lion wanted to crush it with its aura. You think your horse grandpa is easy prey when he doesn't lose his temper? The dragon horse howled like a wolf. A woo. The people from the Qin clan were nearly dying of laughter. This horse was too damn funny. A horse trying to howl like a wolf. However, their smiles quickly vanished, replaced by expressions of utter horror. As the dragon horse howled, the golden-eyed lion collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid streaming from its hind legs. Qin Mian, who was riding the golden-eyed lion, fell off without any warning, landing heavily on the ground and eating a mouthful of dirt. What are you doing? Qin Mian roared, glaring at the golden-eyed lion with murderous intent. I told you to scare that broken horse into paralysis and peeing its pants, not for you to do it yourself. His liver and lungs were about to explode with rage. He had wanted the golden-eyed lion to show its might, but the lion was utterly disappointing, failing to scare the dragon horse and instead getting scared itself, causing him immense embarrassment. The golden-eyed lion was both ashamed and furious. It didn't know what happened. After the dragon horse's howl, it felt an overwhelming pressure that made it uncontrollably collapse and urinate. Disgraceful creature. Qin Mian, seething with anger, got up from the ground and quickly approached the golden-eyed lion, slapping its head with a heavy hand. He was too furious. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. His vengeful slap was especially forceful, directly flipping the golden-eyed lion over. Unexpectedly, the lion hadn't finished urinating. Flipped over, the yellow stream splashed directly onto Qin Mian's face. Even worse, his mouth was slightly open, and some urine entered his mouth. He froze on the spot, petrified. In the next moment, he exploded with rage, his mentality completely shattered. He vomited incessantly, as if wanting to empty his entire stomach. Then, he used his spiritual energy to conjure water, washing his face repeatedly, almost scrubbing his skin raw. But he still didn't stop, continuing to wash, as if wanting to change his face. No, his entire head. No way. The golden-eyed lion was terrified, trembling all over. It had urinated on Qin Mian's face? Oh my, would it even have a future as a lion? It instantly urinated again, a continuous stream. You're asking for death? Daring to urinate on the young master's face? You're insane. The elders of the Qin clan charged towards the golden-eyed lion with murderous intent, but they stopped before reaching it, because the smell of urine was too strong. The golden-eyed lion was almost submerged in its own urine. They couldn't bear to approach, couldn't bring themselves to strike. I can't believe it. The dragon horse was dumbfounded, never expecting such a dramatic scene. Then, it burst into laughter, its front teeth nearly falling out. What kind of lion are you? A urinating lion? Indeed powerful. My horse can't compare to your urinating lion. Li Xing also laughed uncontrollably. Qin Mian really brought this upon himself. Kill them all, not a single one left. Qin Mian roared, his eyes bloodshot with overwhelming killing intent. He absolutely wouldn't allow this incident to spread or else, how could he face the world in the future? He'd be utterly humiliated. Yes, young master. Kill. The elders of the Qin clan obeyed, immediately focusing their attention on Li Xing and the others, then charging forward. The Qin clan's strength was indeed formidable. Among these elders, there were 9, the weakest having undergone 8 rebirths, most having undergone 9. Such power, if the old ancestor of the heavenly Yanjiao wasn't present, could easily sweep through the entire heavenly Yanjia. After all, within the heavenly Yanjiao, apart from their old ancestor, there wasn't a single person who had undergone 9 rebirths, while among the elders of the Qin clan, there were 6 who possessed the combat power of 9 rebirths. After all, apart from their old ancestor, there wasn't a single person in the heavenly Yanjiao who had undergone 9 rebirths, while the Qin clan had 6 such combatants among their elders. Old man, these people destroyed your mountain gate and now want to kill you. You've ascended to godhood. Can't be this cowardly, right? Li Xing stepped back behind the old ancestor of the heavenly Yanjiao, and he also signaled the dragon horse to retreat. All right, old man, show your divine might and take them all down. He continued, speaking to the heavenly Yanjiao's old ancestor. What kind of person is Li Xing? Truly damnable. The old ancestor of the heavenly Yanjiao cursed inwardly. Qin Mian clearly wanted to kill Li Xing and the dragon horse more. He was just an incidental target, with Qin Mian not as enraged towards him. With some persuasion, things might still be salvageable. However, Li Xing directly cut off his retreat, forcing him to act. He felt utterly miserable. Not only had his sect been plundered by Li Xing, but he also had to take the blame and act as Li Xing's enforcer? He was going mad, asking the world, who could be more unfortunate than him? No one. Absolutely no one. Nevertheless, despite his misery and madness, he quickly acted, blocking the attacks of the Qin clan's elders. Being a scapegoat or an enforcer was better than being directly killed by Li Xing. He was clear that if he dared to refuse, Li Xing wouldn't let him off easily. Chapter 107. Activating a Divine King-level amulet, heartbreaking to tears. A Divine Tier combatant's intervention was naturally a breeze, even subduing the 6 elders of the Qin clan who were at the late stage of their 9th rebirth, infinitely close to the Divine Realm. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect could suppress them all with just one hand. This is the Divine Realm. Those who have not ascended to divinity, no matter how close they are to the Divine Realm, cannot withstand the power of a deity. The gap between them is like a chasm, insurmountable. Wan Hong, are you crazy too? Dare to attack us, don't you want to live anymore? Is it so impressive to become a deity? The elders of the Qin clan's faces were grim. Even though they were suppressed by the ancestor of the Tianyin sect, they were not afraid. The Qin clan also had divine tier combatants, and not just one. In fact, they even had combatants stronger than the divine realm. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect had no words to express his bitterness. To be honest, even though he had ascended to divinity, he was still wary of the Qin clan and dared not provoke them easily. The Qin clan was truly terrifying. Although their true strength was not fully revealed, it was undoubtedly formidable. Their ability to remain the top clan in the central region was the best proof. You are too polite, old man. When you attacked me, it wasn't like this at all. Li Xing looked at the ancestor of the Tianyin sect, narrowing his eyes. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect had suppressed the elders of the Qin clan, but only suppressed them, not causing any harm. Not a single hair on the elders of the Qin clan was injured. I understand. Then, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect moved, arriving at the side of the Qin clan elders, and started beating them up, making the Qin clan elders bruised and swollen, crying out in pain. Qin Mian was panicking. How did the ancestor of the Tianyin sect become a deity? Moreover, why was the ancestor of the Tianyin sect so obedient to Li Xing, like a servant? Damn, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect wouldn't dare to attack me, right? He was uncertain, afraid that the ancestor of the Tianyin sect would target him again. Wan Hong, stop immediately, or I will make your Tianyin sect blood flow like rivers, with all its members reduced to bones and ashes. He shouted coldly. Becoming a deity is nothing special. There are several divine tier members in my clan, far surpassing your Tianyan sect. Don't seek your own doom. His small frame couldn't withstand such a beating from the deity-level ancestor of the Tianyan sect. To prevent the ancestor from attacking him, he deliberately said this to warn him. Of course, he wasn't bluffing. Everything he said was true. The Qin clan was not lacking in divine tier combatants. The ancestor of the Tianyan sect had long anticipated the terror of the Qin clan and knew that they were not short of divine tier combatants. These divine tier combatants of the Qin clan, like him, were likely afraid of any external consumption and therefore never showed themselves. Thus, when he heard Qin Mian's words, his expression remained unchanged. He certainly didn't stop as Qin Mian commanded, continuing to beat up the Qin clan elders. He could still distinguish between primary and secondary matters. Now, he had to listen to Li Xing. Noisy little horse, perform the horse stomps flying swallow for him. Li Xing looked at Qin Mian and said to the dragon horse, "Sure thing." The dragon horse obeyed, eager to act, rushing towards Qin Mian like a gust of wind. "You dare." Qin Mian's face changed instantly, and he shouted urgently, "If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you die without a burial place." "Ooh, the horse lord isn't afraid of you." The dragon horse howled and didn't care, kicking towards Qin Mian's face with a hoof. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling light erupted from Qin Mian's body, and the amulet around his neck fell off, with divine power surging, blocking the dragon horse's hoof and repelling it. "Did you really think I was easy to bully and could be manipulated by you? I didn't want to activate this amulet, didn't want to waste it, but you were so reckless." Qin Mian sneered, his voice cold. "You made me waste the amulet my ancestor refined for my protection. You truly deserve to die. Today, none of you will die a good death." At this moment, his heart was bleeding with pain due to activating the amulet. This amulet, obtained through countless pleadings from his father to the ancestor, could unleash the power of a divine king, extremely precious. The amulet could only be used once, after which it would become useless. He was truly heartbroken, likely never to possess such a precious amulet again. "I say, this won't do. You handle it, big brother." The dragon horse immediately fled, hiding behind Li Xing. It instantly sensed the divine king-level fluctuation and knew it was far beyond its ability to resist. If it resisted, it would likely be instantly killed. The ancestor of the Tianyan sect's face changed dramatically. He knew the Qin clan was terrifying, but had never imagined they were this formidable. Qin Mian could carry a divine king-level amulet with him? This was beyond his expectations. Could it be that the Qin clan was a legacy from ancient times? If so, the Qin clan could indeed be terrifying. Is that all? Li Xing shook his head and said to the dragon horse, "You're not up to the task. You still have a long way to go in terms of strength. Later, when I have time, I'll help you improve." "Really? Thank you so much, big brother." The dragon horse was elated, repeatedly thanking Li Xing. So powerful? The ancestor of the Tianyan sect was shocked. Was Li Xing not exaggerating? Could he really help a divine-level beast improve rapidly? When the dragon horse attacked, he sensed divine-level fluctuations from it. This was a genuine divine-level beast, not an ordinary one, possessing extremely powerful divine power, even making him unsure if he could defeat it. He felt the dragon horse was likely already at the late stage of the divine realm, not far from the divine king realm. Boom! At this moment, the entire amulet radiated boundless divine light, illuminating the entire sky. All members of the Tianyan sect trembled uncontrollably. Their souls trembled, as if feeling the end of the world was upon them. Fear, terror, and despair surged in their hearts. "Mommy!" The golden-eyed lion was so scared that it shrank its head. Then, unwillingly, it peed. "All of you, die!" Qin Mian roared, his eyes bloodshot, his resentment and heartache over activating the amulet erupting at this moment. He wanted Li Xing and the others to die here. Boom! The amulet intertwined with terrifying power, the void resounding with terrifying explosions, the space here instantly becoming distorted and chaotic, the scene extremely horrifying. Then, the amulet emitted a terrifying beam of light, shooting towards Li Xing and the others, like a meteor, carrying an unstoppable momentum, terrifying to the extreme. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect's legs went weak. His divine-level strength was utterly insufficient before this terrifying beam of light. Once this terrifying beam of light fell, he would undoubtedly be completely annihilated. Damn it, run! He cursed inwardly, wanting to flee, but the terrifying beam of light's fluctuations were too frightening. His legs wouldn't listen to him, as if nailed to the spot, unable to move. At this point, he was so anxious he was about to cry. Chapter 108. Remember, the Qing clan is absolutely not afraid of trouble. The dragon horse and the white fox were relatively calm, not frightened at all. They both knew that Li Xing was extremely fierce, having even killed the Peng King, a deity of the God King level. Just a single beam of God King level power could not possibly threaten Li Xing. Boom! The terrifying beam of light shot forth with incredible speed, like a massive meteor crashing down, terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Li Xing moved. He did not allow the lesser saint body to unleash power beyond its level. He wanted to see just how strong the lesser saint body had become in its later stages. Of course, he had also communicated with the lesser saint body in advance, instructing it to unleash power beyond its level at the first sign of trouble. Rest assured, Master, whom no amount of the world's most beautiful praise words can adequately describe, you will not even be scratched by a single hair. The lesser saint body seized the opportunity to shower Li Xing with a series of compliments. Saint body, do not be arrogant. It won't be long before I surpass you. By then, the master will no longer rely on you, but on me. The great chapter of supreme purity shouted. Boom! Li Xing, surrounded by a halo of treasure light, leaped from his spot, clashing his fist with the terrifying beam of light. In an instant, the aftermath of the collision spread like a tsunami, causing all the buildings in the Tianyin sect to collapse and shatter without exception, turning into ruins. At this moment, it was as if a divine sun from the heavens had exploded, illuminating the world with blinding light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The world fell silent, devoid of sound. Bang! Soon, a sound broke this silence. It was the sound of a jade tablet shattering, the entire tablet breaking into fragments like starlight, scattering to the ground. Li Xing's figure emerged from the boundless brilliance, unscathed, both graceful and domineering, like a sword immortal or a war immortal, dazzlingly brilliant. With a single punch, he obliterated the terrifying beam of light, without resorting to power beyond his level. The strength of the lesser saint body in its later stages was enough to allow him to battle a god king. What? Qin Mian saw this scene and his eyeballs nearly popped out, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. How was this possible? Li Xing, who was as young as he was, had withstood the power of a god king unscathed. He staggered, eventually losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Was Li Xing, so young, actually a god king? His entire body trembled, not knowing how afraid he was. He had actually provoked a god king and even made a god king kneel before him? Oh heavens, just thinking about it made him dizzy, on the verge of fainting. He was truly too reckless. The elders of the Qin clan were equally shocked, unable to believe the scene they were witnessing. Was there really such a young god king in the world? Their souls trembled, their previous perceptions shattered. A god king. He is truly a god king. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect was utterly shocked. He had not been mistaken. Li Xing was indeed terrifying, truly possessing the power of a god king. Inside the Tianyin sect, Shangan Leu looked at Li Xing, who was dazzlingly brilliant in the sky, her face pale, her heart filled with a myriad of complex emotions. What grave mistake had she made? And what great opportunity had she missed? If, back then, she had not been so arrogant and had asked Li Xing for help, would she have been able to stay by Li Xing's side? Could the mysterious powerhouse who dragged the Peng King out of the ruins be him? Her heart pounded violently, filled with regret. If everything could be redone, her life's fate would surely be changed. At this moment, tears of regret uncontrollably streamed from the corners of her eyes. Alas, everything could not be redone. Not only could she not stay by Li Xing's side, but it was her luck that Li Xing hadn't killed her. In the central region, the Qin clan. On a peak, a powerful figure sat at the summit of the mountain, in the midst of cultivation. He appeared to be of middle age, with sword-like eyebrows and well-defined features, his long black hair shimmering like crystal strands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sharp as an eagle's. The protective jade tablet shattered? His voice was deep, his eyes narrowing. He had sensed the moment the protective jade tablet shattered. Indeed, he was the ancestor of the Qin clan, the maker of the protective jade tablet bestowed upon Qin Mian. "Qin Lai, come here." He spoke. His voice carried far, precisely reaching the ears of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Qin Lai, Qin Mian's father and the current clan leader of the Qin clan. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, Qin Lai was stunned. The ancestor rarely emerged or spoke, even making it extremely difficult for him to see the ancestor. This was the first time the ancestor had ever taken the initiative to summon him. "Yes, I'm coming right away." He quickly reacted, immediately heading towards the peak where the ancestor resided. In less than a moment, he arrived. "Ancestor." He knelt down, respectfully paying his respects to the ancestor. "Your son, Qin Mian, may be in trouble," the ancestor said. He had only crafted this one protective jade tablet, which he had given to Qin Mian. Now, with the jade tablet shattered, it was evident that Qin Mian was in trouble. What? Qin Lai was shocked, finding it hard to believe. After all, his son Qin Mian had the protective jade tablet made by the ancestor. How could he still be in trouble? "He's in trouble." The ancestor, Qin Kuan, said, "The enemy is very strong, at least a god king. The protective jade tablet likely failed to deal with that enemy. If the protective jade tablet had dealt with the enemy, it would not have shattered but merely lost its divine power, becoming an ordinary jade tablet that would still remain intact." A god king. Qin Lai inhaled sharply, saying, "Qin Mian, wasn't he going to the Tianyin sect to propose marriage? How could he encounter a god king?" "I don't know." The ancestor, Qin Kuan, shook his head, saying, "But he has indeed encountered a formidable enemy." Then, he continued, "The environment of the world is undergoing significant changes, and the signs of a spiritual winter are becoming increasingly apparent. Various powerful figures are in hiding, meticulously preparing to weather this spiritual winter. But how can there still be those who act recklessly at such a time?" He spoke with some anger. With powerful figures in hiding, it had essentially become a consensus. Now, someone was acting recklessly, which could very well break this peace and make the situation chaotic. This was not good. Once chaos ensued, it would inevitably lead to consumption. By then, they would have even less hope of weathering this spiritual winter. "Qin Lai, go and see what exactly is going on over there." He raised his hand, summoning a conch shell, which he filled with power before handing it to Qin Lai. "Remember, the Qin clan is absolutely not afraid of trouble. Do not be afraid of anything. If Qin Mian is in trouble, even in these difficult times before the spiritual winter, we must make him pay the price." He told Qin Lai. How could they not care about their own clan members being in trouble? Moreover, he always felt that the matter was not that simple, that the person was not targeting Qin Mian but the entire Qin clan. Has someone become impatient? Are they eyeing our Qin clan? He sneered, thinking of many possibilities. With the spiritual winter approaching, how could any powerful figure dare to act recklessly without regard for consumption? He vaguely felt that this person might be gauging the strength of their Qin clan, intending to strike against them, destroy their clan, and seize their resources, thereby enhancing their own strength to better survive the coming spiritual winter. Too many thoughts. The Qin clan is a slumbering lion, not waking up lightly, but once awakened, it will tear apart all enemies," he said coldly. In any case, this time, the Qin clan would absolutely not show weakness. Otherwise, it would lead to a major disaster. With the spiritual winter approaching, all parties were preparing. Once the Qin clan showed weakness, it would inevitably arouse the covetousness of various factions. By then, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 109. No fatherly love, only blood feud. There are some things that cannot be yielded, cannot be retreated from, especially in this peculiar era, where the surroundings are filled with wolves. A single misstep could lead to being devoured. Qin Lai received his orders and, with the conch in hand, rushed to the Tianyin sect. He hoped his son would be safe, for that was his most beloved son. Among his 3 sons, he alone sought an amulet of protection from the ancestor Qin Kuan for Qin Mian, which speaks volumes about how much he cherished Qin Mian. Within the Tianyin sect, Qin Mian was trampled by the dragon horse, his face swollen like a pig's head. In this pitiful state, even his own father might not recognize him at first glance. "They're all yours. Make sure to strip them clean," Li Xing instructed the dragon horse, as he had other matters to attend to. He found Shangan Leu and the 6 elders of the Tianyin sect who had visited the Baihu clan's territory, carefully examining their soul memories to see who knew about his connection with the Baihu clan. In the end, after checking thoroughly, only Shangan Leu and the others knew, while the rest of the Tianyin sect remained unaware, as Shangan Leu and the others had not yet had the chance to inform the others. Transcendent chapter of the Great Clarity, transcend now. I need to erase some of their memories. He spoke to the transcendent chapter of the Great Clarity. Only by erasing this memory could the Baihu clan become completely safe, and no one could trace them back to him. Of course, my mighty and extraordinary master. The transcendent chapter of the Great Clarity immediately unleashed transcendent power, and Li Xing's soul strength surged. He erased all memories of the Baihu clan from Shangan Leu and the others, then checked meticulously several more times to ensure there were no issues, finally feeling reassured. Now, he had no more worries. He returned to Qin Mian's side, where the dragon horse had stripped Qin Mian and the others clean. The son of the Qin clan's patriarch, and the most beloved son at that, with a divine king-level protective amulet, must be quite valuable. He smiled at Qin Mian, saying, "I think it's worth at least a treasure vault, don't you?" With the impending cold winter of cultivation, he felt a sense of urgency, which made him even less likely to let go of Qin Mian. The Qin clan must pay a ransom that satisfies him. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect's heart raced. Li Xing was too bold, even extorting the Qin clan? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Qin Mian carried a divine king-level protective amulet was enough to prove the Qin clan's terrifying power. How strong was Li Xing to dare extort such a formidable clan? "You're mad. How dare you even think of my Qin clan's treasure vault?" Qin Mian gnashed his teeth, bitterly saying, "The might of my Qin clan is far beyond your imagination. Be wise, release me immediately, and there may still be room for negotiation. Otherwise, your fate will be utterly miserable." "Horse, stomp on him again. I don't think he's clear enough." Li Xing waved his hand, and the dragon horse charged again, its hooves thudding fiercely on Qin Mian's face. "Ouch, this feels terrible. My poor hooves, but don't worry. I'll make it up to you by letting you stomp on the face of a peerless fairy later." The dragon horse complained as it stomped, lamenting Qin Mian's rough face, which didn't feel good to stomp on, unlike the beautiful maidens like Shangan Leu, making its hooves suffer. This time, Qin Mian's face looked even worse, to the point where even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Qin Mian wailed in pain, finally submitting and no longer daring to speak out. "All right, little horse, hurry up. After cleaning up the Tianyin sect, we still have to go to the Qin clan," Li Xing told the dragon horse. The dragon horse hadn't finished plundering the Tianyin sect yet. "Me too." The little white fox waved its tiny paw, calling out, and split up with the dragon horse to start plundering. At that moment, a streak of rainbow light appeared in the distance, rapidly heading towards the Tianyin sect. In the next instant, the rainbow light landed within the Tianyin sect, revealing a middle-aged man who had arrived on the rainbow light. The patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Lai, had rushed to the Tianyin sect in a frenzy. Father! Seeing his father, Qin Mian was so excited that he ran over, sobbing loudly. He had been so miserable, tortured by the dragon horse to the point of near death. Now that his father had arrived, he was finally safe and no longer had to suffer. As soon as Qin Lai landed, he heard a pig-like wailing and then saw a pig-headed creature running towards him. What kind of monster is this? He was startled and instinctively threw a punch, hitting the pig-headed creature's forehead with a powerful blow, knocking it to the ground and nearly smashing its head. Father, you... Qin Mian almost fainted on the spot, spitting out blood in large mouthfuls, feeling utterly distressed. He had thought that with his father here, he no longer had to suffer. Who knew his father would give him such a heavy punch, nearly smashing his head? He was even more ruthless than the dragon horse. Who the heck is your father? Qin Lai was furious. How could he have such a pig-headed monster for a son? Then, he started beating Qin Mian with punches and kicks, making Qin Mian wail in pain. Father, I really am your son. Qin Mian cried out loudly. Still calling me that? Qin Lai became even angrier, his strikes growing fiercer, leaving Qin Mian with no intact flesh on his body. I was wrong. You're not my son, you're not my father. Qin Mian cried, truly not daring to call him father anymore, for if he continued, he would be beaten to death. He was going mad. How could he be so miserable? His own father didn't recognize him and beat him so brutally. Was he really his son? Probably picked up from the side of the road. Li Xing and the ancestor of the Tianyin sect were stunned. Was this really Qin Mian's father? It felt like they had a blood feud. His strikes were so fierce. Get lost. Qin Lai kicked Qin Mian away, no longer paying attention to him. He looked at Li Xing and the ancestor of the Tianyin sect, coldly asking, Where is my son? Qin Mian? Still looking for your son? Your son was almost beaten to death by you. He's already unconscious. Li Xing looked at Qin Mian, who had been kicked to the side, now completely unconscious. He felt sorry for Qin Mian. How did he end up with such a father? Nearly dying at the hands of his own father. However, it was no wonder Qin Lai couldn't recognize him. The dragon horse had treated Qin Mian too harshly, making him unrecognizable from before. His voice had also changed. Moreover, the dragon horse had stripped Qin Mian of his clothes, as Qin Mian's clothes were not ordinary, woven with some kind of spiritual silk. Later, the dragon horse felt Qin Mian's naked body was too disgusting and ugly, so it took a set of clothes from a Tianyin sect disciple and put them on Qin Mian. This situation, not even Qin Lai could recognize him. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Why aren't you speaking? Where is my son? Has he been killed by you? Seeing Li Xing and the ancestor of the Tianyin sect not speaking, Qin Lai became anxious, feeling that his son might have already been harmed. Hand over my son immediately. His eyes reddened, filled with murderous intent. He shouted, That's my most beloved son. All these years, I've never let him get even a single hair hurt. If you've killed my son, or even hurt him, I will never forgive you. You've never let your son get even a single hair hurt? Li Xing said with a strange expression. Are you sure? Qin Lai's words were too damn funny. Chapter 110. Making the Taiqing sect take the blame. Making the culprit who harmed Zhao Zhe take the blame. Not even a single strand of hair was harmed. Yes, not a single strand of hair was harmed, but you almost beat your son to death. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect couldn't hold back and burst out laughing with a biff. Then, he saw Qin Lai's murderous gaze turn towards him. Sorry, I don't usually laugh. This time, I really couldn't help it, he said while laughing, truly unable to control himself. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and tell me. Where's my son? Qin Lai's killing intent intensified. What was this? Killing his son and then mocking him? Look, isn't that your son over there? Li Xing pointed to Qin Mian, who had been kicked to the side and was now unconscious. Qin Lai followed Li Xing's finger and his killing intent sword again. Are you playing with me? He was full of anger, his eyes cold and frosty. There was no sign of his son, only the pig-headed monster he had kicked away. I'm not playing with you, he really is your son, Qin Mian. Li Xing walked over to Qin Mian, using spiritual energy to wake him up, and said, let your son tell you himself. Qin Mian woke up, and tears immediately began to flow. It was too damn painful, especially the way his father beat him. It was as if they had a blood feud. Tell me, is he your father? Li Xing asked with a light smile. Why was he being asked this question again? Qin Mian started crying again. He didn't want to answer this question. It was because of this that he had been brutally beaten earlier. He looked at Qin Lai, his eyes filled with fear, and stuttered, he's not my father. I'm not his son. He was truly scared, afraid that if he called him father again, he would be beaten up again. If that happened, his life would be completely over. Look at how you're being a father. Your son doesn't even recognize you. Li Xing found it amusing and finally said to Qin Mian, speak properly, let your father acknowledge you. I still have things to discuss with your father. If they didn't reconcile, how could he discuss the ransom issue? I understand. Qin Mian was even more afraid of Li Xing and hurriedly said to Qin Lai, Father, I really am your son. My mother is Wang Yin when I was little. You even held me and went to ask ancestor Qin Kuan for a name. He babbled on, and Qin Lai's expression changed repeatedly. Everything Qin Mian said was correct. Could this really be his son? Oh my God. He almost beat his most beloved son to death? Son. He instantly rushed over, hugging Qin Mian tightly, tears almost coming out. He didn't recognize his son? He felt so guilty. Father. Qin Mian also hugged his father tightly. His father had finally recognized him. After the reconciliation, Qin Lai quickly sent his power into Qin Mian's body to heal his injuries. Soon, Qin Mian's injuries were healed, and he returned to his original appearance. Most of his injuries were external, which were easier to heal. Father, you must avenge me. You don't know how wicked this guy is. He let his horse trample all over my face. Qin Mian cried. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you for this. Qin Lai patted Qin Mian's shoulder, and then turned to look at the ancestor of the Tianyin sect. Wan Hong, you really have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. How dare you lay a heavy hand on my son? His voice was cold, filled with killing intent, completely ignoring Li Xing as he spoke to the ancestor of the Tianyin sect. Li Xing was too young to be a god king. He thought the ancestor of the Tianyin sect had broken through and become a god king, laying a heavy hand on his son Qin Mian. You are a figure from the previous generation. How can you be so reckless? After becoming a god king, are you so arrogant, so conceited, so oblivious to everything? He sneered, thinking the enemy was from some ancient power, but it turned out to be Wan Hong, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect. This wasn't much of a threat. No need to worry. The background of the Tianyin sect was clear, nothing to be afraid of, no strong backing. Then, he was about to say some harsh words, like how powerful their Qing clan was, and how the ancestor of the Tianyin sect would pay a heavy price for this. Unexpectedly, before he could say those harsh words, Qin Mian awkwardly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Father, you're mistaken. It's not the ancestor of the Tianyin sect. What? Not Wan Hong? Qin Lai felt his face burning, too damn embarrassing. He was about to say harsh words, but he got the wrong person. However, he was not an ordinary person. Being the head of a clan with rich experiences, he quickly calmed down. Who is it then? He scanned the surroundings, still ignoring Li Xing, searching for the God King enemy. There was no one else here except the ancestor of the Tianyin sect and Li Xing. But his father didn't even glance at Li Xing. Qin Mian knew his father overlooked Li Xing because of his youth. Father, it's him. He pointed at Li Xing, gritting his teeth and said, It's this guy who let his horse trample my face with its hooves, and even blocked the attack from the protective jade pendant. Qin Lai looked in the direction Qin Mian pointed, saw Li Xing, and his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "You mean him?" He couldn't believe it. His expression was incredibly strange. Was there really such a young god king in this era? Impossible. You know, the environment has drastically changed, and high-level spiritual substances have sharply decreased, making it difficult for practitioners to ascend to godhood. Almost impossible, let alone becoming a god king. Those who became gods, god kings, and even stronger, almost all relied on previous accumulations to achieve it. How could Li Xing, so young, have achieved the status of a god king? In an instant, he became extremely serious, realizing that Li Xing might be backed by some ancient and terrifying background. Li Xing could be so young and achieve the status of a god king in this era. It must be due to the ancient and terrifying background behind him, using various resources to nurture him. Otherwise, in such a harsh environment today, there was no way Li Xing could have achieved the status of a god king at such a young age. He felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It seemed that Ancestor Qin Kuan's guess was correct. There really was an ancient and terrifying force eyeing their Qin clan. Li Xing was pushed to the forefront by this ancient and terrifying force to measure the strength of their Qin clan. "Who are you? From which ancient force?" he asked sternly. Other forces might not know, but their Qin clan was well aware that not all forces from ancient times had perished in time. Many had passed down their heritage. Rumors outside said that their Qin clan was inherited from ancient times. In fact, this rumor was true. Their Qin clan did originate from ancient times and had passed down through the ages. Li Xing opened his mouth, originally intending to say he was Li Jiudao, a freelancer with no background or forces behind him. However, as the words were about to come out, he changed his mind. He thought of the Taiqing sect, of the person who had harmed Zhao Zhe, cutting him open from behind and taking away his innate Dao bone. He decided to make the Taiqing sect take the blame, to make the person who harmed Zhao Zhe take the blame. "I come from the Taiqing sect, my master, Zhang Zimo," he announced loudly. Zhang Zimo was a senior elder in the Taiqing sect, holding significant power. According to Uncle Feng, it was this person who had harmed Zhao Zhe and taken away his innate Dao bone. Chapter 111. Xianxia, the new owner of innate Dao bones. After discussing Zhao Zhe's matter, Li Xing and Elder Feng talked about many other things. At first, Elder Feng did not know who the person behind Zhao Zhe's persecution was, only knowing that it must be a senior elder within the Taiqing sect, but he was unaware of which specific elder it was. However, eventually, Elder Feng found out. Even after Zhao Zhe's demise, Elder Feng never gave up on avenging him and often kept an eye on the Taiqing sect. This allowed him to uncover the truth in no time. Because shortly after Zhao Zhe's incident, just a few months later, a peerless genius appeared in the Taiqing sect, possessing a complete set of innate Dao bones. How could this be? What a coincidence. Just a few months after Zhao Zhe's death, someone else within the Taiqing sect also possessed innate Dao bones? When did innate Dao bones become so easily obtainable? He didn't believe it. This peerless genius's innate Dao bones must be Zhao Zhe's. Later, he discovered the name of this peerless genius and the relationships behind him. This made him even more certain that the innate Dao bones this peerless genius possessed were Zhao Zhe's. Xianxia. That was the name of the peerless genius, whose father was a senior elder in the Taiqing sect, primarily responsible for disciple assessments and recruitment. And his grandfather was Zhang Zimo, the great elder of the Taiqing sect, truly a figure of immense power, holding absolute authority within the sect, with cultivation reaching an unfathomable depth. A father in charge of recruitment, a grandfather with immense power and unfathomable cultivation, and Xianxia with innate Dao bones. All of this undoubtedly lined up with Zhao Zhe's misfortune. Zhao Zhe participated in recruitment assessments, where his father discovered Zhao Zhe's innate Dao bones, and then had the idea to transplant them to Xianxia. The one who carried out the deed was likely Xianxia's grandfather, Zhang Zimo. What are innate Dao bones? They are born Dao bones, growing together with the flesh, born with Zhao Zhe. To completely separate such innate Dao bones without damaging them and allow them to perfectly integrate with Xianxia, none of this would be easy to achieve. With just Zheng Xian's father's strength, it was almost impossible to accomplish. Therefore, Elder Feng was certain that the one who carried out the deed was definitely Zheng Xian's grandfather, Zheng Zimo. Only Zheng Zimo had the power to completely separate the innate Dao bones without causing any damage and allow them to perfectly integrate with Zheng Xian. It was because of understanding all this that Elder Feng felt so desperate, seeing no hope for himself to avenge Zhao Zhe, and could only place his hopes on the disciples of the Qingxin sect, hoping that a phenomenal disciple would emerge, become a supreme powerhouse, and avenge Zhao Zhe in the future. After all, that was Zheng Zimo, not only with an unfathomable cultivation level, but also the great elder of the Taiqing sect, a figure of high authority. To oppose him was equivalent to opposing the entire Taiqing sect. If one could not become a supreme powerhouse, there would be no hope of avenging Zhao Zhe. A disciple of the Taiqing sect, taught by Master Zheng Zimo? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor secretly curled her lips, clearly aware that Li Xing was trying to smear Zheng Zimo and stir up enmity. She was equally aware of everything. The Taiqing sect? Qin Lai took a sharp breath, evidently knowing about the Taiqing sect, an ancient and vast sect with a lineage that spanned countless eras, truly a colossal entity. Their Qin clan was nothing but an ant before the Taiqing sect, with no comparison whatsoever. Pulling the tiger's skin to make a big banner, you say it's so? He was no ordinary man and quickly calmed down, sneering repeatedly, not believing Li Xing's claim of this identity. How powerful was the Taiqing sect? How could they possibly care about their tiny Qin clan? Impossible. Believe it or not, I've told you my identity. Li Xing did not explain much, as too much explanation would be counterproductive. Of course, he knew that the Qin clan was nothing before the Taiqing sect, but this was just the beginning. In the future, taught by Master Zheng Zimo, would become his catchphrase. After all, even a swarm of ants could gnaw a big elephant to death. Moreover, even if they couldn't take down Zheng Zimo, they could at least annoy him, collecting some interest in advance. Are you really a disciple of the Taiqing sect? Qin Lai asked again, still unsure, though he didn't quite believe it in his heart. He couldn't completely rule out the possibility that Li Xing was indeed a disciple of the Taiqing sect. After all, Li Xing was extraordinary, so young and already a divine king, fully qualified to be a disciple of the Taiqing sect, or it was indeed possible that he came from there. Besides, the Taiqing sect might not care about their Qin clan, but what if this was Li Xing's personal action, unrelated to the Taiqing sect, and Li Xing personally targeted their Qin clan? It wasn't impossible. For a moment, he was truly taken aback and didn't dare to act rashly against Li Xing. I've already said it, believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Xing still didn't explain much, leaving Qin Lai to guess as he pleased. After all, he was now Li Jiudao, a new identity, able to handle various speculations. Qin Lai stared at Li Xing, not speaking. Such a young divine king, Li Xing was truly extraordinary, and his background, even if not from the Taiqing sect, was definitely terrifying, far surpassing the Qin clan. Because even if their Qin clan poured all their resources, they couldn't cultivate such a young divine king. He began to become wary of Li Xing. As for Li Xing being a mere wandering cultivator, he didn't even consider it. Even the ancient Qin clan, passed down from the distant past, couldn't cultivate such a young divine king. Could a wandering cultivator do it? Impossible. Not a shred of possibility. Ancestor Qin Kuan had once said to him to act freely, without any concerns, not to show weakness, nor to back down. But now, he truly didn't dare to act freely. Li Xing's background, when thought about, was indeed somewhat frightening. Fortunately, Qin Mian was not dead, just suffered some hardships, not reaching the point of irreconcilable enmity. He thought to just let it go, take Qin Mian back first, and see about the future. Let's go, Mian. He patted Qin Mian's shoulder, ready to take him away from there. Qin Mian didn't expect his father to leave like this, not avenging him, but he didn't dare to speak up, silently following behind Qin Lai. He thought it likely had something to do with Li Xing's claimed identity, that Li Xing's background might be extremely extraordinary, and his father didn't dare to act rashly. It made sense too, such a young divine king. How could his background be simple? It was normal for his father to be wary. Leaving? Have I agreed? Li Xing stepped forward, directly blocking Qin Lai and Qin Mian's path, saying, Qin Mian is my hostage, held by me. If you want to take him away, you have to bring ransom. The Qin clan wouldn't take Qin Mian away without handing over their treasure vault. Chapter 112. Li Xing is very angry. The consequences are very severe. Ransom? Qin Lai frowned. What was Li Xing trying to do? Extort the Qin clan? Beside him, Qin Mian whispered, This guy has a black heart. He wants our treasury. Wants our treasury? Qin Lai's expression changed. Indeed, things weren't that simple. Li Xing wasn't here for Qin Mian, but for the entire Qin clan. However, he couldn't be sure if this was Li Xing's personal action or the move of an ancient force behind Li Xing. Yes. Li Xing nodded and said, Use your family's treasury to save your precious son's life. Isn't that a good deal? Good deal, my foot. Not to mention he couldn't make the decision. Even if he could, he wouldn't agree to it. Facing the imminent winter of cultivation, the reserves in the treasury were their hope to survive the winter of cultivation. How could he agree to it so easily? Qin Lai narrowed his eyes and said, Ask your elders to come out. If it's just you, sorry, there's nothing to talk about. I can handle you myself. No need for my elders to step in. Li Xing said calmly. So-called youthful arrogance, one should not be young without arrogance. But I still want to say, young man, you're overdoing it. Qin Lai sneered, suppressing the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the concern that Li Xing's background was not simple, he would have long used the magic conch given by his ancestor Qin Kuan to fight Li Xing. However, if Li Xing thought he would compromise, that was absolutely impossible, because he increasingly felt that this was very likely Li Xing's personal action. With the drastic changes in the environment and the coming winter of cultivation, the stronger the force, the more cautious they were, not daring to act rashly, fearing to stir up the situation and cause uncontrollable consequences. After all, in the current situation, once the situation was chaotic, it would be very bad. You don't have to care about my arrogance. If you want to take Qin Mian away, you must let me walk through your treasury. Li Xing said, This is the only way for you to take Qin Mian away. Leave some leeway for future encounters. Young man, are you sure you want to push this to the extreme? Qin Lai sneered, That's not good. The consequences are not something you can bear. You talk too much. Li Xing frowned, a bit impatient. Why are you so long-winded like a woman? Qin Lai's mouth twitched. Damn. No one had ever spoken to him like that. He could see that Li Xing was not going to let it go. If that was the case, then there was nothing more to talk about. All right then. You just want to walk through our treasury? Fine. He laughed and said, I can even give you a treasure in advance. After saying that, he raised his hand and threw the magic conch towards Li Xing. Li Xing reached out and caught the magic conch, flipping it over in his hand. How young? Didn't your elders tell you not to accept things casually? Qin Lai laughed coldly. Accepting things casually can lead to big trouble. This naive Li Xing really thought he had compromised and given up? Voluntarily offering a treasure? It was too funny. As the words fell, he directly took action, using secret techniques to detonate the power within the magic conch. Li Xing covered the magic conch with both hands. With a loud boom, there was a boundless surge of divine power, and the magic conch exploded in Li Xing's hands, the commotion as if the world was just created, scaring the entire Tianyin sect. Many members of the sect peed their pants on the spot. After the explosion, Li Xing opened his hands. The magic conch had already turned to dust and scattered, and he was completely unharmed, his hands still crystal clear like jade. Not even a single hair was injured. What? Qin Lai almost peed himself. His legs were so weak, trembling all over. Damn, what kind of freak is this? He saw Li Xing cover the magic conch with his hands and sneered inwardly at the time. Divine kings also have strengths and weaknesses, and the difference in between is very big, including ordinary divine kings, minor divine kings, and major divine kings. Above major divine kings, there are peak divine kings. His clan ancestor Qin Kuan is such a peak divine king. This time, Ancestor Qin Kuan infused extremely terrifying power into the magic conch. Even a major divine king would suffer greatly facing this power. Who knew? Li Xing was so freakish and terrifying. The power of the magic conch exploded. Not only did it not make Li Xing suffer, it didn't even leave a trace on Li Xing's hands. A peak. Divine king? He swallowed hard, his face pale, without a trace of blood, his voice trembling when he spoke. Undoubtedly, Li Xing could do this. He must be a peak divine king. He was almost scared out of his wits. Such a young peak divine king? My God. He didn't even dare to dream of such a thing. My God. The ancestor of Tianyin's sect exclaimed, his heart beating like a drum, fiercely pounding, almost jumping out of his body. A peak divine king at the age of 20. How terrifying is that? How powerful must one be to become a peak divine king at the age of 20? He couldn't even imagine it. Damn, I treated you sincerely, yet you threw a bomb at me? Li Xing's face darkened as he shouted at Qin Lai. I'll tell you the truth. Right now, I'm very angry. With a swoosh, he directly rushed to Qin Lai, then grabbed Qin Lai's neck and took him to the sky, beating Qin Lai up in the sky. Qin Lai's realm was not low, at the late peak of nirvana 9 times. Already infinitely close to the divine realm, he could be called a semi-god. However, in front of Li Xing, he was weak and powerless, unable to fight back at all. Pu. Blood splattered. Qin Lai was in a miserable state, continuously beaten by Li Xing in the sky. His whole body without a single good piece of flesh, blood dripping, white bones exposed, his body severely distorted and deformed. He was beaten by Li Xing for a long time, almost losing his entire life. Finally, he was thrown down from the sky by Li Xing, heavily falling to the ground, smashing a big pit, raising dust everywhere. I'm very angry right now. My anger cannot be appeased by just one treasury. Li Xing descended and said coldly, horse stepping on flying swallows, Shao Qi, let's go, to the Qin clan. Damn, this time, none of the Qin clan will escape. They'll all be robbed clean. Here. Let's go. The dragon horse and the white fox quickly arrived. They had already looted the Tianyin sect. There wasn't much left. Li Xing jumped onto the dragon horse, raised his hand and summoned a long whip, tying Qin Lai, Qin Mian, and the elders of the Qin clan together. Then, they set off, dragging Qin Lai and others, heading towards the Qin clan. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Qin clan's location. The Qin clan was indeed the first great clan in the central region. Their clan territory was very spectacular, majestic, and astonishing. Li Xing's expression was cold, raising his hand to throw Qin Lai and others over. Qin Lai and others instantly hit the high walls of the Qin clan's territory, smashing cracks in the walls, spreading like spider webs. Damn, all line up, we're robbing, he shouted angrily. Chapter 113. A joke. My master, Zheng Zimo. The guards at the entrance of the Qin clan were dumbfounded. What is going on here? The clan leader and others were thrown over like that? They were terrified but still managed to blow the horn in time to warn the clan of an incoming enemy. In fact, they didn't need to blow the horn, as the Qin clan's powerhouses had already sensed it instantly. Swish, swish, swish. From the depths of the Qin clan, several divine lights shot into the sky, radiating awe-inspiring divine might. The Qin clan was indeed extraordinary, with a significant number of divine-level powerhouses. They descended instantly, each surrounded by dazzling divine radiance, standing high in the sky, dazzlingly bright. Looking down on me from above? On whose authority? All of you, come down and accept the robbery. Li Xing leaped off the dragon horse, like a streak of light, quickly charging towards these divine-level powerhouses of the Qin clan. He was exceptionally fierce, one punch after another. None of these divine-level powerhouses could withstand him, their divine bodies cracking, their divine radiance dimming. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a moment, they were all knocked to the ground, spitting blood incessantly, suffering heavy blows, no longer exuding any so-called divine might. The people of the Qin clan were almost scared out of their wits. Was this a killing emperor? Too fierce. And also, too young. Was it really possible for someone to possess such terrifying power at such a young age? Even though they were seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it, feeling it was too illusory and unrealistic. Line up, accept the robbery. The dragon horse stomped its hooves, taking charge of these fallen divine-level powerhouses of the Qing clan, ready to rob them one by one. These divine-level powerhouses of the Qing clan glared, feeling extremely humiliated. They never dreamed they would one day be robbed by a horse. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged, and the ancestor of the Qing clan, Qin Kuan, arrived. His aura was surging, his eyebrows sharp, his facial features chiseled, his eyes piercing, his figure slender, his robe flapping in the wind. On his body, the aura of a supreme divine king was fully displayed. He was quite extraordinary, extremely talented, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a supreme divine king. A supreme divine king is not something that can be achieved through mere hard work. Only the exceptionally talented can become supreme divine kings. In his era, he was also the protagonist, the focus of countless eyes, suppressing his peers. So young. However, even someone as extraordinary as him couldn't help but be greatly surprised when he saw Li Xing. Too young. His talent was already outstanding, and it took him 800 years to become a supreme divine king. What about Li Xing? His aura was so young. Could he match up to him? At this moment, he couldn't help but pay great attention to Li Xing. Such a young supreme divine king. What kind of background must he have behind him? His mood was exceptionally solemn. Where does the fellow Taoist come from? He asked solemnly, addressing Li Xing as a peer. In the world of cultivators, age doesn't matter, only cultivation strength. Those with equivalent cultivation strength are peers. The Taiqing sect, my master, Zhang Zimo, Li Xing shouted, then directly charged over, faster than lightning, arriving in an instant. Qin Kuan was no simple man, his eyes glowing brightly, reacting extremely quickly, swiftly moving sideways to dodge Li Xing's punch. Taiqing sect? He gasped. Unlike Qin Lai, he had no doubts about this. Mainly, Li Xing was too terrifying, such a young supreme divine king. Only the super ancient sects like the Taiqing sect could cultivate, right? Fellow Taoist, is there some misunderstanding here? He hurriedly said, completely not thinking that the Taiqing sect had designs on their Qing clan. A joke. Would an elephant care about an ant? Don't joke. It wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. There's no misunderstanding. Your clan members wanted to kill me. I came to collect the debt. Isn't that reasonable? Li Xing coldly said. Hearing this, Qin Kuan immediately looked at Qin Mian. The source of the problem was with Qin Mian. Obviously, the clan member Li Xing mentioned was Qin Mian. Innocent. Seeing the ancestor Qin Kuan's gaze, Qin Mian's soul almost flew away in fear. He had no idea Li Xing was so fierce, with such a terrifying background. If he had known, even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Li Xing. At the same time, he was also grumbling in his heart, very much wanting to tell Li Xing, you have such a terrifying background. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have been happy to lead your horse, be a servant. Even if Shangan Leu married you, I would be fine with carrying the bridal sedan. Now, it might drag the entire Qin clan down. I'm sorry, this is our lack of discipline. I apologize to the fellow Taoist here. Qin Kuan said. An apology alone won't suffice. It's not that simple. Li Xing coldly said, if I weren't strong enough, I would have died long ago, and you wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in your hearts. We can offer compensation to the fellow Taoist to appease the anger in your heart. Qin Kuan said, really didn't want to be enemies with Li Xing. He wasn't afraid of Li Xing, mainly because of the background behind Li Xing. The authenticity of Li Xing's identity as a disciple of the Taiqing sect wasn't important. After all, Li Xing's supreme divine king strength was there. The background behind Li Xing was definitely not simple. This was not something the Qin clan could shake. Even if they could, it would be at a heavy cost. I don't need your compensation. I'll extinguish my own anger. Li Xing made another move, the power of the minor saint body surpassing the level, charging towards Qin Kuan. Without surpassing the level, he couldn't fight a supreme divine king. Don't push it too far. Qin Kuan was also holding back anger, but still didn't make a move, dodging Li Xing's attack again. I didn't make a move against you. That's out of respect for the Taiqing sect behind you, not because I'm afraid of you. After all, he was a supreme divine king, the protagonist of his era. If not for the years smoothing out his edges, he would have long since gone over and beaten Li Xing to a point where even Li Xing's mother wouldn't recognize him. Also, although my Qin clan may not be as good as the Taiqing sect, we are not some nameless clan. He coldly reprimanded. My Qin clan has been passed down since ancient times and has gone through many storms and waves. We won't be taken advantage of by you. You targeting my Qin clan, that's your biggest mistake. The Taiqing sect wouldn't target them. This was obviously Li Xing's personal intention to target their Qin clan. I warn you, be sensible. Accept my apology and compensation, and then leave here. Otherwise, I definitely won't indulge you anymore. He coldly said, my patience is limited. You're about to touch my bottom line. To be honest, he was just looking at the Taiqing sect's face before. Otherwise, forget about apology and compensation. He would have made Li Xing suffer and leave the Qin clan on his knees. Li Xing personally wanted to take advantage of their Qin clan? Impossible. The Qin clan, passed down from ancient times, wasn't that simple. He wasn't the strongest in the clan. There was also a divine emperor above the divine king in their clan. Li Xing alone wanted to rob their Qin clan. That was a dream, wishful thinking. In this special era, even disciples of the Taiqing sect can't act recklessly. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. Don't bring trouble to the Taiqing sect behind you. He shouted again. Leave quickly while I'm still not angry. Otherwise, you won't even get an apology and compensation. The current era is too special. Even super ancient sects like the Taiqing sect can't do whatever they want. After all, the impending winter of cultivation means anything can happen. The more powerful the forces, the more cautious they become, fearing accidents that might prevent them from enduring this winter of cultivation. You know, this cultivation winter is definitely the darkest moment. If one cannot survive it, they might plummet from their peak and become ordinary mortals, no longer able to wield the power of Tao and Fa. Even those ancient powerhouses nearing their limits might die directly. Therefore, the more powerful beings and forces are, the more cautious and careful they are, which is why there are rarely any news about those supreme powerhouses and supreme forces in the present world. They are all in hiding, not daring to show their heads, preparing for the upcoming winter of cultivation. At the same time, this is also why Qin Kuan dared to speak to Li Xing in such a manner. If it weren't for this special era, he wouldn't dare. In the past, when there were no disturbances, even if this matter had nothing to do with the Taiqing sect and was just Li Xing's personal actions, he wouldn't dare to speak to Li Xing like this. His attitude would be extremely humble. What a joke. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Li Xing sneered coldly and shouted, My master, Zhang Zimo. Chapter 114. That's my gun. My master, Zhang Zimo. Qin Kuan's mouth twitched. What's with all the shouting? Who is this person? He's never even heard of him. Boom. At that moment, Li Xing charged forward, his entire body enveloped in a crystalline glow. He threw the first punch. Qin Kuan no longer dodged. He clenched his fist, and the roar of a diamond-like warrior echoed, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, within which a vague golden shadow appeared. This was the Diamond Fist, a divine martial art. He no longer intended to be polite with Li Xing. He was ready to confront Li Xing head-on, making Li Xing pay the price. He was confident. After all, he was an old-timer among the peak divine kings. Li Xing, a newly ascended young divine king, could not possibly be his match. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists clashed repeatedly, more than 100 times in an instant. Various terrifying aftershocks spread, causing many buildings of the Qin clan to collapse into ruins. Qin Kuan soared into the sky, unwilling to fight within the clan grounds. This was a battle between peak divine kings, and the destruction to the clan grounds would be immense. Li Xing pursued, and the two resumed their fierce battle in the sky. The members of the Qin clan were all stunned, as if petrified, their hearts filled with indescribable emotions. Could it be that such a young Li Xing could already engage in battle with their ancestor Qin Kuan, a peak divine king? They were shocked beyond words, their feelings of awe immense. The gap between people was too vast. When they were Li Xing's age, most of them hadn't even begun their nirvana. Yet, Li Xing could already fight a peak divine king. Hey, don't space out. Line up, this is a robbery. The little white fox shouted, waving its tiny paw, ordering the members of the Qin clan to line up. Get lost. Naturally, the members of the Qin clan were defiant. Did they look like they would be robbed by a little mongrel? It was too laughable. However, they soon suffered a setback. The dragon horse knocked them all down with a single hoof. Line up obediently, or your horse sire will send you to the western heaven. The dragon horse shouted. The members of the Qin clan had no choice but to line up, allowing the little white fox to rob them one by one. You'll cry when the time comes. Once the ancestor suppresses that brat, we'll skin you all. They muttered bitterly in their hearts, confident in their ancestor Qin Kuan, believing he could suppress Li Xing. However, soon, their firm confidence began to waver. Boom! Ancestor Qin Kuan was struck down from the sky by Li Xing, landing in the clan grounds and creating a large crater, causing the entire clan grounds to tremble. What was happening? The members of the Qin clan were all terrified. In just a short moment, ancestor Qin Kuan had suffered such a great loss. Boom! A divine light shot into the sky as Qin Kuan erupted from the crater, charging back into the sky. His eyes were slightly red, his terrifying aura sweeping across the heavens and earth. He was greatly angered. As an old-timer among the peak divine kings, he had always been the one to crush his enemies. He had never been so humiliated, being struck down by a single punch. Nevertheless, he was also greatly surprised. How had Li Xing trained to possess such terrifying power at such a young age? At this moment, he believed even more in Li Xing's identity as a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Swish! He raised his hand and summoned a divine spear, charging towards Li Xing with the spear in hand. This was his life-bound artifact, accompanying him through countless battles. He had continuously enhanced it, forging it into a divine king artifact. The divine spear struck like a true dragon, causing the void to tremble, its dazzling divine light making it hard for people to open their eyes. Li Xing seemed somewhat wary of the divine spear, his movements cautious, avoiding direct confrontation with the spear. Seeing this, Qin Kuan's offense intensified. He repeatedly thrust the divine spear, hoping to take advantage of the situation to defeat Li Xing. Damn it, don't mess with my spear. Li Xing cursed. Was this the reason for his wariness of the divine spear? Did he consider the spear his own artifact, afraid that a too fierce attack would damage the spear? Indeed, this was the reason for his wariness. With the drastic changes in the world environment and the impending winter of cultivation, his temperament had begun to change, learning to cherish. In his eyes, this divine spear would be his spoils of war, and he couldn't afford to damage it. After all, the future would bring the most difficult dark times, where good things would become increasingly scarce, possibly even disappearing altogether. If he didn't know about the winter of cultivation, he wouldn't have acted this way. He would have confronted the divine spear head-on, directly shattering it. He had often done so in the past. The artifacts he fought against rarely had a good end, most being shattered by him. Qin Kuan's beard and eyebrows bristled with anger. Did Li Xing really consider his divine spear a spoil of war? He was furious. Li Xing was too arrogant. He hadn't even been defeated yet. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. His voice was icy, unleashing even greater power. The divine spear pierced through the void, locking onto Li Xing. However, In the next instant, the divine spear lost its lock, and Li Xing's figure disappeared from his sight. What's going on? His pupils contracted sharply, completely unprepared for this situation. Before he could react, he was struck on the back. Bang! Li Xing appeared behind him out of thin air, kicking him in the back. Qin Kuan staggered, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. His spine shattered into powder. The force of that kick was terrifying. It didn't directly take his life, but it definitely took half of it. Li Xing's figure disappeared again, truly as if he were traversing the void. He began to display extreme speed, a speed that even Qin Kuan couldn't lock onto or capture. With the small perfected saint physique reaching its later stages, the overstepping power it could unleash naturally increased even more. Bang, bang, bang. He appeared in front of Qin Kuan, delivering a series of rapid punches that Qin Kuan couldn't react to at all. Qin Kuan suffered repeated heavy blows, his divine spear seized. Li Xing used the divine spear to send Qin Kuan flying with a single strike, blood raining down like a downpour. What? This is impossible. The entire Qin clan was terrified. Had their ancestor Qin Kuan been sent flying like this? They couldn't believe it. Line up over there, accept the robbery. Li Xing shouted, throwing Qin Kuan to the dragon horse. Qin Kuan, having suffered repeated heavy blows, had greatly diminished divine power, rendering him incapable of further fighting. He then lifted the divine spear and walked towards the depths of the Qin clan, heading for their treasury. At that moment, the scene before him suddenly changed, entering a special space. This space was empty, and Li Xing narrowed his eyes. Had he been tricked? The Qin clan, a clan with ancient lineage from the distant past, was indeed formidable. Even Qin Kuan was not their strongest combatant. There were even stronger individuals within the Qin clan. A mere youngster dares to wreak havoc in my Qin clan. What does being a disciple of the Tai Ching sect matter? In this special era, killing you won't be a problem. A sinister cold shout echoed from the space. Don't think that being a Tai Ching sect disciple can be your protective talisman, ensuring your survival. Today, you won't be leaving. Then, boundless terrifying power descended from the space, pressing down on Li Xing. He intended to capture Li Xing, then inspect Li Xing's soul memories to see if anyone knew of Li Xing's current actions. If not, he would directly kill Li Xing. Do you know who my master is? My master, Zhang Zimo, Li Xing shouted, charging outwards with the spear in hand. Chapter 115. What's the solution? Just line up properly. The master, Zhang Zimo. He shouted it again. Who is this guy? The old divine emperor of the Qin clan had been paying close attention and knew that Li Xing had shouted several times before. Indeed, it was he who took action and enveloped Li Xing within this special space. This was his divine emperor domain space, within which he was the absolute ruler. Boom! Boundless terrifying power descended, and Li Xing felt immense pressure, his eyebrows furrowing as he sensed the squeezing sensation on his body. This force seemed intent on crushing him into a pancake. Clearly, the power of his minor saint body, even when surpassing its level, couldn't withstand such force. You feel the squeezing sensation, your eyebrows furrow. The minor saint body feels panicked, causing the invincible, handsome, and divine master to be startled. The minor saint body is filled with self-reproach and explodes with surpassing power. Immediately after, Li Xing felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, and the previous squeezing sensation vanished instantly. Breakthrough! Li Xing roared, slamming his fist violently onto the ground. A terrifying force gathered on his fist, bursting forth with boundless radiance. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire space shattered instantly. What divine emperor domain? It couldn't withstand Li Xing's punch at all. Puff! From deep within the Qin clan, in a cave dwelling, an old man with white hair spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a ghost. How could this be? His pupils were filled with astonishment, unable to help but cry out. That was his divine emperor domain, Even if another divine emperor entered, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Yet, Li Xing shattered it with a single punch. The shattering of the divine emperor domain greatly affected him. Is he a divine emperor? He couldn't believe it, his heart filled with unimaginable shock. Such a young divine emperor? My God, even in those extremely glorious ancient times, such young divine emperors were rare. How did Li Xing cultivate to the level of a divine emperor in this era? Is the Taiqing sect that powerful? I'm leaving. Without hesitation, he quickly left the cave dwelling, intending to escape from the Qin clan. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of a battle with Li Xing, but after a battle, he would undoubtedly be greatly exhausted. Li Xing could easily shatter his divine emperor domain, clearly not an easy opponent. Even if he could subdue Li Xing, he would have to pay a huge price. He didn't want that. Even if it meant abandoning the entire Qin clan, he didn't want to pay such a high price. Time is ruthless, cutting down everything. Even as a divine emperor, he couldn't withstand the erosion of time. He was too old, already in his twilight years. Now, he didn't have much time left to live. His end was near. In such a situation, how could he dare to engage in such a costly battle? If he did, his end would come prematurely. He wouldn't even survive the Shouxing Handong. He would die before it even arrived. People feared death the most. Even if he had lived through endless ages, lived long enough, he still didn't want to die, even if it meant abandoning the entire Qin clan. Trying to run after attacking the master? Not that easy. The supreme chapter of Taiqing erupts in fury, achieving ultimate eruption, soul perception enhanced 100-fold. In an instant, Li Xing's soul power skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level, enveloping the entire Qin clan in a single thought. Everything within the Qin clan was under his complete control. Ultimate eruption. Is this a more powerful eruption than surpassing level? Li Xing's lips curled into a smile. Not bad, quite good. The potential of the supreme chapter of Taiqing is limitless. His realm was still somewhat low. The supreme chapter of Taiqing achieved a surpassing level eruption, but it couldn't lock onto the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. Hence it achieved an eruption beyond surpassing level, ultimate eruption. In the next instant, his soul perception fully locked onto the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. Old geezer, where do you think you're running? He opened up at extreme speed, appearing in front of the old divine emperor of the Qin clan in a flash, blocking his path. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan clearly didn't want to engage in battle, spitting out a bolt of thunder to strike Li Xing while he fled to the side. Li Xing waved his hand, easily erasing the thunder that could easily obliterate a divine king. He then instantly closed in on the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, his fist directly smashing towards him. By this time, the old divine emperor had already fled to a distance of 10,000 miles away from the Qin clan. Divine emperors are too powerful, capable of tearing apart the void, traveling 10,000 miles in a single thought. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xing and the old divine emperor of the Qin clan engaged in fierce combat. The minor saint body was already ahead, achieving a surpassing level eruption, enough to allow him to battle a divine emperor. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan was shocked. He had already made a high estimate of Li Xing's strength, but when he actually engaged in combat with Li Xing, he realized he had severely underestimated Li Xing. Old geezer, you thought you could easily kill me? Why are you running? The master, Zheng Zimo. Li Xing roared, his entire body shining brilliantly, like a war deity, sweeping across the old divine emperor of the Qin clan with great force. He shouted it again. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan cursed in his heart. It's become a catchphrase, just spouting it off. Boom. He summoned a divine emperor artifact, a pair of golden and silver scissors, one side gold, the other silver, refined by him over endless ages, finally nurtured into a divine emperor artifact. Take it. Li Xing waved his hand, forcibly suppressing the golden and silver scissors. The scissors were indeed terrifying, capable of killing ordinary divine emperors, but unfortunately, they encountered Li Xing. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan's eyeballs almost popped out. The golden and silver scissors went to kill, shattering the void, but in front of Li Xing, they were like ordinary scissors, easily controlled by Li Xing, unable to unleash any power. Instantly, he realized this was not someone he could deal with. He retracted his divine radiance, no longer thinking about fighting, knowing he wouldn't be able to subdue Li Xing even if he risked his life. Go back, line up and get robbed, Li Xing said. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan, both helpless and unwilling, never imagined he would one day be subdued by such a young man. Indeed, the waves behind drive on those before. Each generation surpasses the last. He could only accept his fate and quickly return to the Qin clan. On the other side, Qin Kuan was undergoing robbery by the dragon horse. A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by a horse. Just wait until my clan's old divine emperor returns, see if I don't skin you. Qin Kuan cursed. He had just finished cursing when he saw his clan's old divine emperor return and land here. Divine emperor, did you deal with that kid? He immediately ran over, smiling and asking. He saw the old divine emperor rush out of the Qin clan and didn't think the old divine emperor was fleeing. He believed the old divine emperor shared his idea, not wanting to fight within the Qin clan and damage the clan's territory, hence leaving the Qin clan. The old divine emperor was going to fight Li Xing outside. He had absolute confidence in the old divine emperor. Seeing the old divine emperor return, he thought the old divine emperor had killed Li Xing. What's the solution? Just line up properly, the old divine emperor said irritably, slapping Qin Kuan on the head. Line up properly and get robbed. He cursed, then lined up. Qin Kuan was instantly dumbfounded. This wasn't what he had imagined. The difference was too great. Chapter 116. The Fatal Three-Question Combo. I am the blissful celestial. Why is even the old divine emperor in line? Qin Kuan felt a bad premonition. Could it be that even the old divine emperor has been defeated? Sure enough, he soon saw Li Xing returning, fiddling with the old divine emperor's golden and silver scissors. He almost fell to the ground in shock. Even the old divine emperor couldn't defeat Li Xing. Is Li Xing a divine emperor? His eyes blurred, feeling as if he hadn't woken up yet. Such a young divine emperor? My God! He was utterly shocked. Soon, he realized he wasn't dreaming. The dragon horse kicked him with a hoof, knocking him to the ground. Hoof, I promise to compensate you. Look, although I didn't bring you a peerless fairy, a supreme god king isn't bad, right? The dragon horse lowered its head, grinning at its hoof. Earlier, when it trampled on Qin Mian's flying swallow, it had complained that Qin Mian's face was too rough, making its hoof suffer. It promised to make up for it later, compensating its hoof. Now, it had made up for it. Trampling on a supreme god king. The feeling was too exhilarating. It couldn't help but give Qin Kuan several more kicks. Haven't finished robbing yet. Why are you running around? It shouted while kicking. Qin Kuan this time was not like before. Previously, he still dared to curse, but now he didn't even dare to fart. Come on, there was still hope with the old divine emperor before, but now even the old divine emperor is in line. How dare he curse? He was exceptionally obedient, very cooperative, handing over all his belongings. On the other side, Li Xing arrived at the Qin clan's treasury. There were restrictions here, but after Li Xing struck with the golden and silver scissors, the restrictions were instantly shattered. Honorable master, the golden and silver scissors will serve you wholeheartedly. The voice of the golden and silver scissors echoed in Li Xing's mind. This is the power of the system. The golden and silver scissors, as the life-bound artifact of the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. Others could hardly control it. It was impossible. There were too many traces of the old divine emperor on it. For others to obtain it, it would be difficult to fully control it, even with prolonged ritual refinement. In fact, if forced, the golden and silver scissors might be directly destroyed. But in Li Xing's hands, the system instantly erased all traces of the old divine emperor on the golden and silver scissors. From then on, The golden and silver scissors had no connection with the old divine emperor of the Qing clan. Moreover, such a powerful divine emperor artifact, if one wants to fully activate it, is extremely difficult. In the hands of a lower realm, it is impossible to unleash its full power. In Li Xing's hands, this does not exist. Li Xing can activate the golden and silver scissors without consuming any power, easily unleashing its full power. The divine spear in Qin Kuan's hand is the same, now completely unrelated to Qin Kuan, becoming Li Xing's weapon. Also, the golden and silver scissors and the divine spear have automatically started intense cultivation, and their great improvement is just a matter of time. The Qin clan's treasury is quite spectacular, worthy of being passed down from ancient times. Even Li Xing, a seasoned robber, felt dazzled when seeing the Qin clan's treasury collection. Good, very good. He grinned, taking whatever he saw. In the Qin clan's treasury, there was an ancient ring, a Qinkuan ring, a divine ring, a storage divine artifact, just solving his urgent need. No way. Who told him to have robbed so much before? Many storage artifacts were full. Divine ring. The space for future growth should be considerable. Work hard. Strive to become a saint ring. Li Xing thought inwardly. I will definitely work hard, not disappointing the master's expectations. Charge towards the saint ring. The Qinkuan ring shouted. The Qin clan's treasury is truly vast, with many rooms. Li Xing collected all the way to the end, arriving at the deepest room. This room was noticeably different. Li Xing found that it had layer upon layer of restrictions. What good stuff is it, with so many restrictions? Li Xing's eyes lit up, becoming somewhat expectant. You know, other rooms in the treasury, even those storing divine medicines, had no restrictions. But this room had layer upon layer of restrictions. Obviously, this room was not simple. Young man, do you want to become a saint and a patriarch? Young man, do you want to enjoy eternal life and remain immortal through the ages? Young man, do you want to be invincible in the world and possess all the beauties in the world? Come, follow my guidance, break the restrictions, take me out, and I can help you achieve all this. To Li Xing's surprise, there was a voice from inside the room, starting with a fatal 3-question combo. What a guy. Becoming a saint and a patriarch, enjoying eternal life, being invincible in the world. The guy inside really knows how to manipulate human nature. I poke. Seems to have met a fellow? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was amused. It seemed there was some old monster inside, sealed, luring Li Xing to break the restrictions. Old guy, are you crazy? Do you know that the young man in front of you is older than you? The red-robed demon emperor almost laughed out loud. Luring Li Xing? Don't joke. Not even she could do it, let alone the old guy inside. Alas, I feel sorry for you. You've exposed yourself so easily? You're destined to end up empty-handed. She silently mourned for the old monster inside. The old monster obviously wanted to scheme against Li Xing, but how could it succeed? Li Xing has a big background, suspected to be a reincarnation of the most ancient era. This old monster still takes Li Xing as a young greenhorn? Still using the fatal 3-question combo? She was almost dying of laughter. However, to be fair, Li Xing's appearance really can't be associated with those ancient monsters who have lived for endless ages. Li Xing's aura is too young, without any decay scent. This even surprised her. Time is merciless. Not becoming an immortal, one will inevitably be carved by the blade of time. Even if one can truly reincarnate endlessly, one cannot escape the blade of time. The aura cannot be truly like a young person's. Deep down, there must be a decay scent. However, in Li Xing, this did not appear. The aura was exceptionally young, just like a real young person. Although she has not recovered, she was once an invincible demon emperor in the world. If Li Xing had a decay scent, she would definitely be able to detect it. But she did not detect any decay scent, which even she did not know how Li Xing achieved it. On the other side, Li Xing also laughed. This is still trying to lure him? With the system, does he need anything else? Moreover, a guy who asks such fatal 3 questions right away, can he be a good person? He is not a 3-year-old child, not so easily fooled. Really? However, he still deliberately showed excitement and asked. He was not afraid of the guy inside. Really nothing to be afraid of. If the guy inside was truly terrifying, how could it not come out? Although there are many restrictions outside, they are not strong. He can break them all with the golden and silver scissors. Of course it's true. There was another voice from inside, this time with some authority. I am the blissful celestial, met disaster in ancient times, luckily survived, escaped a wisp of soul, hid in this broken blade, only just regained consciousness now. If you can take me out, I will be eternally grateful, guiding your cultivation all the way, making you invincible in the world. Indeed a fellow. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was even more amused. Chapter 117. Young people will be young people. You've ruined so many details for me. In the innermost chamber, it was quite spacious, with only a broken black blade floating in midair. All the sounds just now emanated from this broken black blade. It wasn't lying when it claimed to be from the ancient era and to have suffered a calamity. However, those were the only truths. Everything else was a fabrication. It was not the so-called celestial of joy. It was a notorious demonic blade from the ancient times, infamous for its evil deeds. The blade itself was shattered and almost completely destroyed. It only began to recover gradually in this era, with its consciousness awakening. After its consciousness awakened, it found itself within the Qin clan's treasury, where the Qin clan had obtained it. However, the Qin clan did not pay much attention to it, casually tossing it into a corner of the treasury. After all, it was incomplete, and when its consciousness was dormant, the broken blade couldn't function effectively. Its material looked formidable, but the Qin clan naturally didn't attach much importance to it. But it didn't care about that. On the contrary, it was quite pleased with the situation. The treasury was filled with treasures of heaven and earth, and very few people ever visited it. For it, this was simply perfect. It could absorb the power of these treasures to restore itself. It had been quite discreet all along, not absorbing too much from any single treasure. It practiced equal distribution, taking a little from each, so it had never been discovered. But eventually it was found out by the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. At that time, this old divine emperor of the Qin clan was still young, having just ascended to the throne of the divine emperor and taken over as the clan leader. He entered the treasury and noticed that the treasures of heaven and earth were losing their power. Later, the old divine emperor discovered it. Seeing that it could absorb the power of the treasures, the old divine emperor immediately realized it might not be an ordinary object. He took it out for research. It cooperated fully, showcasing its formidable abilities to the best of its ability, hoping the old divine emperor would feed it, allowing it to absorb the power of those treasures openly and restore itself. But unfortunately, it was too damaged, too severely injured. Even with some recovery, the formidable abilities it could display were limited. The old divine emperor didn't abandon it. He did feed it during that period, but the effect was poor. It was too badly injured, almost completely destroyed. How could it recover so quickly? Even with continuous absorption of these treasures' power, it would need an extremely long time to recover bit by bit. Later, the old divine emperor gave up on it, perhaps feeling it was like a bottomless pit. It absorbed many treasures but never displayed any power, making it seem not worth the effort. So, he sealed it in the deepest part of the treasury. In fact, the real reason the old divine emperor abandoned it was that he couldn't afford to feed it anymore. The era of cultivation's winter was approaching, and various treasures of heaven and earth were precious. Once used, they were hard to come by again. The old divine emperor dared not continue this endless feeding. He still needed these treasures to survive the coming cultivation winter. If it were an era of peace, the old divine emperor would never have abandoned the demonic blade. He would have continued feeding it, waiting for the day it would display its power. After all, a demonic blade that could continuously absorb the power of treasures of heaven and earth could not be an ordinary object. Once fed enough, it would surely display its power. Unfortunately, the world had drastically changed, and the cultivation winter was approaching. The old divine emperor truly dared not waste any more. At that time, when the demonic blade saw the old divine emperor was going to seal it away, it was extremely anxious. But it didn't dare to speak out of turn. A divine emperor, let alone the leader of a clan, was not so easily fooled. If it tried to deceive the old divine emperor as it did with Li Xing, the old divine emperor would never help it. Such a person was too shrewd. One wrong word could reveal a flaw, and it was better not to speak at all. Not speaking, it still had a chance to see the light of day. But if it spoke and was found out, it might be sealed away forever, never seeing the light of day again. Of course, the situation was different now. Now, Li Xing stood before it. Li Xing was too young, with too little experience. He was clearly much easier to deceive than the old divine emperor, and the chances of success were very high. And indeed, after it presented the 3 fatal temptations, Li Xing was so excited he almost rushed in. Celestial? That sounds so powerful. Please, Elder, tell me how to break these seals, and I'll take you out right away. Li Xing still appeared very excited, rushing to the front of the room. He was, of course, acting. How could he believe such nonsense? However, to be fair, in the fantasy novels he read on Earth, many protagonists believed such tales, with ancestral jade pendants hiding ancient, old grandfathers who claimed to help the protagonist cultivate. Novels, understandable. But let's be real, the real cultivation world doesn't have so many good things. What good old grandfathers are mostly death-bringers? Li Xing thought to himself, fully aware that the real cultivation world was not so beautiful, filled with deception, cruelty, and bloodshed. For example, now, this so-called celestial of joy inside must harbor malicious intentions, not a good thing. Otherwise, why would it be sealed in layers? There must be something fishy, something wrong, for it to be sealed like this. Of course, he didn't ask about these things. He was so considerate, saving the celestial of joy inside from having to make up excuses, thinking for the celestial of joy. Look, young people will be young people, too easily carried away by excitement. They don't even ask why I'm sealed inside. The demonic blade thought to itself, what a pity, I've already prepared these words. Young people, your excitement has ruined so many details for me. It still felt regretful, unaware that Li Xing was actually thinking for it. However, this was also good, indicating that Li Xing was easy to manipulate. Once it got out, it could better manipulate Li Xing, making him its servant, doing its bidding. Listen carefully, I'll tell you how to break the seals. Be careful and meticulous, and never be careless. It told Li Xing, afraid that if he operated improperly, it might attract the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Then, it was about to guide Li Xing step by step, allowing Li Xing to break the seals from the outside. These seals, it had studied thoroughly when it was sealed here. With its guidance, Li Xing could easily break these seals from the outside. However, just then, Li Xing suddenly called for a stop. Wait, Elder, I still want to ask you one more time. Are you really the Elder from the ancient times, the Celestial of Joy? Li Xing asked. He thought about it and decided not to break the seals directly. The creature inside, having dared to call itself a Celestial from the ancient times, must have some ability, even if it had temporarily lost its power. Although he wasn't afraid, it was better to be safe. Who knew what unknown sinister means such an old monster might have? He had no need to take risks by going in. Of course, he also didn't plan to leave like this. Such an old monster should have many good things, and he intended to trick them all out. Chapter 118. Not bad, not bad. The fish has taken the bait. Naturally, didn't I say so already? The demon blade suppressed its discontent and repeated itself. It was extremely displeased, and how could it be otherwise? Just as it was about to succeed, with Li Xing following its guidance to break through layers of restrictions and take it out, Li Xing suddenly stopped and refused to cooperate. If Li Xing were in front of it, it would have definitely slashed at Li Xing. Li Xing pretended to be shy and embarrassed, saying, "But how can I trust you? Although I trust you from the bottom of my heart, You should at least give me some proof, right? I can tell you some ancient secrets that are unknown to the world, including the secrets of ancient saints, the demon blade said. You said it yourself, these are secrets unknown to the world, so how can I judge their authenticity? The demon blade thought about it, and realized it was indeed true. Finally, it decided to give Li Xing some real substance, or else it really wouldn't be able to make Li Xing believe. I can teach you a sacred technique from an ancient holy land, as proof. The demon blade said, an ancient sacred technique. This should be enough to prove my identity, right? This was a sacred technique it had plundered from an ancient holy land. It didn't matter if it told Li Xing, as it would make Li Xing work harder for it. Of course, it wouldn't tell Li Xing the entire technique, only the beginning. Li Xing would have to listen to it and work hard for it to get the rest. There was indeed something good. An ancient sacred technique. Not bad. Li Xing smiled inwardly, quite satisfied. He had already started to squeeze things out of the demon blade. An ancient sacred technique. That's certainly acceptable. Li Xing nodded repeatedly. All right, this ancient sacred technique is called the Void Seal, a great technique in the void, capable of fighting through the void, truly wondrous. The demon blade began to narrate, telling Li Xing the beginning of the Void Seal. The subsequent methods will be revealed to you once I'm out, it said. I also have Emperor Scriptures and Emperor Techniques, which I can teach you once I'm out. Li Xing silently memorized the beginning of the Void Seal, not caring about the subsequent methods at all. The beginning was enough. The system would automatically fill in the rest. The subsequent methods of the Supreme Clear chapter were filled in by the system. There are even Emperor Scriptures and Emperor Techniques. The old guy's collection is quite impressive. I have to squeeze everything out of you. Li Xing thought to himself, just techniques and divine abilities? He wasn't particularly satisfied. With the approaching winter of cultivation, the most lacking are natural treasures, while techniques and divine abilities are not of much significance. After all, when the winter of cultivation arrives, these techniques and divine abilities might not even be cultivable. Compared to these techniques and divine abilities, he would rather obtain natural treasures from the ancient times. He felt that such an ancient monster should have a lot of treasures in its collection. Thinking of this, he started acting again. The sacred technique narrated by the senior is indeed profound and astonishing, and I also believe it to be a genuine sacred technique. However, please forgive me, my cultivation level is too low. I really can't judge the authenticity of this sacred technique. He said with a bitter face, please understand, senior. Upon hearing this, the demon blade had the urge to kill. Damn it. It had already passed on a sacred technique, yet Li Xing was still dawdling with it. However, thinking about it, Li Xing's words made sense. Li Xing, so young and in this modern era, how could he possibly have come into contact with sacred techniques, and his cultivation level shouldn't be that high? Sometimes, the old divine emperor would come to the treasury to take a look around, and in his words, he had mentioned the current environment, sighing that the environment was too poor, and the winter of cultivation was truly coming. In fact, the signs of the winter of cultivation, it had sensed them in the ancient times. In the ancient times, there were also changes in the world, gradually getting worse, just not as intense as in the present era. Then how else do you want me to prove it? The demon blade said somewhat angrily. Li Xing couldn't understand the sacred technique, let alone the emperor techniques. Senior, please don't be angry. I just want to confirm your identity, afraid of being deceived. Li Xing said, as a heavenly venerate, Senior must be very powerful, right? Did you leave behind any ancient artifacts that could prove your identity? Ancient artifacts? Of course there were, and quite a lot of them. Each one was a treasure. When it sensed the signs of the winter of cultivation in the ancient times, it realized that the world environment might get worse, and eventually, it might truly usher in the era of the end of the law. Therefore, it had looted a large number of natural treasures and even robbed many ancient holy lands. It was precisely because of this that it got into trouble, being besieged and almost completely destroyed by the strong men of the ancient holy lands. Its accumulation was definitely vast, with several treasure troves, no exaggeration to say, comparable to the foundation of a holy land. Of course, it wouldn't easily tell Li Xing. I was too sudden in my misfortune and didn't leave any ancient artifacts. The demon blade said, testing Li Xing, to see if there were other ways to make Li Xing help it. Oh, so that's the case? Li Xing said apologetically, in that case, I really can't believe what the senior said. He paused for a moment and continued, or should I call my ancestor to talk with the senior? This was a retreat as a strategy. In his opinion, the demon blade shouldn't dare to let him call the elders of the Qin clan. The demon blade was sealed inside. Although he didn't know the specifics, it was clear that it wasn't that simple. Perhaps, the demon blade had already approached the elders of the Qin clan, but they discovered its malicious intentions, so they sealed the demon blade inside. No. As expected, after he mentioned calling the elders of the Qin clan, the demon blade seemed a bit anxious. The demon blade seemed to realize it was a bit too anxious and quickly added, I chose you because I saw you. If not, I absolutely wouldn't have spoken. It continued, this is your personal fortune. I saw my own shadow in you, making me want to take you as a disciple and nurture you. If you call your clan's elders, I will definitely no longer speak. Human hearts are unpredictable, and the world is uncertain. Who knows what your clan's elders will do to me once they know my identity? You should know, before meeting you, my consciousness had already awakened, but no one knew of my existence except you. Your clan's elders only suspected that this broken blade I reside in is a rare treasure, so they set up layers of restrictions outside, afraid that the blade might be stolen by others. Even so, I never communicated with your clan's elders. Your clan's elders have too deep a mind. I'm afraid that if I reveal the truth, I'll become an object of exploitation for your clan's elders, never to be free. It sighed, young man, you have to understand my plight. So that's how it is. Li Xing acted as if he suddenly understood, saying, in that case, the senior's identity indeed cannot be casually revealed, especially in the senior's current powerless state. You understand, that's good. The demon blade relaxed, finally managing to deceive Li Xing. After all, he was still young, with too little experience. However, I still can't believe the senior. After all, to put it bluntly, this is just the senior's one-sided statement. Li Xing said awkwardly, I'm also afraid of being deceived. Damn it, it's back to the beginning again. The demon blade sighed inwardly. It seemed that if it didn't let Li Xing see something, Li Xing really wouldn't help it. It was annoyed, thinking it could easily manipulate Li Xing, who knew there were so many problems. Forget it, it would let Li Xing see something, tell Li Xing about one of its treasure troves. Oh, I remember, I once left some things in a certain place. It said so. Chapter 119. Rest assured, senior, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations of me. All right, the fish is hooked. Li Xing inwardly chuckled. This old monster indeed had something hidden. All right, I'll tell you the location of that place, the demon blade said. Young man, don't let me down. To be honest with you, the things inside that place are just trivial matters. I've left even better things behind. Once I'm out, I'll take you to find those even better treasures. It deliberately said this to entice Li Xing to return, lest he get the treasures from that place and never come back to find it. Rest assured, senior, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations of me. Li Xing nodded emphatically and added, I only want to prove your identity with this, and I don't have any other thoughts. I won't touch anything inside that place. What a performance, too good at acting. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was almost in awe of Li Xing's acting skills, not touching a single thing. She was confident that once Li Xing got there, he wouldn't leave a single thing untouched, even digging 3 feet into the ground. She'd be willing to twist her own head off and play soccer with it. So young, so easily tricked. You'll end up completely empty-handed, not even a single hair left. She felt even more sympathy for the demon blade in her heart. This demon blade, who could it have chosen but Li Xing? It was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, never to return, voluntarily offering everything up. However, this also served as a reminder for her. She had to hide even better, not let Li Xing discover her. Otherwise, Who knows what devious schemes Li Xing might concoct against her? All right, I trust you, the demon blade said. It had no choice but to trust Li Xing now. There was no turning back for it, having already revealed itself. The words about the unpredictability of human nature were indeed sincere. If discovered by the old god emperor of the Qin clan, it truly might end up as a tool in the hands of the Qin clan's old god emperor, never to rise again. Then, it detailed the location of that place to Li Xing. It also taught Li Xing the method to pass through the restrictions. The treasure trove was protected by restrictions laid by it, not just one layer but multiple. With the passage of time, the terrain may have changed. Be patient in your search, don't give up easily. That place is real, it told Li Xing. Good. Li Xing memorized all this and said, then I'll take my leave first. Once I confirm, I'll immediately return to rescue you, senior. I hope you return swiftly. The demon blade could only wait helplessly. With its current weakened state, it couldn't do anything. Truthfully, even seeing Li Xing from within was a great effort on its part, and also because Li Xing was relatively close. If Li Xing had been slightly further away, it wouldn't have been able to see him. It was truly weak now. If it could see even a bit more of the outside world, it wouldn't have approached Li Xing. Don't joke around. The outside world had been thoroughly looted by Li Xing. It wouldn't dare approach him. Li Xing left the treasury, feeling exceptionally pleased. He never expected that plundering a treasury would yield such an unexpected surprise. Not only did he acquire an ancient sacred technique by chance, but he also gained the location of an ancient treasure trove, far better than plundering the Qin clan's treasury. He found the old god emperor of the Qin clan and inquired about the situation in the innermost room. Inside is a broken black blade, extraordinary, capable of absorbing the power of treasures endlessly, likely undergoing some astonishing transformation. The old god emperor of the Qin clan didn't dare to hide anything and told Li Xing everything he knew. Li Xing nodded after hearing this. It seemed the old monster inside thought he was young and easy to deceive, which was why it approached him. You personally guard the treasury. Absolutely no one is allowed near it. And you yourself must not set foot in the treasury. He warned the old god emperor of the Qin clan, saying, don't cause any trouble, or else don't blame me for being merciless. Understood. There will be no trouble. The old god emperor of the Qin clan repeatedly assured. All right, that's it. Forget the others. Li Xing felt great and called off the dragon horse and the little white fox. There were still many members of the Qin clan who hadn't been thoroughly looted. He didn't care. These were just small fry. Whether he got them or not didn't matter. Then, he mounted the dragon horse, holding the little white fox, ready to leave the Qin clan. However, just then, a voice came from outside. Are the friends of the Qin clan here? The Xianxia sect pays a visit. Someone was calling out from outside. Inside, Li Xing heard this call and raised an eyebrow slightly. He looked at the old god emperor of the Qin clan and asked, did you call for reinforcements? At this juncture, someone just happened to come for a visit. He didn't think it was a coincidence and suspected it was the old god emperor of the Qin clan secretly seeking help. If that was the case, he couldn't leave. Someone was rushing to offer themselves for looting. Could he leave? Of course not. Leaving like this would be asking for a thunderbolt. What if the treasure vault of their sect also hid an old monster? No, it's not. The old god emperor of the Qin clan was so scared that cold sweat almost broke out. He dared not seek reinforcements. Li Xing was so powerful. Seeking reinforcements would be dragging others into a pit. Moreover, in the current special environment, he couldn't find any reinforcements. No one would be willing to expend strength to help him. They were all saving up strength to survive this harsh period of cultivation. He had no idea why the Xianxia sect came knocking. The Xianxia sect's ancestor is nearing the end of his life, in a very bad state, with not much time left. The powerful members of their sect previously went in large numbers to the recently discovered ancient ruins, probably hoping to bring back sacred medicine to help their ancestor pass this crisis. But unfortunately, they didn't succeed. The patriarch of the Qin clan, who was also here, knew more than the old god emperor of the Qing clan. He quickly explained, fearing Li Xing might misunderstand. I think they came to us for that ancient path? He speculated. They want to enter that ancient path to seek the last glimmer of hope for their ancestor. I know the ancestor of the Xianxia sect. That's an older generation than me, the old god emperor of the Qing clan side. That's a heavenly god, and now even he is about to pass away? It's understandable. He's lived for far too long. The divine realm is vast, divided into divine king, divine emperor, divine sovereign, and heavenly god. The heavenly god is the pinnacle of the divine realm. Now, hearing that such a heavenly god is about to pass away, he truly feels a lot of emotions. Especially since he himself is also nearing his end, this makes him even more emotional. However, his situation is slightly better than the Xianxia sect's ancestor. Although he is nearing his end, he can still hold on for another 10 or 20 years. The old heavenly god of the Xianxia sect probably doesn't have that much time. Chapter 120. Li Xing. Restarting the ancient path is great. Time is ruthless. Even gods must face their twilight. The old divine emperor of the Qing clan was deeply moved. To him, becoming a god seemed unattainable. Even if given another 1,000 years, he had no confidence in achieving such a feat. This was a true powerhouse, with extraordinary abilities. Even in ancient times, such a being would have been revered by all living creatures. Alas, those who do not ascend to immortality cannot withstand the ravages of time. Forget about gods, even emperors and heavenly emperors. Those supreme beings at the pinnacle of mortal existence cannot escape the erosion of time. When their time comes, they too will return to dust. So, those mysterious powerhouses who entered the ruins were from the Xianxia sect. Li Xing muttered to himself. Previously unaware of the origins of those mysterious figures, he now knew. What ancient path? He inquired, showing interest in the ancient path mentioned by the Qing clan leader. This change was brought about by the impending age of spiritual decline. Before he knew about the age of spiritual decline, he wouldn't have cared about any ancient path. He would have comfortably laid low, relying on the system for automatic cultivation. However, now, he had no such thoughts. There was no way he could lay low anymore. With the age of spiritual decline approaching, he couldn't afford to lie down. If he did, he might never stand up again. We don't know what kind of ancient path it is. The old divine emperor of the Qing clan shook his head and said, the origin of this ancient path can be traced back to ancient times. In ancient times, we discovered this path and also explored it. However, this ancient path was too perilous. They couldn't even explore halfway, let alone the end. Nevertheless, this ancient path is extraordinary, filled with countless opportunities and blessings. The old divine emperor of the Qing clan recounted, the Xianxia sect came seeking us, likely for this ancient path. Back then, various clans discovered this ancient path and jointly ventured into it. After they could no longer explore further, they withdrew from the path. They sealed the entrance to the ancient path, not wanting outsiders to find it, planning to explore it again after their clans grew stronger. Alas, the environment of the world drastically changed, becoming increasingly harsh, even ending the ancient era prematurely. Instead of growing stronger, we became weaker. No one mentioned exploring the ancient path again. Even now, it remains the same. The old heavenly god of the Xianxia sect, probably unwilling to fade away, might be thinking of restarting the ancient path for a final gamble. The old divine emperor of the Qing clan said, if he succeeds and gains something from the path, he might indeed withstand the end and usher in a new future. An ancient path filled with opportunities and blessings? Hearing this, Li Xing's eyes lit up. He couldn't resist the allure of opportunities and blessings, especially now that the age of spiritual decline was approaching. He had to prepare for the winter. Even the ancient ruins he had visited earlier, he didn't intend to let go. He planned to return and explore further, trying to obtain as many opportunities and blessings as possible. However, that old heavenly god will likely be disappointed. The old divine emperor of the Qing clan said, in ancient times, when the various clans were at their peak, the exploration was still so perilous. In the present era, the clans are so weak, far from the ancient times. They probably have little interest in exploring the ancient path and likely won't help the old heavenly god restart it. Restarting the ancient path required the cooperation of all clans to lift the seal, making it difficult for the old heavenly god to persuade them. Not to mention other clans, even he himself had little interest in the ancient path, not wanting to expend too much on its exploration. The difficulty of gaining anything from the ancient path was too high. No way. Hearing this, Xing grew anxious and said to the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, "Restarting the ancient path is essential. We can't stand by and watch, right? Such an old heavenly god. Dying would be a pity. We must help, no matter what. Come on. Can't stand by and watch." The old divine emperor of the Qin clan wanted to say, "Do you have such a good heart? Clearly, you are fixated on the opportunities and blessings within the ancient path. Quick, invite that person from the Xianxia sect in. Let's have a good talk." Xing instructed the Qin clan leader to welcome the Xianxia sect member. The Qin clan leader didn't dare delay and quickly went to welcome the Xianxia sect member. Outside, the Xianxia sect member was puzzled. What's wrong with the Qin clan? Why aren't there any disciples guarding? Has something happened? Just as he was puzzled, the Qin clan leader arrived. "Welcome, esteemed guest. We were remiss in not greeting you sooner. Please forgive us." Chapter 120. Xing. Restarting the ancient path is great. Time is ruthless. Even gods must fade away. The old god emperor of the Qin clan felt a multitude of emotions. To him, gods were unattainable, and even with another 1,000 years, he had no confidence in reaching that level. This was a true powerhouse, with supernatural abilities. Even in ancient times, such a being would be revered by all living creatures. Alas, those who do not attain immortality cannot withstand the passage of time. Not to mention gods, even emperors and celestial emperors, the pinnacles of mortal existence, cannot escape the ravages of time. When their time comes, they too will return to dust. So, the mysterious group of powerful figures who entered the ruins were from the Xianxia sect, Xing murmured to himself. Initially unaware of their identity, he now knew. "What ancient path?" he asked, intrigued by the mention of an ancient path by the Qin clan leader. This change in him was due to the impending winter of cultivation. Before learning about it, he wouldn't have been interested. He would have comfortably rested, relying on the system for automatic cultivation. But now, he had no such thoughts. With the winter of cultivation approaching, he couldn't afford to be complacent. If he did, he might never rise again. "We don't know what kind of ancient path it is." The old god emperor of the Qin clan shook his head. "Its origins can be traced back to ancient times. In ancient times, we discovered this path and explored it. However, the path was too dangerous. They couldn't even explore halfway before they had to stop. Nevertheless, this ancient path is extraordinary, filled with many opportunities and blessings," the old god emperor recounted. "The Xianxia sect coming to us is likely for this ancient path. In the past, various clans discovered this path and jointly explored it. Unable to continue, they sealed the entrance, not wanting outsiders to find it. They planned to explore it again when their clans grew stronger. Alas, the world's environment drastically changed, accelerating the end of the ancient era. Instead of growing stronger, we grew weaker," the old god emperor lamented. The matter of exploring the ancient path was no longer mentioned. Even now, it remains so. The Xianxia sect's ancestor, that old god, probably doesn't want to fade away and is seeking to restart the ancient path for one last attempt, the old god emperor said. If he succeeds and gains something from the path, he might indeed survive the end and embrace a new future. A path filled with opportunities and blessings? Xing's eyes lit up at this. He couldn't resist the allure of opportunities and blessings, especially with the winter of cultivation approaching. He needed to prepare for the coming challenges. Even the ancient ruins he had previously visited, he didn't intend to leave untouched. He planned to explore them again for more opportunities. However, that old god might be disappointed, the old god emperor said. In ancient times, when the clans were at their peak, the exploration was already so dangerous. In today's weakened state, the clans probably have little interest in exploring the ancient path and likely won't help the old god restart it. Restarting the ancient path required the clans to jointly unseal it. The old god would likely struggle to persuade them. Not to mention other clans, even he himself had little interest in the ancient path, not wanting to expend too much on it. The difficulty of gaining anything significant from the path was too high. Don't say that. Xing grew anxious and said to the old god emperor, "Restarting the ancient path is necessary. We can't stand by and watch, can we? That old god would be ashamed to lose. We must help, no matter what." "Oh, come on," the old god emperor wanted to say. "Are you really that kind-hearted? You're clearly eyeing the opportunities and blessings within the ancient path. Quick, invite the Xianxia sect member in. Let's have a good talk." Xing urged the Qin clan leader to welcome the Xianxia sect member. The Qin clan leader didn't delay and quickly went to greet the Xianxia sect member. Outside, the Xianxia sect member was puzzled. What was wrong with the Qin clan? Why were there no disciples guarding? Had something happened? Just as he was wondering, the Qin clan leader arrived. "Welcome, esteemed guest. We apologize for the lack of proper reception." Qin Lai, the Qin clan leader Xiaojia, welcomed the Xianxia sect member in. The Xianxia sect member was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, his aura restrained but still radiating explosive power, undoubtedly a strong figure. "What happened to the Qin clan?" the Xianxia sect strongman asked Qin Lai as they entered the clan grounds. The Qin clan grounds were in disarray, and Qin Lai himself had a bruised and swollen face. The others in the clan didn't look much better. Had they been attacked by enemies? "Oh, these? It's nothing. Our ancestor Qin Kuan, while deeply engrossed in his cultivation, couldn't hold back and ended up like this," Xing said with a smile as he approached. Qin Kuan's current state was even worse, with no intact flesh on his body, a sight too terrible to behold. Damn it. What does it mean he couldn't hold back? He was a top-tier god king. Did he have no dignity? Was he being portrayed as a madman? Deeply engrossed in cultivation, he beat up clan members and destroyed the clan grounds? He cursed inwardly, feeling extremely humiliated. This was truly embarrassment to the extreme. Yes, it's all my fault. I got too absorbed in cultivation and lost track of everything. Too obsessed, he said reluctantly. Despite his extreme unwillingness, he had to go along with Xing's story. "But, God King, what about your injuries?" the Xianxia sect member asked with suspicion. He knew Qin Kuan was a top-tier god king. Who could have injured Qin Kuan so badly? It was too surprising. You don't know, do you? Our ancestor, when deeply engrossed in cultivation, even beats himself up. The ancestor said it's a method of his cultivation, Xing explained. Damn it. Qin Kuan's liver, gallbladder, and lungs almost exploded with anger. Xing was getting more and more outrageous, saying he beat himself up while cultivating? He really was being portrayed as a madman. Look, even the Xianxia sect member's eyes changed, looking at him with a caring for the mentally challenged expression. He was so angry he almost wanted to explode on the spot, even more so to grab the Xianxia sect member and beat him up. Damn it, what kind of look was that? Too infuriating. Yes, I often tell Xiao Kuan, cultivation shouldn't be so extreme. The old god emperor approached, looking at Qin Kuan. Xiao Kuan, remember, don't get so deep and extreme in your cultivation. It's easy to go crazy. Qin Kuan almost cried. Was he being confirmed as a madman? He was so wronged. The Xianxia sect member was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, his aura restrained but still exuding explosive power. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure. What's going on with the Qin clan? Upon entering the clan grounds, the Xianxia sect powerhouse couldn't help but ask Qin Lai. The Qin clan grounds were in disarray, and Qin Lai himself was bruised and battered. The others in the Qin clan didn't look much better. Had they suffered an attack, forced into their territory by an enemy? Oh, it's nothing. Our ancestor Qin Kuan, while deeply engrossed in his cultivation, couldn't help himself, resulting in this mess. Li Xing walked over and said with a smile. Qin Kuan's current state was even worse, with no intact flesh on his body, a sight too pitiful to behold. What did he mean he was deeply engrossed in cultivation and couldn't help himself? After all, he was a top-tier divine king. Didn't he have any pride? What was he being made out to be? A lunatic? Engrossed in cultivation and beating up clan members, destroying the clan grounds? He muttered curses in his heart, feeling utterly humiliated. This time, it was truly embarrassment knocking on the door of embarrassment to the extreme. Yes, it's all my fault, completely my fault. I got so lost in cultivation that I forgot myself, too obsessed, he said with extreme reluctance, though he had to go along with what Li Xing said. But, Divine King, what about your injuries? The Xianxia sect member, full of suspicion, asked. He knew Qin Kuan as a top-tier divine king. Who could have injured Qin Kuan so badly? It was too surprising. You don't know, do you? Our ancestor, while deeply engrossed in cultivation, even beats himself up. Ancestor said, it's a method of his cultivation. Li Xing said, damn it. Qin Kuan's liver, heart, and lungs were about to explode with anger. Li Xing was getting more and more absurd, cultivating to the point of beating himself up. He really was a lunatic. Look, even the Xianxia sect members' gaze at him had changed, a look of caring for the mentally challenged. He was so angry he almost wanted to explode on the spot, even more so to grab the Xianxia sect member and give him a good beating. Damn it! What kind of look is that? Too infuriating. Yes, I often tell Xiao Kuan, cultivation shouldn't be so extreme. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan walked over, looking at Qin Kuan, and said, Xiao Kuan, remember, don't cultivate so deeply, so extremely, it's easy to go crazy. Qin Kuan almost burst into tears. Was he being solidified as a lunatic? He was so wronged. Chapter 121. The deeply harmed lunatic, Qin Kuan. The members of the Xianxia sect no longer spoke. With the Qin clan speaking so firmly, what else was there to ask? The Qin Kuan before them likely truly was mentally deranged. He understood. After all, who wouldn't be driven mad in such a peculiar era? Even a supreme deity could be driven to madness. Qin Kuan must have been too impatient, wanting to become stronger before the arrival of the cultivation winter, and thus took a wrong path, leading to his current state. I understand, fellow Taoist. He patted Qin Kuan's shoulder, giving him looks of pity, regret, and sorrow, truly feeling heartache for Qin Kuan. Oh dear. Qin Kuan felt deeply wounded. He wanted to say that he was perfectly normal and didn't need this pity, regret, and sorrow. Subsequently, the Xianxia sect member brought up the main matter. As expected, just as the old divine emperor of the Qin clan and Qin Lai had anticipated, it was to restart the ancient path. We wish to restart the ancient path? Zhao Wushan from the Xianxia sect began to speak. He was about to explain the reasons for restarting the ancient path, as it was no small matter and required a lot of resources. In this peculiar era, other ancient forces related to the path might not agree so easily. Before coming, he had prepared extensively for persuasion. Who knew that before he could explain the reasons or begin his persuasion, the old divine emperor of the Qin clan smiled and replied, "That's great. Our Qin clan is the first to support it. That ancient path indeed should be restarted." What? Zhao Wushan from the Xianxia sect truly doubted if he had heard correctly. This was not the script he had imagined at all. The deviation was too great. Thank you. Still, he was very happy. Regardless, as long as the Qin clan agreed to restart the ancient path. He later explained the reasons. It was indeed due to the old heavenly god in his sect who was unwilling to give up and wanted to make a final gamble on that ancient path. We support it. Li Xing said, "That's a heavenly god we're talking about. It would be too regrettable if he were to perish here. The ancient path must be restarted. We must send the old heavenly god in to seize that last ray of hope." The environmental conditions of the world are becoming increasingly harsh. We still have the ability to restart the ancient path now. If we delay further, we may no longer have the capability to do so. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan continued Li Xing's words. The ancient path, though extremely dangerous, is also extraordinary and contains too many unimaginable opportunities and blessings. For us, isn't this also an opportunity? He said, can conventional preparations survive the impending cultivation winter? Very difficult, almost impossible. Therefore, we should restart the ancient path, to gamble on it, perhaps allowing us to seize hope for surviving the cultivation winter. Of course, this was prompted by Li Xing, who insisted on opening the ancient path. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like this and wouldn't have agreed to restart the ancient path. His words weren't entirely wrong, but the opportunities and blessings on the ancient path were not so easily obtained. Restarting the ancient path likely would be a futile effort, wasting a lot of resources. There might even be significant casualties. It's still the elder who understands the situation clearly. Zhao Wushan said, the cultivation winter is approaching, and the time and opportunities left for us are no longer so abundant. This time, restarting the ancient path, we are not just sending our ancestor to gamble for that last ray of hope, but also striving for hope for the future cultivation winter. He continued, moreover, we do not plan to enter with just our forces. According to our investigation, there are even more ancient forces in Yanzhou that have been passed down, forces from the ancient era above the prehistoric era. We intend to invite these ancient forces to enter the ancient path together. Of course, this is just our current idea, and we haven't started any actions or invited those ancient forces yet. We will act and invite those ancient forces only after obtaining unanimous agreement from everyone. The ancient path was discovered by various ancient forces together. The Xianxia sect did not dare to act arbitrarily and spread the information about the ancient path. Only after obtaining the agreement of the various ancient forces would the Xianxia sect take action. Very good, the more the merrier. I think it's feasible, Li Xing said with a smile. He strongly supported restarting the ancient path, wanting to see if he could obtain some opportunities and blessings on it. Indeed, it's feasible. With the addition of ancient forces, the exploration of the ancient path would be more assured, and the chances of success would increase. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan said. However, while he said this, he still did not hold a good view of this exploration of the ancient path. The ancient forces were undoubtedly stronger. With these ancient forces joining, they could indeed explore the ancient path better and have a greater chance of obtaining the opportunities and blessings on it. But would everything really be so good? Would these ancient forces be benevolent and share the opportunities and blessings with them? It was hard to say. The addition of ancient forces had both advantages and disadvantages, and it was hard to say whether the advantages outweighed the disadvantages or vice versa. All right, with the support of the Qin clan, I also feel more confident, Zhao Wushan said. As for whether to notify those ancient forces, it still depends on everyone's opinion. Yes, what we say doesn't count. Ultimately, it depends on everyone's opinion. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan nodded. Good. Zhao Wushan took his leave, preparing to leave the Qin clan and go to other ancient forces to persuade them. Wait. At this moment, Li Xing called out to Zhao Wushan, saying, let our ancestor Qin Kuan accompany you. If the two of us go together, the chances of success will be greater. Zhao Wushan looked at Qin Kuan, his expression unspeakably disdainful. To go with a lunatic? Was the possibility of success greater? Or was the possibility of failure greater? Damn it! Seeing Zhao Wushan's look at him, Qin Kuan felt even more wounded. He really wanted to grab Zhao Wushan and punch him. How dare he be so disdainful of him? Don't worry, as long as Zhao Kuan doesn't cultivate, he won't go wrong. The old divine emperor of the Qin clan said at this time, yes, let Zhao Kuan go with you. Other forces won't be so easy to persuade. They need to be persuaded well. Zhao Wushan originally wanted to refuse and wanted to change to someone else to go with him. He really didn't want to travel with a lunatic. However, since the old divine emperor of the Qin clan had spoken like this, he didn't have much to say. In the end, he had to leave the Qin clan with Qin Kuan. Brother Qin Kuan, let's not cultivate on the road. All right? Let's cultivate after everything is done. On the road, Zhao Wushan said to Qin Kuan with a smile. He was really afraid that Qin Kuan would cultivate on the road and then have another episode, beating him up. Although he wasn't weak either, being a deity, he couldn't deal with a supreme deity like Qin Kuan. Qin Kuan was on the verge of tears. He had truly solidified his status as a lunatic. His once glorious reputation was ruined. Damn it, solidified it is. He cursed inwardly. The damn guy really treats me like a lunatic. All right, I'll be a lunatic on the road and teach you a good lesson. Zhao Wushan's attitude towards a lunatic seriously hurt his heart. He decided that he would have an episode on the road and give Zhao Wushan a good lesson, showing him some color. Of course, if Zhao Wushan was sensible, he would have an episode once. If Zhao Wushan still wasn't sensible and still treated him like a lunatic, he wouldn't mind having an episode a few more times. Chapter 122. You ask, I answer? Li Xing rode on the dragon horse, holding the white fox, and left the Qin clan. Before leaving, he left a communication device for the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, informing him that once the ancient forces agreed to reopen the ancient path and finalize the time for its reopening, they should notify him immediately. However, he was aware that the ancient forces would not agree easily. Moreover, even if they did agree, there were still various details to negotiate, such as whether to invite the ancient powers, which would take time, and the ancient path would likely not open in the short term. It doesn't matter when it reopens, as long as it does. Li Xing was not concerned about the timing of the ancient path's reopening. The longer it took, the better, as it would give him more time to become stronger before the path reopened. By the time the ancient path truly reopened, he would have a better chance of obtaining the opportunities and blessings within it. Let's go, first to that ancient ruins. Li Xing rode the dragon horse and quickly set off. The treasure trove mentioned by the demon blade wouldn't disappear, so he could go there later. But the ancient ruins were different. They were a constantly moving ancient ruins, and they could disappear at any moment. After learning about the impending winter of cultivation, Li Xing cherished every opportunity and blessing. Initially, he had no intention of revisiting the ancient ruins, but now, after leaving the Qin clan, he immediately thought of these ruins. The dragon horse galloped at full speed, and soon they arrived at the oldest city in the central region, where there was an ancient teleportation array that could transport between the 5 regions. They used the ancient teleportation array to return to the northern region and rush towards the ancient ruins without stopping. Unfortunately, they were too late. When they reached the ancient ruins, they found it empty, with no trace left. The ruins had already moved on, leaving no trace behind. Damn it, what a pity. We missed out on a lot of blessings. Li Xing cursed, lamenting that the ancient ruins had stayed in the northern region for too short a time. From its appearance until now, it hadn't been long, and it had already left. All right, let's go to that treasure trove. He composed himself and headed towards the treasure trove mentioned by the demon blade. The treasure trove was in the western part of the Yin state, not in the northern or central regions. Since ancient times, many long years had passed, and the landscape had indeed changed significantly. After the demon blade informed him of the location of the treasure trove, Li Xing was at a loss, unsure of where it was. Many of the details provided by the demon blade did not match the current situation. Fortunately, the Qin clan had a heritage from ancient times and had witnessed the changes over the ages. After consulting the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, he confirmed the location of the treasure trove. He rode the dragon horse, holding the white fox, and without stopping, returned to the largest and oldest city in the northern region, Saibei City. He used the teleportation array in Saibei City to reach the western region. Then, without resting, he quickly set off again and finally arrived at the treasure trove. This was a vast ice field, with nothing but white snow in sight. Without the help of the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, he wouldn't have found this place. According to the demon blade, it had buried the treasure in a continuous mountain range. But there were no mountains here. Only a barren ice field where the once continuous mountain range had disappeared. Li Xing rode the dragon horse, holding the white fox, and quickly reached the depths of the ice field. The temperature here was extremely low, but it had no effect on them. There were creatures living in this ice field, such as snow leopards, snow wolves, and ice crocodiles, all of which were quite formidable and powerful. The harsh environment of the ice field meant that the creatures living here indeed had some abilities, stronger than those outside. The ice field in the western region was also considered a dangerous place, rarely ventured into by the local creatures. Of course, the strength of the ice field creatures was only in comparison to the western cultivators and creatures. In front of Li Xing, these ice field creatures were far from being considered strong. The strongest among them did not exceed the Nirvana realm, all lingering within the Tao realm, which posed no threat to Li Xing. They easily entered the depths of the ice field and arrived at an ice valley. If nothing unexpected happened, the Demon Blade's treasure should be buried beneath this ice valley. Li Xing prepared to break through the ground of the ice valley and start digging. However, at that moment, a beam of light shot towards Li Xing, aimed directly at his head. "Be careful," the dragon horse shouted, noticing the beam of light, and quickly moved sideways with Li Xing, dodging the shot. Boom! The shot hit the ground of the ice valley, and instantly, a terrifying explosion occurred, causing the entire ice valley to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Managed to dodge? In the sky, someone muttered, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected his shot to miss. He was riding a majestic eagle, young and handsome, with a head of shining golden hair, exuding an extraordinary aura. His body occasionally emitted divine light, clearly indicating his strength. In his hand, he held a large bow, engraved with many ancient runes, exuding a sense of antiquity, a bow of considerable age. On his left and right, several middle-aged strong men followed, each radiating a sharp and imposing aura, clearly not to be trifled with. "You want to kill me?" Li Xing turned back, looking up at the young man on the eagle, his gaze cold. The shot had been aimed at his head, clearly intending to kill him. This puzzled him. He didn't know the young man, so why did the young man want to kill him? He had no impression of the young man and had definitely never met him before. The young man did not answer Li Xing's question, but instead looked at him with interest. He asked, "Which family are you from?" The failed shot made him realize that Li Xing was not simple. If he were an ordinary being, his shot would not have missed, directly piercing Li Xing's head and killing him. Clearly, Li Xing, like him, came from a hidden ancient clan. "You ask and I must answer?" Li Xing's gaze was cold as he looked at the young man and said, "Besides, you haven't answered my question yet." He was already simmering with anger. The young man had tried to kill him at first sight, and no one could remain calm in such a situation. You had the chance to speak, but you didn't cherish it. All right, then you don't need to speak anymore. The young man sneered disdainfully. "Kill him." He waved his hand, ordering the middle-aged strong men following him to kill Li Xing. He didn't care about Li Xing's identity because his background was extremely strong, unafraid of any background. Moreover, he had no impression of Li Xing, so Li Xing couldn't possibly have a strong background. If Li Xing truly came from a strong background, he would have known and met him before. Chapter 123. The Ancient One Sanctuary, Grand Elder's Grandson. The young man's demeanor was lofty, completely disregarding Li Xing. At the same time, he was cold-blooded and cruel, indifferent to life. Initially, he aimed to shoot Li Xing down with an arrow, and after a miss, he commanded his followers to kill Li Xing. Rumble. Several middle-aged powerhouses charged forth, indeed very strong, all of whom were divine kings. This was astonishing. What identity did the young man have to command a group of divine kings as his followers? However, Li Xing didn't care about the young man's identity. The young man had enraged him greatly, and no matter what the young man's background was, today he would pay the price. He leaped off the dragon horse, his entire body glowing with precious radiance, and did not allow the minor saint body to unleash its transcendent power. These were just ordinary divine kings, far inferior to top-tier divine kings like Qin Kuan, and did not warrant the use of transcendent power. Fuel by anger. His attacks were exceptionally fierce, moving like a human-shaped beast, unstoppable, charging forward rapidly. He was like a streak of light, moving so fast that the Divine Kings were taken aback. The Divine Kings had never expected Li Xing to be so strong. They all panicked for a moment. However, they were not ordinary beings and quickly calmed down, each unleashing their full power. Boom! In an instant, the entire ice field erupted in massive explosions, severely impacted. Ice mountains collapsed, and ice rivers burst, with the river water beneath gushing out like a dam break, raising waves that submerged the ice field. Li Xing's expression was cold. Even the Divine King's full power attacks were useless. He withstood their attacks unscathed, his fists like hammers. Divine Kings struck by his fists were all blown apart, their divine blood raining down like a crimson downpour. These are good stuff. Can't waste them. Xiao Baihu's eyes lit up, waving her little paws, shouting, "Divine King's blood. Hurry up, collect it all." She rode on the dragon horse, urging it to rush over, collecting all the fallen Divine King's blood, not letting a single drop fall to the ground. Divine Kings would not die so easily. Under the dazzling light, they all quickly reformed their bodies. Li Xing summoned the Divine King spear from Qin Kuin's side. This was a top-tier Divine King weapon, now fully controlled by him, becoming his weapon, capable of unleashing its full might in his hands. He wielded the Divine King's spear, like a war emperor, charging towards the Divine Kings once more. "Stop!" The young man on the eagle was anxious, instantly drawing his bow to its fullest, shooting an arrow of light that tore through the sky, causing the void to rumble, speeding towards Li Xing. He recognized the extraordinary nature of the spear in Li Xing's hand. If these Divine Kings were slain by this spear, it would be a major issue, likely resulting in their complete demise. Boom! Li Xing thrust the Divine King's spear, colliding with the incoming arrow, producing a terrifying metallic clashing sound, and a wave of devastating energy exploded. The arrow was extinguished, completely no match for the Divine King's spear. The power of a top-tier Divine King weapon was no joke. "Friend, this is a misunderstanding. I am Su Jiaolong, from the Ancient One Sanctuary." The young man quickly spoke, no longer maintaining his previous disdainful, lofty attitude towards Li Xing, quickly revealing his identity. However, he was still full of doubts. Where did Li Xing come from? How could he be so strong? Why had he never seen or heard of Li Xing before? Although the various sanctuaries were reclusive, they often exchanged with each other, and even with other ancient forces, such as those from ancient times. He may not have comprehensive knowledge of the various sanctuaries and ancient forces, but he knew quite a bit. Yet, he had never seen or heard of someone like Li Xing. "Misunderstanding?" Li Xing coldly said. "What misunderstanding? You aimed an arrow to kill me from the start, and that's called a misunderstanding? If that can be considered a misunderstanding, then fine, I'll misunderstand too. After killing you, I'll say, sorry, it was all a misunderstanding." He wielded the Divine King's spear, thrusting it out quickly, swift as lightning, the spear tip glittering with cold light, immediately piercing through a Divine King's forehead. Bang! The Divine King fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, the Divine King's spear having destroyed his soul, leaving him completely dead, with no chance of rebirth. "You!" The young man was furious, his eyes blazing with fire. He had revealed his identity, yet Li Xing still dared to kill? Was their Ancient One sanctuary so disregarded by Li Xing? "Kill!" He no longer spoke, directly leaping off the eagle, charging towards Li Xing. The Ancient One sanctuary had a long-standing heritage, an ancient sanctuary legacy, not inferior to some ancient forces. His own identity was also extraordinary, being the grandson of the sanctuary's Grand Elder, with a particularly noble status. No matter what background Li Xing had, he was unafraid. Li Xing had severely angered him, igniting his killing intent. He intended to slay Li Xing here. Boom! His entire body radiated boundless divine light. He was indeed formidable, far stronger than those Divine Kings. As soon as he made a move, he demonstrated his strength, revealing himself to be a top-tier divine king. Was this the terrifying aspect of ancient sanctuaries? The young man looked no more than 24 or 25, yet he was already a top-tier divine king. The heritage and legacy of ancient sanctuaries were truly astonishing. Clearly, compared to such sanctuaries, the Qin clan's gap was immeasurable, with no comparability at all. You ungrateful dog, utterly devoid of good sense. Today, you will die here. His gaze was sinister, his killing intent intense. His temperament was already bad, and Li Xing dared to kill his men in front of him, immediately sentencing Li Xing to death in his mind. In his eyes, Li Xing was already a dead man. Boom! He launched a powerful attack, his top-tier divine king power fully unleashed, casting a great technique that instantly changed the heavens, causing the void to rumble and distort, chaotic spatial forces flowing wildly. Compared to Qin Kuan, he was evidently fiercer. He was too young, unlike Qin Kuan, who feared consumption. He feared no consumption, holding nothing back, his powerful divine art carrying the aura of apocalypse, charging towards Li Xing. Such an attack, even if faced by Qin Kuan, would make him scratch his head, feeling apprehensive. But Li Xing's expression remained unchanged, showing no fear. A joke, even the old divine emperor of the Qin clan was no match for him, defeated in his hands. How could he fear this young man? Although the old divine emperor of the Qin clan feared consumption and did not dare to unleash his full strength during the battle, holding back, he was undoubtedly stronger than the young man, incomparable to him. Li Xing charged with the spear thrusting like a dragon. The power of the divine king's spear fully unleashed, clashing with the great divine technique, pressing down on him. At this moment, the heavens and earth were overturned, various terrifying scenes constantly emerging, extremely frightening. Chapter 124. Examining Memories. This guy is truly not human. Having activated the power to transcend levels, Li Xing, with his current strength, cannot directly confront the supreme divine kings. The perfected sacred body, when exerting transcendent power, can easily crush supreme divine kings. Additionally, with the divine king's spear in hand, the divine technique unleashed by the young man, Su Jiaolong, is simply no match for Li Xing. With a thunderous roar, Li Xing thrusts forth with the divine king's spear, instantly breaking Su Jiaolong's divine technique and swiftly closing in on Su Jiaolong. Su Jiaolong's heart races, completely taken aback by Li Xing's overwhelming might. He dares not hesitate, quickly summoning a divine chain to block Li Xing's attack and attempt to bind Li Xing. This divine chain was crafted by his grandfather, an exceptionally extraordinary artifact, a divine sovereign's weapon. With it in hand, he could even contend with a divine emperor. Swish! Li Xing's body glows brightly as he fully unleashes his transcendent power, immediately summoning the golden and silver shears to clash with the divine sovereign's chain. Although the divine sovereign's chain is an extraordinary artifact of divine sovereign level, Su Jiaolong is merely a divine king and cannot fully unleash its power. The golden and silver shears, however, are different. In Li Xing's hands, the golden and silver shears can unleash their full power. Although not a top-tier divine emperor artifact, they have been meticulously refined by the old divine emperor of the Qin clan, far surpassing ordinary divine emperor artifacts. Under such circumstances, despite its higher tier, the divine sovereign's chain cannot suppress the golden and silver shears, which entangle it, preventing it from reaching Li Xing. Li Xing directly closes in on Su Jiaolong, his divine king's spear repeatedly thrusting, drawing a spray of blood. Su Jiaolong suffers a heavy blow, his body riddled with bloody wounds. Puff! Li Xing thrusts a spear, piercing through Su Jiaolong's body and pinning him to the ground. The power of the divine king's spear flows into Su Jiaolong's body, attacking him internally. In no time, Su Jiaolong's injuries compound, and he completely loses the ability to fight, his body collapsing weakly. The divine sovereign's chain, deprived of Su Jiaolong's fighting ability, also loses its attack capability, falling into Li Xing's grasp. Initially, when Li Xing holds the divine sovereign's chain, it reacts violently, attempting to attack Li Xing on its own. But in the next instant, the divine sovereign's chain becomes docile, even seeming to fawn on Li Xing, affectionately slithering along his arm. "Dear master, the divine sovereign's chain will serve you wholeheartedly." The voice of the divine sovereign's chain resonates in Li Xing's mind. Subdued and altered by the system, it has completely become Li Xing's weapon. Su Jiaolong's eyes nearly pop out at the sight. Good heavens, how powerful is Li Xing? That was an artifact specially crafted for him by his grandfather, imbued with his grandfather's essence. No one else could control this divine sovereign's chain except him. But what did he just witness? The divine sovereign's chain, merely held by Li Xing for a moment, acknowledged Li Xing as its master. The essence left by his grandfather was so easily erased by Li Xing. His heart nearly stops, his face filled with incredulity. His grandfather is a celestial deity. Li Xing so effortlessly erased the essence left by his grandfather. His mind reels in shock. How powerful is Li Xing? A celestial deity? His breath halts, his heart pounding with horror, unable to believe it. How could there be such a young celestial deity? He suspects he is dreaming. This is too surreal. Moreover, his body starts trembling uncontrollably, his soul shivering, nearly scattering in fear. He actually thought of shooting a celestial deity with a single arrow. This is pure folly, courting death. Why did you want to kill me? At this moment, Li Xing looks at Su Jiaolong, questioning him. I didn't know you were so powerful. It's all my fault for being blind and disrespectful. Please forgive me. Su Jiaolong sobs, having lost all traces of arrogance. I asked you why you wanted to kill me? Li Xing shouts. He and Su Jiaolong have no grievances, never having met before. He wants to know why Su Jiaolong wanted to kill him. Su Jiaolong trembles, afraid to answer. How could he dare? There was no special reason for killing Li Xing. He just thought Li Xing was insignificant, a minor character, easily dispensable. Such acts were not uncommon for him. Since leaving the sacred ground, he has killed countless such minor characters. In his eyes, these minor characters are mere ants, killable without a second thought, like stepping on ants, requiring no special reason. I'll look for myself. Li Xing's expression is cold, no longer asking, directly examining Su Jiaolong's soul memories. No need to ask, what if Su Jiaolong lies to deceive him? It's better to directly examine Su Jiaolong's soul memories. Su Jiaolong is on the brink of death, barely breathing. Under such conditions, Li Xing doesn't even need to activate the transcendent power of the Supreme Chapter of Purity, being able to directly view all of Su Jiaolong's soul memories. He starts from the beginning. As he examines Su Jiaolong's soul memories, his face grows increasingly dark and grim, becoming more and more difficult to look at. This guy truly is not a good person. In the ancient sacred ground, Su Jiaolong, relying on his grandfather being a grand elder, commits all sorts of evil deeds, secretly forcing many female disciples into relationships, turning them into his playthings. Even his female master, a master, could not escape his clutches. Using his grandfather's status, he obtained some sedatives from the alchemy elder, secretly drugging his female master, rendering her unconscious, and having his way with her for an entire night. Afterwards, he threatened this female master, saying if she dared to speak out, he would exterminate her entire clan. Even if you tell the Saint Lord, it won't matter. The Saint Lord, considering my grandfather's face and my own talent, will never kill me, at most just confine me for a while. At that time, Su Jiaolong coldly told the female master, the world of cultivation is chaotic. Who can guarantee no bandits will attack your clan, massacring everyone? Especially since you won't see the Saint Lord. He's always in closed-door cultivation. This female master was completely controlled by Su Jiaolong. For the safety of her entire clan, she could only helplessly submit, becoming his plaything. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation, the female master chose to commit suicide. Fearing trouble, Su Jiaolong found his father, who surprisingly did not reprimand Su Jiaolong, helping to cover up everything. His father did not publicize the female master's suicide, sending her body to a perilous place, claiming she met danger there. What a pity for the female master, having no background in the ancient sacred ground. Although many were suspicious, fearing Su Jiaolong's lineage, no one dared to speak out, and the matter was thus buried. After leaving the sacred ground, Su Jiaolong became even more unrestrained. Chapter 125. Some people can be redeemed with ransom, others cannot. After leaving the sacred ground, Su Jiaolong was even more unrestrained and acted with reckless abandon. The sacred ground of Gu-yi was located in the eastern part of Yinzhou, where there was a teleportation array that could directly transport people to the western regions. In fact, there was even a teleportation array within the sacred ground of Gu-yi that could directly reach the west. However, Su Jiaolong did not use such a teleportation array. The sacred ground of Gu-yi remained secluded, and its members were forbidden to leave freely. When they did go out, it was usually for exchanges with other sacred grounds, after which they would return and were not allowed to linger outside. Su Jiaolong was no exception. He spent most of his time within the sacred ground and could not leave often. If he could frequently go out, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble within the sacred ground, harming the female disciples and that female master. After all, causing trouble within the sacred ground was highly risky, much better to do it outside. This time, he was sent out on a mission, and he seized this rare opportunity to linger outside, not wanting to return too soon. He did not use the teleportation array but traveled the distance himself. Along the way, countless cultivators and living beings suffered at his hands. He indulged in the wanton play of women, and anyone he took a fancy to could not escape his clutches. If he felt the slightest displeasure, he would unleash a massacre. There was a case where the wife of a sect leader was merely glimpsed by him, and he pursued her to their sect. The sect leader, in an attempt to protect his wife, was completely annihilated by Su Jiaolong. Even worse, Su Jiaolong defiled the sect leader's wife right in front of him. Beast! Even Li Xing couldn't bear to watch any longer. Su Jiaolong, though talented, had a heart so vicious that he was nothing more than a wolf in human skin. The crimes Su Jiaolong committed on his journey were beyond count, his hands drenched in blood. His gaze was cold. Never before had he wanted to kill someone so badly. Today, Su Jiaolong was doomed. On the other hand, it seemed he had also uncovered the true nature of that so-called heavenly bliss saint. Su Jiaolong had come here because this place was suspected to be the hiding place of an ancient demonic blade. In ancient times, Su Jiaolong's sacred ground of Gu-yi was raided by this ancient demonic blade, which stole many treasures. In fact, this ancient demonic blade had also robbed many other sacred grounds. Eventually, this ancient demonic blade was hunted down by the sacred grounds. The blade itself shattered, and it barely escaped, disappearing without a trace. The sacred grounds naturally did not give up and immediately launched a thorough investigation into the blade, wanting to recover what was stolen. Unfortunately, they failed to find the blade. Although they did not abandon the search, the intensity of their efforts clearly diminished. Later, as the world's environment deteriorated rapidly, the sacred grounds felt the sense of crisis and ceased their search for the blade, choosing instead to go into hiding and prepare for the harsh times ahead. The sacred ground of Gu-yi also gave up. However, in recent times, Su Jiaolong's grandfather, the grand elder of the sacred ground of Gu-yi, reviewed this record and found some clues. Back then, when they were investigating the whereabouts of the demonic blade, they were not entirely without leads, uncovering many locations where the blade had appeared. But due to the sudden rapid deterioration of the world's environment, which posed a significant threat to them, they did not investigate these locations where the demonic blade had once appeared. Su Jiaolong's grandfather believed these places might be the hiding spots of the demonic blade's treasures, and he decided to reinvestigate. Thus, he sent Su Jiaolong out to investigate. This place was Su Jiaolong's first stop. What a coincidence! Li Xing thought to himself with a smile. This place was clearly one of the treasure troves that Heavenly Bliss Saint had told him about. How did it become a suspected hiding place of the ancient demonic blade? Moreover, considering the words of that old monster Heavenly Bliss Saint, it seemed even more coincidental. Heavenly Bliss Saint had once mentioned that during an ancient calamity, he escaped with a wisp of his soul, hiding within a broken blade. A broken blade? This matched the description of that ancient demonic blade. This old fellow might just be that ancient demonic blade in disguise. He thought to himself, suspecting that the ancient demonic blade was impersonating Heavenly Bliss Saint. Perhaps Heavenly Bliss Saint never existed at all. No matter what, this old fellow is connected to that ancient demonic blade. Li Xing had already made up his mind. Originally, he was worried about how to squeeze out all the information from that old fellow, but now he had some plans. Brother, what do you think? Should we go to this sacred ground of Gui to collect ransom? The dragon horse grinned, saying, the grandson of the Grand Elder should be quite valuable, right? These actions had now become their standard procedure. They wouldn't let go easily without receiving ransom. It hadn't seen Su Jiaolong's soul memories and thought Li Xing was going to handle things as usual. Su Jiaolong glared, thinking, what kind of people are these? Bandits and kidnappers? They actually plan to blackmail our sacred ground? Their guts are too big. No, others can be redeemed with ransom, but this guy can't. Li Xing looked at Su Jiaolong with a cold gaze and said, this guy is doomed? Su Jiaolong's identity was extraordinary. If they were to ransom him, they could probably get a considerable sum. However, Su Jiaolong's heart was too vicious, almost inhuman. After seeing Su Jiaolong's soul memories, Li Xing had already sentenced him to death. Please, spare my life. My grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Sacred Ground, powerful and very fond of me. Su Jiaolong was terrified, crying and begging for mercy. Take me to ransom. My grandfather will definitely agree to all your demands. You don't deserve it. Li Xing sneered, saying, a beast like you. No amount of ransom can save your life. Then, he drew out the Divine King's spear stuck in Su Jiaolong and pressed it against Su Jiaolong's forehead. I, Li Jiudao, always ensure people die with clarity. He looked at Su Jiaolong and said, remember, I am Li Jiudao, from the Taiqing sect, my master, Zheng Zimo. Following that, he pierced Su Jiaolong's forehead with the Divine King's spear, shattering Su Jiaolong's soul and completely obliterating him. Immediately after, he turned to the Divine Kings, leaving only one alive while killing the rest. These Divine Kings were equally despicable, each one deserving death, aiding and abetting Su Jiaolong in countless evils. Taiqing sect, my master, Zheng Zimo. Li Xing looked at the remaining Divine King and said, remember this? I am not afraid of your revenge, making sure you know who is responsible for all this. I, Li Jiudao, never do things in a sneaky manner. After saying that, he let the Divine King go. He intentionally left this Divine King alive to make Zheng Zimo take the blame. Chapter 126, Special Restrictions, Unconventional Paths. Of course, Li Xing had thoroughly looted the Divine King before telling him to scram. He wasn't about to let go of anything the Divine King had. So, he's dead? The little white fox's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this, thinking Li Xing would also use Su Jiaolong and the Divine King to demand ransom from the Ancient One Sacred Land. After all, Li Xing had been taking captives to demand ransom all along. Oh, I see. It's because the Ancient One Sacred Land is no ordinary place, and you don't have the confidence to suppress the entire sacred land, so you killed him and gave up the idea of demanding ransom. She thought this was the truth. The Ancient One Sacred Land was an ancient sacred land, with some of its inhabitants undoubtedly being incredibly powerful. It was only natural that Li Xing didn't have the confidence to suppress the entire sacred land. If Li Xing could suppress the entire Ancient One Sacred Land at will, that would be truly terrifying. Dong! Li Xing tapped the little white fox on the head and said, what are you thinking? Even if I can't suppress the Ancient One Sacred Land now, couldn't I just hold on to Su Jiaolong and the others and demand ransom later? He shook his head and said, although I really like treasures, especially after knowing that a cultivation winter is coming, I like them even more. But I have my limits. Su Jiaolong's wickedness has crossed my limits, and he absolutely cannot live. Then, he recounted all the evil deeds Su Jiaolong had committed. What? There are actually people like this in the world? After hearing the story, the little white fox was so angry that her chest hurt. She had never imagined that there could be someone so wicked in the world. He deserves to die. Even being ground to ashes is too good for him. She waved her little paw angrily. Damn it, if I had known this guy was so despicable, you should have handed him over to me. Killing him like this is too lenient. The dragon horse was also furious, shouting, "Give him to me, and I'll trample his face 10,000 times a day, making him live a life worse than death, in constant torment." With Su Jiaolong and the others killed, their storage artifacts and other items fell to the ground, which Li Xing collected. The ice valley was already in ruins, with deep craters all over the ground. Li Xing dug deeper and deeper until he saw the ancient buildings beneath the surface, with a corner of an ancient structure exposed. They continued to dig, and soon unearthed a complete underground palace. Originally, the Demon Blade had built the palace deep underground. Over the ages, the palace's location had become even deeper. The palace exuded a sense of ancient grandeur, with a massive stone gate tightly closed, occasionally flashing with a peculiar luster. The entire palace was filled with terrifying restrictions. Damn it, this old bastard is really something. Li Xing's expression was unfriendly, hesitating to break the restrictions. He summoned the Divine Lord Chain, intending to forcefully break through the palace's restrictions with it, but he hesitated and eventually put the chain away. Because the restrictions in this palace were special. If forcibly broken, the internal restrictions would erupt, causing an explosion. You know the way in, don't you? The little white fox asked, puzzled. She remembered Li Xing saying that the blissful heavenly sovereign had told him the way in. Why was Li Xing still thinking of forcibly breaking through the restrictions? This truly baffled her. Great responsibilities fall upon the shoulders of great men. First, they must endure great hardships. Li Xing looked meaningfully at the dragon horse, then patted its back and said, "It's up to you now. We can only enter the palace with your help." The dragon horse was confused. What did this mean? Li Xing gritted his teeth and said, "This old bastard is really different. The restrictions he set are unconventional. To enter, one has to dance a certain dance." What? The dragon horse's eyes widened. It had never heard of such restrictions. Yes, the power of the restrictions on the door will scan your dance. If all the moves are correct, the door will open. If even one is wrong, the entire palace will explode. Li Xing said angrily. He couldn't forget how flamboyant the dance had been when the demon blade showed it to him. He couldn't bring himself to dance it in front of the little white fox and the dragon horse. At that time, the demon blade had expended a lot of power to display the dance on the door, and Li Xing had practiced it several times before mastering it. At that moment, he really wanted to slap the demon blade. Couldn't it set up some normal restrictions? Why go for such a special one? Especially since the dance was so flamboyant. The demon blade psychology must have been twisted to come up with such a flamboyant and seductive dance. The key point was that the demon blade could actually perform it, and most likely, it had enjoyed dancing it. It's a small problem. Leave it to me. The dragon horse said confidently. It was just a dance, no big deal. Why all the hesitation? But soon, it was dumbfounded. Li Xing used spiritual energy to construct the image of the dance, letting the dragon horse learn it. The dance was truly eye-searing, flamboyant to the point of being unbearable to watch. It finally understood why Li Xing didn't dance it himself, and made it do it instead. "Can I take back what I said earlier?" The dragon horse cried, saying that if it danced this seductive dance, it would leave a lifelong psychological shadow. What do you think? Li Xing tapped the dragon horse's head with a dong and said, "A great man stands upright. How can he take back his words so easily? I'm a dragon horse, not a great man." The dragon horse's tears flowed out as it refuted. If it danced this dance, would it still have a life? It seriously doubted it. "It's just a dance. Look at you too, hesitating like that. I'll do it." The little white fox disdainfully looked at Li Xing and the dragon horse, indicating she could dance. "Thank you." The dragon horse instantly shed tears of gratitude. If it were cut twice, it wouldn't even frown. But being asked to dance such a seductive dance was harder for it to accept than being beaten to death. Little Chi is really good, always stepping up when there's a problem. Li Xing glared at the dragon horse and scolded, "You're no good, always backing off when there's a problem." "I'll use my human form to dance," the little white fox said. This was a dance for humans, and with her current dog-like form, she couldn't accurately perform many of the moves, likely failing the test. Then, a flash of spiritual light enveloped her. When the light dissipated, she transformed into her human form. She looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, with skin so tender it seemed to drip water, and a delicate face with a touch of innocence. However, her figure was far from immature, quite full and mature. She exuded a youthful aura from head to toe, with long, round, white legs, a slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, and pure white fox fur woven into clothes that only covered the important parts, quite cool and revealing. Li Xing was stunned, his nose bleeding, especially when the little white fox noticed him looking at her. Her face turned red with shyness, pure yet tempting, making Li Xing inwardly scream in distress. He immediately turned around and started beating the dragon horse. "What's wrong, big brother?" The dragon horse howled in pain, even more confused about why Li Xing was hitting it. "Turn around, don't look," Li Xing shouted at the dragon horse. The little white fox was really too thin and cool in her attire. "I didn't see anything yet." The dragon horse cried out in protest. It was so wronged. It hadn't even had a chance to see what the little white fox's human form looked like when Li Xing punched it. "We can't wear such thin and cool clothes in the future, understand?" Li Xing ignored the dragon horse and said to the little white fox, "There are too many bad people in the world. You're too easy to get into trouble like this." "Oh, then I'll add more clothes now." The little white fox nodded and said, "No need." Li Xing sternly refused, saying, "I'm not a bad person. This is fine. Besides, there's only me here to see. It's fine." Chapter 127. Enchanting little demon, truly infuriating. Indeed, a demon is truly enchanting. As Li Xing watched more, he felt increasingly inflamed. After the white fox transformed into a human form, she was different from all the women he had ever seen. It wasn't that she was more beautiful than all of them, but she was very special, giving him a very unique feeling. And this very unique feeling was quite captivating to him. "Is it beautiful?" the white fox asked with a smile. "Well, it's just as. Who are you fooling? Your nose is bleeding. You big pervert." The white fox glared fiercely at Li Xing, her body glowing with spiritual light as she added several more layers of clothing. Li Xing reached out to touch his nose and indeed, there was a trickle of blood. He was extremely embarrassed and quickly said, "It's dry and hot down here, that's why I'm inflamed." "Inflamed? It's the fire of lust in your heart." The white fox looked disdainfully at him. She knew Li Xing well enough. He was a particularly unprincipled man. She began to learn the dance, picking it up quickly and mastering it in no time. Li Xing watched with great pleasure, feeling immensely satisfied. A seductive dance also depends on who performs it. If he or Long Ma were to dance, it would be unbearably awkward to watch. But when the white fox, now in human form, danced, it was truly beautiful, like a celestial maiden dancing in the heavens, every movement exuding grace. Beautiful, really beautiful. Li Xing clapped his hands repeatedly, sincerely praising the white fox. "Let me see too." Long Ma heard Li Xing's continuous praise and was very curious to see just how beautiful the dance would be when performed by the white fox. But who would have thought that as soon as it turned its head, it was met with Li Xing's fist. Li Xing punched it right on the head, nearly knocking it out. "Turn around. Who told you to watch? Xiao Qi's dance can only be enjoyed by me alone," Li Xing declared proudly. After the white fox mastered the dance, she walked to the front of the underground palace gate and began to perform it formally. Indeed, as the white fox danced, special restriction runes appeared on the huge stone gate. Li Xing could see that the so-called dance was not just a simple dance. This dance contained a special technique that could establish communication with the restrictions on the palace gate. Bang! With the end of the dance, the palace gate opened with a sound. The white fox reverted to her dog form, and Xing and the others entered the palace. Inside, they were greeted with a sight of treasures. Although this was just a small treasure trove of the demon blade, it was still astonishing. After all, the demon blade wouldn't have collected anything ordinary. Various treasures were dazzling, making their eyes spin. This place was far superior to the treasure vault of the Qing clan. Divine King-level medicinal herbs were everywhere, with more than a dozen heavenly god-level herbs and countless high-grade elixirs. There were also numerous treasures and artifacts. There were over 20 heavenly god artifacts here alone. In addition, there were many ancient cultivation techniques and divine abilities. This time, Xing and his companions truly reaped a rich harvest, with the gains from this trip far exceeding the total of all their previous loot. Xing collected all these treasures. Finally, he also took the entire palace. The material of this palace was extraordinary, and it also contained restrictions carved by the demon blade. When the palace gate was closed, it was difficult for outsiders to break in, making it of considerable value. Of course, this restriction needed to be modified. If this restriction was not modified, the palace would be worthless. If someone forcefully broke the restriction, the palace would self-destruct. How could it not be modified? For Xing, modifying this restriction was not difficult. His understanding of restrictions was also actively improving. Although he couldn't modify this restriction now, it wouldn't take long before he could easily do so. See, I told you, if he doesn't clean out all your stuff, I'll let you kick my head like a ball. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor said in his heart. At the time, when Xing repeatedly assured the demon blade that he would not touch a single thing in the treasure trove, she knew that Xing was deceiving the demon blade. Xing would definitely loot the treasure trove clean. And now, this had been proven. Xing looted everything, even taking the entire palace. This old geezer, even if he's not the demon blade, he must have a close relationship with it. Xing said that demon blade in the ancient era robbed many sacred places, and the things it left behind are definitely not just this. I'm afraid this is just the smallest treasure trove of the demon blade. That so-called joyful heavenly sovereign, even if he isn't the demon blade, must know the information about the various treasure troves left by the demon blade. Otherwise, how could he so accurately point out a treasure trove? Let's go back to the Qing clan and continue to trick that old geezer. He already had a plan to trick the old monster completely, leaving not a single hair behind. Then, he set off with the White Fox and Long Ma, heading back to the Qing clan, in the eastern part of Yanzhou, in a small world that seemed like a paradise. From the outside, this place was completely invisible, hidden by special forces that flowed through it. Even if a living being passed through here, it would not discover this small world. And this small world was precisely the sacred place of the ancient One Sacred Land. In the ancient era, the sudden acceleration of the deteriorating environment made the ancient One Sacred Land sense the signs of an impending cultivation winter, giving rise to a great sense of crisis. They built this small world with all their strength, moving the entire sacred land into this small world. Other ancient sacred lands, as well as those even older ancient forces, were all in similar situations, with their locations not on the surface, mostly in such self-built special small worlds. These special small worlds were meticulously arranged, using various treasures and ancient arrays to lock in the spiritual substances and prevent them from escaping. The small world was built in the ancient era when the environment had already rapidly deteriorated, but the spiritual substances still existed in astonishing amounts. They preserved these spiritual substances. Although some were consumed over the long years, it was still many times better than the current outside environment. Su Jiaolong could become a top-tier divine king at such a young age, partly due to his astonishing talent and partly due to the environment he was in. If he had not been cultivating in such a small world, despite his amazing talent, he would never have reached the level of a top-tier divine king. If he had been cultivating outside, he would have been fortunate to ignite the divine fire and achieve the divine position. According to my investigation, places where the demon blade once appeared are very likely to have treasure troves. In an ancient palace, an elderly man with white hair said to a middle-aged man, "This time, I specially sent Jiaolong out to investigate, hoping that our branch can grasp these fortunes. At that time, we can use these fortunes to nurture Jiaolong wholeheartedly, making him the first disciple of the sacred land. Then we will support Jiaolong step by step to become the next leader of the sacred land." Indeed, this elderly man was Su Jiaolong's grandfather, the great elder of the ancient One Sacred Land. This middle-aged man was Su Jiaolong's father. Upon hearing these words, Su Jiaolong's father couldn't help but smile broadly. "The future is promising," he said with a laugh. "Yes, let's wait for Jiaolong to bring back good news." Su Jiaolong's grandfather also smiled and said, "There won't be any mistakes. There will definitely be a treasure trove." He was extremely confident in this. Chapter 128. Grandpa Su Jiaolong, deep in strategy. Su Jiaolong's father and grandfather were envisioning their future. They were not content with their current status and aimed to cultivate Su Jiaolong into the next Saint Lord of the ancient One Sacred Land. And these were not merely fantasies. Su Jiaolong's grandfather had long been plotting within the ancient One Sacred Land, with many elders already on his side, having deep roots and close relationships. Once Su Jiaolong matured, the next Saint Lord was not out of the question. Previously, they had not been very confident in Su Jiaolong because, within the ancient One Sacred Land, Su Jiaolong was not at the top. There were disciples with greater talents and higher realms. But now, everything was different. If they could obtain the treasures left behind by the demon blade, Su Jiaolong would surely surpass those disciples, rise above all his peers, and grow rapidly. During ancient times, the demon blade had plundered many treasures. If they could acquire them all to nurture Su Jiaolong, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, astonishing everyone. When we named him, we were too modest. We should have named him Su Zhenlong, because, in the near future, Jiaolong will undoubtedly become a true dragon soaring in the 9 heavens. Grandpa Su Jiaolong laughed, his face wrinkling with joy. "We can still change his name. When Jiaolong returns, we'll change it to Su Zhenlong." Su Jiaolong's father agreed, equally elated. Their lineage truly had a promising future. At that moment, someone stumbled in, frantic. "No, no good. Young master is dead." The person shouted as they ran, delivering news that could frighten anyone. "Jiaolong dead?" Su Jiaolong's father and grandfather, who had been beaming with joy, instantly lost their smiles. Their faces turned ashen, colder than ice. "What did you say?" Grandpa Su Jiaolong, in an instant, grew frantic, grabbing the person by the neck, his voice filled with murderous intent. What the hell? They had just been imagining a bright future, even seeing Su Jiaolong as the next Saint Lord, and then someone tells them Su Jiaolong is dead? Their hearts ached unbearably, each wanting to kill someone. Young master was killed. The man said his name was Li Jiudao, from the Taiching sect, his master, Zhang Zimo. The person quickly reported, it was the God King whom Li Xing had let go. What? Taiching sect? Su Jiaolong's father shuddered, clearly frightened. The Taiching sect, a true ancient sect, a colossal entity, standing supreme in any era, having produced countless emperors, and even emperors at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, such as the Heavenly Emperor, had emerged from it multiple times. This was an unshakable, terrifying ancient sect, far beyond their comparison. Even at the peak of their sacred land, they couldn't match even a fraction of the Taiching sect, a vast gulf that couldn't be bridged. Grandpa Su Jiaolong's pupils also contracted, equally startled by this news. However, he was no ordinary man and quickly calmed down. Does he say he's from the Taiching sect? So he is? He coldly said, tell me everything that happened at the time. The God King didn't dare hesitate, presenting all the memories of the incident. Grandpa Su Jiaolong and Su Jiaolong's father saw the entire process. So terrifying. Is he a heavenly god? Su Jiaolong's father trembled, stuttering. He saw Li Xing effortlessly control the divine sovereign chain, truly terrifying him. That divine sovereign chain was personally crafted by his father, Grandpa Su Jiaolong. For Su Jiaolong, leaving deep heavenly god traces, impossible for outsiders to easily control. Yet Li Xing could easily control the divine sovereign chain, making him realize Li Xing was likely a heavenly god. Heavenly god? Not likely. Grandpa Su Jiaolong shook his head, saying, I'm not proficient in forging, and the divine sovereign chain I made isn't perfect. The heavenly god traces left aren't that hard to erase. The divine sovereign chain was forged by him, so he was more aware of its condition. Those traces were merely left on the chain during forging, not fused with it, their power limited. If those traces had fused with the chain, it wouldn't be a divine sovereign chain but a heavenly god chain. Under such circumstances, any slightly stronger divine sovereign could easily erase the traces he left, controlling the chain. He believed Li Xing was a divine sovereign, not a heavenly god. Of course, if Li Xing was a heavenly god, erasing those traces would be even easier. But he didn't want to admit it, unwilling to believe there could be such a young heavenly god. Hence he leaned more towards Li Xing being a divine sovereign. Even if not a heavenly god, he's a divine sovereign. Su Jiaolong's father, grinding his teeth, said, Damn it, how could Jiaolong encounter such a person? He deeply resented, yet was helpless. Su Jiaolong was the hope of their lineage, his most beloved son. Killed like this, he really wanted to kill Li Xing to avenge Su Jiaolong. But could they? Li Xing's back was the Taiqing sect. Just let it go like this? He said with reluctance, truly unwilling to let it go. Let it go? How could we? Grandpa Su Jiaolong sneered, Don't say we can't confirm if he's from the Taiqing sect now. Even if he is, we can't just let it go. Su Jiaolong's father shuddered. Father, you plan to kill him? That could doom the entire sacred land. What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. Grandpa Su Jiaolong coldly said, Jiaolong was a sacred land disciple, now dead. The Saint Lord has the responsibility to avenge Jiaolong, right? Let the Saint Lord deal with that brat. Then, he pointed a finger at the God King. A terrifying beam shot out, instantly piercing the God King's forehead, annihilating his soul, killing him. Ignorance is not a crime. What Taiqing sect disciple, master? Zheng Zimo, we know nothing. We only know this person killed Jiaolong. Grandpa Su Jiaolong coldly said, already having a plan. Father, what do you mean? Hide that brat's identity. Say we don't know his identity. Then, I'll go to the Saint Lord. Ask the Saint Lord to avenge Jiaolong. Grandpa Su Jiaolong narrowed his eyes. The Saint Lord has never liked Jiaolong, certainly won't care much about Jiaolong's death. This matter will definitely be left to me to handle. Left to me, things will be much easier. He coldly said, First kill that brat. Deal with future matters later. If the Taiqing sect doesn't come knocking, even better. If they do, we're not afraid. We can push everything onto the Saint Lord. An ancient sect like the Taiqing sect won't make a big fuss over a single disciple, especially such a terrifying ancient sect, not lacking in talented disciples. This brat is quite formidable, with astonishing talent, but only to us. In the Taiqing sect, he certainly won't be outstanding, not an important core disciple, even less likely to cause a big commotion. At that time, if the Taiqing sect comes knocking, we'll push the Saint Lord out, let the Saint Lord take the blame. Just a disciple, they'll only hold the Saint Lord accountable, not destroy our entire sacred land. After all, the Taiqing sect also has to consider its reputation. Annihilating an entire sacred land over a disciple's death is too much. The Taiqing sect won't do it. Hearing this, Su Jiaolong's father's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand his father's plan. No wonder he's the father. Deep in strategy. This plan is excellent, not only avenging Jiaolong but also eliminating the Saint Lord, allowing their lineage to take over the sacred land. Once the Saint Lord is dead, with the deep roots and strong connections their lineage has within the sacred land, Su Jiaolong's grandfather, who is also his father, will undoubtedly take over the position of the Saint Lord and become the new ruler. He looked at his father with immense admiration, feeling a myriad of emotions. There were still many aspects of his father that he needed to learn from. His father was far more capable than he was. Chapter 129. Finding Li Xing is not difficult at all. For instance, he couldn't even conceive of this plan. He was too scared to even think about it. The plan was too bold. He simply didn't have the guts for it. But how do we find him? Su Jiaolong's father, furrowed his brows and asked. The plan was excellent, but how were they supposed to locate Li Xing? They knew far too little about Li Xing, only having the information from Li Xing's self-detonation. How were they supposed to find him? Was it really feasible to go to Taiqing's sect? Don't be ridiculous. Who knows if the information about Li Xing's self-detonation is true? Even if it is, they can't just go to Taiqing's sect. If they did, it would be suicide. Moreover, this doesn't align with the plan. After all, they need to keep Li Xing's identity as a Taiqing sect disciple a secret. In such a severely information-deficient situation, finding Li Xing would undoubtedly be very difficult, not something that could be achieved easily. Xiao, when you do things, you should use your brain more. Su Jiaolong's grandfather glanced at Su Qiao, his eyes slightly disappointed, and said, Is it really that hard to find that boy? Su Qiao felt very ashamed, lowering his head and not daring to speak. He wanted to say, Father, this is really hard. At the very least, he couldn't think of a way to start finding Li Xing. Of course, he didn't dare to say these things, fearing his father would hit him. Remember to use your brain when dealing with matters. Finding that boy is not difficult at all. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, That icy plain, there's nothing there. Why would a man who is at least a divine sovereign go there? Is he bored? As the great elder of the sacred land and with significant influence within the sacred land, he indeed had a few tricks up his sleeve, not simple at all. He quickly thought of a way to find Li Xing. A divine sovereign shouldn't be there, yet he is there, which already explains many things. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, The icy plain is a place where the demon blade once appeared, suspected to be one of its treasure troves. He shouldn't be there, yet he is there. Is this all a coincidence? How could it be so coincidental? He is likely also aiming for the demon blade's treasure trove. Moreover, even if he really was just wandering around idly and happened to reach the icy plain, everything is a coincidence. But after he killed Jiaolong and even checked Jiaolong's soul memory, we can grasp his whereabouts. His cloudy old eyes shone with a sharp light. He checked Jiaolong's soul memory, so he must know about the demon blade. He can't help but be interested in the demon blade's treasure troves. This will allow us to find him. He will definitely investigate the other places where the demon blade once appeared. We just need to set up at these places, wait for him to come to us. His thoughts were indeed meticulous and comprehensive. Su Qiao's eyes lit up with admiration for his father. His father was truly formidable. However, if we follow what father said earlier, if that boy was originally aiming for the demon blade's treasure trove, did he already know the locations where the demon blade once appeared? Did he investigate those places in advance, with the icy plain being his last stop? He spoke up. What you said is not impossible. However, the locations we know cannot all coincide with the ones he knows. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, Because, among these locations, there are 2 or 3 that I deduced based on some rumors about the demon blade. Most of those rumors are based on hearsay, very unreliable. I have little confidence in these locations, basically just wild guesses. These locations that I guessed, not based on any solid evidence, the boy could not have possibly visited them in advance. And these things, I never told Jiaolong about them. Jiaolong didn't know that among these locations, there were a few that I guessed. Jiaolong didn't know, so that boy naturally wouldn't know either. So, even if that boy really did visit the other locations in advance, he definitely hasn't been to these few places that I guessed. He will inevitably have to go to these locations to verify and investigate. We set up at all the locations. There should be a high chance of catching that boy. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, Yes, that's right. Su Qiao nodded repeatedly. According to what his father said, they indeed had a high chance of catching Li Xing. Xiao. At this moment, Su Jiaolong's grandfather patted Su Qiao's shoulder, saying with profound meaning, You are still young. You can still have more children. Make haste. He continued, the treasure of the demon blade. We will eventually find it. That boy went to the icy plane. What if the icy plane is the treasure trove of the demon blade? I don't plan to let go of that boy, partly because of this reason. If the icy plane is the treasure trove of the demon blade, Li Xing likely already obtained the treasure of the demon blade. He doesn't plan to let go of Li Xing, also because he doesn't want to lose the treasure of the demon blade. I am old. The treasure of the demon blade, no matter how astonishing, won't be of much use to me. My achievements are already fixed. The upper limit is indeed limited. He told Su Chao, so, you should make haste to have more children. This way, when we find the treasure of the demon blade, we can use it to baptize your children. Let your children start ahead from birth. This way, our lineage can continue to be strong. As for Su Chao, Su Jiaolong's grandfather clearly didn't have much hope, not even mentioning to cultivate Su Chao. All right. Su Chao seemed to be aware that he wasn't a promising talent, so he didn't say anything about this. Go, if you can't, find a few more wives. I want to see your children born in a short time. Su Jiaolong's grandfather patted Su Chao's shoulder and said, all right, I should go find the holy master. After saying that, he left. The task the old master gave me, I must complete perfectly. Find a few more wives. Small. The pattern is too small. I want to find 100 wives. Su Chao grinned. I wonder if I can handle it. He muttered, 100 wives. The pressure is indeed not small. A man can't say he can't do it. Go find the alchemy elder. Get more tonic pills. I want to be 100 times man in one night. After saying that, he also left to find the alchemy elder. On the other side, Li Xing and the others returned to the central region through the teleportation array and quickly returned to the Qing clan. My good senior, the destined person you fancy, the good disciple, is back. Li Xing said with a smile, it's my time to perform. He already had a plan in mind. This time, he probably could trick the demon blade clean. Chapter 130. The oath he, Li Jiudao, made has nothing to do with him, Li Xing. The old god emperor of the Qing clan followed Li Xing's orders and personally took charge at the treasury, not allowing anyone to enter, including himself. When Li Xing arrived, he inquired with the old god emperor of the Qing clan about the progress of restarting the ancient path. It's not going very smoothly, but it's within expectations. These ancient factions won't agree easily. It requires time to persuade them, said the old god emperor of the Qing clan. I see, Li Xing nodded, fully aware that this matter wouldn't be easy or quick. Then, he asked the old god emperor to leave and entered the treasury himself. He didn't allow the little white fox or the dragon horse to follow. It was better for him to meet the demon blade alone. Senior, I'm back, he said as he reached the deepest part of the treasury, standing before the final room. Back? How did it go? Came the voice of the demon blade from within, slightly anxious as it longed to be freed from its confinement. Not well, Li Xing replied gravely. After you told me the location, I went back and repeatedly checked the records, finally confirming where it was. He explained how the landscape had changed over the ages, making it difficult for him to find the exact spot. When I got there, I didn't find the underground palace you mentioned. There was only a huge pit. The palace isn't there? Did you find the wrong place? The demon blade questioned, suspecting that Li Xing had not found the correct location. I don't know if I found the wrong place. Li Xing acted, continuing. When I arrived, there was only a pit and nothing inside. However, I did encounter a group of people there. They were standing by the pit's edge, likely the ones who dug it. The soil inside was fresh, indicating it was dug recently. Li Xing continued, they seemed very happy, as if they had found something valuable. When I approached, they didn't pay much attention to me, showing no concern. The place has now become a site for training. Many cultivators and beings go there to train. They probably thought I was there for the same reason. He asked, Senior, could the treasure vault you mentioned have been dug up by these people? Damn it, playing mind games with it. The demon blade cursed inwardly, not believing Li Xing's story. How could such a coincidence happen? Li Xing goes to dig for treasure, and its treasure vault gets dug up by someone else? its treasure vault wasn't so easily discovered. Moreover, it had left restrictions in the treasure vault, making it even harder for anything to go wrong. It felt that Li Xing was playing tricks on it, having dug up the treasure vault himself and then deceiving it by saying someone else had done it. I misjudged. This kid isn't as simple as he seems. It thought coldly. He's extremely cunning, claiming that others dug up the treasure vault, thus preventing me from proving my identity. He'll definitely make me reveal another treasure vault to prove my identity. Damn it, it had been fooled. Li Xing clearly coveted other treasure vaults, aiming to extract all the information about them from it. It deeply regretted underestimating Li Xing, thinking the young man could be easily manipulated, not realizing how sly Li Xing was. Oh, is that so? It replied with a cold laugh, its mood deteriorating, no longer bothering with any pretense. Yes. Li Xing nodded sincerely. I heard them mention something about the Ancient One's sacred land. They said their grand elder recently checked some records and mentioned something about a demon blade and its appearances. What? People from the Ancient One's sacred land. The demon blade was shocked upon hearing this. The Ancient One's sacred land was a place it remembered well, having once robbed it. Initially, it thought Li Xing was fabricating stories to deceive it, but now, it couldn't help but take it seriously. It hadn't revealed its identity, so Li Xing didn't know it was the demon blade. And since Li Xing mentioned the demon blade, it seemed he had indeed encountered people from the Ancient One's sacred land. Tell me in detail what happened, it urgently demanded. There's not much to tell, Li Xing said with a bitter expression. They didn't say much, just mentioned some places where the demon blade had appeared and that they were going to check those places out. Here, he paused. Oh, right, they did mention a few locations. Let me think. He frowned, acting as if he was trying hard to recall. Finally, he listed 7 or 8 places, saying, it was something like Pingjiang, Yudu, Yunwu Mountain, Qingtian Cliff. Afterward, he scratched his head apologetically. They mentioned many more places than these 7 or 8, but I didn't hear the rest. They used power to block the sound. Inside, the demon blade was completely panicked upon hearing this. Because the 7 or 8 places Li Xing mentioned were indeed locations it had frequented during ancient times. And among these places, one was its treasure vault. How could it not panic? It seemed the people from the Ancient One's sacred land had indeed uncovered much, and its treasure vaults were likely mostly known to them. Didn't Li Xing say that the people from the Ancient One's sacred land were going to many more places than these 7 or 8? Though it had left restrictions in those treasure vaults, hidden deeply and difficult to forcefully enter, the Ancient One's sacred land was formidable, with remarkable heritage. If they thoroughly investigated those treasure vaults, they might not be able to hide from them. The restrictions it left might not be able to stop the people from the Ancient One's sacred land. In an instant, its heart was filled with anxiety. These treasure vaults were its capital for recovery in the future. If they were lost, it didn't know when it would recover. Quick, take me out, it urgently told Li Xing. I truly cannot, and dare not, take the senior out before proving your identity, Li Xing said apologetically. I hope the senior can understand. Damn it, this kid was really causing trouble. The demon blade was so angry that its entire blade body trembled, wanting to chop Li Xing into pieces. It was truly anxious. If it delayed any longer, the Ancient One's sacred land might completely loot all its treasure vaults. Can I trust you? It finally calmed down and said to Li Xing. Though it was extremely unwilling, it had no other choice but to rely on Li Xing. It decided to reveal the locations of all its treasure vaults to Li Xing, asking him to take all the treasures from them. This way, they wouldn't be looted by the people from the Ancient One's sacred land. Senior, you can always trust me, Li Xing said, patting his chest. My character is absolutely trustworthy. He continued, I can swear to the senior that if I, Li Judao, do anything against your will, let me be struck by 5 thunders and die a horrible death. Swearing, he wasn't afraid at all. The oath he, Li Judao, made had nothing to do with him, Li Xing. #### Chapter 131. Rewards and punishments, work hard. Upon hearing Li Xing's oath, the demon blade felt slightly more at ease. However, this sense of ease was mostly self-comforting, as it was well aware that it had no choice but to trust Li Xing at this point. In the world of cultivation, oaths are not to be taken lightly, as they are recorded by the heavenly Tao. Violating them would bring about karma and the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Yet, it didn't even know Li Xing's real name. Li Xing claimed to be Li Jiudao, but was he really? Come on, what if Li Xing used a fake name to deceive it? Therefore, Li Xing's oath was of little significance, neither entirely credible nor entirely untrustworthy. Good. It said, "You are the one I have chosen and acknowledged. I believe you won't disappoint me." Then, it revealed all the locations of the hidden treasures to Li Xing. After listening, Li Xing chuckled inwardly. This old rascal indeed had a connection with the demon blade, as one of the treasure locations matched what he had learned from Su Jiaolong. The people of the Ancient One's sacred land are indeed seeking the demon blade's treasures. You need to act quickly and get there before them, or else these treasures will be claimed by the Ancient One's sacred land. The demon blade explained, "Back then, I encountered an accident due to this demon blade, which ambushed me. In the end, though, I managed to destroy it, but I paid a heavy price, and my remnant soul had to hide within this blade." It elaborated to prevent Li Xing from mistaking it for the demon blade. "And the treasure locations I've given you are actually those of the demon blade. When I destroyed it, I gained control over everything it possessed." It then shared all the methods to unlock the restrictions of these treasure sites with Li Xing. Young, so young. This is being deceived to the point of losing everything, even the pants. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor couldn't stop laughing inwardly. She knew everything, realizing that Li Xing was tricking the demon blade, and the demon blade had completely fallen for it, revealing all the treasure locations. Li Xing memorized all the methods to unlock the restrictions. These methods were as flamboyant as ever, involving various seductive and alluring dances. He couldn't help but imagine the demon blade transforming into an old man, performing these seductive dances, almost making him vomit. He quickly stopped the mental imagery. Such thoughts were best avoided. The environment of the world has drastically changed, and the future will bring a harsh winter for cultivation. With my guidance, you can survive this winter of cultivation. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly fail to do so. The demon blade said this deliberately to prevent Li Xing from running away with the treasures and not returning. It added, "Moreover, these are just the treasures left by the demon blade, not mine. I have many more blessings left behind. Once you return, I will take you to seek these blessings, and they will be yours." It didn't actually have any more blessings. It was all a lie to ensure Li Xing wouldn't run away and would come back to it. Really? More blessings? Li Xing thought to himself, unable to discern the truth. No problem, better if there are more. I'll find a way to trick them out later, he thought, hoping for more blessings so he could gain even more. Then, he bid farewell to the demon blade and exited the treasury. Outside the treasury, he instructed the old divine emperor of the Qin clan further, ensuring no one entered the treasury. He also told the old divine emperor to inform him immediately if the ancient path was successfully reopened. Next, he inquired about the current locations of the treasure sites from the old divine emperor. With the passage of time, the mountains and rivers had changed, and he couldn't determine the current locations of these treasure sites on his own. Fortunately, the Qin clan had ancient roots, and the old divine emperor had lived long enough to deeply understand the changes in the land. In no time, the old divine emperor informed him of the current locations of all the treasure sites. These locations were all within the Yin state, but scattered across different regions: east, west, north, south, and central. Well done. I am a person who rewards and punishes fairly, and I won't let you work for nothing. Li Xing said, "I can't give you the golden scissors anymore. It has become my weapon. However, I can give you something better, something you probably need the most right now." After saying that, he took out a divine deity-level medicinal herb and handed it to the old divine emperor of the Qin clan. This was something he had obtained from the treasure site in the Ice Plains. When the old divine emperor saw the divine deity-level medicinal herb, his eyes lit up, and his entire body trembled with excitement. For me? He stammered, unable to believe it. This was a divine deity-level medicinal herb, incredibly precious in the present world. Their Qing clan had only possessed such herbs during its peak in ancient times. In the present day, the highest level of medicinal herbs they had were just a few divine-level herbs. For you, take it. Work hard, guard this place well, and make sure to facilitate the reopening of the ancient path. Li Xing said. The value of a divine deity-level medicinal herb was indeed significant, but for him, it was nothing special. From just the treasure site in the Ice Plains, he had obtained over a dozen divine deity-level medicinal herbs, and he was about to visit other treasure sites. There were over a dozen such sites, and according to the Demon Blade, each was several times better than the Ice Plains site. Divine deity-level medicinal herbs were truly insignificant to him. He gave the divine deity-level medicinal herb to the old divine emperor of the Qing clan to ensure he would work diligently for him. After all, he still needed the old divine emperor to guard the treasury and facilitate the reopening of the ancient path. Thank you, thank you. The old divine emperor took the divine deity-level medicinal herb and repeatedly thanked Li Xing. He was nearing the end of his lifespan, with little time left, but with this divine deity-level medicinal herb, he could extend his life by another 100 years. Rest assured, young master, I will guard this place diligently. Moreover, I will do my utmost to facilitate the reopening of the ancient path, he said solemnly. Previously, he had been forced by Li Xing's threats to guard the treasury and to have Qin Kuan facilitate the reopening of the ancient path, not out of genuine willingness. But now, everything was different. Now, he would guard the treasury with utmost dedication and would do everything possible to facilitate the reopening of the ancient path. All right, work hard, and you won't be mistreated in the future. Li Xing picked up the white fox, mounted the dragon horse, and left the Qing clan. There were several treasure sites in the central region, but he didn't go to them. Instead, he arrived at the central ancient city and used its teleportation array to return to the northern region. Aren't we going to dig for treasures? Why did we come back? The white fox asked, puzzled. You're not thinking about Mu Yin, are you? Yes, I am thinking about my senior sister Mu Yin. Pfft, how indecent. You didn't say that the people from the ancient One Sacred Land might dig up those treasures first? Why aren't you hurrying? The white fox said disapprovingly, You're just obsessed with beauty. Li Xing had told them they were going to dig for treasures, and the people from the ancient One Sacred Land knew the locations of the treasure sites, so they needed to act quickly before the Sacred Land did. Unexpectedly, Li Xing had returned to the northern region. This made the white fox think that Li Xing missed Mu Yin and wanted to return to the Xianxia sect. Bang! Li Xing tapped the white fox's head and said, What are you thinking with that little brain of yours? I'm not as indecent as you think. The people from the ancient One Sacred Land do know the locations of the treasure sites, but they don't know all of them, just one. And this treasure site is in the northern region. This was why he had returned to the northern region. The other treasure sites could wait, as the ancient One Sacred Land didn't know their locations. But the northern treasure site was known to the Sacred Land, so they had to go there first. After all, if they delayed, they might be preempted by the ancient One Sacred Land. Chapter 132. Stalking Civilization. An excellent civilization must blossom everywhere. In the north, Sunset Canyon. Li Xing held the little white fox in his arms and rode the dragon horse, quickly arriving here. This was one of the treasure troves of the Demon Blade. The ancient Pingjiang, now long dried up, had become a vast canyon. They swiftly passed through the mountains and entered the Sunset Canyon. The canyon was filled with the roars of beasts, occupied by various demonic beasts. However, they were all too weak. Li Xing didn't need to lift a finger. A howl from the dragon horse was enough to scare them all away. They continued forward, reaching the depths of the canyon, where the Demon Blade's treasure trove was close at hand. They've indeed come. On a mountaintop deep within the canyon, someone sneered, their eyes glowing with divine light, seeing Li Xing and the others. He took out a communication artifact and quickly contacted someone. Soon, the communication artifact connected, and a voice came from the other end. "Are they with you?" The voice asked. "Yes, they are here with me." This person quickly replied. "Good, we're on our way." The voice responded. It was the great elder of the ancient One Sacred Land, Su Jiaolong's grandfather. He had reported to the sacred master of the ancient One Sacred Land, who, unsurprisingly, didn't seem too concerned about Su Jiaolong's death and left the matter entirely to him. Following that, he dispatched powerful figures from the sacred land to guard the places where the demon blade had once appeared. The person in the canyon was one of those he sent, a divine sovereign. The ancient One Sacred Land, indeed a formidable ancient sacred land, was truly astonishing, with terrifying strength. The great elder had sent divine sovereigns to guard each location, with no one below the rank of divine sovereign. This was because Xing was suspected to be a divine sovereign. To prevent the guards from being discovered by Xing, the great elder sent only divine sovereigns. With dozens of locations, that meant dozens of divine sovereigns were guarding them. The ancient One Sacred Land was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the great elder was extremely cautious. He equipped these divine sovereign guards with ancient artifacts capable of concealing their auras to prevent them from being discovered by Xing. These ancient artifacts were all invaluable, with astonishing concealment capabilities. Even celestial gods would find it hard to detect them. For dealing with Xing, the great elder was truly generous. On the other side, after repeated confirmation, Xing finally arrived at a certain spot deep within the canyon. The demon blade's treasure vault should be underground here. Dong! Xing tapped the dragon horse on the head and said, "Look away! It's not proper to watch. Xiaoqi is going to learn dancing." The dragon horse was on the verge of tears. It wanted to say, "Bro, was it really necessary? Just a dance, was it necessary for it to turn away like this? What kind of dance was so indecent?" For a moment, it was extremely curious, wanting to see what kind of dance the little white fox could perform that would make Xing ask it to turn away. However, it could only think about it and dared not disobey Xing's will. It immediately turned around and sealed its divine senses, strictly following Xing's orders, not daring to peek. It truly didn't dare to peek, fearing that if it angered Xing again, it might end up being roasted. "Are you making me dance again?" The little white fox perked up upon hearing this. "Call me sister." She was elated, standing on her hind legs like a human, crossing her front paws and saying, "You keep asking me to dance for you. Isn't it reasonable for you to call me sister?" "Reasonable, but look, isn't my fist beautiful?" Xing waved his fist at the little white fox. "Bah, bandit, rogue, robber." Seeing Xing's fist, the little white fox deflated, cursing repeatedly. She was so weak. How could she withstand Xing's fist? She had no choice but to give up. Then, she glowed with spiritual light and transformed back into her human form. This time, the glow lasted a bit longer, not dissipating so quickly. Xing was puzzled, waiting for the glow to fade. When he saw the little white fox's appearance, he immediately understood everything. "I see." His eyes were strange. He had originally wanted to feast his eyes, but now it was all ruined. The glow lasted longer because the little white fox was weaving clothes with her spiritual power. Goodness, the little white fox was wrapped in layers of clothes, inside and out, tightly packed like a ball. Moreover, she had put on a helmet and a mask, even hiding her face. "You can only see this if you don't call me sister. The things you want to see are only available after you call me sister," the little white fox said triumphantly. She thought she had Xing in check. Xing secretly ground his teeth. How did the little white fox become so cunning? Who did she learn it from? However, he wasn't afraid at all. He said, "So, can I see it after calling you sister?" "Yes, of course. Call me sister, and you can take off one piece of clothing." The little white fox became even more elated. "You have to keep your word." Xing's face showed a smile. Seeing this smile on Xing's face, all the little white fox's elation instantly vanished. She had been too elated and forgot that Xing had no bottom line. For other men, in such a situation, they might not be able to call her sister even once. But if it was Li Xing, he could probably call her sister from dawn till dusk, until she was stripped naked, with nothing left. Then, she saw Li Xing opening his mouth, about to call her sister. No. She immediately panicked and quickly stopped Li Xing, saying, I was just joking with you. How could I really make you call me sister? With our relationship, you can see what you want without calling me sister. Then, she glowed with spiritual light again, the helmet and mask disappearing, the layers of clothes also vanishing, replaced by a gauzy dress that perfectly showcased her well-proportioned figure. Too beautiful, too enchanting. Li Xing's heart began to heat up again. The little white fox's human form truly captivated him. Her delicate face, with alluring beauty and the purity of a neighbor's sister, combined two completely different qualities, which he truly couldn't resist. Especially that gauzy dress, with a vague sense of mystery, revealing her fair skin, half hidden, half exposed, which made him even more unable to bear it. He felt that even the sexiest actresses from Earth couldn't compare to the little white fox. In front of her, they could only be described as mediocre. Perfect, perfect. If only you could pair it with black stockings, it would be even more perfect, he praised, his mind even picturing the little white fox wearing black stockings, almost making his nose bleed, forcing him to stop his imagination. What are black stockings? The little white fox asked, puzzled. A kind of black stockings. Actually, there are many kinds, like white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, red stockings, etc. But in my opinion, black stockings are the ultimate. Li Xing explained. This cultivation world was good in every way, except for one thing. There was no stocking civilization. This could be considered a major shortcoming. Imagine, if those beautiful female immortals wore black stockings, what a magnificent sight it would be. Unfortunately, there was no stocking civilization here. Such an excellent civilization, how can it not exist? I, Li Xing, swear here. I must spread the stocking civilization in this cultivation world. Li Xing said solemnly in his heart, this is my great mission. From now on, I will dedicate myself to the stocking civilization, going through fire and water, spreading the stocking civilization across every realm, so that every beautiful female immortal can wear their favorite stockings. He would be the prophet of this stocking civilization, making it blossom everywhere in the myriad worlds. Chapter 133, No More Waiting, Act Now. Spreading the civilization of stockings was a difficult yet sacred task, but Li Xing was not afraid. One day, he would make the stocking civilization universal, and beautiful fairies in black stockings would be everywhere. He believed that when that day came, all male beings would revere him as their ancestor. No male being could resist the allure of black stockings. Hey, what are you thinking about? Little white fox crossed her arms, her face full of suspicion. Li Xing had been silent, occasionally giggling foolishly. She strongly suspected he was thinking about something inappropriate. This made her cautious, stepping back several paces, afraid that Li Xing might pounce on her. Hearing little white fox's voice, Li Xing snapped out of his thoughts of becoming the ancestor of the stocking cult. Seeing her demeanor, he was speechless. Little white fox looked like she was guarding against a big pervert, treating him as one. She even covered her chest. Thud. He tapped her on the head and said, Little one, you're the one overthinking. Who would have designs on you? Not me. Little white fox was indignant, lowering her arms and shouting, Who are you calling little? Ouch! Li Xing quickly covered his nose, almost causing a nosebleed. She was well endowed. Despite her young age, little white fox's development was impressive. He inwardly groaned, Let's learn the dance. Then, he used his spiritual power to construct a dance that could pass through the restrictions here, teaching it to little white fox. She was highly intelligent and learned the dance quickly. Soon, she had mastered it. This was no ordinary dance, but one with special principles, capable of communicating with the palace restrictions. During this process, Li Xing enjoyed the view immensely. Little white fox, dressed in gauze, danced beautifully. He felt that even the dance of a fairy from the 9 heavens couldn't compare. "Hey, horse, start working. Dig up the palace," he shouted to the dragon horse. Little White Fox had learned the dance, and now they just needed to dig up the palace. The dragon horse wanted to cry. The difference between foxes and dragon horses was too vast. Little White Fox only needed to dance gracefully, while it had to do the dirty work of digging. Boss, have you ever thought? Actually, I'm not a little brother horse. I'm a little sister horse. It told Li Xing, really wanting to change its gender to a little sister horse. What? Li Xing was surprised, asking, "You're a little sister horse? If you want, I can be a little sister horse." The dragon horse said shyly. Li Xing almost vomited, realizing the dragon horse wanted to change its gender. "Get lost, stop with that idea, or I'll cook you up right here." He couldn't accept such a gender change, scolding the dragon horse repeatedly. Okay. The dragon horse could only start digging, feeling weight. As a divine beast, it dug quickly, soon reaching a deep spot where a corner of an ancient building appeared. Continuing to dig, it unearthed the entire palace. Li Xing and Little White Fox descended into the pit. This palace was larger than the one in the ice field and seemed more extraordinary, glowing with special runes flowing over it. Little White Fox danced, her movements containing special methods that resonated with the palace's restrictions. After her dance, the palace doors opened. What's happening? On that mountain, the divine master from the ancient one sacred land was shocked, his face changing drastically. He never expected Li Xing and the others to have a method to pass through the restrictions. How was this possible? That was the treasure trove of the demon blade, and the restrictions were clearly set by the demon blade. How could Li Xing and the others know the precise method to pass through? Instantly, he realized Li Xing must be connected to the demon blade, possibly receiving its heritage. Can't wait anymore. He didn't hesitate, immediately leaving and heading towards Li Xing and the others. Originally, he wanted to wait until Su Jiaolong's grandfather arrived before acting. But now, he couldn't wait. The palace restrictions were open. If he didn't act, Li Xing and the others would enter the palace and obtain its treasures, making them even harder to deal with. He couldn't let Li Xing and the others enter the palace. Boom! He glowed brightly, his divine light piercing the sky, brighter than the sun. He struck with a palm thunder, terrifying lightning flickering, shaking the void. Before coming, Su Jiaolong's grandfather told him not to underestimate Li Xing just because of his young age. Li Xing was very strong, at least a divine master. That's why he hadn't acted earlier, waiting for Su Jiaolong's grandfather and others, afraid he couldn't handle Li Xing and might alert him. The lightning and thunder were too loud, and Li Xing looked over immediately. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack, leaping out of the pit and heading towards the source. He couldn't let this thunder damage the treasure palace. Wise and mighty, invincible master, hello? The super-level outbreak of the minor saint body has been activated. Please unleash your power and sweep away the enemies. The divine master's strength was extraordinary, and the minor saint body felt it couldn't withstand it, immediately activating the super-level outbreak. In an instant, Li Xing's body was filled with power, every pore glowing, his entire body flowing with special luster, a sign of extreme physical strength. He punched out, like a heavenly hammer, unstoppable, colliding with the thunder that struck down. In an instant, the entire thunder was smashed by Li Xing's punch, and he remained unharmed. People from the ancient one sacred land, Xianxia. Li Xing looked at the divine master from the ancient one sacred land and said his name. He had seen all of Su Jiaolong's soul memories and recognized this divine master. He was from Su Jiaolong's grandfather's lineage, following his orders. The divine master, Su Zhe, was greatly shocked to see Li Xing break the thunder with a single punch. He couldn't imagine that such a young Li Xing could possess such powerful strength. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was right. Li Xing was indeed very strong, extremely extraordinary, with strength even greater than an ordinary divine master. He was deeply amazed. Although he appeared middle-aged, he had actually cultivated for over 2,000 years. Now, such a young Li Xing could match him in battle, and he didn't know how much he felt about it. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? He felt a complex mix of emotions. The youthful aura emanating from Li Xing was too strong, something that couldn't be achieved through long cultivation, even if one appeared as a youth. Li Xing was truly young. Chapter 134. Master's Orders. The minor saint body cannot fail. Did you just arrive? Or were you waiting here to ambush me? Li Xing's eyes narrowed, his aura fierce as a dragon and tiger, charging towards Xianxia once again. His fists pounded, the force of his punches shaking the void, unleashing terrifying power that forced Xianxia to retreat continuously, unable to withstand the onslaught. This scene would have shocked anyone witnessing it. A young man in his early 20s, overpowering an experienced divine sovereign. Who would believe such a thing? It seemed too fantastical, too unrealistic. How can he be so powerful? Xianxia was astonished. After all, he had cultivated for over 2,000 years and had been a divine sovereign for a long time. How could he be so easily defeated by Li Xing? Indeed, he was utterly overwhelmed. Li Xing's punches were too fierce. Xianxia dared not block even a single one. The mere wind generated by Li Xing's fists caused him to feel as if his flesh was being torn apart. If he tried to block a punch, he had no doubt that he would be obliterated instantly. He couldn't believe it. How was it possible? Li Xing was so young. How long could he have been a divine sovereign? How could he possess such terrifying power? It was utterly inconceivable. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xing was unstoppable, his body like a diamond, impervious to Xianxia's divine techniques, each capable of easily tearing apart the heavens and earth, yet unable to harm Li Xing in the slightest. Blood splattered everywhere as Li Xing broke through multiple divine techniques. Xianxia summoned a divine artifact, but it was useless. Li Xing seized it forcefully. Xianxia's body was struck by Li Xing and exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. The minor saint body in its later stages, unleashing transcendent power, faced no challenge against the might of a divine sovereign. A divine sovereign was not so easily killed. Amidst the blood mist, Xianxia's roar echoed as he reconstructed his new form. However, as soon as he did, he was captured by Li Xing. A bronze war spear pressed against his forehead. That's my spear. He felt humiliated and distressed. How could this be? The bronze spear had accompanied him for over 2,000 years, inseparable from him. Now, it was effortlessly controlled by Li Xing, becoming a weapon in Li Xing's hands. The spear pressed against his forehead no longer felt familiar. It was filled with an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Had it betrayed him? His heart was filled with bitterness. The bronze spear, which could be considered an extension of himself, had abandoned him. He felt utterly miserable. The spear tip against his forehead exuded a chilling, killing intent. This was no longer the familiar bronze spear. There was no fake betrayal. He had no doubt that with a slight exertion of force, the spear would pierce through his forehead, shatter his soul, and completely obliterate him. His body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the threat of death. He had never imagined that one day he would be defeated by such a young man. Goodness, how strong are you, brother? Long Ma's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed in shock. Initially, when Li Xing hunted the Peng King, Long Ma thought Li Xing was merely a divine king, a top-tier one. However, as events unfolded, Li Xing repeatedly shattered his perceptions. Even the old divine emperor of the Qin clan could be easily subdued. Long Ma believed Li Xing was at most a top-tier divine emperor, but he had severely underestimated Li Xing. Xianxia, a divine sovereign, was effortlessly subdued by Li Xing. Was Li Xing a top-tier divine sovereign? Brother, you're not stronger than a top-tier divine sovereign, are you? His heart pounded like a drum, feeling that even a top-tier divine sovereign might not be Li Xing's true strength. Li Xing was likely a celestial deity. Celestial deity. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. If Li Xing truly was a celestial deity, that would be too astonishing. Too terrifying. Was there really such a young celestial deity in the world? His heart was filled with astonishment, having never heard of such a young person achieving the status of a celestial deity before. A celestial deity, transcending the mundane and stepping into the realm of saints, was a figure of immense stature. Even in ancient, glorious eras, saints could look down upon the world, true great beings. A celestial deity? The human-formed white fox, with her beautiful eyes shining, gazed at Li Xing's figure and murmured, "If I could obtain a drop of celestial deity blood, my bloodline power would surely be greatly enhanced." In an instant, the desire to obtain Li Xing's blood resurfaced. However, how could she get it? She pondered once more. What's going on with this guy? Inside the jade bead, the crimson-robed demon emperor's heart was heavy. Li Xing seemed like an endless abyss, always capable of unleashing even greater power, as if there were no limits. Even she, now, could not gauge Li Xing's true strength. I must be more cautious, she thought to herself, vowing to act with greater prudence in the future, never to be careless. Otherwise, she would surely be discovered by Li Xing. If discovered, who knew what Li Xing might do to her? She absolutely could not expose herself easily. Tell me, what is your purpose here? Were you sent specifically to deal with me? The bronze spear pressed against Zhang Zai's forehead, Li Xing coldly questioned. At this moment, the spear exuded even more intense killing intent, causing Zhang Zai to tremble uncontrollably. The Grand Elder sent me here to specifically wait for you. Zhang Zai did not dare to hesitate, quickly revealing everything, as he did not want to die. However, he knew very little. The Grand Elder, Su Jiaolong's grandfather, had not told him much, only that Li Xing had killed Su Jiaolong and instructed him to wait here. There are others waiting in other places. The Grand Elder said you might go to places where the demon blade had once appeared. He continued, if you leave now, you might still make it. I've already informed the Grand Elder, who is currently leading people towards this area. Everything he knew, he revealed, for he was well aware that even if he were not afraid of death and wanted to be a tough nut, it would be useless before Li Xing. Li Xing was far too powerful. It would be easy for him to search Zhang Zai's soul, making concealment impossible. It was better to honestly reveal everything. This way, he might still have a chance to survive. On the other side, after hearing this, Li Xing remained silent. He knew the strength of Su Jiaolong's grandfather, an old celestial deity far more powerful than ordinary celestial deities. The transcendent power unleashed by the minor saint body might not be enough to deal with such an old celestial deity. Can the minor saint body achieve a higher level of burst, like the supreme clear unparalleled chapter, to achieve ultimate burst? He spoke to the minor saint body in his mind. Master's orders, the minor saint body cannot fail. Moreover, the supreme clear unparalleled chapter, how can it compare to me? Master, rest assured, ultimate burst is no problem at all. The minor saint body's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. Upon hearing the minor saint body's affirmative response, Li Xing completely relaxed. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Chapter 135. Sacred Artifacts and Semi-Sacred Artifacts. Even the red-robed demon emperor can't stay calm. Ultimate Burst, a more advanced form of eruption, even if it can't defeat Grandpa Su Jiaolong, it can definitely engage him in battle. Moreover, he has many ancient heavenly artifacts in his possession. These ancient heavenly artifacts, when wielded by him, can unleash their maximum power, striking with divine force. With his perfected sacred physique achieving ultimate burst, coupled with the ancient heavenly artifacts in his hands, even if Grandpa Su Jiaolong is an old divine being who has lingered in the divine realm for an extended period, far exceeding ordinary divine beings, he is destined to be suppressed by him. He has nothing to worry about. If Grandpa Su Jiaolong dares to come, he will ensure that Grandpa Su Jiaolong will never return. Your lineage is filled with evil, your hands stained with sin, and death will be your ultimate destination. Li Xing's expression was cold as he thrust forward with his bronze spear, piercing Zhang Zai's forehead, shattering his soul, and completely wiping him out. From Su Jiaolong's memories, he learned that Su Jiaolong's grandfather's lineage was steeped in heinous crimes. To solidify their position in the ancient One Sacred Land, they had committed countless bloody atrocities in secret, harming many from the sacred land. Everyone from this lineage deserved to die. This time, when Grandpa Su Jiaolong arrives, he will not let him off either. He is the true mastermind behind these evils, and the atrocities he has committed are even more appalling. Back then, to break through his cultivation, Grandpa Su Jiaolong disguised his identity and massacred several cultivation sects, wiping out the entire sects and plundering their foundations and legacies. If not for this, Grandpa Su Jiaolong would not have become the great elder of the ancient One Sacred Land. At that time, he was just an ordinary elder. It was through this massacre and the accumulation of various cultivation resources that he rapidly grew stronger, step by step, becoming the great elder of the ancient One Sacred Land. Su Jiaolong's hatred and vicious nature were inherited from his grandfather. His grandfather was even more ruthless and venomous. Mata Fei Yin, he's all yours, loot him thoroughly. Li Xing summoned the dragon horse, instructing it to loot Zheng Zai's belongings, while he and the little white fox entered the underground palace. Grandpa Su Jiaolong was on his way here, but couldn't arrive immediately. Li Xing took the opportunity to loot the underground palace and claim its treasures. This underground palace, from the outside, already looked more formidable than the Icefield's underground palace. Upon entering, it was indeed so, with the treasures inside being several times better than those in the Icefield's underground palace. He saw piles of divine-level medicinal herbs, various divine-level artifacts, and numerous extraordinary cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Furthermore, he even spotted semi-sacred level medicinal herbs, radiating divine radiance, exuding an incredibly vast life essence even from a distance. Such semi-sacred level medicinal herbs, if ingested and refined, would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits, greatly aiding cultivation and other aspects. This demon blade is truly a ruthless character, Li Xing exclaimed, counting a total of 16 semi-sacred level medicinal herbs and one complete sacred herb. Additionally, there were over 20 semi-sacred level artifacts and 2 genuine sacred artifacts. As for other sacred items, there were also many, various rare sacred ores, sacred pills, sacred techniques, and other treasures that dazzled Li Xing's eyes. Li Xing seriously suspected that the treasures here alone might exceed the entire foundation of a contemporary sacred land. And such treasure troves numbered over a dozen. From this, one could imagine how ruthless the demon blade was, plundering how many sacred lands. No wonder something happened to him. That so-called blissful heavenly sovereign, even if he isn't the demon blade, he must be closely related to the demon blade. I must be more cautious and not let my guard down, he thought to himself, becoming even more vigilant towards the blissful heavenly sovereign. That blissful heavenly sovereign, capable of controlling all the treasure troves of the demon blade. How could he be a good person? He absolutely could not be careless and let him out easily. Otherwise, he might suffer a significant loss. Mine. Upon entering the underground palace, the little white fox was exceptionally excited and thrilled, hugging a semi-sacred herb with one hand and reaching for a semi-sacred artifact with the other, entirely a treasure-loving fox. How could she not be treasure-loving? The treasures here were far too extraordinary. If placed outside, they would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar, attracting countless beings to fight and die for them. Even in ancient times, sacred herbs and sacred artifacts were incredibly extraordinary, highly valuable. Even semi-sacred herbs and semi-sacred artifacts were the same, highly valuable, capable of causing significant disturbances and turmoil. In today's harsh environment, these sacred and semi-sacred items were even more invaluable. Not to mention, if these sacred and semi-sacred items were taken out, even the ancient sacred lands and those ancient forces might not stay calm, vowing to fight for them. The little white fox was busy looting, but she soon sat down, wailing loudly. "Wah! It's such a pity," she cried out loud, so heartbreaking and sad. her crying appearance both cute and heart-wrenching. She didn't touch the sacred herbs and sacred artifacts, only taking the semi-sacred items. However, even these semi-sacred items were incredibly extraordinary, and ordinary storage artifacts couldn't contain them. She tried many times but couldn't store these semi-sacred items. How could she not be sad? With just her 2 hands, how many could she carry away? Look at you, so hopeless. Xing was truly amused by the little white fox's adorable appearance. This could make her cry. He hadn't expected it. The little white fox was too cute. He went over to wipe away her tears and said, "Don't cry. With so many sacred materials, I'll make you a sacred level storage artifact later, so you can store everything." Really? You can even forge sacred artifacts? The little white fox widened her eyes, greatly surprised. Sacred artifacts were not easy to forge. One's forging technique must at least reach the sacred level to forge them. And those who could cultivate their forging technique to the sacred level were all those ancient monsters who had lived for countless years. Could Xing, so young, forge sacred artifacts? It's doable. The problem shouldn't be too big. Of course, I can't forge sacred artifacts right now, but soon, I should be able to, Xing said. His forging technique had also been rapidly improving. Forging sacred artifacts was truly not a difficult task for him. In the near future, he could indeed easily forge sacred artifacts. The little white fox was about to say that Xing was bragging again, but then she thought about it. All the boasts Xing had made before had come true. The enigmatic Xing truly might be able to forge sacred artifacts in the near future. She swallowed those words back. Then, looking at the semi-sacred items in front of her, her tears couldn't stop flowing. "But, right now, I can't take these with me," she cried out. Xing said it would take time to forge a sacred artifact, so she couldn't take these semi-sacred items with her now. Seeing the treasure mountain yet unable to take it away, this feeling was too hard for her to bear. Not just her, I want to cry too. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was also highly unsettled. Various sacred and semi-sacred items were extremely tempting to her. Of course, if she were still at her peak, she wouldn't care about these sacred and semi-sacred items. What could catch her eye were only those imperial items. But times had changed. Now, she was extremely weak, and these sacred and semi-sacred items held a significant allure for her. If she could obtain these sacred and semi-sacred items, she would surely recover faster. At this moment, she even wanted to appear. She wanted to appear, to coquettishly beg Xing, saying, "Good brother, can you give me these sacred and semi-sacred items?" Honestly, she really wanted to do this. Otherwise, she really didn't know when she would truly and completely recover. Chapter 136, Potential Explosion, Activating Special Function, Devour. The crimson-robed demon emperor felt an intense heat in her heart, eager to rush out from the jade bead. However, in the end, she managed to suppress this urge. Xing's background was unclear, and it was hard to distinguish friend from foe. Most importantly, she couldn't fathom Xing at all, and she didn't want to entrust her fate to the unknown. Although this method was slower in recovery, it was much safer. "Woohoo, I'm so sad, so upset. These are all good things, but I can't take them away." The little white fox cried so hard that her chest was soaked with tears. She wanted to take everything, but she didn't have enough hands, only 2, so she couldn't carry much. "Don't cry. What's mine is yours. Besides, it's not worth crying over these things. There are many more treasure troves ahead, and the things in those places are even better." Xing comforted the little white fox. She was incredibly cute, especially as a human form. Her crying appearance was extremely adorable and endearing. "That's what you said. What's yours is mine." The little white fox immediately smiled, no longer showing any sign of sadness. She said cheerfully, "From now on, you are my treasure vault. I want whatever I want, and you'll get it for me." Thud. Xing tapped the little white fox's white forehead with his hand. This cunning little fox had clearly set a trap for him, waiting for him to say that. However, he wasn't angry. He had never been stingy with those around him. "Go and take other things. Take whatever you can." Li Xing let the little white fox take other items, while he collected these sacred artifacts and semi-sacred artifacts. The same problem also occurred to him. His spatial ring couldn't contain these sacred and semi-sacred artifacts. The spatial ring was something he had plundered from the Qin clan's treasury, merely a divine ring. These sacred and semi-sacred artifacts far exceeded its capacity. It's a bit slow in cultivation, he thought to himself. Since the spatial ring came into his possession, it had been madly cultivating, but the time was too short, and the ring hadn't been upgraded, still within the divine category. You say the spatial ring is slow in cultivation and can't collect these sacred and semi-sacred artifacts. The spatial ring feels ashamed and thinks it has let the master down. It explodes its potential and activates a special function, devour. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind, explaining the new function, devour, of the spatial ring. Devour, as the name suggests, can devour everything for its own use, achieving rapid enhancement and strengthening. Hearing this, Li Xing's face showed a smile. This was quite interesting. The spatial ring contained many divine ores. He willed it to devour these divine ores to enhance its grade. Next, inside the ring, he saw a large mouth appear, swallowing all the divine ores. Soon, the spatial ring's grade was upgraded to the God King level. A craftsman must sharpen his tools to do his job well. In the future, he would collect many good things. A good storage artifact was a must. Continue devouring. Li Xing didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache, letting the spatial ring continue to devour. There were also many God King level ores inside the ring. After devouring some, its grade was again enhanced. Then, he let the spatial ring continue, as he wasn't lacking in these materials. The spatial ring kept devouring, and after devouring, it could immediately transform into its own power, upgrading very quickly. In no time, the spatial ring went from the God King level all the way up to the Heavenly God level. He then let the spatial ring devour some Heavenly God level ores, and it was upgraded to the semi-sacred level. Come, become a sacred ring. He let the spatial ring devour a few semi-sacred crystals, and finally, it was upgraded to the sacred level. Now a sacred ring, the spatial ring easily collected all the sacred and semi-sacred artifacts here. Those sacred weapons and semi-sacred instruments all passed through Li Xing's hands, becoming his weapons. Semi-sacred instruments were fine. After coming into Li Xing's possession, they could unleash their full power. But sacred weapons couldn't. Li Xing could only utilize part of their effects. Sorry, master. I can only perfectly control semi-sacred instruments now. I can't fully control sacred instruments yet. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind, filled with apologies and deep shame. It hadn't evolved into an all-powerful system yet. It's okay. Work hard on evolving. Li Xing comforted the system. It was already quite good, and becoming an all-powerful system was just a matter of time. You took them all? Beside him, the little white fox stared in disbelief. She had thought Li Xing couldn't take away these sacred and semi-sacred artifacts either. After all, to take away these sacred and semi-sacred artifacts, one would need a sacred storage artifact. But what did she see? Li Xing waved his hand, and all the sacred and semi-sacred artifacts were collected into the spatial ring. How was this possible? She knew the spatial ring. It was a divine storage ring Li Xing had obtained from the Qin clan's treasury. When did a divine storage ring become capable of collecting sacred artifacts? No, it's not right. The spatial ring in your hand. It's a sacred ring now? She carefully looked at the spatial ring Li Xing was wearing. It was flowing with sacred radiance and emitting sacred fluctuations. This was no longer a divine ring, but a sacred ring. If it were before, she wouldn't have been able to confirm that the spatial ring had become a sacred ring. But now, she could completely confirm it. Because there were sacred artifacts here for reference, the sacred radiance and fluctuations emitted by the spatial ring were no different from those sacred artifacts. My goodness, the divine ring has been in your hands for only a few days, and it's already a sacred ring? She exclaimed in surprise, looking at Li Xing with a strange expression. How impressive was that? How did Li Xing do it? Could it be that this spatial ring was originally a sacred ring, but the Qin clan hadn't discovered it, and had always thought it was just a divine ring? Then, when it came into Li Xing's hands, he found the truth and restored the spatial ring to its sacred status. But, was that possible? The Qin clan was at least an ancient lineage with saints during its peak. Could they really mistake a sacred ring for a divine ring? The Qin clan. Wasn't that stupid, right? It's no big deal, no need to be surprised. What's a sacred ring? In my hands, it won't be a problem for it to become a divine emperor ring later. Li Xing said with a light smile. The spatial ring could cultivate automatically and now had the function of devouring. Becoming a divine emperor ring in the future wouldn't be difficult at all. Divine emperor ring? The little white fox's expression became even stranger after hearing Li Xing's words. Li Xing was being untrustworthy again. Becoming a divine emperor ring wouldn't be a problem? That was too big a claim. Although she knew Li Xing was very mysterious and astonishing, when it came to divine emperor artifacts, she really didn't believe it. After all, divine emperor artifacts were the pinnacle of human-made weapons. Even in ancient times, they were extremely rare and hard to come by. How easy would it be to obtain one? Some great emperors would even engage in life-and-death struggles for divine emperor artifacts. Divine emperor artifacts were not easy to forge. As the peak treasures of the human world, forging them required perfect conditions of time, place, and people. Missing any one of them made it extremely difficult to forge. Let's go. Calculating the time, Grandpa Su Jiaolong and the others should be arriving soon. Li Xing didn't explain much, taking the little white fox and leaving the underground palace, even taking the entire palace with them. They had been in the underground palace for a while, and Grandpa Su Jiaolong and the others should be arriving soon. Chapter 137. Li Xing, let's have a proper fight. Longma had thoroughly looted Zheng Zhe and even disposed of his body. Big brother here. These are the things from Zheng Zhe's body. It was very obedient, and upon seeing Li Xing emerge, it immediately approached and intended to hand over everything it had looted from Zheng Zhe to Li Xing. No need, keep them for yourself, Li Xing said to Longma, not caring about the items from Zheng Zhe's body. If it were before, he would have certainly cared, as Zheng Zhe was a divine sovereign and should have had many valuable items. But now, he truly didn't care at all. Not exaggerating. He was so wealthy that anything he casually dropped was several times better than what Zheng Zhe had. Hearing Li Xing's words, Longma joyfully took back the items. However, this joy soon faded. It said worriedly, by the way, big brother, are we really going to wait here for Su Jiaolong and his group to arrive? Su Jiaolong, the Grand Elder of the Ancient One Sacred Land, was an old heavenly god, and his strength was unfathomable. It acknowledged that Li Xing was very powerful, with depths of strength that were hard to gauge. But could he really deal with an old heavenly god like Su Jiaolong? Big brother, why don't we leave first? It was uneasy and wanted to persuade Li Xing to leave first. Yes, let's leave first and settle accounts with Su Jiaolong later. The little white fox also spoke up, equally worried, fearing that Li Xing might not be able to handle Su Jiaolong and suffer a great loss. Do you really not believe in me? Li Xing laughed softly. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents. What does an old heavenly god matter? He can only come and never return. Then, he paused, his eyes gazing towards the horizon. Moreover, it's too late to leave now. They are already here. In the sky, several divine rays appeared, spanning across the high sky, glowing with brilliant divine light. In an instant, they descended from afar to this place. Several figures stepped down from the divine rays, led by Su Jiaolong, followed by 7 or 8 middle-aged powerhouses. Each of these middle-aged figures exuded an astonishing aura, much stronger than Zheng Zhe. Damn it, they're all divine sovereigns. Longma muttered under its breath. Being only at the divine level, it felt extremely uncomfortable under the pressure of these middle-aged divine sovereigns, as if a mountain was pressing on it, making it hard to breathe. The little white fox was faring better, primarily because she was holding 2 celestial artifacts, which, although not activated, were shielding her from the pressure these middle-aged divine sovereigns were emitting. Horse-treading swallow, take 1. Seeing Longma's discomfort, She handed it one of the celestial treasures. As soon as Longma took it, all discomfort vanished. The celestial treasure shielded it from the pressure of the middle-aged divine sovereigns. Xianxia is dead? Su Jiaolong looked at Li Xing coldly. Upon arriving, he didn't see Xianxia, who also didn't appear, and he noticed the two celestial artifacts in the little white fox's hands. Immediately, he understood everything. Xianxia must be dead. Before attacking Li Xing, Xianxia had sent him a message, informing him that Li Xing might have obtained the inheritance of the demon blade, capable of entering the treasure palace left by the demon blade. He had arrived, but Xianxia hadn't appeared, and the little white fox held two celestial artifacts. Clearly, Xianxia had failed, unable to stop Li Xing, and had been killed by him. Later, Li Xing must have entered the treasure palace left by the demon blade, taking away all the treasures, even the palace itself. The two celestial sunqi in the little white fox's hands were probably from that treasure palace. Li Xing was truly not simple. Dead, Li Xing said calmly. I didn't leave because I was waiting for you. To be honest, your speed is a bit slow. Arrogant. Su Jiaolong sneered. I thought you had some extraordinary background. So you're the heir of that demon blade, having received its inheritance. Now, everything made sense. No wonder Li Xing was so strong, and no wonder he appeared in the ice plains. The demon blade was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have robbed so many sacred lands in ancient times. With guidance from the demon blade, Li Xing indeed possessed such formidable strength. What demon blade heir? Don't twist my heritage. I've already told you. I come from the Taiqing sect. My master, Zheng Zimo, Li Xing shouted. Even if he were the heir of the demon blade, he wouldn't admit it. He wanted Zheng Zimo to take the blame. What? You're from the Taiqing sect? The middle-aged divine sovereigns' faces changed immediately upon hearing this. The Taiqing sect was an ancient great sect, having passed through countless eras, always standing as a colossus at the pinnacle. Do you think saying so makes it true? Su Jiaolong sneered. Stop pretending. You're clearly the heir of the demon blade, yet you want to pass as a disciple of the Taiqing sect. To be honest, he couldn't be sure of Li Xing's true identity. However, he didn't care. Regardless of Li Xing's identity, he wouldn't let him go today. He had to kill him. In fact, he hoped Li Xing was truly a disciple of the Taiqing sect. That way, he could let the sect leader take the blame and appease the Taiqing sect's wrath. Kill him, Su Jiaolong coldly ordered, not giving Li Xing a chance to speak further. Ignorance is no crime. He would treat Li Xing as the heir of the demon blade. If the Taiqing sect came knocking, he would have an excuse. All the strong men he brought this time were his confidants, not those from the sect leader's faction, for fear that they might hesitate to kill Li Xing once they knew he could be a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Therefore, he brought only his confidants, intending to completely eliminate Li Xing. Yes. Kill. These divine sovereigns obeyed Su Jiaolong's orders. They all attacked Li Xing, aiming for his life, determined to completely kill him. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. These divine sovereigns launched fierce attacks, each summoning their weapon at the first opportunity, unleashing formidable power, astonishing the world. Let's have a proper fight then. Li Xing's expression was cold as he raised his hand, summoning the bronze spear obtained from Xianxia, charging forward. His body continuously emitted divine radiance, his fighting spirit overwhelming, like an invincible war emperor battling the heavens and earth, engaging in fierce combat with these divine sovereigns. Chapter 138. Old Stick, you need to pay attention to hygiene. The battle erupted, and Li Xing was both strong and ferocious, fighting several divine emperors single-handedly. The transcendent power of his minor saint body erupted instantly. If he hadn't unleashed this transcendent power, Li Xing wouldn't have been able to fight even one divine emperor, let alone a group of them. These divine emperors were no ordinary beings. They were all fully matured, with explosive and terrifying power in every move, far beyond what Xianxia could compare to. Xianxia, although stronger than the average divine emperor, was still limited, only a minor divine emperor, and couldn't be compared to these fully matured ones. Grandpa Su Jiaolong, with deep schemes and extreme caution, didn't want to admit from the bottom of his heart that Li Xing could be a celestial god, but he didn't underestimate Li Xing either. This time, he brought only the strong from his own lineage. Moreover, after arriving here, he didn't personally attack Li Xing, which was also a manifestation of his caution. He wanted these fully matured divine emperors to test Li Xing's depth. At the same time, it wasn't just a test of depth. His eyes glowed, searching for the right moment to deliver a fatal strike, ready to kill Li Xing at any time. Little White Fox and Dragon Horse were extremely worried for Li Xing. After all, the enemies this time were indeed outrageously strong. Not only several fully matured divine emperors, but also Grandpa Su Jiaolong, an old celestial god, presiding over them. Could Li Xing still turn the tide and show an invincible side to eliminate these enemies? Soon, their worries eased somewhat. Li Xing remained as strong and ferocious as ever, showing an invincible posture the moment he clashed with those fully matured divine emperors. Boom! The terrifying explosions were endless. These fully matured divine emperors launched their deadly moves immediately, with various divine emperor artifacts radiating unparalleled brilliance, terrifying to the extreme. However, these attacks on Li Xing didn't even damage a single hair on his head. Li Xing was terrifyingly strong, his speed surpassing lightning, and in an instant, he was upon these fully matured divine emperors. With one hand he punched, and with the other, he wielded a bronze spear. Nothing could stop him. The divine emperor artifacts, under his fists, all dimmed, deformed, twisted, and cracked. With his other hand, he continuously thrust the bronze spear, each thrust bringing forth a large spray of blood, inflicting heavy blows on those fully matured divine emperors. What is happening? This is impossible. These fully matured divine emperors were all terrified. Was Li Xing even human? What kind of fists were those? Were they really flesh and blood? They seemed like they were made of divine metal, indomitably hard. Their divine emperor artifacts, under Li Xing's fists, were as fragile as tofu. Indeed, he is a celestial god. Grandpa Su Jiaolong's face was solemn. At this point, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to. Li Xing was definitely a celestial god. Otherwise, he couldn't possess such an invincible power. His heart was heavy. Such a young celestial god was the first he had ever seen, refreshing some of his perceptions. What if he's a celestial god? He still has to die. He sneered coldly. It was no longer just about avenging his dead grandson. Li Xing had gained the blessings of this treasure trove and was suspected to be the heir of the demon blade, inheriting its legacy. He had to capture Li Xing to obtain those blessings and other legacies left by the demon blade. Only in this way could his lineage truly thrive for a long time. Moreover, if he could fully grasp the legacies left by the demon blade, he could almost attempt a new life, striving for sainthood, becoming a saint. The legacies left by the demon blade were undoubtedly considerable. If he could truly obtain them all, becoming a saint would no longer be a fantasy but a real possibility. Therefore, no matter what, he had to capture Li Xing. Splash! Blood splattered everywhere. Like a rain of blood, Li Xing moved through it. One fully matured divine emperor after another fell. Swish! At that moment, a red glow suddenly emerged from the void, without any prior signs, as if appearing out of thin air, stabbing towards Li Xing's heart. It was a blood-red dagger, extremely terrifying, stained with the blood of celestial gods, and not just one. It was a deadly weapon in Grandpa Su Jiaolong's hand, with which he had killed several celestial gods. The blood-red dagger appeared too abruptly, impossible to guard against. Bang! The dagger struck Li Xing's body, at the heart position. Big brother! No! Little White Fox and Dragon Horse, seeing this, were all terrified, their faces ashen, shouting in panic. They could feel the terror of that blood-red dagger, still wet with the blood of celestial gods. Such a terrifying dagger striking Li Xing at the heart position. How could they not be terrified? He's still young. Grandpa Su Jiaolong saw the blood-red dagger strike Li Xing and immediately revealed a smile, relaxing. The dagger's power would flow into Li Xing's body, crushing his internal power. Even a celestial god couldn't withstand it, would suffer severe injuries, losing the ability to fight again. However, in the next instant, his face changed drastically, all smiles frozen. This is impossible. He couldn't believe it, his face so dark it could wring out water. He thought the dagger would pierce Li Xing's body, but instead, it only pierced through Li Xing's clothes. Just as the blood-red dagger was about to enter Li Xing's body, a radiant treasure light erupted from Li Xing's body, blocking the dagger's entry. The minor saint body unleashed its ultimate power. Crack. Following that, a cracking sound was heard, the blood-red dagger showing numerous cracks. Then, with a bang, it completely shattered into fragments. Old stick, you need to pay attention to hygiene. The dagger still has other people's blood on it. You need to wipe it clean before using it, or it could cause infection. Li Xing grinned and charged directly towards Grandpa Su Jiaolong. No wonder he's my big brother. He's really damn awesome. Dragon Horse shouted, genuinely awed by Li Xing's prowess. Such an attack would likely cause even a celestial god to suffer greatly, yet Li Xing was unscathed, truly out of this world. Invincible across the world. Little White Fox watched Li Xing's figure, her heart filled with indescribable awe. She never expected Li Xing to be so terrifying, truly capable of scaring people to death. Little brat, don't be arrogant. There will be a time when you cry. Grandpa Su Jiaolong remained very calm and didn't retreat. After all, he was an old celestial god with many lethal moves. How could he retreat so easily? Impossible. Today, he was determined to kill Li Xing. Chapter 139. Unscrupulous, threatening Li Xing with the White Fox and Dragon Horse. Li Xing charged forward, and Su Jiaolong's grandfather was indeed extraordinary. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving Li Xing's bronze spear striking empty air. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted behind Li Xing, and Su Jiaolong's grandfather reappeared, striking Li Xing with a palm thunder. The upper half of Li Xing's clothes exploded, revealing his robust upper body, bronzed and glowing with a precious aura. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was shocked. Li Xing was truly monstrous. His body was incredibly strong. The palm thunder he unleashed only destroyed Li Xing's clothes, leaving no injury or even a mark on him. Five Fiend Banner. He shouted and displayed another technique, summoning a yellow ancient banner. Initially palm-sized, the banner expanded with the wind, blocking the sun in the sky and casting the land into darkness, hovering above Li Xing. On the banner, complex ancient runes flickered, and 5 terrifying beasts were depicted, with 1 beast in the center and 4 beasts at the corners. Roar! 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 In the next instant, terrifying roars echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire canyon to crack and collapse, with rolling rocks and rising dust. Swish! The runes on the banner quickly descended, forming a formation, and the 5 beasts depicted on the banner materialized instantly, charging towards Li Xing. This was a genuine ancient banner, originating from the distant past, containing the 5 Fiend formation, a true killing formation that even the most supreme deities would find difficult to escape from. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was indeed cautious enough. To deal with Li Xing, he brought such a terrifying 5 Fiend banner. The 5 beasts were incredibly powerful and famous, with the beasts at the corners being Xianxia, Taowu, Taodai, and Zhuyan. The central beast was even more renowned, ranking among the 10 great fiends, the White Tiger. Of course, these manifested beasts only possessed the forms of these terrifying creatures, not their actual presence. Even the beasts at the corners could suppress emperors, and the White Tiger in the center was even more fearsome, capable of battling a heavenly emperor. Such a small 5 Fiend banner was far from being able to summon these beasts in their true forms. However, merely possessing the forms of these beasts, the power unleashed by the 5 fiends was still terrifying, capable of easily shredding a deity. Damn, this old geezer is really cunning and cautious. He's already an old deity himself, yet he brought such a terrifying ancient banner. Dragon Horse cursed with a sneer. Li Xing was so young, and even though his performance was astonishing, it shouldn't warrant such serious treatment from Su Jiaolong's grandfather, right? But in reality, Su Jiaolong's grandfather treated Li Xing with utmost importance, not only personally coming but also bringing the Five Fiend banner, fully regarding Li Xing as a true formidable enemy without any underestimation. Su Jiaolong's grandfather, being the great elder of an ancient sacred land, was truly extraordinary, very calculating. Those who opposed him rarely had a good end. Don't give up, smash them. You are the true great fiend in my heart. The white fox clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, deeply worried for Li Xing. Roar, roar, roar. The five fiends charged in an instant, distorting the space and unleashing terrifying waves of energy, creating a horrifying scene. Su Jiaolong's grandfather sneered. No matter how strong Li Xing was, he couldn't be a match for the Five Fiend banner. Kill! Li Xing roared, unleashing the ultimate power of his nascent saint body, holding nothing back. At this moment, he seemed to become the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and incomparable, with every inch of his skin flowing with terrifying power. He clashed with the five fiends, even fiercer than them, his fists pounding like heavenly gold and divine iron, extremely ferocious, making the figures of the five fiends blur. Roar! Among the five fiends, the white tiger grew fierce, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Li Xing. It succeeded, biting half of Li Xing's body, but in the next instant, its fangs shattered, and then its entire body was kicked to pieces by Li Xing. Following that, Li Xing descended like a war emperor, one punch each, smashing the other four fiends into complete obliteration. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Su Jiaolong's grandfather's face changed drastically, unable to maintain his composure, filled with horror. Even the most supreme deities couldn't withstand the five fiends, yet Li Xing easily shattered them. The power Li Xing possessed far exceeded his expectations. Could he be a half-saint already? His heart skipped a beat, thinking Li Xing must be a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he easily shatter the five fiends? Half-saint or not, there's still a fight. He was indeed ruthless. Normally, his strength wouldn't be a match for a half-saint, yet he still didn't give up, truly not an ordinary person. In an instant, he arrived at the White Fox and Dragon Horse, taking control of them, threatening Li Xing with their lives. Divine power erupted, enveloping the White Fox and Dragon Horse, and he could obliterate them with a single thought if he wished. Old geezer, do you have any shame? You're an old deity, yet you resort to such despicable tactics? Dragon Horse cursed. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was too shameless and unscrupulous, utterly despicable. Disgraceful. I'm ashamed for you. The White Fox said coldly. Su Jiaolong's grandfather sneered, ignoring the White Fox and Dragon Horse. This method was indeed dishonorable, but there was no other way, as Li Xing was too powerful and he couldn't defeat him. If you dare to harm a single hair of theirs, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Seeing Su Jiaolong's grandfather holding the White Fox and Dragon Horse hostage, Li Xing's face turned ice cold, filled with murderous intent. Don't get excited, I won't hurt them, as long as you agree to some demands. Su Jiaolong's grandfather said, I won't ask you to commit suicide. I just want you to hand over the treasures of this hidden place, and tell me the locations and details of the other hidden places of the Demon Blade. I'll let them go. Forcing a half-saint to commit suicide? That was impossible. The White Fox and Dragon Horse might hold significant positions in Li Xing's heart, but he didn't think it could force a half-saint to commit suicide. He understood this, so he didn't ask Li Xing to commit suicide or surrender to him. He only asked Li Xing to hand over the treasures of this hidden place and the locations of the other hidden places of the Demon Blade. This way, he wouldn't push Li Xing too far, leaving room for negotiation and increasing the chances of success. Don't think of any other tricks. I know you might be a half-saint with many terrifying abilities, but I can assure you, I can completely obliterate them before you can use those abilities. He coldly told Li Xing, treasures are just external objects. Don't let your loved ones and friends die because of them, leaving you with lifelong regret. Hashtag Chapter 140. A single incarnation. Old Stick is too cautious. Grandpa Su, the grandfather of Su Jiaolong, was indeed ruthless and no ordinary person. With a boldness that knew no bounds, he was fully aware that Li Xing might be a half-saint, yet he showed no intention of retreating. He coerced the little white fox and the dragon horse, threatening Li Xing. Young man, you don't have much time. Answer me quickly. Grandpa Su shouted, forcing Li Xing to make a decision. Li Xing was highly likely a half-saint, and he feared that delaying would only bring about unforeseen changes. Immediately after, he rapidly tightened the divine power that enveloped the little white fox and the dragon horse. Their faces instantly showed boundless pain. The contraction of divine power was akin to dismembering their bodies, excruciatingly painful. Blood even began to flow from some parts of the little white fox and the dragon horse's bodies. Even so, the little white fox and the dragon horse bit their teeth and did not utter a single cry of pain. You're courting death. Li Xing's fury was uncontainable, his eyes practically spewing fire. He could see the excruciating pain the little white fox and the dragon horse were enduring. He understood that they were suppressing their cries of pain out of fear that he would compromise out of heartache and submit to Grandpa Su. Hurry up! Grandpa Su shouted again, further pressuring Li Xing. The divine power tightened even more, causing blood mist to rise from the little white fox and the dragon horse's bodies. Ah! The little white fox finally couldn't hold back and cried out in pain. This divine power not only enveloped their bodies, but also their souls. As the divine power contracted, not only did their bodies suffer harm, but their souls did as well. Ah! The dragon horse screamed in unbearable agony. If this continued, its body and soul would undoubtedly be shattered. Big brother, don't bow to this guy. Just avenge us later. The dragon horse mustered all its strength to shout. Yes, don't worry about us, just kill him. The little white fox, with a pale face and blood seeping from the corners of its mouth, said resolutely. Seeing this scene, Li Xing's killing intent soared to the heavens. He wanted Grandpa Su dead, and no one could save him. I don't care what methods you use, just kill him. He shouted inwardly to the small saint body, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching, and the sacred and half-sacred artifacts. Master, I'll do it. Ultra-ultimate burst activated. Master can control his soul instantly. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching's voice rang out, sensing Li Xing's fury and achieving a higher level of burst, the ultra-ultimate burst. In an instant, Li Xing felt his soul power multiply several times. Come here. He glared coldly at Grandpa Su and shouted. Invisible soul power, following Li Xing's gaze, shot straight into Grandpa Su's mind. In the blink of an eye, this soul power subdued Grandpa Su's soul, and his eyes became dull, losing their spirit as he was controlled by Li Xing. Then, with lifeless eyes, he walked step by step towards Li Xing. When he reached Li Xing released the control over Grandpa Su's soul, allowing him to regain consciousness. He wanted to kill Grandpa Su while he was still conscious. How is this possible? Grandpa Su's face turned pale. During the period of control, his memory was blank, but as shrewd as he was, he knew exactly what had happened. He was clear that he had been ensnared, controlled by Li Xing's soul, and lost consciousness. How could this be? Could a half-saint control his soul instantly? Impossible. He hadn't been in contact with half-saints for nothing. There were half-saints in the ancient One Sacred Land, and he was well aware of their capabilities. A half-saint couldn't control his soul instantly. It was because of this understanding that he dared to threaten Li Xing. Have you become a saint? He looked at Li Xing in horror, trembling all over. Being able to control his soul instantly, Li Xing was highly likely already a saint. He was so frightened that he wet himself, yellow urine flowing between his legs. Good heavens, such a young saint. He simply couldn't believe it. Even in those glorious ancient times, there were no such young saints. Old stick, you won't die easily. Li Xing's gaze was icy. Grandpa Su's actions had severely crossed his bottom line, and he absolutely wouldn't let him off easily. I'll strip you of your power, reduce you to a commoner, and seal you in a cesspool, where you'll slowly die in the stench. He coldly said, and did just that, summoning a half-sacred artifact to destroy the power within Grandpa Su's body, reducing him to a complete commoner. I admit, I still underestimated you greatly, but none of what you're doing to me will have any effect. To Li Xing's surprise, Grandpa Su's face became incredibly calm. This is just one of my incarnations, not my true body. No matter what you do, you can't harm me. Grandpa Su sneered, I remember you. This matter won't end here. Even if you've become a saint, you should know that even in this harsh environment, saints aren't invincible. He was truly ruthless and cautious, as the one who came was not his true body, but merely one of his incarnations. Incarnation? Li Xing's eyes turned cold, and he immediately conducted a soul search on Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su wasn't lying. This was indeed just one of his incarnations, while his true body was still within the Ancient One's sacred land, having never left. Even though you are young and have achieved sainthood, your future was limitless. Even in this impending era of spiritual decline, you had the potential to endure it. Grandpa Su sneered, but you are still too inexperienced, having provoked the wrong individuals. Your fate will be an untimely and tragic death. Dying young and prematurely is an unavoidable destiny for you. What does being a saint matter? In their Ancient One's sacred land, there are also saints still alive. Li Xing has offended him, and he absolutely won't let Li Xing off. In the near future, he will surely make Li Xing die without a burial place. And he has the ability to do so. Old stick, do you think you're safe just because you're hiding in the sacred land? Still daring to threaten me? Li Xing's gaze was cold. Don't worry. I'll storm the Ancient One's sacred land and imprison your true body in a cesspool. Grandpa Su was startled by Li Xing's harsh words. Could it be that Li Xing really could storm the Ancient One's sacred land? However, soon, he dismissed this idea. The long-standing Ancient One's sacred land was not so easy to breach. Li Xing alone could never achieve it. As for whether Li Xing would call for the help of Taiqing sect's experts, he wasn't worried. Such a renowned ancient sect, if they were to make a big fuss over a disciple, they would be laughed at. That kind of ancient sect values their reputation greatly and would never go to great lengths for a disciple, as it would be too humiliating. Moreover, did Li Xing claim to be a Taiqing sect disciple? That was just Li Xing's side of the story, and the truth was uncertain. How could he be so easily intimidated? Impossible. Especially since, even if Li Xing really was a Taiqing sect disciple, he had ways to deal with it. He was unafraid of Li Xing's threats. Young man, you're really full of hot air. If you have the guts, don't just talk big. Come directly to the Ancient One's sacred land and find me. Grandpa Su sneered disdainfully. If Li Xing really dared to come, he would make sure Li Xing wouldn't return. Chapter 141. Big brother, are you a saint? Your words are law. It's you who should stop yelling. Wait for me in the ancient sacred ground. I will come to find you. Li Xing's voice was cold, and with a single slap, he shattered the avatar of Su Jiaolong's grandfather into pieces. He wouldn't let this go. He was determined to visit the ancient sacred ground. Su Jiaolong's grandfather was too hateful. If he didn't suppress the old man's true form in a latrine, it would be hard to quench his anger. Are you okay? Then, he rushed to the side of the little white fox and the dragon horse to check on their injuries. Fortunately, the little white fox and the dragon horse were not seriously injured and had not damaged their foundations. Even minor injuries cannot be taken lightly. He was very serious, quickly taking out several divine medicines of the heavenly god level and handing them to the little white fox and the dragon horse, instructing them to use these divine medicines to heal their wounds. This is extravagant. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor was completely envious. The little white fox and the dragon horse had only minor injuries, which they could recover from quickly on their own. Yet, Xing had taken out several divine medicines of the heavenly god level. This was truly wasteful and too extravagant. "Give me a few, please," she wailed in her heart, longing to tell Xing that she was more seriously injured than the little white fox and the dragon horse. Could she have a few divine medicines too? However, she dared not voice these thoughts, not even a hint. Xing's strength had once again surpassed her expectations, far exceeding what she had imagined. Isn't this a bit wasteful? The dragon horse widened its eyes, fully aware of its own condition. It was certainly in pain, but not to the extent of needing divine medicines. Using such precious items for healing was indeed extravagant. "Yes." The little white fox also said, "Don't use divine medicines. We have plenty of divine medicines. Using those would be enough." "No, use the divine medicines." Xing said, "If I wasn't afraid you couldn't handle it, I would have given you sacred medicines." Sacred medicines were too potent, and with the little white fox and the dragon horse's low levels, consuming a whole sacred medicine might cause their bodies to be overwhelmed by the sacred power and explode. Healing is one aspect, but more importantly, I want you to use the divine medicines to purify your bodies, enhancing all aspects of yourselves, he said, instructing the little white fox and the dragon horse to accept these divine medicines and slowly absorb them, rather than consuming them all at once. Their low levels made it risky to absorb an entire divine medicine at once, so gradual absorption was the best approach. This is just the beginning. Once you enhance yourselves and can withstand the power of sacred medicines, I'll give you a sacred medicine purification, he reiterated, showing no hesitation in his generosity towards the little white fox and the dragon horse. "Big brother." The dragon horse's nose tingled, its eyes welling up with tears, deeply moved. Being by Xing's side was truly a stroke of incredible luck. Xing treated it so well. "You rascal. You're making me so touched I want to cry." The little white fox playfully punched Xing's chest, her heart filled with warmth. "Why cry? If you're so touched, why not repay with your body?" Xing jokingly said. "Get lost." The little white fox blushed and shouted, annoyed that Xing was being improper again. "Big brother, if you don't mind, I could repay with my body." The dragon horse lowered its head, timidly saying, "I could become a mare." "Get lost." Xing kicked the dragon horse away, disgusted. A mare? If the dragon horse dared to do that, he would be the first to slaughter it. This incident served as a reminder to Xing. Those around him could be harmed, and he needed to protect them. Starshine sword, sky-cutting red silk, heavenly serpent staff, golden silk armor, soul-stealing bell. Xing took out a series of divine artifacts and handed them to the little white fox and the dragon horse. "Listen to my command. From now on, they are your new masters. You must protect them with all your might." He told these divine artifacts. These divine artifacts had all passed through his hands, their full potential activated. Even if given to the little white fox and the dragon horse, these divine artifacts could still unleash their full power. With these divine artifacts, the little white fox and the dragon horse would be safer. Semi-sacred artifacts were not enough. Even in his hands, they barely activated their full power. If given to the little white fox and the dragon horse, it would be difficult for them to unleash their full potential. Swish, swish, swish. These divine artifacts glowed brilliantly, as if responding to Xing's words. Then, the little white fox and the dragon horse established a connection with these divine artifacts, allowing them to easily wield them. "Is this for real?" The little white fox was skeptical, picking up the sky-cutting red silk and throwing it out. Instantly, the red silk expanded infinitely, radiating boundless terrifying power, as if slicing the sky in half. This power was too strong. She felt she could easily slay an ordinary heavenly god. "Oh my, I never thought I would one day possess the power to slay a heavenly god." The little white fox widened her eyes in disbelief. A heavenly god, even the most ordinary one, was so far beyond her reach that she never dared to dream of slaying one. Now, she truly possessed such power. Big brother, you're too amazing. Are you a saint? Your words are law. The dragon horse looked at Li Xing, its heart filled with awe. Wielding artifacts wasn't just a matter of possession. The more powerful the artifact, the higher the requirements for the user, and the greater the consumption to activate it. With its current divine level strength, it could already activate the full power of a divine king artifact, which was impressive. But for such divine artifacts, it couldn't possibly activate their full power. If it could, it would surely exhaust all its strength and perish in an instant. Yet, now, the divine artifacts in its hands required no effort to activate, allowing it to easily unleash their full power. This completely defied its understanding and comprehension. How did Li Xing achieve this? How did he make these divine artifacts obey him completely without consuming his own strength? A saint? Your words are law? No, I'm far from being a saint. Li Xing shook his head. His true level was indeed far from that of a saint. Although the supreme chapter of Tai Ching was continuously advancing, he hadn't yet ignited the divine flame within him and was still in the Nirvana realm, having just broken through from the Tao realm not long ago. However, this was temporary. Next, his level would soar rapidly. He was preparing to take medicines. With so many divine medicines at his disposal, not using them would be a waste. He planned to consume them, causing a rapid surge in his level. What modesty, big brother! Is this what you call being humble? The dragon horse said admiringly, Are you being humble to avoid discouraging us? Li Xing not a saint? Impossible. Not a saint could have dealt with Su Jiaolong's grandfather. It felt that Li Xing was just being considerate, not wanting to dishearten it and the little white fox, so he pretended to be humble. Li Xing smiled, not explaining further. He said, Train well, and I'll give you sacred artifacts in the future. Brother. I want to call you brother too. Can I have a sacred artifact to use? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor cried out in her heart. She wanted a sacred artifact too. However, she didn't want to use it as a weapon. She wanted to absorb its power to recover. Chapter 142. No confidence now, but I will have it then. People really can't be compared to others. It's infuriating. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed demon emperor felt extremely frustrated. Look at Li Xing, and then look at her. The difference is too great. Both of them are figures from ancient times. But look at how carefree Li Xing lives, with a young body, formidable strength, while she has nothing. No body, no formidable strength, only a wisp of soul residing within the jade bead. Moreover, she is utterly penniless, having nothing, not even a single thing, and even the celestial god medicine is a great temptation to her. On the other hand, Li Xing has a plethora of celestial god medicines, and after plundering the treasure troves of the demon blade, he will be so wealthy that he might even possess countless sacred artifacts. Woohoo! Thinking of this, she, who never cries, couldn't help but start to sob. Why? Why is she so miserable? All right, heal your wounds. Li Xing instructed the little white fox and the dragon horse to use celestial god medicines to heal their injuries, while he himself was also preparing to take some medicine. He first consumed a divine medicine to see the effect and whether he could handle it. No. It's to see if the supreme chapter of the Great Pure One can handle it. After all, once the divine medicine enters the body, its power needs to be refined, and this refining task naturally falls on the supreme chapter of the Great Pure One. Should be doable. Li Xing mentally communicated with the supreme chapter of the Great Pure One. Doable, a piece of cake. No problem at all, too easy. The supreme chapter of the Great Pure One replied. Li Xing had just undergone rebirth, and normally, someone at the rebirth realm would find it very difficult to refine the power of divine medicine, requiring a long time to refine it completely. However, the supreme chapter of the Great Pure One is the core scripture of the Great Pure sect, of extraordinary caliber, and it refines the power of divine medicine very quickly, not difficult at all. But then, it was dumbfounded. Doable is good. Li Xing mentally chuckled and said, Tested. No problem, then let's continue. Then, he directly took out a celestial god medicine and swallowed the entire thing. The supreme chapter of the Great Pure One was instantly dumbfounded, wanting to say, Master, aren't we going too far? What do you mean by tested and no problem? Normally, shouldn't we gradually increase the test? Divine medicine, divine king medicine, divine emperor medicine, divine sovereign medicine, increasing step by step, and only then the celestial god medicine. Goodness, Xing directly jumped from divine medicine to celestial god medicine. Oh my, this is too much to ask of it. Of course, it didn't dare to say these things to Xing, could only silently endure and unleash ultimate refinement to process the celestial god medicine that entered the body. Moreover, not only was it silently erupting, but the small achieved saint body was also erupting. The medicinal power of celestial god medicine was too fierce, swallowing a whole one. The small achieved saint body had no choice but to erupt, otherwise, the flesh would not be able to handle it and would be blown apart by the power of the whole celestial god medicine. What a gap! The little white fox and the dragon horse had also fully recovered by this time. They just happened to see Xing swallowing a whole celestial god medicine, feeling both shocked and envious. This was truly a world of difference. They had also consumed celestial god medicines, but how could they swallow a whole one like that? They only dared to swallow a tiny fragment of a celestial god medicine leaf, and almost got blown up by the power of that tiny fragment. And Xing swallowed a whole one, and was completely fine. This truly shocked them. All healed? Good. Let's go to the other treasure troves of the demon blade. Xing said. What? The dragon horse was stunned, like petrified, and couldn't help but ask, Brother, you just swallowed a whole celestial god medicine. Are you sure you don't need to refine it here for a while? That was a whole celestial god medicine, containing how vigorous and astonishing power. Even a celestial god swallowing a whole celestial god medicine would probably need to meditate and refine it for a long time. Its star brother swallowed it and could just move around like nothing happened? This truly shocked it. No need. Automatic refining understood. Xing lightly smiled. It was indeed automatic refining. The supreme chapter of the Great Pure One was busy refining. However, he didn't elaborate, saying, We need to hurry, quickly plunder all the treasure troves of the demon blade, and then we still have to charge into the Ancient One's sacred land to find that old geezer. Really? Charge into the Ancient One's sacred land? The dragon horse was again shocked. It originally thought that Xing's words to Su Jiaolong's grandfather were just to scare him. Even if they really were to charge into the Ancient One's sacred land, it would have to wait for a long time. After all, that was a sacred land, with too profound heritage and background, very likely having saints guarding it, and even possibly having even stronger combat power than saints. This could be heard from the hints in Su Jiaolong's grandfather's words. If the Ancient One's sacred land wasn't strong enough, Su Jiaolong's grandfather wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and challenge Xing at the end. Yet, Xing said that after plundering the treasure troves of the demon blade, they would charge into the Ancient One's sacred land. How long would that take? Oh my, how strong is its star brother? Could it be that there are no saints in the Ancient One's sacred land? Su Jiaolong's grandfather's final words were just pretending to be big. The little white fox was also shocked, her big eyes wide as she said, No, there are indeed saints in the Ancient One's sacred land, not just one, but several. Moreover, there is an old fossil-level existence even stronger than a saint still alive. Xing said, What? The dragon horse heard this and was so scared it jumped high. It stuttered and said, So terrifying. Are we still going to charge in? Brother, do you have the confidence to sweep everything? Several saint-level combat powers, and an old fossil-level existence even stronger than a saint, especially since the sacred land is their lair. This is such a terrifying and formidable force. Can its star brother really suppress them all? It seriously doubts it. No. Xing shook his head. Then why are you going? The little white fox said with a strange expression, No confidence and still going? To die. Dong. Xing tapped the little white fox's white forehead with his hand and said, Do I look like someone who doesn't value my life? Indeed, it looks like it. The little white fox really wanted to say this sentence, but she was afraid Li Xing would hit her, so she only thought it in her heart and didn't say it out loud. The dragon horse also wanted to say, "Brother, you don't just look like someone who doesn't value their life. You completely are someone who doesn't value their life. No confidence and still going. Isn't that purely seeking death?" Li Xing looked at the little white fox and the dragon horse and knew what they were thinking. He kicked the dragon horse away with a bang. "Get lost. I value my life the most. I said no confidence, just means I have no confidence now. But after we plunder the treasure troves of the demon blade, I'll have confidence." He spoke. Plundering the treasure troves of the demon blade really wouldn't take long, but during this time, he would keep taking medicine, and his realm and flesh would definitely get significantly enhanced. By then, the supreme chapter of the Great Pure One and the small achieved saint body, unleashing super ultimate power, he might not be unable to suppress them all. Especially as he enhanced in all aspects, he would be able to fully master those sacred artifacts. His combat power would be even higher. Charging into the Ancient One's sacred land would be even easier, even more pressure-free. Ouch, it hurts so much. On the other side, the dragon horse felt extremely sad. Goodness, isn't this too discriminatory? Hitting the little white fox is just a light tap on the forehead. Hitting it is a fierce kick. It hates it. Hates why it isn't a mare? If it were a mare, it wouldn't be treated differently like this, right? Ah, if there's an afterlife, I must be a mare. It howled in its heart. Hashtag chapter 143. The Holy Lord smiled. Truly the heavens bless the Ancient One's sacred land. Li Xing and his companions set off towards the next treasure trove. In the northern region, including this treasure trove, there were a total of 3. Li Xing decided to thoroughly search the northern treasure troves before moving on to the other region.